In the ZY star domain, within the ancient Tao state, lies the illustrious fire sect and the realm of spiritual herbs. Towering peaks rise majestically, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Fields of medicinal herbs are scattered like stars amidst the valleys enveloped in ethereal clouds. These fields are abundant with vibrant and extraordinary spiritual herbs, radiating with a myriad of colors and enchanting essence. Under the blazing sun, a young lad clad in a blue robe bends low, diligently gathering herbs. The sweltering heat causes beads of sweat to form on his brow, cascading down his handsome face to the ground. His shirt, too, is soaked with perspiration. Yet, despite the oppressive heat and fatigue, the youth remains tireless, meticulously harvesting each ripe spiritual herb. His unwavering dedication perplexes the other disciples who prefer to slack off. It is incomprehensible. Having been in the herb garden for over a year, how can Brother Gu still toil so selflessly? Has he lost his mind? Indeed, who can deny it? For 12 hours each day, Brother Gu spends 8 or 9 hours collecting herbs, neglecting his cultivation. It seems he has resigned himself to the notion that a breakthrough is unattainable. If only such diligence were applied to his cultivation, he would likely have already advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Nearby, in a cool pavilion, several fellow disciples, also clad in short robes, observe the lad in the herb field and engage in animated discussions. The servant disciples of the spiritual herb garden belong to the outer sect. Each servant disciple has a fixed quota of herbs to collect daily, and upon completion, they seize the opportunity to cultivate their qi in hopes of swiftly breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, ultimately entering the inner sect. However, Brother Gu stands as an exception among them. He has his priorities inverted, and few have witnessed him engaging in cultivation. Consequently, he remains at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. While this level is not the lowest among the servant disciples, it is certainly close. Oh, how can the humble sparrow comprehend the aspirations of the swan? You think I have resigned myself to fate, but in truth, I have already transcended it. At this moment, upon overhearing the whispers behind him, Brother Gu pauses, momentarily taken aback, before a smile graces his lips, for summer insects cannot comprehend the frost of winter. He resumes his task of harvesting spiritual herbs, and with each collection of the resonant plants, information manifests before his eyes. You have successfully deprived the flame grass, grade 1 spiritual herb, of 30 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the billuoding, grade 2 spiritual herb, of 80 days of lifespan. You have successfully deprived the bitter bamboo, grade 1 spiritual herb, of 40 days of lifespan. Indeed, Gu Chongxing possesses an extraordinary advantage. After a while, he stands up, taking advantage of the break, to open his information panel. Name, Gu Chongxing, bone age, 18,923, root bone, complete 5 elements spiritual root, fire, exceptional, wood, exceptional, earth, inferior, metal, inferior, water, inferior, capable of lifespan evolution. Cultivation, full foundation establishment, capable of lifespan evolution. Techniques, Flame Sutra Foundation Establishment Chapter, complete. Breath Control Technique Xian level, complete. Azure Flame Hand Xian level, complete. Capable of lifespan evolution. Fire Walking Step Xian level, complete. Others, Alchemy level 2, capable of lifespan evolution. Array Technique level 2, capable of lifespan evolution. Artifact Refining level 2, capable of lifespan evolution. How splendid. Once my lifespan surpasses 1,000, I shall endeavor to break through to the golden core realm. Observing my information panel, a satisfied smile graced Gu Chongxing's lips. 3 years ago, after his graduation, he was struck by lightning and subsequently transported to the mortal dynasty of the Chu Kingdom under the jurisdiction of the Flame Sect. Upon discovering his exceptional 5-element spiritual root, he was brought to the Flame Sect by an outer sect elder. The Flame Sect is one of the 4 major orthodox sects of the ancient Tao province, governing numerous smaller sects, 3 grand cultivation dynasties, and hundreds of mortal nations. Thus, there were tens of thousands of disciples who entered at the same time as he did. After 2 years of diligent cultivation, his prowess reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. In contrast, several prodigies with single or dual spiritual roots who entered the outer sect alongside him had already advanced to the 7th level of qi refinement, with some becoming true disciples, while others ascended to core disciples. A year ago, disciples like Gu Chongxing, deemed to lack potential, were relegated to menial roles. While he was assigned to the spiritual herb garden, tasked with harvesting spiritual herbs. It was during this time that Gu Changxing's long-awaited system finally activated, marking the inception of his rise. After a year of discreet development, Gu Changxing's cultivation surpassed that of his peers. He has now attained full foundation establishment, and his root bone has evolved from a mixed 5-element spiritual root to a complete 5-element spiritual root, with both the fire and wood attributes ascending to exceptional status. Meanwhile, those once celebrated single and dual spiritual root prodigies from 3 years prior, including the formidable water spiritual root Yun Qingyao and the naturally gifted sword bone Zhou Mai, have only recently managed to establish their foundations, appearing as mere fireflies against the brilliance of the moon when compared to Gu Changxing. Were I to reveal my cultivation at this moment, I would undoubtedly overshadow my contemporaries. Alas, one must remain humble. The tallest trees attract the wind, so it is prudent to cultivate in obscurity. Titles such as first disciple or strongest disciple bear no benefit for me, as long as I persist in my cultivation. Even the ethereal notion of becoming an immortal shall be within my grasp. At this moment, gazing at the several menial disciples meditating in the distant pavilion, Gu Changxing mused quietly. Unlike the ordinary menial disciples, whose paths to advancement have been obstructed by their inferior root bones, he possesses boundless potential. Generally, those assigned to the spiritual herb garden, even after a century of meditation, are unlikely to break through to the foundation establishment stage, as their qualifications are inherently limited, being either 4 or 5 spiritual roots. According to the extensive experience cultivated over thousands of years by the disciples of the Flame Fire sect, those with a single spiritual root possess the potential to transcend into the nascent soul realm, while those endowed with dual spiritual roots may ascend to the golden core realm. Those with 3 spiritual roots are likely to establish a solid foundation, whereas individuals with 4 or 5 spiritual roots are deemed to possess inferior roots, rendering the establishment of a foundation exceedingly difficult. After a brief respite, Gu Changxing enthusiastically resumed his focused endeavor of harvesting spiritual herbs. As time gradually passed, the resplendent sun began its descent towards the western horizon, perfectly poised atop the distant mountain peaks, casting a striking crimson glow that painted half the sky, creating a scene of breathtaking splendor. As evening approached, Gu Changxing reluctantly paused his work. Although he yearned to continue his harvesting, the steward of the medicinal garden had arrived, commencing the tally of the spiritual herbs collected by the miscellaneous disciples, ensuring that each disciple had diligently fulfilled their daily harvesting duties. Thus, with some reluctance, Gu Changxing concluded his labor. The medicinal garden in which he toiled was classified as a low-level garden, spanning approximately 100 acres and accommodating over 20 miscellaneous disciples. The steward of the garden, Yi Chun, was a core disciple with perfected qi refinement. The position of the garden steward is typically not permanent. The sect assigns inner disciples and core disciples to oversee the gardens. They generally remain in the medicinal garden for 1 to 2 months until their tasks are completed, after which they return to the inner sect's celestial peak for cultivation. As Gu Changxing understood, beyond the low-level gardens, there also exist intermediate and advanced gardens. The Flame Fire sect stands as a major institution of cultivation, boasting over 100,000 outer disciples and several thousand inner disciples. Consequently, the demand for spiritual herbs is substantial, leading to the establishment of numerous gardens. As of now, Gu Changxing remains unaware of the exact number of gardens within the Flame Fire sect. Chapter 2. Hoarding. There's no need for that. I believe they have their own legs, Fong Tingwan remarked with a slight tilt of her head, a smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Jiang Yanqing. You little vixen, just wait for me. Upon hearing this, the two individuals could no longer contain themselves. Yang Dehai's face turned ashen as he pointed an accusing finger at Fong Tingwan, cursing her. Fong Tingwan responded with a faint smile, conveying an air of indifference to their words. Recognizing that they could not gain the upper hand at that moment, the three exchanged resentful glances before muttering incomprehensible grievances and exiting the room. Only the two of them remained in the hospital room. Yang's mother had once expressed that her daughter was inherently timid and would struggle to assert herself, relying on others during critical moments. It seemed she had not anticipated her daughter's transformation. A glimmer of admiration appeared on Jiang Yanqing's face as he regarded her with newfound appreciation. Yet, Fong Tingwan lowered her gaze, her heart a tumult of emotions. There was no need to elaborate on feelings of failing her mother's expectations or lamenting her own naivety and timidity. The crux of the matter was that she, too, had come into her inheritance at the age of 25. If her mother had indeed foreseen such a scenario, why had she never encountered Jiang Yanqing in her past life? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, your mother had also stated that if you accepted Yang Dehai and Li Guizhi, even if their income fell short of the standard, they could still directly give you the inheritance to manage as you saw fit, including providing for your uncle and aunt. I overheard your sentiments outside and understood that you do not recognize them. Thus, it shall be handled in a formal manner. No wonder. Fong Tingwan suddenly recalled how exceptionally kind they had been to her at the age of 25, coaxing her into signing some documents, only to turn cold and indifferent afterward, leaving her with scant inheritance from her parents. So that was the reason. It seemed in her previous life, Jiang Yanqing had first encountered them, Yang Dehai and Li Guizhi, who had played both sides against her. Once more, she inwardly chastised her poor judgment and discerning character. If it is convenient for you, Miss Fong, you may accompany me today to the notary and collect the belongings your parents left you, Jiang Yanqing stated. Thank you, Lawyer Jiang. I appreciate your assistance in managing these affairs for our family. It is my duty. There is no need for gratitude. Room 32, please bring the lab results. Hey, where are the family members? A nurse called from outside. Just as Fong Tingwan was about to rise, Jiang Yanqing gently pressed her back down. I will go, he said, standing to leave the room. Fong Tingwan smiled faintly, finding his thoughtfulness commendable. Having resolved a significant issue, she decided to lie down and prepare for a much-needed rest. However, as she reached beneath the covers, she suddenly froze in place. What she grasped in her hand was a lustrous, radiant jade pendant. At the same time, she seemed to be immersed in another world, one that resembled a grand estate. The expansive front and back gardens were meticulously landscaped. The front garden featured a 20-square-meter black soil garden with a fountain, while the back garden boasted not only a recreational area but also an orchard, vegetable patch, grassy expanse, and a small fish pond measuring 5 square meters. The estate itself was replete with all the necessary amenities: bedrooms, a study, a game room, a recreation room, a living room, a reception area, an office, a kitchen and bathroom, a storage room, a butler's quarters, and a vault, even including a private cinema and a banquet hall suitable for hosting grand events. My goodness, Fong Tingwan mused, isn't this akin to the residence of medieval nobility? Yet, inside, it was almost devoid of furnishings, save for the most basic pieces, resembling an exquisite but lifeless model home. Furthermore, some rooms were locked, and only the kitchen, dining room, living room, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms on the first floor were accessible. It seemed that entry to the remaining rooms was conditional. Fong Tingwan stepped back outside, noting the ample space, and realized it was time to stock up. Soon, Jiang Yanqing entered, holding the test results. Fong Tingwan pondered for a moment. This revelation was somewhat difficult to digest. Perhaps it was best not to share it with him. Strangely, Mrs. Yang had mentioned that you suffered from congenital anemia, yet upon reviewing the test results again and again, Jiang Yanqing gazed at Fong Tingwan with a complex expression. You exhibit no abnormalities whatsoever. This is truly perplexing. Fong Tingwan was also taken aback for quite some time. Was she truly free of any afflictions? Could it be that rebirth could cure ailments? In that case, let us expedite our discharge. She immediately rose, eager to arrange for her release. No need to rush. You should rest. I'll handle it, Jiang Yanqing assured her, his reliable and efficient demeanor quickly facilitating her discharge process. Now, can I retrieve the belongings my parents left me? Fong Tingwan inquired. Yes, if you wish. You can go to the notary office today. Then let us hurry. Fong Tingwan exclaimed cheerfully, preparing to call for a car, but Jiang Yanqing, with a hint of resignation, pointed towards the hospital parking lot, indicating they could go together. The notary process proceeded smoothly, and soon, Fong Tingwan emerged with 5 property titles, 5 vehicle registrations, 10 high-value jewelry certificates, and a bank book boasting a 9-digit deposit. This sum would certainly sustain her through the challenging days ahead. Attorney Jiang, may I entrust you with a few more matters? Fong Tingwan considered thoughtfully. Certainly, what do you have in mind? Fong Tingwan handed him the 4 property titles, 4 car keys, and all the jewelry certificates. I would like to sell all of these, and I'll allocate 10% of the sale price as your commission. Jiang Yanqing appeared somewhat taken aback. These are your assets. You may handle them as you see fit. As for the commission, your mother settled all dues with me during her lifetime. I am merely fulfilling my obligations. I cannot accept this. I understand, but given the substantial amounts involved, I believe having a lawyer assist me would be beneficial. Can we consider this a new engagement? Jiang Yinqing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. To be frank, Ms. Yang has shown me great kindness, so if you have any requests, feel free to approach me as long as they are within the bounds of the law. That is all I needed to hear. Fang Tingwan replied with a radiant smile. Now I can prepare without reservation. Subsequently, Fang Tingwan sold all her possessions, except for the apartment where her family had lived and the vehicle they had used, converting the proceeds into cash. A portion of this money was deposited into her bank account for immediate expenses. The remainder, she and Jiang Yinqing exchanged for gold at various banks. Knowing that in the impending apocalypse, gold would become the universally acknowledged currency. The sum was considerable, and it took them several trips to complete the exchanges. Fang Tingwan stored all the gold in her spatial dimension, a discovery she had made that allowed her to place and retrieve items with mere thought. Otherwise, the sheer weight of the gold would have rendered her nearly incapacitated. Chapter 3. Coincidence. Though all of this belongs to you, and you have every right to manage it as you see fit, I cannot help but voice my concerns. Jiang Yinqing said, his expression a blend of complexity and contemplation. I understand your perspective, and I shall speak plainly. You may believe that liquidating such assets is unwise, as renting out the properties could yield significant income, but the future is unlike the past. I am genuinely considering my own future. Fang Tingwan gazed at Jiang Yinqing, letting out a soft sigh. Moreover, if you have any idle funds, I hope you might consider converting some into gold as well. Indeed, gold is a solid currency. I have managed to save some, and I believe it suffices. Jiang Yinqing's tone carried a hint of resignation. He felt it unnecessary. Nonetheless, he thought, it would be futile to argue now. Fang Tingwan smiled gently and refrained from further discussion. Where is your home? Allow me to drive you back, Jiang Yinqing offered. Upon receiving her address, he paused momentarily, then chuckled in resignation. It appears we are quite fated. When Jiang Yinqing parked his car in the lot beneath Fang Tingwan's residence and used his key to unlock the door to the adjacent apartment, Fang Tingwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Fate truly is a remarkable phenomenon. After bidding farewell, Fang Tingwan promptly began to compile a list upon returning home. Given the time constraints, she decided against rushing to the supermarket today, as fresh items might not be available. Instead, she resolved to start her shopping tomorrow. However, certain items, such as daily necessities and skincare products, could be ordered online where prices might be more favorable and selections broader. She could place orders for these items to be delivered the next day. For perishable goods like meat, eggs, dairy, seafood, and produce, she planned to visit the supermarket and market directly tomorrow. With determination, Fang Tingwan opened various online shopping platforms and delivery apps, promptly beginning to place her orders. In matters of sustenance and shelter, there is no cause for concern regarding her abode. She resides in a top-floor apartment with 2 units per staircase, within a building that is remarkably secure and robust, alleviating any fears about safety. Over the past 8 years, the security has been exemplary, with no incidents of vandalism or theft reported. Fang Tingwan has long harbored suspicions that this community might house significant figures, thus remaining impervious to the chaos outside, which she deems irrelevant to her existence. Regardless of the circumstances, this is ultimately fortuitous for her. In times of peril, when she lacks the means to alter the course of events, self-preservation becomes paramount. Who would lament having fewer troubles? If the weather continues its dreary pattern of incessant rain over the ensuing months, she need not venture outdoors, provided her vehicle remains operational. The next order of business is to address her clothing needs. Fang Tingwan opens a popular online marketplace and proceeds to order 10 sets of genuine cold-resistant apparel, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius. These ensembles are equipped with advanced heating technology, allowing for rapid warmth restoration within 5 minutes. And the batteries are rechargeable and durable, making them essential for future frigid spells. Subsequently, she browses several flagship stores for her preferred attire, ordering 500 sets of clothing for each season: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, as well as 500 sets of undergarments and sleepwear, as the duration of forthcoming calamities remains uncertain. She selects primarily simple, elegant, and durable designs, eschewing the pursuit of mere aesthetic appeal. Next, she visits her favorite shoe stores, ordering 1,000 pairs of comfortable and resilient athletic and casual shoes, in addition to 2,000 pairs of seasonal socks. The shopkeepers are delighted, even gifting her 10 pairs of the latest footwear styles, which Fang Tingwan graciously accepts. Aside from the cold-resistant garments and warm boots, She refrains from expedited shipping for the remaining clothing, relying on her prior knowledge that there is still a week left, ensuring timely delivery. Following this, she purchases everyday necessities and skincare products from her usual brands, procuring double the typical quantities for stockpiling. However, the next phase differs significantly. Fong Tingwan enthusiastically enters a frenzy of ordering from her go-to household brands. She orders a case of toilet paper containing 4 packs, each with 24 rolls, along with 500 packs of facial tissues, disposable bath towels, wet wipes, paper towels, and various sanitary products, each in quantities of 300 cases. While other items may be dispensable, the importance of toilet paper and sanitary pads becomes evident only in their necessity. These supplies could last a lifetime. She opts for expedited shipping on the toilet paper and sanitary pads, allowing the rest to arrive at a leisurely pace. Thereafter, she procures 500 cases each of toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, laundry detergent, a variety of cleaning agents, and personal hygiene products. Additionally, she acquires indoor air fresheners, air purifiers, and N95 masks. As the air is permeated with foul odors and pathogens following the torrential rains, necessitating thorough protective measures. Moreover, she procured 100 cleaning tools, including mops and other implements, in addition to 10 each of steam vacuums and robotic vacuums. Although she currently possessed a robotic cleaner, its longevity remained uncertain, and her lack of mechanical skills rendered repairs impossible. Thus, it was prudent to be prepared. For bedding and sofa covers, she acquired 50 sets each, ensuring ample replacements for future use without the worry of wear and tear. Essential appliances for laundry were also on her list. She purchased 5 units each of washer-dryer combos, dry cleaning machines, and electric irons. Given the extreme heat, which could soar above 50 degrees Celsius, it was necessary to install several upright and wall-mounted air conditioners. She ordered 100 humidifiers, alongside 10 of both frost-free double-door refrigerators and freezers. The thought of lounging on the sofa, enjoying a chilled beverage in the cool air, was simply irresistible, prompting her to order more without hesitation. Anticipating fewer outings and the unlikelihood of takeout, she recognized the necessity of culinary supplies. 5 range hoods would suffice, along with 20 pieces each of various cookware, stoves, electric kettles, water purifiers, water heaters, and drinking fountains. Rubbing her eyes and taking a brief respite, she noted the multitude of items still unpurchased, particularly those for coping with frigid weather. She was determined never to endure the discomfort of huddling with others for warmth again. Shaking off her slightly numb hands, she re-engaged in her shopping endeavors. A large box of heating pads contained 60 units, each with 60 pieces, making this affordable warmth solution an obvious choice for 100 boxes. She also ordered 50 each of hand warmers, hot water bags, heated blankets, electric blankets, thermal clothing, space heaters, and other life-preserving gadgets. The rest consisted of various practical home essentials. She deemed excessive storage unnecessary, as the spacious design would automatically categorize and organize the contents placed within. Additionally, she resolved to stock up on some hair accessories and clippers. Furthermore, she acquired 50 sets of comprehensive toolkits, which included a plethora of essential hardware tools, along with complementary replacement drill bits and screws from a reputable vendor. Chapter 4. The Prodigal Opening an Outdoor Survival Shop. She recognized the importance of essential survival gear. Climbing tools, signal mirrors, whistles, and outdoor survival knives were indispensable. In the wake of natural disasters, societal order disintegrates, and violence becomes commonplace. While bulletproof vests were prohibited for sale, she managed to procure 10 sets of soft, stab-resistant vests from a reputable flagship store, which could at least withstand ordinary blades, significantly reducing her risk. She also deemed it necessary to acquire self-defense knives, planning to visit the store tomorrow for higher quality selections. To occupy her time, she bought 5 units each of televisions, laptops, and desktop computers. Most importantly, she realized the necessity of storage hard drives, anticipating future nationwide internet outages. After extensive browsing, she decided on a particular brand with a capacity of 200, acknowledging the high price but recognizing its essential role in her future life. Without hesitation, she finalized her purchase. In the end, the merchant generously bestowed upon her video and music memberships accessible across the internet, allowing her to download all highly rated television dramas, animated series, documentaries, films, along with an array of music and single-player games, thereby sparing her the considerable time required for extensive downloads, an undeniable boon. Subsequently, She navigated to specialized stores such as Paradise and Universal, procuring gaming consoles like the PlayStation and Xbox, along with a variety of console games. She also ordered several brands of brushes and artisanal toys, placing an order for 50 sets of watercolors, colored pencils, oil pastels, building block games, and telescopes, among other items. Should she find herself with idle time in the future, these acquisitions, along with a few hobbies, would certainly occupy her hours. Upon clearing her shopping cart, her account balance plummeted by over $6 million. Notably, many transactions were negotiated directly with manufacturers, who often sold to her at prices below the market rate. With her online shopping largely concluded, the merchants she ordered from began communicating with her to discuss inventory management, shipping addresses, and pricing concerns. She resolutely decided against having items shipped directly to her home, as it would attract undue attention, and her address must remain undisclosed to avert future risks. Fortunately, she had previously secured a vacant warehouse in the suburbs for such purposes. After responding to each inquiry, she exited the shopping application. Next, she retrieved her laptop, phone, and tablet, embarking on a fervent downloading spree of various novels, audio dramas, preferred videos, maps, recipes, guides on planting and breeding, artistic tutorials, and life hacks, anything available for download, utilizing several hard drives and disks in the process. By the time she accomplished this, it was already late into the night. Fong Tingwan stretched languidly before sinking into bed, ready to rest, for tomorrow promised a busy agenda. The following morning, she awoke early, quickly tidied herself without attending to other matters, and drove to the supermarket and market she frequented. It was time to prepare for her sustenance. Fong Tingwan first visited the supermarket, heading straight to the storage area. Her initial focus was on drinking water. She managed to acquire nearly all the freshest bottled water, mineral water, and purified water available, amassing a total of 3,500 cases across several large supermarkets, still contemplating alternative solutions. As the ongoing torrential rains severely impacted water resources, rendering tap water unreliable. Next, she turned her attention to food items exclusive to the supermarket. She procured 1,000 pounds of rice, 1,000 bags of 50-pound flour, 200 bags of cake flour for baking, 2,000 bags of cornstarch, 1,000 pounds of millet, and 500 pounds each of various grains. She refrained from over-purchasing grains, as there was ample space for cultivation, making excessive stocking unnecessary. In the refrigerated section, she gathered 100 cases of milk, 100 cases of yogurt, along with 1,000 bags of culture powder for homemade yogurt, and 500 portions of cheese slices and blocks. Coca-Cola, Sprite, fruit juices, and soda waters intermingle with an array of alcoholic beverages, including white wine, brandy, tequila, whiskey, vodka, rum, and gin. These spirits can later be blended into a multitude of flavors, and she has acquired 100 cases of various fruit wines and rice wines. She has also procured an extensive assortment of hot pot meatballs, beef, lamb, and chicken rolls, along with hot pot bases, soup stocks, and frozen dumplings and tangyuan. Not to mention 500 portions of premium imported Wagyu beef, which she may not even indulge in. Additionally, she has amassed 500 cases of assorted instant foods, canned fruits, canned meats, and snacks. A comprehensive collection of seasonings, salt, cooking oils, sauces, yellow rock sugar, and dessert ingredients such as jelly powder and gelatin sheets has also been acquired, each totaling 500 cases. Most crucially, she has stocked 200 extra cases of salt. Anticipating future scarcity, the absence of salt over time can lead to a decline in various bodily functions. Her fondness for tea necessitates a variety of choices for relaxation and beverage crafting. Thus, she has gathered 100 cases each of red tea, green tea, black tea, white tea, yellow tea, oolong tea, and floral teas. In the diningware section, she has purchased 500 sets of various utensils and glassware, each uniquely shaped, exuding a serene clarity that is soothing to the soul. She traversed several supermarkets to gather all these items, discreetly placing them into her personal space. It was by serendipity that she discovered her space allows for both mental retrieval and storage of items. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to transport them. With her supermarket shopping nearly complete, she promptly drove to the suburban farmers market, seeking seafood and produce. Without question, she has procured an extensive variety of vegetables and fruits, as well as a comprehensive selection of pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and eggs. All perishable goods have been placed in a preservation zone where time stands still. Whatever is stored therein remains unchanged and eternally fresh. The remaining meats, including pork, beef, and lamb, ribs, vertebrae, and belly cuts, were meticulously sorted, while chicken was divided into breast, leg, and frame portions. Fish were processed into halves, with some kept whole and others cut into chunks. Aside from a small portion set aside for refrigeration, the rest was stored within her space. She also acquired 500 pounds of spices such as Sichuan pepper, star anise, dried chilies, scallions, ginger, and garlic, coordinating with the vendors to ensure delivery to her warehouse the following day. Upon departing the farmer's market, she made her way directly to the seafood market, where the long-forgotten scent of the ocean greeted her. It had been far too long since she savored the taste of seafood, and her mind eagerly anticipated the evening's feast. The plump hairy crabs, brimming with roe, clamored to escape their confines, while the vibrant red river shrimp beckoned alongside hefty Australian lobsters and king crab legs weighing 4 to 5 pounds each. She sought only the freshest seafood, acquiring 500 specimens of various fish and shrimp, evenly split between males and females, along with 100 each of king crabs and Australian lobsters, and 500 pounds of shellfish. In the end, the fish vendor gifted her 3 second-hand, oversized fish tanks and assorted equipment, remnants from a friend's career change, an unexpected stroke of luck. The proprietor enthusiastically imparted a wealth of essential knowledge regarding the upkeep of these seafood delicacies, ultimately gifting her some seaweed. Only by maintaining the ecological balance of the aquarium can one ensure the survival of the fish. In Chapter 5, amidst the diverse array of tasks, Fong Tingwan advised the owner to stockpile provisions, though she could not ascertain whether he took her counsel to heart. These supplies were transported alongside seawater to a warehouse on the outskirts, enabling her to enjoy freshly caught seafood at any moment, with larger fish giving rise to smaller ones, thus eliminating any fear of depletion. Subsequently, she ventured to a farmer's market, procuring 100 chicks, ducklings, and goslings of both genders, 50 head of cattle from Inner Mongolia, of various breeds, 100 sheep of different varieties, and 50 piglets, both male and female. Additionally, she acquired 10 dairy cows, all of which would thrive on a vast expanse of fertile grassland within her space. 200 varieties of freshwater fish fry were released into the pond in her backyard for cultivation. Furthermore, she gathered seeds and feed, including a multitude of vegetable and fruit seeds, grain seeds, fruit tree saplings, as well as animal and fish feed, alongside various medicinal herb seeds. She even purchased a copious amount of fertilizers, pesticides, spray bottles, hose, and shovels for her agricultural endeavors. Regardless of how much she stored, there would inevitably come a day when her supplies would be exhausted. Thus, ensuring sustainability was paramount. After a full day of bustling about, she had nearly completed her market visits. Once she confirmed the delivery address and settled the deposit, she awaited the arrival of her goods. Upon her return home, she found that the items she had ordered online had also arrived, with an urgent notification that all her expedited items were waiting for her at the suburban warehouse, prompting her to rush there immediately. Upon reaching the warehouse entrance, she was nearly struck dumb by the sight, a mountain of 1,000 boxes, along with cold-resistant clothing and thermal boots, towered outside, while the delivery personnel and staff wore expressions of distress. Passers-by could not help but gawk, their heads turning in astonishment. "Apologies, apologies," Fong Tingwan exclaimed as she hurried over, eager to collect her goods. She offered her sincere apologies to everyone before distributing generous red envelopes to each individual. Unable to contain his curiosity, a delivery driver finally inquired, "Are you opening a store?" "Yes, indeed," Fong Tingwan fibbed. She promptly ushered everyone away, cautiously transferring her items into her space, as doing so in plain view would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention. Subsequently, she rewarded everyone with even more red envelopes, assuring them that her future shipments would be more plentiful and expressing her gratitude for their assistance. By the time she finished her tasks, night had fallen. After securing the warehouse, she drove home. The sweltering heat had persisted for over 10 days, with not a drop of rain in sight. Online, some individuals had even attempted to bury raw eggs in the soil to see if they could be cooked through heat. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the next downpour, and Fong Tingwan knew that the tempest was not far off. As she turned on the air conditioner, the room settled into a comfortable 26 degrees. She retrieved the 4 large hairy crabs she had brought home, washed them thoroughly, and placed them directly into a pot for steaming them for 15 minutes. Overcooking would render the meat tough and compromise its flavor. Immediately afterward, she began to prepare the dipping sauce, for the essence lay within this concoction. The succulent crab meat, dipped into the sauce, was a perfect delight. After finishing dinner, Fong Tingwan placed the dishes into the dishwasher and planned her tasks for the following day. Once completed, she retired early for the night. At the break of dawn, she awoke, eager to visit a nearby mountainous area known for its exceptionally pure spring water. Perhaps due to the geological structure, the water there mineralizes easily, making it a renowned attraction. Most visitors come to collect this spring water. And that was her objective for the day. The weather was sweltering, and there were hardly any tourists at the site, which suited Fong Tingwan perfectly. She purchased tickets for a small boat and, upon reaching the deeper waters, eagerly extended her fingers to draw the water into her space. The river was vast, and the water level did not visibly diminish, going unnoticed amid the heat and dryness. Fong Tingwan unabashedly drew water, filling her reservoir completely after 2 hours of effort, and promptly set off in her boat. As she departed, the park administrator regarded her with an expression of disbelief, perhaps thinking that only someone with a peculiar disposition would choose to row a boat on such a hot day. Ignoring the administrator's skeptical gaze, she inquired, "Sir, I am considering investing in a water-based project. Do you know where I can acquire tools such as jet skis?" The administrator suddenly understood, realizing her unusual presence was for reconnaissance. "I am familiar with water projects. My cousin is the owner here, and he sells such items. Let me make a call, and I can take you there." The shop was just a few minutes' drive from the attraction. After introductions, she bought 10 jet skis, 10 hovercrafts, 10 inflatable boats, 10 speedboats, along with 200 sets of swimming rings, swimsuits, oxygen tanks, life jackets, and various rain gear. These purchases were primarily for the impending torrential rain. As travel by car or on foot would be impossible, the water could rise as high as 2 stories. Such items were essential for mobility. After settling the deposit and confirming the address, Fong Tingwan drove directly to the building materials market. She intended to reinforce her door further. Although the security in her previous residence had been quite good, it was prudent to be cautious. She decided to install the highest grade of intelligent anti-burglary armored door, equipped with real-time monitoring to detect any outside occurrences. Additionally, a second layer of fortified protective door would be installed, resistant to blunt instruments, firearms, and drills. And all glass would be replaced with military-grade shatterproof material. After contemplating further, she resolved to install a stainless steel door with spikes in the hallway, completely isolating her floor. Residing on the top floor with 2 households per staircase, she planned to discuss this with lawyer Jiang upon her return. The total expenditure for these enhancements amounted to 400,000, with installation scheduled for the following day. Spending money with the ease of flowing water, accounting for all previous expenditures, nearly 20 million has been spent. Although there is a tinge of regret, the sight of abundant supplies brings a profound sense of security. After a casual bowl of noodles for lunch, she sets off again, her next destination being of utmost importance, and it is a necessity for which she has stockpiled many goods. Electricity. In the event of torrential rain, the national power grid is often compromised, rendering all electrical items obsolete. Hence, her immediate task is to procure electricity in bulk. She resolutely purchased 3 large diesel generators, each with a capacity of 30,000 kilowatts. Though they are not needed at home, she feels they will prove useful in the future. Additionally, she acquired 5 silent diesel generators of 30 kilowatts, 10 generators of 10 kilowatts, and 20 of 8 kilowatts. She also ordered 20 solar panels and water-powered generators, concluding her purchases with 20 powerful waterproof flashlights, confirming the delivery address before paying the deposit. Once the bustling transactions were complete, she finally exhaled with relief. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something had been overlooked. Her train of thought was interrupted by a delivery call, prompting her to drive home first. Several trucks were lined up in sequence at the warehouse entrance, and the courier from yesterday delivered the remaining online purchases. A few individuals were discussing what Fong Tingwan was up to, given the multitude of goods she had acquired, including livestock. The delivery driver remarked on the eclectic nature of her shop's offerings. In a half-joking manner, Fong Tingwan replied, "Oh, just selling a few items to earn some profit. It's probably just a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur indulging whims." After unloading the goods, she handed out bottles of water and shared a pack of cigarettes. Once the courier and driver departed, she began organizing her shelves, stowing everything away in her space. Upon returning home, fatigue washed over her from the relentless pace of the past few days. Exhausted and unwilling to lift a finger, she decided to treat herself to a takeout meal, after which she fell directly into a deep slumber. In the following days, she planned to tidy up her space and assess what additional items were needed. Upon entering her space, Fong Tingwan was momentarily taken aback. The poultry she had stored had made quite a mess, leaving droppings throughout the yard, and the slightly larger ducklings and goslings had ventured into the fish pond, feasting on her young fish. The cattle, sheep, and pigs were equally boisterous, frolicking joyfully on the grass, indicating that erecting a fence was indeed necessary. With no immediate solution, she spent an hour and a half capturing the poultry and livestock. The ducks were placed in boxes, and the livestock were tethered to tree trunks beside the villa, awaiting her return with lumber to construct proper enclosures. The filtration system for the marine tank had been efficiently set up by the fishery owner. It was robust, filled with lively seafood. Once she plugged it in, it would merely require her to change the water periodically. Lastly, she planted the fruit saplings in the yard. Just as she finished watering them, she was abruptly ejected from the space, causing her to drop the watering can as she stumbled. She had been expelled from the space. This indicated that there was indeed a time constraint, and one could not dwell indefinitely within it. To validate her thoughts, Fong Tingwan attempted once more. Yet she could not enter. However, the space remained visible to her, and she could access items within it, albeit her physical form could not penetrate. Upon checking the time, it had been precisely 2 hours. That was satisfactory. In case of an emergency, she could still seek refuge for a while. Recalling the matter of installing a door in the corridor, Fong Tingwan donned her coat and proceeded to knock on Jiang Yinqing's door across the hall. The door swung open, revealing Jiang Yinqing's austere visage. "Miss Fong, is there something you require?" he inquired. Fong Tingwan responded directly, "Lawyer Jiang. I wish to install a steel door at the stairwell and would like to consult your opinion." Jiang Yinqing regarded her for a moment, contemplating, before nodding. "I have no objections." Fong Tingwan smiled. "In that case, I shall rest easy. Once it is installed, I will provide you with a key. But I must ask that you refrain from allowing strangers entry, if that is agreeable." "That is not a problem," he replied unexpectedly readily. With that, Fong Tingwan felt reassured. The installation of the door would undoubtedly benefit him as well. She arranged for the materials to be delivered and installed in the afternoon. "Lawyer Jiang, the weather report forecasts an unusual downpour in the coming days. I suggest you stock up on provisions, as stores may not operate during consecutive days of heavy rain." Jiang Yinqing regarded her with a meaningful glance. "Have you been purchasing these items due to the weather forecast predicting significant rainfall? Are you perhaps overly anxious?" Fong Tingwan understood his incredulity. After all, he was unaware that this was a calamity capable of devastating the world. She could not disclose that an apocalypse was looming, lest he suggest she seek psychiatric help. Regardless, it would not hurt to stock up, would it? "Thank you for the reminder. I shall procure some supplies shortly." With that, Jiang Yinqing closed the door and returned to his abode. Fong Tingwan shook her head and made her way back home. However, moments later, the door reopened. Fong Tingwan, laden with several large bags filled with an assortment of vegetables, prepared meals, rice, and meat, stood at the threshold. Ultimately, she could not disregard everything. Without his assistance, she would not have been able to afford such a bounty of supplies, thus repaying a personal favor. She placed the items at Jiang Yinqing's doorstep before heading back. While en route to the building materials market, Fong Tingwan used the business card provided by the owner to order another batch of goods, primarily timber and materials for constructing barns for cattle, sheep, and pigs. Given her lack of expertise in complex tasks, she opted for easily assembled stainless steel frames and barriers, with a tarp for roofing. This method proved to be sturdy and convenient for disassembly. After concluding her phone call, Fong Tingwan continued her endeavors, retrieving the water storage barrels she had purchased from her space. She connected the faucet to a hose and placed it into the barrel, turning on the tap to fill it. She then took out vegetables and fresh meat from the refrigerator, immersing herself in preparation, kneading and fermenting dough, marinating and stewing meat, washing rice, steaming and boiling it. Once the meat and rice were cooking, the dough had risen perfectly. She placed bread and cake into the oven, while oil cakes, savory pancakes, scallion pancakes, steamed buns, flour rolls, and soup dumplings were set into the steamer. Finally, she began washing and stir-frying the vegetables: kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised eggplant, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried pig liver, broccoli, spicy tofu skin, and dry-fried green beans, boiled fish, spicy hot pot, boiled sliced meat, sauerkraut fish, cumin lamb, beef, and sweet and sour fish, meatball soup, seaweed and egg flour soup, mushroom soup, lamb and radish soup, old duck vermicelli soup. Once prepared, all these dishes were placed in preservation boxes and stored away, allowing for easy access whenever hunger beckoned. The robust flavors of these meals were bound to linger in the minds of others. Just after completing the cooking, the garbage had yet to be disposed of when the installer for the doors and windows arrived. Hello, are you here to install the doors and windows? Indeed. Please install them in the most secure manner. I can pay extra for the installation fee. Rest assured, our craftsmanship has been honed over more than a decade. I have installed over half of the doors and windows in this community. I would advise against installing a door in the hallway since your door is of sufficient quality. Recently, there have been several thefts, and as I live alone, I am quite uneasy. The payment is assured. You need only proceed with the installation. This installation is unique to the top floor. Once she communicates with the neighbors, she will likely disregard any other concerns. As for whether it is an illegal structure, by the time the property management notices, they may not have the capacity to address it. Indeed, the experienced craftsman worked promptly, completing the installation of 3 doors in the hallway and at the entrance, along with shatterproof glass, in just 3 hours. I provided an additional 2,000 yuan for the installation fee. Observing the fortified residence, my anxiety began to dissipate. After placing all the cookware into the dishwasher, Fong Tingwan stepped out to dispose of the garbage, conveniently delivering the hallway key to her neighbor. She knocked several times but received no response, likely because they had not yet returned from work. After discarding the trash, she made her way directly to the courier point. The past few days had been consumed with receiving parcels and shopping. She had opted to have smaller items delivered directly to her home. The bustling courier point downstairs was always busy, and no one paid her any mind. Fong Tingwan meticulously arranged all her belongings. Aside from the main bedroom she had designated for herself, the other rooms in her space were brimming with the items she had prepared. As she admired the collection, she was suddenly called out to, "Miss Fong, let me take you back. It must be inconvenient for you to carry those parcels." It was Jiang Yinjin. Fong Tingwan accepted without hesitation, opening the car door and taking a seat. "Thank you. By the way, the door in the hallway has been installed. Here is the key." Jiang Yinjin received the key and cast a knowing glance at Fong Tingwan. She chose to disregard his scrutiny and noticed the shopping bags in the passenger seat. Chapter 7. An early arrival passing by the mall. "I picked up a few essentials," Jiang Yinjin remarked, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. Though he felt she was perhaps overly anxious, he inexplicably adhered to her suggestion. Together, they lifted a large stack of parcels. And upon seeing the imposing iron door in the hallway, Jiang Yinjin appeared visibly astonished. Considering her recent behavior, stockpiling goods and changing doors, he surmised she must be someone who lacked a sense of security. Each returned to their own homes. Upon returning home, Fong Tingwan reflected on her purchases and preparations. Everything necessary had been attended to. As long as she refrained from any association with her uncle's parasitic family, she could lead a tranquil life for the next 3 to 5 years without issue. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she frowned. She promptly ended the call, but the same number rang again shortly thereafter. Rolling her eyes, she answered, "What do you want? Why are you ignoring me, Wanwan?" Came a somewhat irritating voice from the other end. Fong Tingwan could easily envision the smirking, sycophantic demeanor of the caller. "Why should I care about you? Do we have any connection?" She replied coldly. "Why so distant?" "If you wish, we could have a connection," the voice responded cheerfully. "Is there something you need? Can't I call you without a reason?" "I miss you," he said. Fong Tingwan hung up the phone and promptly blocked the number labeled as Xia Jinyu. Xia Jinyu was her university classmate, and over their 7 years of study, he had persistently pursued her. While he was decent-looking, he always carried himself like a spoiled rich kid, carefree, frivolous, clingy, and exasperating, as if he were merely playing a game. Fong Tingwan found him utterly tiresome, yet, considering he had never crossed any serious boundaries, she had not been entirely heartless towards him. After the calamities of her past life, she had not heard from him again. Given his family's considerable wealth, he was likely living comfortably. At this point, it was preferable to minimize her entanglements with others. Just as she blocked Xia Jinyu, a stranger's number appeared on her phone. "Are you calling me from a new number? I swear, if you call again, I'll block you once more." Fong Tingwan said, genuinely irritated, as she answered the call. You are Fong Tingwan, correct? A rough, unfamiliar voice inquired from the other end. What is it? Fong Tingwan quickly regained her composure and asked cautiously. You know Yang Dahai, don't you? I do not, she replied, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Why were all these bothersome calls coming today? Just as she was about to hang up, she heard the voice on the other end shout. Did you hear that? Yang Dahai? She claims not to know you. What followed was a chorus of desperate cries and Yang Dahai's frantic pleas. Don't hang up. Awan, it's your uncle. Please, Awan, help your uncle, your aunt, and your cousin. Your cousin is so young. She can't fall into the hands of those people. Little lady, I believe you know Yang Dahai, but are reluctant to engage. Let me be clear. Yang Dahai owes us money, and he used his daughter's information as collateral. Since he cannot repay the debt, his daughter will have to serve as repayment. You can choose to help them settle the debt, or if you prefer, consider this call as if I never made it. Monsters, don't touch me, came the terrified scream of Yang Wenjing from the other end. Fong Tingwan frowned. How could Yang Dahai be so shameless and inhumane as to use his daughter as collateral? However, Fong Tingwan had no intention of becoming a benevolent savior. She bluntly declared that this matter was none of her concern and promptly hung up the phone. How had they treated her in her previous life? That Yang Wenjing, who appeared to be a demure girl in public, yet acted like a spoiled princess behind closed doors, constantly made things difficult for her. Not to mention often inciting Yang Dahai and his wife to berate and beat her. When Fong Tingwan was exploited by that group of brutes, trading her body for sustenance. Did Yang Wenjing offer her assistance? Not only did she refuse to help, but it was also Yang Wenjing who had suggested this very method of assistance. Fong Tingwan was no saint. Returning kindness for malice depended on the nature of the grievance, and she simply could not bring herself to help her. Before going to bed, Fong Tingwan filled every container she could find in the house with water and charged all her power banks, preparing for any eventuality. Although she had ample water stored, and even had access to the internet and electricity for cooking in her space, it was wise to be prepared, as the limited space and time could raise suspicions. Having accomplished all this, she lay down and soon drifted into a deep, sweet slumber. Yet, in her dreams, she seemed to hear the sounds of thunder and rain, accompanied by fierce flashes of lightning and a tempest that threatened to obliterate everything on the ground. It was not until the patter of raindrops jolted her awake that she realized it was not a dream. The storm had arrived, but according to the original timeline, wasn't it supposed to come the day after tomorrow? With little time to ponder, Fong Tingwan quickly got up and hurriedly closed the windows of several rooms. The torrential rain pounded against the glass, and even in the areas she reached slightly later, water had already begun to accumulate on the floor. The rain was indeed heavy. As Fong Tingwan peered outside, she could only see a thick mist. She clicked her tongue in dismay and swiftly grabbed a mop to clean up the water in several spots. Just as she was about to return to listen to a radio drama and fall asleep, a knock echoed from the door. Who could it be? Fong Tingwan wondered, perplexed that someone would visit at such a late hour in such weather. It's me, Jiang Yanqing. A familiar voice sounded from outside. Fong Tingwan hurried to the door and, indeed, found Jiang Yanqing standing there in his pajamas and an overcoat. I've seen many people in the group mention that the rain is exceptionally heavy and that many places have flooded, Jiang Yanqing said quickly, visibly relieved when she opened the door. Is everything all right at your place? Fong Tingwan inquired. Everything is fine. I've secured all the doors and windows. Let us see how things are tomorrow. I'm grateful for your reminder to stock up on essentials, and thank you for the items you provided. Jiang Yanqing finally revealed a smile. It was nothing, he nodded in response, but suddenly, both found themselves at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Fong Tingwan was about to bid him farewell when Jiang Yanqing tentatively asked, would it be convenient for me to come in? Noticing his hesitance, Fong Tingwan stepped aside. However, Jiang Yanqing did not anticipate that upon entering her home, he would have to traverse 2 additional security doors, each distinctly designed. Fong Tingwan's dwelling left Jiang Yanqing somewhat bewildered. Fong Tingwan, though slightly delayed, spoke with an air of calm. I live alone. One must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 8. Preparedness for the unforeseen. Yet this was not entirely true. In the wake of the apocalypse, everyone was engulfed in a sense of dread. A seemingly inconspicuous piece of candy could incite those who had once thrived in modern civilization to behave like ravenous beasts. During such times, robbery and violence became commonplace. Survival eclipsed the so-called morality. If one was left exposed and hungry, how could one maintain their original intentions? Indeed, it was a prudent form of preparedness. Jiang Yinqing found himself at a rare loss for words. By the way, Lawyer Jiang, you came to see me because of your uncle, he stated, having assessed her room since entering. Jiang Yinqing regained his composure and produced a document. He has filed a lawsuit against you. He claims that your mother's inheritance was unevenly divided and is demanding support for you, as well as for your grandparents. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder resonated, followed closely by a flash of lightning. Fong Tingwan's room remained unlit, enveloped in a heavy darkness. Ominous clouds loomed at the window, and torrential rain cascaded down, threatening to engulf the entire world. Jiang Yinqing discreetly shifted a step closer to Fong Tingwan. Noticing this subtle movement, Fong Tingwan remarked with surprise, "Lawyer Jiang, are you afraid of thunder?" As the sky darkened further, Jiang Yinqing concealed a fleeting embarrassment in his gaze and cleared his throat, responding with composed assurance, "No, I am merely here to deliver the documents." He spoke of Yang Dehai's actions in the most tranquil manner, while Fong Tingwan, glancing outside at the tempest, scoffed lightly. Taking the document from Jiang Yinqing, she tore it swiftly and tossed the crumpled remains into the trash can. "Let him sue me, then. After all, the issues we are about to face cannot be resolved with money." Seeing her nonchalance, Jiang Yinqing couldn't help but scrutinize her further, cautioning, "I had my people investigate. Yang Dehai is preparing more than just legal measures. That is understandable. After all, he would leverage his own daughter to settle debts. What does my being his niece matter?" Fong Tingwan shrugged indifferently, yet added, "Thank you for your reminder." With an air of tranquility, she maintained her composure, while Jiang Yinqing frowned and insisted, "You should still exercise some caution." "Very well," Fong Tingwan replied readily. With the warning duly noted, Jiang Yinqing refrained from lingering longer, engaging in a few pleasantries before looking at Fong Tingwan with an expression of hesitation. "Fong Tingwan, do you have any further questions?" After a moment of mental fortification, Jiang Yinqing finally inquired, "May I ask if you have a flashlight at home?" At this, Fong Tingwan realized the true purpose of Jiang Yinqing's visit. Amused, she nodded and asked, "So, are you genuinely afraid of thunder?" The embarrassment in Jiang Yinqing's eyes deepened. He remained silent, and Fong Tingwan did not press further. Instead, she fetched a flashlight, one she had specifically purchased, an imported camping model capable of providing illumination for 5 days without electricity. After testing the flashlight, Jiang Yinqing was about to express his gratitude and leave when a thunderous roar erupted outside. His hand, which was poised to turn off the flashlight, trembled slightly, revealing his fears starkly to Fong Tingwan. The brightness of the flashlight illuminated his pale face. "Jiang Lawyer, that thunder seems quite frightening," Fong Tingwan observed, unable to suppress a smile. Noticing her expression, Jiang Yinqing dropped his pretense. Once the thunder subsided considerably, he reluctantly explained, "I experienced some unexpected incidents in my childhood, which made me particularly sensitive to such noises. I hadn't anticipated this torrential downpour would arrive so suddenly. My phone is dead, and there's no electricity at home, leaving me unable to drown out the thunder with music. Thus, I sought your assistance." As the nearly 188-meter tall man requested help, a protective instinct naturally arose within Fong Tingwan. "I happen to have downloaded a few movies on my tablet. Why not have Jiang Lawyer stay and watch a movie with me?" Jiang Yinqing hesitated for merely a few seconds before acquiescing. As the film commenced, Jiang Yinqing watched with utmost concentration to escape the disturbances of thunder, while Fong Tingwan's attention drifted elsewhere. She gazed out the window at the pouring rain, watching the dense droplets leap like a water net upon hitting the ground. She understood that this was merely the prelude to the apocalypse, an impending doom. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Fong Tingwan approached the window, her expression suddenly shifting to one of disbelief as she rubbed her eyes. The darkened horizon had been unexpectedly engulfed by yellow sand. One half of the sky transformed into a swirling storm of dust, while the other half was dominated by ominous black clouds pouring heavy rain. Sandstorm, simultaneously occurring with a downpour? Fong Tingwan was taken aback. Did such a phenomenon exist in her past life? The current world appeared to diverge entirely from her memories, and the situation seemed markedly worse. Jiang Yinqing stood up at some point, frowning as he joined Fong Tingwan, remarking, "It seems that humanity's rampant development and excessive exploitation of nature have led to such severe weather." Fong Tingwan smiled faintly but remained silent. Suddenly, a child's cry echoed from downstairs, piercingly faint. Had one not listened closely, It could easily be mistaken for the sound of rain. Duo Duo? Fong Tingwan snapped back to reality. Duo Duo was the child living below her, hailing from a once prosperous family that had been shattered by her father's gambling addiction, which destroyed their warm and harmonious home. But why was Duo Duo crying so desperately at this late hour, calling for her mother? After a while, the cries persisted, and after a moment's hesitation, Fong Tingwan opened her room door, only to spot Duo Duo on the stairs. Duo Duo, why are you here alone? In her previous life, Duo Duo had always enjoyed playing with Fong Tingwan. Upon seeing her, Duo Duo rushed over, clinging tightly to her waist, wailing, "Mama, Mama is gone. Duo Duo can't find Mama, and Daddy is gone too." Her cries were heart-wrenching, causing Fong Tingwan's eardrums to ache from the intensity. After soothing her for quite some time, Fong Tingwan temporarily brought Duo Duo back to her home. After pouring her a cup of warm water, she gently patted Duo Duo's back to help her catch her breath. After a while of sobbing, Duo Duo finally ceased her tears and began to recount the events of the day. It turned out that while she was asleep, she overheard her parents arguing. Curious, she attempted to go outside, but her father brought her a cup of water, urging her to drink and go back to sleep, advising her not to concern herself with adult matters. Thus, she fell asleep. Upon waking, Duo Duo discovered that her mother was nowhere to be found, leading her to cry again. Fong Tingwan, in a flurry of activity, attempted to console her, while Jiang Yinqing, with keen observation, noticed a string of keys hanging around Duo Duo's neck and inquired, "Duo Duo, are these your house keys?" Duo Duo nodded in affirmation. Chapter 9. An unsettled heart after exchanging glances. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing briefly conferred and decided to take Duo Duo home to await her parents' return. Although Duo Duo appeared quite familiar with Fong Tingwan, the unfamiliar environment, coupled with the rather fortress-like state of her home, was indeed not suitable for a 5-year-old child. Ultimately, Fong Tingwan led Duo Duo back to her residence. Upon returning, Fong Tingwan was struck by a pungent smell of blood, strong and overwhelming, yet Duo Duo seemed oblivious to it. As she dashed to her own sofa and beckoned Fong Tingwan to join her. "Sister Fong, come sit here and keep Duo Duo company while I draw," she implored, her eyes wide with innocence. After a moment of hesitation, Fong Tingwan chose to survey her surroundings. Noticing that the house was exceptionally clean and finding no overt abnormalities, a vague sense of unease settled in her heart. "Lawyer Jiang, do you smell anything unusual?" she asked. Jiang Yinqing nodded in acknowledgement, affirming that there was indeed a scent. They exchanged glances, yet neither spoke further, ultimately choosing to sit beside Duo Duo and accompany her in her drawing. Perhaps it was due to her past encounters with the darker sides of human nature that Fong Tingwan found her thoughts spiraling. Just then, her phone buzzed incessantly with messages from a university group chat, filled with urgent pleas for help. "The rain has caused a power outage here, and the low-lying area is flooded up to the first floor. Is there any kind-hearted person who could bring us some food? We have nothing to eat. Help needed, please. I just gave birth, and we're out of milk. Could someone please send us some?" Messages like these flooded in, and after glancing through them, Fong Tingwan realized that the classmates in need were not close by, so she remained silent, quietly observing the messages until a friend request popped up. It was from Xia Jinyu. The request bore a note, "It's raining, and I miss you." Upon reading this, Fong Tingwan decisively opted to block and delete the request, along with all related notifications. Yet, as she sat on the sofa watching television, she felt as though she might retch from the discomfort. How utterly irritating. To her surprise, Xia Jinyu created a new account and sent another request. "Do you have any food?" As Fong Tingwan was about to delete and block once more, another request popped up. "I haven't. Could you send me some?" Fong Tingwan pondered. What an extraordinary carbon-based life form this was. Even if she were to give him a grain of flour, it would be considered a defeat on her part. Meanwhile, Duo Duo had unknowingly fallen asleep while watching her drawings, with tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, appearing quite pitiful. After covering her with a blanket, Fong Tingwan glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the evening, and Duo Duo's parents had yet to return. Leaving a 5-year-old child alone at home was hardly normal. "What should we do now?" Jiang Yinqing inquired. "Let's take her to my house first, and I'll leave a note at Duo Duo's door. This way, when her parents return, they won't be anxious." Fong Tingwan replied, bending down to lift Duo Duo into her arms, while Jiang Yinqing searched for paper and a pen to leave a note on the door. Suddenly, a loud banging on the door startled Duo Duo, who had just fallen asleep. She opened her eyes wide and burrowed into Fong Tingwan's embrace, whimpering, "It's so scary." Fong Tingwan patted her back and opened her phone to check the surveillance, only to find that it was Xia Jinyu at the door, accompanied by several of her former university classmates, more accurately, Xia Jinyu's dubious companions. Why is there another door in this corridor? After knocking for a while without response, Xia Jinyu wondered aloud. In such heavy rain, where could she possibly be? Someone remarked to Xia Jinyu, "Aren't you the one who said Fong Tingwan is your girlfriend? How come you don't even know she's not home?" Hearing this, Xia Jinyu's face turned slightly awkward, yet he feigned composure, saying, "Isn't it normal for couples to argue?" "They argued, huh?" replied the other with a frown. "I mean, why would you argue with Fong Tingwan at such a time? I saw her take quite a few things the other day. Why don't we just kick down her door? You can go in and sort things out. Just grab some food and leave afterward. It won't take too long, right?" Xia Jinyu hesitated, but the other continued, "Look at this weather. Fong Tingwan must be terrified all alone. It's the perfect opportunity to reconcile. Just go in, hug her, and give her a little kiss. You might just make up. If she isn't home, we can at least take some food and leave. Nobody should go hungry." Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyu agreed. Recalling that they had all indulged in a drinking spree the night before, consuming everything edible in the house, and throwing the leftovers out to stray cats and dogs. Waking up to such dreadful weather, he remembered Fong Tingwan's habit of stockpiling supplies. "All right, let us do as you suggested." The group quickly sprang into action. Fong Tingwan, who was watching everything unfold through her phone, felt her face turn pale with anger. She placed Duo in Jiang Yinqing's arms and stormed into the kitchen, grabbing a kitchen knife and rushing upstairs, throwing it onto the ground with a crash. Get lost. At her doorstep, discussions about sneaking in for a bite to eat were taking place, along with an unfamiliar man kissing her lips. Is this still human behavior? Just as Xia Jinyu was contemplating how to kick the door down, he and his companions were startled by the sound of a kitchen knife clattering at their feet. It was none other than Xia Jinyu himself. He had never anticipated that Fong Tingwan would ascend from downstairs and immediately throw a knife. How audacious! However, with his brothers behind him, Xia Jinyu quickly donned a facade of warmth, seizing Fong Tingwan's hand and saying, "Wanwans, are you still angry with me? I specifically brought my brothers here today to apologize." Fong Tingwan scoffed, yanking her hand away, and addressed Jiang Yinjin, who was making his way outside. "Lawyer Jiang, these individuals have intentionally trespassed into my home, vandalized my door, and attempted to commit robbery. According to the law, they should face several years of imprisonment." Jiang Yinjin grasped Fong Tingwan's intent and readily replied, "Trespassing and attempted robbery can incur a sentence of 3 to 10 years of fixed-term imprisonment." Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyu's companions grew discontented, quickly voicing their outrage. "What do you mean attempted robbery? We came to help our good buddy woo his girlfriend. Do you even know how to speak? And who are you anyway?" Xia Jinyu coldly interjected, "I am a lawyer." "A lawyer?" Xia Jinyu and the others were taken aback. It wasn't until Fong Tingwan remarked, "Then I kindly ask you, Lawyer Jiang, to assist me in retrieving evidence of these suspects' crimes from the property management for my police report," that Xia Jinyu regained his composure. Chapter 10. An unlikely recurrence. She had invested so much in renovating her door, which had withstood harsh weather and the onslaught of famine during the apocalypse, only to be battered by these intruders. How absurd. Jiang Yinjin nodded. "Understood, it is my duty. You claim to be a lawyer, and just like that, we are labeled as attempted robbers." Xia Jinyu finally came back to his senses and shouted, "Then I could just as easily say you are my girlfriend's lover, taking advantage of my drunkenness to engage in an affair." Fong Tingwan was truly incensed to the point of laughter. It infuriated her to the extent that she couldn't help but applaud. Instead of embracing the life of a wealthy scion, Xia Jinyu chose to weave a narrative as if he were a screenwriter, perhaps serving as a template for those mindless online dramas that have recently surged in popularity. Xia the screenwriter. The implication being that Xia Jinyu was the epitome of foolishness. "What are you even worth?" Xia Jinyu's rowdy companions began to shout. "And you have the audacity to confront your legitimate boyfriend after straying. You've disgraced your family." The mere mention of family caused Fong Tingwan's expression to darken. She bent down to pick up the knife from the ground. Advancing step by step towards Xia Jinyu and his entourage, her brow furrowed, her enchanting fox-like eyes seemingly conjuring a tempest, as if summoning winds from the depths of hell. Her aura chillingly cold, causing Xia Jinyu and his friends to retreat in fear. "What are you doing?" Xia Jinyu gulped nervously. "I'm just here to introduce you to my mother." Fong Tingwan spoke in a light tone. suggesting they go see whether her mother's face had truly lost its brilliance. With a sharp thwack, a kitchen knife struck the wall with force. Xia Jinyu, standing closest, felt the cold blade brush perilously close to his cheek before it lodged itself in the wall-less crevice. The icy sensation racing across his face sent shivers down his spine, leaving his legs weak and nearly causing him to stumble. Why you? Fong Tingwan. Are you out of your mind? Xia Jinyu managed to stammer, his face flushed. If you know I'm insane, why don't you just get lost? Fong Tingwan replied coldly. Or do you wish to be minced into a pulp? Seeing her unrestrained ferocity, Xia Jinyu and the others exchanged glances before fleeing in haste. However, after a brief distance, they turned back, shouting threats. Fong Tingwan merely scoffed, raising her middle finger at them. Thus, the group left, cursing under their breath. Turning back, Fong Tingwan caught sight of Jiang Yanqing, whose expression was a blend of complexity. The fierce glint in his eyes momentarily softened into awkwardness. I'm terribly sorry, Lawyer Jiang. For the spectacle, she apologized. Yet, her mother was a sensitive topic. She would not tolerate anyone jesting about it. Quite understandable, Jiang Yanqing replied, shaking his head. I simply did not expect such a display of strength from you. If Mrs. Yang were aware, she would surely find solace in knowing you are resilient. The one she would miss the most is you. Fong Tingwan was acutely aware of this truth. It was ironic that in her past life, she had been a mere parasite, giving everything to her uncle's family, having grown accustomed to the harshness and coldness of human relationships in a world gone awry. She had fought so hard to survive and protect them, only to be bullied and lose her dignity in the end. Having suffered once and made a grievous mistake, how could she possibly repeat it? Suddenly, the sound of soft sobs from Duo pierced Fong Tingwan's reverie. She looked down to see the small figure of Duo curled up in Jiang Yanqing's embrace, crying inconsolably, her pale face glistening with tears, as if she had experienced a profound shock. Despite their attempts to comfort her for what felt like an eternity, Duo's cries only grew more fervent. Eventually, Jiang Yanqing pulled Fong Tingwan aside and whispered, Miss Fong, Duo's reaction appears to be an acute stress response. An acute stress response? Fong Tingwan paused, reflecting on the recent events before she grasped Jiang Yanqing's implication. With cautious inquiry, she asked, Are you suggesting that Duo witnessed what just transpired? Perhaps not merely witnessed, Jiang Yanqing said, his demeanor grave. I noticed a wound on Duo's arm. Initially, I thought it was just a scratch, but now I realize it resembles a healing cut from a sharp object. At his words, Fong Tingwan inhaled sharply, her gaze toward Duo now tinged with compassion. If that is the case, we should take Duo to my home first. At least there is some food there, she suggested. Jiang Yanqing consented. Yet Fong Tingwan decided to return home first. After securing the door to her room, which was filled with numerous supplies, and leaving a few essentials behind, she finally allowed Jiang Yanqing and Duo to enter. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she discovered Jiang Yanqing holding a medical kit. The sight of the kit suddenly reminded Fong Tingwan that she had forgotten the most crucial medications. She would have to assess the situation tomorrow. While tending to Duo's wounds, she became aware that Jiang Yanqing was still present. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 11:20 in the evening. Jiang Yanqing, feeling uncomfortable under Fong Tingwan's gaze, flinched slightly at the sound of thunder outside. However, lingering here was not ideal, and he reluctantly prepared to depart. Call me if anything arises. I am always available. Watching him leave, Fong Tingwan felt reassured enough to continue administering medicine to Duo. Do not hold it against her for her perceived coldness. She had grown up in an environment devoid of affection, which had shaped her into a self-serving individual. Had it been otherwise, she might not have survived to adulthood. The trials of the apocalypse further instilled in her the understanding that safeguarding oneself is paramount. Although Jiang Yanqing had been helpful, she could not allow him to share her dwelling. The storm was only beginning, and human intentions had not yet revealed themselves. Yet the future remained uncertain. She could not entrust her back to a stranger. Duo, does it hurt? While applying the ointment, Fong Tingwan endeavored to be gentle. Yet Duo still cried out in pain. It hurt so much, Duo whimpered softly. To soothe her, Fong Tingwan fetched a lollipop. After all, she was still a child. Once Duo tasted the candy, she obediently began watching cartoons on Fong Tingwan's tablet. Observing Duo finally quiet down, Fong Tingwan reflected on the actions of Xia Jinyu and others earlier that day, realizing that her stockpiling activities had indeed attracted attention. If this continued, she would become a target for those lacking supplies during the apocalypse. At that point, being outnumbered would pose a significant problem. With this thought, Fong Tingwan retrieved her phone and located the community owners group. As expected, several residents were seeking food and engaging in trades. She composed a message and sent it to the group, looking for food, offering high prices. Almost immediately, a resident recognized her and inquired in the chat, "Aren't you the one who stockpiled a lot of food a few days ago? Are you also seeking supplies?" Fong Tingwan replied with a crying emoji, "I originally intended to open a small grocery store, but suddenly, a torrential downpour flooded my supplies in the basement, and I lost everything. I have no food left at home, and the neighbor's child is still with me." Once sent, her message silenced the group. This was precisely the effect Fong Tingwan desired, and she nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, she sent a message pleading for food every 15 minutes, raising the price of steamed buns from 5 yuan to 50. Yet, despite her relentless requests, no one offered to provide any sustenance. Nevertheless, Fong Tingwan remained unperturbed, leisurely incrementing the price while always adding a phrase about repaying once she earned money, or mentioning her credit card debt. After an hour of her persistent appeals, a knock finally echoed through the door. Fong Tingwan feigned a look of utter starvation and deliberately approached the door with a weak gait. To her astonishment, upon opening it, she found Jiang Yinqing standing there. He pointed to the plastic bag on the ground and then turned away without a word, closing the door behind him. Fong Tingwan glanced down, and to her surprise, she discovered that the plastic bag at her doorstep was no longer the one Jiang Yinqing had brought. It evidently contained several more buns. She felt a mix of emotions, both amused and bewildered, yet simultaneously a peculiar sensation stirred within her. She attempted to return the items, but no matter how she knocked, Jiang Yinqing did not respond. Fearing that the bag filled with food might be taken by someone else if left in the corridor, Fong Tingwan reluctantly brought it inside. However, once inside, she did not touch the contents of the bag. Instead, she entered the kitchen to prepare a bowl of tomato and egg noodles for Duo. With Duo present, she could not let the contents be exposed. Fortunately, Duo was quite accommodating, devouring the meal without leaving a trace, leaving Fong Tingwan curious about the child's appetite. As midnight approached and Duo had fallen asleep, Fong Tingwan found herself waiting for the child's parents to return, but they did not come. Intrigued, she opened several iron doors to observe outside. She noticed the note on the door was still there. Leaving a 5-year-old child alone at home overnight, Fong Tingwan furrowed her brow and muttered to herself, pondering the audacity of the parents. However, with the parents absent, she had no recourse. After securing the iron door of the corridor, she entered her room, embracing Duo as she drifted off to sleep. Just as she was sinking into a deep slumber, she was startled awake by a faint rustling sound from downstairs, reminiscent of something being dragged across the floor. The noise was subtle, yet in the stillness of the night, it sent shivers down her spine. Fong Tingwan's eyes flew open as a thought struck her. She pressed her ear to the ground and confirmed that someone was indeed downstairs. However, the sounds were distinctly unusual. If someone had entered the home, wouldn't they have noticed the absence of the child and come searching for her? Anxious, Fong Tingwan quietly retrieved her electric baton and stealthily opened the door. Peering through the heavy iron door of the corridor, she noticed that the note at Duoduo's door was missing. The paper had fallen to the ground at some point, now marked with 2 large, wet footprints, one leading inside, the other outside, clearly indicating someone had entered and exited. Beside the door lay a hefty black plastic bag. A sudden recollection struck her. When she had been at Duoduo's home, she had detected a strong metallic scent of blood. She could not bear to look any further, slowly closing the door as cold sweat trickled down her back, her heart racing in panic. Could it be as she feared? Fong Tingwan rushed back to her room, breathless, and embraced the sleeping Duo, realizing that Duo might no longer have a mother. Throughout the night, Fong Tingwan scarcely found rest, her mind swirling with anxious thoughts. Ultimately, she resolved that if her fears were indeed true, she would strive to live well with Duo. Whenever her spirits waned, Duo, like a perceptive little adult, would cheer her up, sharing her meager treats without hesitation. Duo resembled her greatly, enduring the hardships of life, yet displaying remarkable strength as she pressed forward. After finally dozing off with Duo in her arms, Fong Tingwan was abruptly awakened by the sound of hurried footsteps outside, followed by a knock on her door. "Miss Fong." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, She opened the door, only to be taken aback by the sight of Jiang Yinqing, drenched as if he had just returned from the stormy weather. "Miss Fong, the water outside is nearly 2 meters deep. It's best to avoid going out for now." The rain had indeed caused the water to rise to such alarming heights overnight. She had managed to conserve food, believing it would last half a month. But uncertainty loomed over how long the rain would persist. When Jiang Yinqing ventured out, he spotted a small red snake drifting in the water, clearly venomous, which dashed any thoughts he had of swimming for food. "If you have no food, let me know. I can manage on my own." Considering the circumstances, it seemed Duo would not be able to return home, and every additional mouth to feed, especially one as fragile as hers, would complicate matters. With that thought, he turned towards his own home. Watching him fumble with his keys, Fong Tingwan blinked, suppressing her aloof demeanor. If he were to run out of provisions, he might soon set his sights on her. She asked in a low voice, "You haven't stockpiled much food. Do you have enough?" His silence spoke volumes. "I possess a rubber boat, which I had originally intended to use for a trip to the riverbank. It may serve a purpose now. Shall we strike a deal?" Her tone was icy, as though she were addressing a stranger, laden with suspicion. Jiang Yinqing contemplated explaining himself, but deemed it unnecessary. He merely nodded. "What do you require?" His remaining supplies were scant, and as he gazed at the ominous, unending clouds above, he realized he needed to prepare for at least a month of sustenance. Seeing his agreement, Fong Tingwan opened the door wider, gesturing for him to enter. Once inside, she retrieved the rubber boat from her storage and produced a stack of cash. "I have money." Jiang Yinqing's eyes flickered with uncertainty, recalling how extravagantly she had spent in recent days, likely leaving her with little. Given the prevailing power outages throughout much of the city, cash would prove more useful. "You may use my money, just remember to repay it." However, Jiang Yinqing had no intention of utilizing her funds, though soon enough, he would find himself regretting that decision. She then took a piece of paper and a pen, jotting down a list of items she needed, including acetaminophen capsules for fever and pain relief, filling the page before handing it over. With a deep breath, Jiang Yinqing accepted the paper, begrudgingly prepared to comply. "Purchase as much as you can, but remember to conceal your belongings and avoid crowded places to prevent unwanted attention." She also provided a canister of pepper spray. It is customary for young women to carry pepper spray, which did not surprise Jiang Yinqing. However, her reaction suggested she had possibly experienced something similar, or perhaps she was simply more observant. Suppressing his doubts, he shouldered the inflatable boat and descended the stairs. Chapter 12. The onslaught of heavy rain. Fong Tingwan closed the door, allowing Duo to continue watching cartoons. She opened a popular video-sharing app, scrolling through a dozen clips discussing the severity of the sudden downpour and how long people had been stranded. All police in the city were deployed, rescuing individuals from various locations. The news broadcasted warnings for those residing on higher floors to refrain from descending, urging them to ensure their safety. Yet, there were always a few who disregarded the warnings. A certain streamer, known as Jiao Jiao, initiated a live broadcast, holding a smartphone stabilizer in one hand, wearing headphones, and donning a panda t-shirt paired with black shorts, as he made his way down the emergency exit. "Dear viewers, today I will show you just how deep the water is downstairs." As he spoke, his camera panned toward the window outside. From the 10th floor and above, the view revealed towering residential buildings, with greenery submerged beneath a yellowish deluge. As the water flowed, debris such as branches, plastic bottles, foam, and suitcases gathered in calmer areas or around exposed tree branches. The current was evidently strong. "Streamer, why not take a swim and see how deep it is?" One viewer taunted. "With this, I could swim 800 meters in no time." "Stop shouting. The streamer is too scared," came a reply from another onlooker. Swimming at such a time would only exacerbate the chaos. Fong Tingwan continued to scroll through her feed. Others were live streaming as their cars were swept away, receding further until they vanished from sight. Such incidents were likely occurring throughout the city. Some individuals were stranded atop city landmarks, calling for help, prompting police to even deploy helicopters. It was a repeat of the chaos from her previous life. Although the timeline had advanced by 2 days, everything remained unchanged. Continuously scrolling, Fong Tingwan returned to the homeowners group, where the rain's intensity had lessened. Some brave souls were preparing to venture out for supplies, inquiring if anyone required assistance. "The delivery fee is 2,000. One remarked. "Why not just rob the store? You don't have to buy?" The comments escalated into a brawl, leading one individual to create a buying group. Fong Tingwan decided to engage more authentically, joining the group. Having spent 5,000, aside from the delivery fee, she managed to acquire rice, noodles, cabbage, and meat. With such a sum, she could have amassed a considerable quantity before the rain, but now, it seemed scant. Someone even questioned if she regretted losing all her belongings. She responded with a wry smile and shared her woes, feeling somewhat reassured before returning to the video-sharing app. Coincidentally, she spotted Jiao Jiao, indeed swimming in the water, with his phone resting on the shore while he repeatedly submerged himself to test the water's depth. Such ignorance. Fong Tingwan shook her head, only to catch sight of Jiang Yinqing's inflatable boat gliding past, indicating that the streamer was not far off. As she pondered, the barrage of comments exploded on screen. Glancing at the clock, she noted that the streamer had been unresponsive for over 3 minutes, prompting someone to call the authorities. Fong Tingwan closed the live stream, rose from her seat, and headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Before long, the wail of sirens pierced the air. It seemed that the streamer had truly endangered herself. After lunch, a knock echoed on the door. Duo scampered over, opening the door to reveal a familiar face. She looked up with a sweet smile. "Brother, you're back." "Here, Duo, this is for you." Jiang Yinqing stood at the threshold, bearing a strawberry bear nearly half a meter tall, wrapped in a bag to keep it dry. At 50 yuan, it was less than the price of a cabbage. Knowing Duo was easily frightened, he had thought to buy it as a companion for her. He set down the gift and turned to descend the stairs once more. Fong Tingwan carried the items inside, a large bag of medications, some boxes still bearing their labels. One box of ibuprofen astonishingly fetched a price of 300 yuan, while others were similarly exorbitant, with marked-up prices reaching 20 to 30 times their worth. "Injured?" she inquired as Jiang Yinqing returned, hauling an inflatable boat and a bag of food. He shrugged, offering a faint smile. "Just a minor injury, nothing serious. Your pepper spray came in handy. A few individuals blocked my path demanding food when I returned." He felt immensely grateful for his regular fitness and boxing training, which allowed him to subdue a few men without much strain. Though he spoke lightly, the situation had certainly been grim, especially given the hunger that drove some to desperation. Fong Tingwan scrutinized his physique. His well-defined muscles seemed ready to burst forth. Strength and character. If only he could assist in fending off those threats, he might prove to be an invaluable ally. Yet, as they say, one can never fully know another's heart. Caution was warranted. I hastily scrambled some eggs and green beans. "Care to join me for a meal?" Noticing his urgency, she surmised he had not yet eaten. Jiang Yinqing accepted, returning after a shower and changing into fresh clothes. As he passed through the corridor and caught sight of the imposing iron gate, an unsettling feeling deepened within her. She seemed to have anticipated this, and it was prudent to heed her instincts. Both harbored their own thoughts. As Jiang Yinqing ate, Fong Tingwan, feeling bored, took out her phone. Scrolling through videos, she stumbled upon numerous condemnations of a reckless streamer whose actions had escalated to the point of requiring police intervention. At one moment, the streamer had even pushed an officer into the water, risking lives. Not only had he misused police resources, but he had also nearly cost a life, leading to an online ban, while residents of the same building resorted to smearing feces on the entrance. It was rather disgusting. Ding dong. A notification chimed, and upon clicking, she saw that her purchased items had arrived. Due to the volume, delivery was not available, necessitating a trip downstairs to retrieve them. The elevator was out of service, leaving her with no choice but to take the stairs. Fong Tingwan asked Jiang Yinqing to stay with Duo while she went to collect her items. On the 4th floor, the scene was bustling with people hauling their packages out, murmuring complaints. "It's ridiculously expensive. 3 days ago, I could have bought an electric bike for 3,000 yuan. Now, I'm just getting a few cabbages, some potatoes, and 5 pounds of meat. It's worse than robbery." "Keep your voice down." He is the only one in our building with an inflatable boat. Once we've eaten all this, we may very well need to ask him for help again. I am aware that, at present, there is no salary to speak of, and the prices of vegetables remain exorbitant. Fong Tingwan arrived late at the scene, where a 30-something gentleman, an experienced fisherman, noticed her, and his eyes lit up. Her complexion was as flawless as snow, her hair thick and lustrous, with a gentle smile. Her eyes sparkled with beauty. She was truly remarkable. I had no idea there was such a stunning young lady residing in our building. "Here, allow me to offer you some extra beef. This is something I fought hard to obtain." The vivid red piece of beef weighed at least 2 pounds. Fong Tingwan responded with a soft smile. Thank you, big brother. Hey, what about us? Another voice chimed in. We are neighbors too. One after another, complaints arose. As everyone eyed the other meats in the fisherman's bag with longing looks, almost ready to demand a share. What? Are you all simply beautiful or single? Introduce your daughters or sisters to me, and I shall reward you, the fisherman retorted coldly, causing the crowd to fall silent. To say nothing of his appearance. This fisherman stood at 175 meters and weighed 140 pounds, his body plump and unattractive, and his passion for fishing was well known. Who would dare to make introductions? A couple might have entertained the idea of taking advantage, but that mattered little to Fong Tingwan. She carried her belongings upstairs, contemplating how she would ask Lawyer Jiang for assistance in purchasing some cosmetics when he next ventured out. For a touch of makeup could alleviate many troubles in this post-apocalyptic world. Upon reaching the iron gate, just as she was turning the key, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. The pace was quick, and she dared not turn around. Hastily, she pushed the iron door open and stepped inside, spinning to close it behind her. Yet, her speed was insufficient, as 4 hands pressed against the door, revealing the mischievous and infuriating face of Xia Jinyu through the gap. Wan, don't be upset. I truly have business with you this time, he said, straining alongside his companions. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Yinxing opened the door, only to find Fong Tingwan rushing in, heading straight for the kitchen. As the door swung open, Xia Jinyu approached the threshold, ready to enter. But upon seeing Jiang Yinxing in his loungewear with a bowl in hand, clearly having spent the night there, his face flushed with anger. Fong Tingwan, are you living with this guy? Didn't you say you weren't dating? Why him and not me? What makes him better than me? Is he wealthier? With his fury escalating, the men behind him wore menacing expressions, ready to resort to violence. Jiang Yinxing, noticing Fong Tingwan brandishing a kitchen knife, set down his bowl, bracing himself for the confrontation. Get lost. A single word echoed as Fong Tingwan raised the knife high. Previously, it had been an intimidation tactic. Now, she genuinely intended to harm. Upon seeing her, Xia Jinyu's anger dissipated significantly, and he attempted to soothe her. Wan, you don't truly believe you can kill someone just because this lawyer is present, do you? That's illegal. Put it down, and let me explain. Explain what? Who do you think you are? I warn you for the last time. Leave, or I shall dispose of you in the water. I trust the police are too preoccupied to investigate a case right now. Before long, chaos would ensue, and murder would become a trivial matter. Though she did not take the initiative, she would not allow herself to be bullied. This formidable aura caused Jiang Yinxing to flinch. She resembled a hedgehog, bristling with quills. But when had she transformed? Was it after returning from the hospital? Or perhaps it was when I threatened to report your unlawful entry into my home. He added nonchalantly. Xia Jinyu might flee once, but she would not return empty-handed a second time. He licked his parched lips. We just want to have a decent meal, or if you could spare us some food, that would suffice. I can't go back. I'm on the verge of starvation. I'll transfer you the money. How much do you need? His demeanor was reminiscent of a nouveau riche, making Fong Tingwan feel uneasy. You can go downstairs to buy. Someone is selling. Why waste words with her? I'm about to starve. The man behind had been staring intently at the shopping bag for quite some time. The food was right there. Why not just seize it? After all, they would pay in the end. As he spoke, he charged forward, followed by the other 3, equally famished. Let us see who dares. Fong Tingwan suddenly hurled a kitchen knife. The knife spun through the air, aimed directly at the faces of the men. The leader froze in place, his legs trembling. Unable to move, and an overwhelming urge to urinate surged within him. The knife grazed his ear and struck his back with a thud. The sound of the blade clattering to the ground was extraordinarily crisp, leaving the several men dumbfounded. Are you serious? Fong Tingwan, uninterested in further dialogue, immediately grabbed a longer fruit knife and handed it to Jiang Yinxing, directing it towards Xia Jinyu. Jiang Yinxing raised the kitchen knife, fully aware that the law would classify such actions as attempted murder, a relatively minor offense, punishable by a minimum of 3 years and up to 10. Yet, he acted without hesitation. The men, terrified, jostled each other in a frantic attempt to squeeze through the iron door. 3 of them huddled together, unable to escape. With the knife raised behind them, the 3 felt despair creeping in, and at the last moment, they all pushed out together, tumbling down the staircase around the corner, their cries echoing through the hallway like a chorus of pigs. Bang! The iron door slammed shut. Fong Tingwan exhaled heavily, locking the door tight. If there's nothing pressing, we'd best avoid going downstairs. Attracting attention would be troublesome. Good. The food here should sustain us for at least a month. Jiang Yinqing took the knife from her hand and returned the kitchen knife to the kitchen. He filled the refrigerator to the brim with the remaining food, taking what wouldn't fit to the next room. An iron door had transformed the top floor into a sanctuary. Their current task was to cooperate rather than to divide everything among themselves. Fong Tingwan acquiesced to his actions, suddenly realizing she had forgotten something. She hurriedly searched and found Duo, sobbing while clutching a strawberry bear in the corner of the sofa. Fong Tingwan scooped the child up, hugging both Duo and the strawberry bear tightly, her heart aching with a mix of shock and compassion. Duo wept, her small frame trembling as she clutched her garment tightly, burying her head in the crook of her neck while softly sobbing, "Mama, Mama. Duo, be good. Your sister will protect you." Fong Tingwan's voice was gentle, imbued with a soothing essence as she patted Duo's back. Before long, the little one fell asleep against her shoulder. Carefully, she laid Duo on the bed, covering her with a thin blanket, then removed the key from around her neck and exited the room. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the entire building was enveloped in silence, save for the rain pelting against the awning, producing a chaotic cacophony that stirred restlessness. Fong Tingwan took a deep breath and armed herself with a stun baton and pepper spray. To ascertain the situation downstairs, she needed to see it with her own eyes. Otherwise, she could not rest easy knowing Duo was here. As she opened the iron door to step outside, Jiang Yinqing followed closely behind with a baseball bat in hand. Upon reaching the corner of the stairs, no sign of life was evident in front of Duo's home. She had not taken a rubber dinghy, making it improbable that she had ventured out. Could she have gone to the 4th floor to procure food? Continuing his descent, Jiang Yinqing arrived at Duo's doorstep, meeting Fong Tingwan's gaze as she stood at the opposite door, momentarily taken aback. From the faintest sound, Fong Tingwan had deduced he was following her and had deliberately waited. What a coincidence! Lawyer Jiang is also coming downstairs. The fragile trust they had painstakingly built shattered instantly. Jiang Yinqing discerned the sarcasm and distrust in her voice, inhaling deeply to suppress his discomfort as he responded, "I figured you might be heading to check on Duo. I feared for your safety. If it were truly Duo's father who had killed her mother, encountering him could provoke unpredictable actions from a murderer." His sudden concern did not alleviate the doubts in Fong Tingwan's mind. She scrutinized him intently. Jiang Yinqing stood still, allowing her to observe him. They remained locked in a stalemate for half a minute. Seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, Fong Tingwan decided not to waste any more time. She stepped forward, bypassing him to unlock the door while explaining the situation. "The note is missing. I heard dragging sounds last night. Be cautious, he might be inside." "Understood." Jiang Yinqing positioned himself at the door, ready to deliver a decisive blow to anyone who might rush out. The key fit. After a few clicks, the door swung open. Chapter 14. The fisherman. The balcony of the living room had not been shut, allowing rainwater mixed with yellow sand to seep in, creating a layer on the floor, with some depressions even accumulating puddles. There were no footprints inside. The dining table still bore remnants of food, now sprouting long strands of mycelium. Everything appeared as it had when they last visited. Venturing deeper, a strong odor of mildew assaulted their nostrils, accompanied by an indescribable stench. As a lawyer, Jiang Yinqing could roughly guess its source. Fong Tingwan had already made her way toward the master bedroom from which the odor emanated, having encountered numerous corpses. She was certain this was the scent of death. Grasping the doorknob of the bedroom, she slowly applied pressure. Click. The door was locked from the inside. Jiang Yinqing, seemingly startled, raised his baseball bat and stepped in front of her. There was no communication between them, and their relationship was not particularly deep, yet, astonishingly. Upon learning of the danger, he instinctively shielded her behind him at the first possible moment. Her heart raced, and Fong Tingwan's gaze flickered, her thoughts in disarray. There may be someone inside. As Jiang Yinqing gestured for her to step back, he lowered his voice to inquire, "Shall I kick the door open? Let us call the police first." "It's not yet the time for them to be indifferent," Fong Tingwan replied, pulling out her phone. After dialing 3 digits, she found the line engaged. Undeterred, she attempted another combination, only to be met with the same result. Clearly, they were preoccupied. "Jiang, do you wish to force the door open?" Since they were already there, her curiosity urged her to break through. Having Jiang Yinqing with her would absolve her of any implication. She had listened intently and discerned that the room was devoid of life, eerily quiet. "Open it. Such scum must face the law." Jiang Yinqing motioned for her to retreat a bit further, then extended his long leg and delivered a powerful kick. The bedroom door flew open, crashing against the wall before rebounding, releasing a fetid stench that filled the air. The scene within was shocking. The window stood ajar, facing the wind, rain pouring in, drenching the sheets and mingling with blood, thoroughly soaking the quilt. Upon the quilt lay swollen, waterlogged limbs, 2 femurs, and a severed head. The body, having soaked for too long, exhibited wrinkled and peeling skin, even for someone accustomed to viewing evidence from various cases. Jiang Yinqing found it difficult to suppress his physiological reaction, grimacing as he covered his mouth and turned his head away. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted her, unnervingly composed. The dismemberment had been executed with a cleaver. How ruthless! Setting aside other considerations, Duo's mother had borne him a child. What enmity could fester over 5 or 6 years of marriage that would lead a man to dismember the mother of his child before the child's very eyes? In Fong Tingwan's recollection, Duo's mother had always been a devoted parent and spouse. Don't tell Duo, she's so young. Jiang Yinqing had already begun photographing the scene to document the evidence and hastened out of the room, heading straight for the refrigerator, hoping to uncover some remnants of food. Upon opening the fridge, he was met with the grisly sight of a bloodied heart, lungs, and intestines, causing him to recoil sharply, his legs weakening. It was an involuntary response to the horrific discovery. Fong Tingwan had just shut the bedroom door when she chomped down on her teeth at the sight. Let us go back. All right. Remaining there served no purpose. Perhaps the police would arrive soon. After closing the door, they ascended the staircase. Having only taken 3 steps, Fong Tingwan suddenly turned to glance downwards. The winding staircase descended into an abyss of darkness, devoid of any silhouette or sound. Was it merely her imagination? What's wrong? Jiang Yinqing asked, leaning forward with furrowed brows. It's nothing. Fong Tingwan shook her head, retracting her gaze and continuing upward. Jiang Yinqing ascended the stairs, locking the heavy iron door behind him. As he turned around, he noticed that her door was already shut, leaving him with an inexplicable sense that she had seen something. However, it was clear that she had no intention of discussing it, compelling him to return to his own abode. The silence from upstairs indicated that the figure lurking in the shadows below felt it was safe to emerge. Clad in a black cap and mask, he was obscured from head to toe, revealing only a pair of malevolent, downward triangle eyes. He approached the iron gate directly, extracting a wire to attempt unlocking it. After much fiddling without success, it seemed to disturb the occupants within. Hastily, he retracted the wire and dashed down the stairs at an alarming pace. Vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye, Fong Tingwan emerged with her phone in hand. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she scrutinized the iron gate for an extended period before finally closing it and squatting beside the door to peruse messages from the residents group. Did you all hear? The fisherman on the 4th floor has died. Are you referring to the person who bought us food during the day? Yes, that's him. Rumor has it he hoarded too much food and attracted unwanted attention. It's chilling how ruthless these individuals can be. Not only did they murder him, but they also removed his second brother. Removed? Indeed, they severed him. Fong Tingwan glanced at the group name, Unit 1, 801 Pipe Repair. She had no recollection of him, but it struck her that the chaos had already begun, with food disputes leading to fatalities, foreshadowing even greater disorder ahead. After squatting for a while, the iron gate fell silent, allowing her to finally feel at ease enough to open her door and retreat to her room. In an instant, she sent a message to Jiang Yinqing. Lawyer Jiang, someone attempted to open the iron gate. Please refrain from opening the door unless absolutely necessary. Understood. Are you safe? Half an hour later, Fong Tingwan had not responded. 10 minutes prior, the city had experienced a power outage. A low-power generator automatically activated, maintaining a dim light in the living room. With a sense of curiosity, she opened a bottle of red wine, holding a glass as she gazed out the window, overlooking the city cloaked in darkness. Those who had appeared well-dressed by day would transform into malevolent specters by night. Mom, Duo called out in a sweet voice, clutching her strawberry bear in one hand while rubbing her sleepy eyes with the other. She approached Fong Tingwan, reaching out for an embrace. Can't you sleep, Duo? Fong Tingwan's voice was soft as she set down her wine glass and gently swept Duo's bangs aside with utmost tenderness, seemingly compensating for the love that had been absent in her own childhood. Duo tightened her grip around Fong Tingwan's neck, nodding heavily in affirmation. Her voice was thick with nasal tones, tinged with a hint of tears, perhaps due to a nightmare. Fong Tingwan held her closely, extinguishing the lights before returning to her room, cradling her in a gentle embrace, softly murmuring reassurances. Do not fear, your sister is always here. Duo clung to her tightly and soon fell asleep. Fong Tingwan, too, relaxed her tense nerves, closing her eyes in deep slumber. The following morning, she awoke early, preparing noodles and buns. Just as she began steaming them, there was a knock at the door. It was evident who it was without even needing to think. Without needing Fong Tingwan to announce, Duo scampered over to the door, tiptoeing to open it. Upon seeing someone, she spread her arms wide and exclaimed, "Brother, hug." Who could possibly refuse such an endearing little darling? Jiang Yinqing lifted her up and, while at it, grabbed 5 portable gas canisters. Upon noticing she could still use an electric stove, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Does your home still have electricity? Chapter 15, at the center of the storm. I bought a generator, Fong Tingwan replied, stirring the noodles. Observing that the other party showed no intention of leaving, she courteously asked, "Would you like some to eat?" "Thank you," Jiang Yinqing replied readily. After bringing Duo inside and shutting the door behind him, he settled onto the sofa, playfully engaging with Duo. Fong Tingwan tightened her grip on the chopsticks, continuing to stir the noodles. Having prepared 3 bowls, she felt Duo, still young, needed extra nourishment. So she cooked an additional egg for her and poured a glass of milk. Duo behaved exceptionally well, seemingly aware of her loss of parents, rarely making a fuss, showing a maturity that tugged at one's heartstrings. Shall we cook together later? It would conserve both electricity and gas. I checked the weather forecast, and it seems the rain might last over a month. The city's electricity likely won't be restored for at least that long. Jiang Yinqing brought this up. Recognizing the limited resources and the heightened danger of venturing out to procure supplies after the unfortunate demise of the fishermen on the 4th floor, Fong Tingwan, while eating her noodles, took her time to respond. By not agreeing, the iron gate set at the corridor's entrance would lose its purpose. Moreover, thus far, Lawyer Zhang had not committed any transgressions against her and had even brought numerous supplies. Having more friends means fewer enemies. All right, but you may only be here for an hour before and after meals. You are not permitted to come otherwise, and absolutely no weapons are allowed. Otherwise, you will discover the extent of my own lethal capabilities. With a blend of kindness and authority, Fong Tingwan concluded her terms, noticing his immediate nod of agreement. She pushed the bowl toward him. Don't think you can eat for free. You'll wash the dishes. Her tone was gentle, though her words carried a chill. Jiang Yinqing nodded, rising to carry the bowl to the kitchen. He not only washed the bowl, but also the pot, ensuring the stove was left spotless. Fong Tingwan observed this with a silent nod of approval. While Duo indulged in her art, the 2 adults added color to her drawings, playing together, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding downstairs. After a night of relentless rain, water cascaded over the 1st floor, surging towards the 2nd. The residents of the 1st floor, burdened with their belongings, hurried to the 3rd floor seeking refuge. However, following the incident with the fishermen, who would dare to offer shelter, the family outside rang the doorbell for an extended period, yet there was no sign of anyone opening the door. Their only option was to ascend to the 4th floor. Aside from the bloodshed in the fisherman's apartment, the occupants across the hall also refused entry. Thus, they continued their ascent, knocking on door after door. The owner's group chat erupted, with the 1st floor resident launching into a furious tirade, condemning the building's occupants for their lack of compassion, warning that they should brace themselves for future requests for assistance. Yet, no one in the group responded. At that moment, a man with a black avatar, devoid of a nickname or any remarks, entered the homeowner's group and promptly posted a photograph. Fong Tingwan opened it to discover that it was indeed the picture taken yesterday as she returned from the fisherman, ascending the staircase, who had captured this image. More importantly, in a time when everyone was struggling for sustenance, which scoundrel had thrust her into the limelight, she immediately added the individual as a friend, who accepted her request in an instant. Who are you? What have I done to deserve this? You have not wronged me, but you dared to embarrass brother you. Consider this a minor lesson. If you plead for brother U's forgiveness, perhaps we will come to your aid and help you expel these intruders. Upon hearing this, Fong Tingwan grasped the situation. They were compelling her to capitulate. To avoid being robbed by the residents, she had no choice but to invite the thieves in. Harboring the likes of Xia Jinyu and his gang of ruffians, parasites, She was disinclined to engage with this individual and directly sought out Xia Jinyu in her blacklist. After removing him from the list, she sent 3 voice messages lasting 60 seconds each. The few individuals huddled in the bedroom perked up at the notification and quickly gathered around. Brother Yu, I told you this girl needed to be dealt with. She won't learn otherwise. Hee, she must be here to plead for mercy, Brother Yu. Let us hear what she has to say. Xia Jinyu's excitement soared, practically wagging his tail in delight. He put the voice message on speaker, cranked the volume to the maximum, and hit play. Fong Tingwan, have you lost your mind? Did you not open your eyes when you were born? Before the voice message could finish, Xia Jinyu turned off the screen, his expression darkening, clouds of anger looming overhead, his fists clenching involuntarily. TSK, Brother Yu. If you can't control this woman, it might be time to reconsider. Shall we pay her a visit and teach her a lesson? A sudden hush fell over the room. Remembering how that woman had wielded a kitchen knife without a hint of hesitation, who would dare seek their own demise? Let us allow her to live for Brother Yu's sake. After all, she is Brother Yu's woman, and we should be magnanimous and not hold grudges. What was intended as mere banter did not sit well with Xia Jinyu. Brother Yu, she has sent another message. As the words left his lips, Xia Jinyu's curiosity overcame his irritation, and he leaned in to take a look. Fong Tingwan had sent a message in the homeowners group, responding to their chatter about her hoarding food and being selfish. Dear all, I have a child at home. I am not the only one who eats. That meager amount of food has long been consumed. Look, this is our food for today. She accompanied it with an image depicting half a bowl of noodles, half a cabbage, and the silhouette of a small child. The child is young and requires nourishment. If anyone has surplus food, I kindly ask you to sell some to me. She even added a tearful emoji of a cute child to emphasize her dire situation. How is that possible? Did you consume all that meat? Indeed. What about the beef the fisherman delivered to you? Fong Tingwan tightened her grip on her phone, her brows slightly furrowing, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Jiang Yinxing observed the subtle changes in her expression as he took out his phone and nonchalantly added, You certainly cannot consume that much alone. It will only lead them to believe you are fabricating tales. Accompanying his skeptical response was an image. My kind-hearted neighbor sold me half. I thought I would be saved soon, but I consumed it all. The picture depicted curry beef laid upon a trash bag. Subsequently, the responses turned overwhelmingly hostile, directing their ire towards him, berating him for being shamefully wasteful. Jiang Yinxing promptly switched off his phone, chuckling. The more you say, the less they believe. This is sufficient. Fong Tingwan silenced her phone screen, opting for complete quietude. Meanwhile, on the other side of the phone, a group of subordinates cast sympathetic glances at Xia Jinyu. Brother Jean sought sustenance, only to be met with cold indifference, while the food was handed over to the neighboring household. As for the nature of her relationship with the neighbor, they had witnessed firsthand that the bond between the two was evidently more profound than that shared with Brother Yu. Xia Jinyu, her face darkened, tossed her phone aside, exclaiming, When the call comes, assist me with charging. With that, she retreated to her room, firmly shutting the door. Messages continued to flood the owner's group. The resident on the first floor had successfully been taken in by the owner of Unit 801. The group persisted in trading supplies, though acquiring anything proved nearly impossible. Skirmishes were minimal, allowing them to navigate the day without major incident. Chapter 16. Precautionary measures. This day felt interminably longer than a year, as the power outage persisted. The owner's backup lighting tools had depleted their final vestiges of energy, leaving them in near-total darkness at night. Fong Tingwan drew the blackout curtains, allowing a dim light to filter through, albeit insufficient for clarity. Duo clutched her strawberry bear, lying on the bed, perusing a storybook. Unable to comprehend the words, but captivated by the illustrations. Observing her quietude, Fong Tingwan sighed in relief and ventured to the window, gazing at the relentless downpour that had shown no signs of abating for 5 consecutive days. The water had now risen to the second floor, and it was only a matter of time before it encroached further. Thunder roared suddenly, illuminating half the sky. Apart from the towering edifices, the street-side trees were obscured from view, with even the rooftops of the 2-story villas disappearing from sight. The rain would persist, and that rooftop was their beacon of hope. A sense of unease settled within Fong Tingwan, only to be dispelled by drowsiness at midnight. This tranquility lasted until dawn. Early the next morning, a loud banging reverberated at the door, striking against the metal with a series of thuds. as Fong Tingwan opened the door. She found that the opposite door swung open simultaneously, and both parties exchanged a discreet gesture. Stop pretending to be dead, we know you are inside. Open the door swiftly. That rooftop belongs to everyone, not just the two of you. What purpose does this door serve? You shameless beings, you have a chance now. Open up quickly, or I will force my way in. Report it to the property management. Let them come and dismantle it. A voice from the outside proposed, and a chorus of agreement followed. Making a phone call was one thing, but putting it on speaker was an overt gesture meant for the two inside to hear. Fong Tingwan let out a cold snort, waiting to see how this would unfold. After a couple of beeps, the call connected. Before anyone could speak, the staff on the other end impatiently explained, with the water rising so high, this is beyond our control. What do you think we can do about your cars or houses? We're trying to reach the workers, but who can come out right now? A barrage of questions left the group bewildered. What a pathetic property management service, merely collecting fees without providing any service. Did they even understand what we were saying before bombarding us with inquiries? After a brief silence, the other side composed themselves and asked with a smile, "What is your issue?" The residents from the top floor of Building 11 stated, "There's an iron door installed on the staircase. You need to come and remove it immediately." The staff replied, "Sir, we're currently trapped on the third floor. How do you expect us to get to you?" With a sharp click, the call ended abruptly. Frustrated, they contemplated calling back to vent their anger, but the line was no longer answered. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. They disregarded politeness and began to curse outside the door. Exhausted from their tirade, they received no response from within and decided to head downstairs. Still discussing bringing tools to pry it open the next day, the atmosphere grew quiet. Fong Tingwan noticed a hint of worry on his face and spoke softly. "Unless we blow the lock open, we won't be able to pry it. There's no need to fret." She yawned and saw Duo standing at the door, clutching a strawberry bear. She walked over and took Duo's hand, leading her home without closing the door behind them. It was just the right time for breakfast. Upon returning home, Jiang Yinjin tinkered with some items before grabbing a satellite phone and a tang sword, making his way back. "Here, take this. There's no signal now, but this will work for the time being. Keep the sword for self-defense, just in case." Fong Tingwan had not prepared any tools for communication. She had not expected to rely on anyone in this apocalyptic world. Upon receiving the tang sword, she examined it, noting the sharp blade. With a swift motion, she felt the power it possessed and was thoroughly satisfied. "Thank you. Let us have steamed corn for breakfast. There's milk over there." With a free nanny at her disposal, she was not shy about it. Jiang Yinjin sensed her aloofness as he busied himself with cooking in silence. Despite 3 people being in the living room, the only sound came from Duo stacking blocks. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Jiang Yinjin wiped his eyes and glanced at his phone before showing it to her. It was a private message from a 5th-floor resident inquiring if they could exchange food. What do they have to offer in return? Just as she finished speaking, she noticed a newly sent image. Fong Tingwan reached out to click on it. It was a gold necklace, estimated to weigh around 5 to 6 grams, worth about 3,000 yuan. "They want to trade for meat. They have kids at home." She chuckled. Their family has a daughter, 12 years old, who usually struts around, flaunting her wealth. I doubt anyone would share their food with her. Instant karma, I suppose. We should refrain from giving food to anyone, lest we attract unwanted attention. By now, Jiang Yinjin had repeatedly acknowledged the wisdom in her foresight, at the very least. The iron door had spared them numerous troubles. As dawn broke, Duo cheerfully declared it time for breakfast. Fong Tingwan entered, carrying corn. After their meal, Jiang Yinxing adhered to their agreed schedule, tidying the kitchen before returning home. He left the door ajar, retrieving past case files to analyze in the foyer, keen to remain alert to any external commotion. As he sifted through the documents, his hand paused at the file concerning Fong Tingwan's family. It was evident that her uncle's family were vampires, and it appeared that she had only changed her demeanor after being admitted to the hospital. Curiosity piqued. He pondered what experiences she had undergone to possess foresight into forthcoming events, prompting her to prepare in advance. Was it time travel or rebirth? Such thoughts spiraled into absurdity. Meanwhile, the 3 large doors across the room remained firmly closed. Duo had not called for her mother in the past few days, but incessantly mentioned her sister. "Sister. How do you pronounce sister?" "Sister, I want to eat a lollipop." "Sister, could you call brother to play games with us?" She seemed to be bursting with energy. After bouncing around the living room, she darted to the balcony. With tiny hands, she attempted to lift a barbell, exerting all her strength, yet making no progress. Watching her sister succeed effortlessly, confusion filled her little eyes. "Sister, what are you doing?" "Exercising," Fong Tingwan replied, having developed considerable muscle from her daily training. She wiped the sweat from her brow and gently suggested, "Let us watch some cartoons. I'll call brother after my shower." The initial days of the apocalypse had their advantages. An unending supply of water, courtesy of normal rainfall, allowed for comfortable baths. The water stored in their space was immensely useful, and she felt no urgency to utilize it. "Okay." After Fong Tingwan retreated to the bathroom, Duo grasped the smallest barbell, struggling to lift it. "It's so heavy." She puffed, eventually setting it down, pouting as she caught her breath. Moments later, she attempted to lift it once more, mimicking her sister. When Fong Tingwan emerged, she found this delightful scene and chuckled softly, taking the barbell from Duo's hands. "There's no rush to practice. You won't grow taller if you overdo it." Duo declared with a determined lisp, "I want to protect my sister." Her voice was both sweet and resolute. Her gaze fixed on Fong Tingwan, as if she were peering through her to find their mother. In that instant, Fong Tingwan grasped Duo's intent. If she couldn't protect their mother, she would safeguard her sister. She discreetly wiped away the moisture at the corners of her eyes, touched by the realization that this small child, despite her size, had heartfelt sentiments that could evoke tears. Chapter 17. The indulgence of instant noodles from now on. "Sister will help you practice." No sooner had she spoken than a knock resonated from the door. It was precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Fong Tingwan opened the door to find Jiang Yinxing holding vegetables. "Shall we have stir-fried celery with beef for lunch?" "Sure, brother." Duo chimed in, eagerly taking the celery from his hands and following him to the counter to begin sorting the ingredients. How thoughtful she was, truly heartwarming. As Jiang Yinxing prepared the meal, the aroma of sizzling beef filled the living room, a delightful fragrance that surely would have driven anyone else mad with desire if they had caught a whiff. "Thank goodness we live on the top floor," Fong Tingwan remarked, wiping her nose. She retrieved a bottle of fizzy drink from the refrigerator. For the true delight lies in the harmony of delectable food and exquisite beverages. Jiang Yinxing gazed at her treasure trove-like fridge, pondering how many more culinary delights she might be concealing. Was he, at this moment, fortunate enough to be in her good graces? As the meal was prepared, they all began to indulge heartily. Meanwhile, downstairs, others had devoured all available food, even resorting to salvaging a half-opened packet of instant noodles that had been discarded in the trash, cooking it anew. Yet, hunger persisted, so intense that it induced hallucinations. As he clutched his beloved orange cat, which he had nurtured for 5 years, his eyes dimming with despair. Had the property management's phone line been connected? Not only him, but 5 others were gathered, each grappling with their own hunger. The line was simply unreachable. Relying on property management seemed a futile hope for the next lifetime. What were they to do? Await their demise in this confinement? Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "What is that aroma?" Instantly, the 6 young individuals rushed to the window, collectively inhaling the enticing scent, their expressions betraying their greed. Instant noodles, enhanced with eggs. Just a few words caused saliva to flow uncontrollably from their mouths. "Shall we venture downstairs to borrow some food?" proposed the man cradling the cat. Absolutely, they all concurred. They were colleagues residing together in Unit 602, a household comprising solely men, with their provisions predominantly consisting of instant noodles. Initially, each consumed 3 bowls a day, enough to last over a week. However, being all men and not particularly concerned, they quickly devoured 2 or 3 bowls each. Now, just 4 days in, their supplies had dwindled to nothing. Water had risen to the 2nd floor, and residents on the 3rd floor were already seeking assistance. Yet, those on the 4th and 5th floors remained. As they descended to the 5th floor, they sniffed around the neighbors' doors, ultimately honing in on Unit 501. They knocked. "Who is it?" A family of 3 inside had just finished their last mouthful of noodles when the sudden knock startled the male occupant. "Brother," the man outside chuckled, his demeanor remarkably amiable. "We've run out of food, but we have money. Would you be willing to sell us a few packets of instant noodles to save us?" After a brief silence, the male occupant responded, "We too are down to our last packet, and it's being shared among 3 of us. I'm sorry. Please, brother. We only wish to purchase 3 packets. We implore you to show us mercy. 1,000 yuan per packet. We'll buy." The desperation in the voices outside was palpable. Yet, upon hearing the price, the 5 men inside exchanged glances of refusal. The leader swiftly gestured for silence. Inside, The male occupant glanced toward his kitchen cupboard, where half a box of instant noodles remained. They had been rationing their supplies, and even if he offered 3 packets, he still had 10 left. The thought tempted him. 3,000 yuan was a significant sum, considering his monthly salary barely exceeded 10,000. The female occupant timidly spoke up, only to be met with a fierce glare. Fearing repercussions, she quickly retreated to their room with the child. The male occupant, accustomed to making decisions, approached the door, 2,000 yuan per packet. The expression on the faces of the individuals outside suddenly shifted, consumed by a surge of anger, yet they were restrained by their leader. The master of the house opened the door and observed that these individuals were dressed in plain, unremarkable attire, indicating their impoverished state. Their eyes gazed skyward as he coldly remarked, "First, the payment, then, the goods." The leader quickly acquiesced, retrieving a stack of money from his pocket, which he estimated to be around 6,000. The master accepted the money but had no intention of allowing them entry, responding icily, "Wait here." He turned and headed to the kitchen, but as he opened the cabinet door, a sudden thud echoed, and a sharp pain struck the back of his head, causing his eyelids to grow heavy. He collapsed, losing consciousness entirely. "Brother, he won't die, will he?" The man clutching a cat muttered while rummaging through instant noodles. The others began to ransack the kitchen. The leader noticed a family photo depicting a mother and child, without a word. He gathered the food and instructed his companions to return home. The woman inside the house waited until silence enveloped the outside world before cautiously opening the door a crack to confirm that no one remained. She promptly locked the door and dialed 120. The call connected swiftly, but before she could respond, a voice on the other end interrupted, "Apologies, but the hospital cannot spare any personnel at the moment. If you require urgent assistance, please find a way to manage it yourself. We are truly sorry." The nurse abruptly ended the call, leaving the woman in a state of bewilderment as she stared at the pool of blood, trembling and crying while seeking help in the homeowners group chat. Meanwhile, on the top floor, Fong Tingwan was still dining when she noticed her phone incessantly flashing. Opening the homeowners group message revealed alarming news. They had been robbed, and her husband had been injured, bleeding profusely. Death seemed imminent. The group was buzzing with suggestions. Even the culprits from Unit 602 feigned shock, offering ideas in the chat. "Why not check at the fisherman's house for a rubber boat? We could help you get him to the hospital." Unbeknownst to the woman, those very individuals were the perpetrators. She expressed her gratitude in the chat, hoping for their swift assistance. A moment of silence enveloped the group. Fong Tingwan set down her utensils, her brow furrowed. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yinqing inquired, sensing her distress. "This homeowner is likely in grave danger," Fong Tingwan replied, not intending to target men specifically, but acknowledging that some men indeed thought with only their lower halves. Given that this was a post-apocalyptic world, they had nowhere to channel their frustrations. Jiang Yinqing, having handled countless cases, was acutely aware of the grim possibilities that could unfold. "Is it Hauer's family?" Unit 501. Duo suddenly interjected, her voice innocent and naive. "Hauer said that his father often hits his mother and him. Brothers and sisters. Can you help Hao? I will take care of him." It was quite normal for children living in the same building to play together. Fong Tingwan gently ruffled Duo's hair, assuring her, "Hauer's mother is here. Everything will be all right." This statement was merely a comforting lie to soothe the child. Jiang Yinqing had no intention of descending to rescue anyone. It was evident that a murderer had already infiltrated the building, possibly more than one. Once they opened the door, they would become targets. There was no need to jeopardize their own safety, a sentiment he shared with Fong Tingwan. Duo, let us continue with the painting, shall we?" He gently coaxed. Chapter 18. A reckless band of criminals, all right. Duo quickly forgot her fears, moving closer to her brother to resume her artwork. The room was eerily quiet, and so was the residence group chat. Evidently, others were equally disinclined to intervene. Suddenly, a boy's faint scream pierced the silence, and Fong Tingwan's keen ears caught it. She approached the balcony and peered down through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A boy was struggling in the raging river below, flailing helplessly. The swift current swept him away in an instant, and soon he was engulfed by the murky waters. Survival was impossible. As for the female resident, her fate remained uncertain. When darkness fell, someone in the group chat unexpectedly shared a photograph. The door number was 502, and within lay a scene of utter devastation. 2 bodies sprawled on the ground, completely bare, their lower halves stained with blood. "Everyone, be cautious. It is best to remain indoors." Not only had the female resident been violated, but the male residents were also victims of this grotesque and depraved group. The preceding message had been a plea for assistance from the resident of 602. It was clear who the culprits were. "This is outrageous. We must call the police. The line is busy." The residents expressed their indignation in rapid succession, yet many were busy reinforcing their doors, fearful of an encounter with the assailants. Fong Tingwan surveyed the messages and pursed her lips. "We must exercise caution. These individuals have lost all semblance of humanity." Indeed, Jiang Yinqing, having witnessed the darker sides of human nature, silently gathered evidence to ensure that once the turmoil subsided, he would pursue legal action against these criminals. 602 Lu Feng. From this point forward, every household must pay tribute. Should anyone fail to comply, your door will be the first we break down. 602 Wang Li. At 6 o'clock tonight, we will knock on every door. With those two threatening remarks, the chat fell silent. The police line remained busy. How could ordinary citizens confront such reckless individuals? Anxiety gripped everyone as they awaited the passage of time. Jiang Yinqing feared they might ascend to the top floor, so he lingered there after dinner. Fong Tingwan did not urge him to leave. Perhaps Duo had heard the sounds from earlier in the day, for she was frightened. Clutching her strawberry bear and insisting that Jiang Yinqing hold her to feel secure. Otherwise, she would silently stand there, tears streaming down her cheeks, a pitiful sight indeed. At 5 to 6, the voices from below penetrated the window, revealing the palpable fear and despair of those downstairs. "Now you realize your mistakes? It is too late." The door creaked open. The man's voice was deep and resonant, exuding an air of intimidation. "My dear brother, my wife is pregnant, and my child is still small." The pleas for mercy continued, yet were met with no reprieve. A chilling scream pierced the air, followed by the harsh clamor of a window being flung open. With a thud, Fong Tingwan beheld a lifeless adult male floating in the waters below, swallowed by the yellow river without a struggle, staining the water crimson. Soon after, the mournful cries of a woman and the wailing of a child echoed from below, only fading as the sun dipped beneath the horizon. What transpired was clear to all, leaving a heavy pall over their hearts. Apart from casting mere glances of inconsequential sympathy, they were powerless to intervene. In a display of deterrence, everyone dutifully placed their food offerings at their doorsteps. On the rooftop, the iron door was banged upon for what felt like an eternity. But Fong Tingwan chose to ignore it, her grip tightening around her tang sword. She had no desire to incite trouble. It was best for the other party to leave her be. Just as her patience was wearing thin, the individuals at the entrance departed. This time, the 6 men returned with bountiful spoils, their faces aglow with satisfaction as they sprawled across the room, indulging in cigarettes and alcohol, reveling in their fortune. Had they known such delight awaited them, they would have endured their previous hardships in vain. The table, cluttered with refuse, now bore a mountain of provisions, instant noodles, meat, rice, gifts from nearly every household. Finally, they were liberated from the drudgery of labor for meager wages. Do you believe the police have truly abandoned their duties? Or are they simply overwhelmed? As the leader, Lu Feng reclined on the solitary sofa, taking a swig of beer and burping contentedly. Had the emergency line not been cut, I would have hesitated, but this outcome is satisfactory. At least we have enough provisions for half a month. By the way, is that woman on the rooftop still refusing to open the door? Wang Li interjected eagerly, his eyes betraying his infatuation with Fong Tingwan. She probably didn't hear. That iron door is quite thick. I'll tag her in the group chat. The brothers discerned his intentions, and Lu Feng scoffed. Fine, when we catch her. You can be the first. My brother, Wang Li began, but his words were abruptly cut off. Aren't we all brothers here? Didn't we agree to share both fortune and adversity? Lu Feng's retort left Wang Li momentarily speechless, though he eventually nodded in acquiescence. 1707 owner, Miss Fong. I wish to speak with you. Please accept my friend request. After sending the message, Wang Li attempted to add Fong Tingwan. She, however, did not even glance at her phone. Meanwhile, a brother from Xia Jinyu's side, fixated on his device, was so startled that he leapt to his feet. Rushing into the room and yanking off the covers, his excitement rendering him tongue-tied. You go. Someone has set their sights on your woman. Xia Jinyu, both famished and heartbroken, responded by pulling the covers over his head once more, grumbling, it'd be a miracle if they could catch her. She had never yielded to threats or deceit, regardless of their nature. Another younger brother yanked the covers away again, exclaiming, No, it's those murderers targeting her. The same scoundrels who killed the 501 owner yesterday. Xia Jinyu sat upright, the dark circles under his eyes amplifying the fear within them. Snatching the phone, he quickly tagged Fong Tingwan in response. If you dare to harm her, I will not spare you. Which level are you from? Wang Li countered directly, glancing at the notes that contained only a username with no further information. The group was eerily quiet. Most were merely engrossed in their phones. Similar to Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing. Just try it. Xia Jinyu flung her phone onto the bed, and as soon as she finished dressing, she retrieved a Wolf Fong club from the wardrobe. The younger brothers, seeing this, hastily armed themselves as well. Only one person blocking the door helplessly reminded them. The waters are deeper now, with snakes and crocodiles lurking beneath. Swimming through is not an option. Let us not find ourselves in trouble before we teach them a lesson. The impulsive brother calmed down. Indeed, Yu. And not to mention the large iron gate at her house. Who could possibly bully her given her notorious reputation? They had faced setbacks twice already, and these few were likely no different. Xia Jinyu took a deep breath, attempted to message Fong Tingwan, only to find she had been blocked again. So she resorted to using her brother's phone to send a message in the group. Wan, if you need anything, call me. Come rain or shine, I will protect you. This statement, amidst the threatening conversation, felt particularly jarring. Chapter 19, Steal from Me. Death penalty. Since Fong Tingwan chose to ignore the few individuals on the 6th floor, she opted to disregard them entirely, shutting off her phone to continue her workout. It was time to go home. Jiang Yinqing gently patted Duoduo's head, and under Duoduo's reluctant gaze, he stepped out and closed the door behind him. He still kept his door open for convenience, opting to sleep on a sofa bed in the foyer. The oppressive heat lingered beneath the torrential rain. After her workout, Fong Tingwan was drenched in sweat. Following a shower, she stepped onto the balcony to check on her plants. In just 4 days, a few tender sprouts had emerged. Whether they would thrive was irrelevant. The important thing was to give others the impression of growth. The group chat was rife with arguments, notifications popping incessantly. She pulled out her phone to pass the time, observing Xia Jinyu relentlessly threatening the people on the 6th floor. Instead of being intimidated, they provoked further ire. Brandishing kitchen knives and hammers as they ascended the stairs, occasionally posting pictures in the group. Duo, are you sleepy? Duo, engrossed in an animated show, looked up with a hint of confusion, then rubbed her eyes. MHM. After shutting off her tablet, she hugged her strawberry bear and rose to return to her room. Fong Tingwan followed closely behind, placing a storybook flat against the bedside as she softly read aloud, gently patting Duoduo's back. Within 5 minutes, Duo drifted into slumber. It was only then that Fong Tingwan stood up, closed the room door, and opened the front door to step outside. Outside, the sound of a hammer relentlessly striking the window echoed. That was the iron gate's built-in iron window, measuring approximately 15 centimeters in width and height. Reinforced with 2 steel bars, its only flaw. Fong Tingwan had initially planned to weld it shut entirely. However, time constraints prevented her from customizing it. So she settled for a temporary solution. With each hammer blow, the iron window began to show severe dents, and with the final strike, it loosened. The individuals outside forcefully tugged twice, causing the iron window to crash to the ground with a resounding clatter. You wretched scoundrel, you are indeed inside. The atmosphere shifted as Lu Feng, incensed, gritted his teeth, raising the kitchen knife in his hand. Open the door. Are you certain? Fong Tingwan raised her tang sword, its blade glinting ominously, revealing its sharpness. Lu Feng, uncertain, took a step back and nearly stumbled down the stairs, only to be steadied by Wang Li behind him. Narrowly avoiding a humiliating fall, under the gaze of his companions, he felt a surge of embarrassment and shouted even louder. Yes, I am certain. If you do not open up, do not blame us for resorting to force. Big brother, Wang Li whispered, casting a look of guilt and signaling towards the window. Fong Tingwan suddenly chuckled, turning to the side where Jiang Yinqing stood. Lawyer Jiang, will you open the door? Jiang Yinqing stepped into a vantage point, holding his tang sword, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group outside. Their bravado faltered. With just a glance, Jiang Yinqing discerned the futility of the situation. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and aimed the camera at the group, coldly declaring, robbery, punishable by 3 years to life imprisonment. Attempt to rob me, and it will be the death penalty. Lu Feng swallowed hard, his kitchen knife obediently lowering behind him. Jiang Yinqing was a formidable lawyer, and they had heard of his reputation. Continue. I'm recording this. Jiang Yinqing smirked, his demeanor surprisingly composed and polite, yet instilling fear in those outside. "Big brother." "Someone is frightened." Lu Feng's companion instinctively retreated down the stairs. Let us go, let us go." Lu Feng, furious, descended the stairs, halfway down hurling the kitchen knife downwards in frustration. He could not swallow this humiliation. They would eventually pay for this. "Rest assured, big brother. I can't believe they will not eat or drink. The moment they show themselves, we will seize them, and you can deal with them as you wish." The speaker, Bao, was a brash youth. Lu Feng fixed his gaze on him and spoke slowly. "Then you stay here to watch. The moment they open the door, you come and alert us immediately." "Big brother." Bao attempted to salvage the situation, but he watched helplessly as Lu Feng and the others descended entirely. With no other choice, he glanced around before sitting at the bottom of the stairs. Bored and restless, he picked up a discarded paper. "Your daughter is safe." Confused, he crumpled it into a ball and tossed it aside. Upstairs, Fang Tingwan was aware that people were guarding below. Observing the forcibly opened iron window, she turned to Jiang Yinxing and kindly warned, "You must be cautious. Something may be thrown in at any moment. Shall I come to your house to charge my phone?" Jiang Yinxing shook his device, which was black-screened. Without waiting for a response, he explained, "I was only trying to intimidate them. My power bank is out of juice." "Then bring it all over to charge." Fang Tingwan, recalling his earlier assistance, agreed, also concerned that he might use this excuse to linger. Duo was already fast asleep. The two moved quietly, with Jiang Yinxing sitting down to charge his phone. Fang Tingwan gazed out at the torrential rain, mingled with dust storms. Her floor-to-ceiling windows coated in yellow sand, which was subsequently washed away, leaving them pristine. Beyond the glass, darkness enveloped the outside world. In her previous life, the downpour persisted for nearly a month, and their location on elevated ground had seen flooding reaching the second floor, with other areas likely faring far worse. Chaos was inevitable. Fang Tingwan gestured for Jiang Yinxing to check his phone. The homeowners had formed a new group to discuss self-rescue strategies or escape plans. As Jiang Yinxing powered on his phone, he noticed numerous friend requests, with many hoping he would mediate their plight. His eyelids drooped, concealing his indifference. As he observed discussions in the group about gathering young men to capture the murderer from Unit 602. He couldn't help but shake his head and softly utter two words, "Navi." Fang Tingwan shared this sentiment. The individuals on the 6th floor were inherently ruthless. Yet many residents here had families and reservations. They could hardly prevail in a confrontation. Shaking his head, he noticed someone tagging him, and he began typing with a chilling detachment. "I will document everything you say. It will serve as evidence in court. I can represent your families for free to pursue the maximum compensation." "What do you mean? If you're not going to help, at least don't pour cold water on us." "Exactly. Do you wish for our demise?" Jiang Yinxing responded with a resigned expression. The group erupted in outrage, directing their fury at him, with those who had tagged him now forming a chorus of discontent. He remained unfazed. Fang Tingwan shot him a glance, understanding his intent to make these individuals confront the harsh reality, though they would never admit their own impotence. The clamoring persisted for 3 minutes. Suddenly, Lu Feng tagged 5 individuals in the homeowners group. Remarkably, those 5 were the most vociferous in the smaller group. Those who had been loudly protesting quickly retracted their messages. Lu Feng declared, "I hear you wish to take me down. I am here now, step forward." Lu, the curtain merchant from Unit 701, responded, "Bro, I was wrong. I was just going along with the crowd. I didn't mean it. I was about to add you as a friend to tell you this." His message was followed by a screenshot showing his friend request awaiting approval. While some found his behavior disgraceful, none dared to voice their thoughts. The most boisterous homeowners promptly began to retract their previous bravado. "You still have energy left. It seems you have provisions. If I don't see food by 10 o'clock. You all know what that means," Lu Feng added, and then fell silent. The 5 homeowners began a game of tag. "All right, bro," quite sycophantic. Realizing there was a mole among them, the smaller group disbanded. However, the number of people adding Fang Tingwan suddenly surged. When she declined their requests, they incessantly attempted to connect, leaving derogatory remarks about her ancestry in the notes. Everyone speculated that she had been under the watchful eye of the residents on the 6th floor, yet since no incident had transpired, it was certain that her betrayal of the owner had granted her protection. Fang Tingwan, indifferent to their chatter, found solace in the tranquility that enveloped her after rejecting friend requests and embracing her privacy. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the room remained unlit. Once accustomed to the darkness, she could vaguely discern the exterior scenery. Someone had fashioned a makeshift boat from foam, tossing a suitcase onto it before 4 silhouettes settled aboard. Observing the figures, she recognized them as 4 adults. Once they had secured themselves, they released the ropes, allowing the foam vessel to drift with the current. Half an hour later, a lengthy tirade erupted in the Owner-S group chat. Each word saturated with vitriol directed at the beasts from the 6th floor and the entire Building S residents, who stood idly by in the face of calamity. Glancing at the owner listed as 301, Fong Tingwan recalled that this individual had sought help as the waters rose. Yet no one in the building dared to let him in, forcing him to leave in despair. Lu Feng, upon reading the messages, immediately commanded Wang Li, "You keep watch downstairs. Anyone who dares to leave, eliminate them." The casualness with which he uttered the word kill sent a shiver down Wang Li's spine. "Brother, are we really going to kill someone?" They had succumbed to the madness of hunger, committing numerous misdeeds in the past 2 days. The weight of his guilt was palpable, haunting him in his dreams. Lu Feng glared at him furiously. "If they escape and call the police, they will come for you. Do you want to be executed?" The word executed lingered in Wang Li's mind, a notion he could scarcely comprehend. "Of course, we committed murder and even rape, and you were at the forefront. Have you forgotten?" Lu Feng emphasized pointedly. If they were united, they were a formidable force. Should anyone consider defection, he wouldn't hesitate to add to his count of lives taken. Wang Li, perceptive as he was, noticed the murderous intent in his brother's eyes and quickly pulled another comrade downstairs. Thus, the upper level was left with 1, while 2 remained below, leaving only 3 individuals in 602. Just as Fong Tingwan was about to retire for the night, voices emanated from the tablet connected to the surveillance camera in Jiang Yinqing's residence. It was a man's voice, easily identifiable. She gently opened her door, gripping her dagger tightly. And at the moment she opened it, she locked eyes with Jiang Yinqing, both startled, yet simultaneously signaling for silence. Jiang Yinqing, too, armed with a knife, approached the iron gate. Outside, footsteps echoed up the stairs. "Brother, it's still warm," came the cold retort from Lu Feng. "Damn it, you're not eating. So why concern yourself with its warmth? Which side does she reside on? It should be 1701, right? Make sure to throw it hard against the door. Let's disgust her." "Yes, brother." As they spoke, a delicate hand, almost dainty like a woman's, crept in, grasping a lump of excrement wrapped in paper. Just as he aimed, Fong Tingwan struck with her blade. The sound of slicing echoed, and the hand, severed at the wrist, fell to the ground, fingers still clenching tightly onto the excrement. Crimson blood splattered against the iron gate, creating a chaotic yet oddly beautiful spectacle. Outside, the man initially felt no intense pain. Instinctively, he withdrew his hand, only to witness the gaping wound on his forearm, blood gushing forth. His mouth agape, he let out a low growl. My hand. The pain was excruciating, but it was the fear that overwhelmed him. He had never anticipated such a consequence. In a daze, he looked to his elder brother and his companions. "Stop the bleeding." Quickly, Lu Feng hastily pulled down his sleeve, frantically applying pressure to the severed arm. The other 2 supported each other as they continued to bandage. Watching the blood seep incessantly, his brother's face growing increasingly pale, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. "Brother, what shall we do?" The man's eyes rolled back. Succumbing to fear and excessive blood loss, he collapsed down the steps. "I will not let you escape this. I will not," Lu Feng declared vehemently before departing. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 3 minutes. Once they left, Fong Tingwan, with an indifferent demeanor, bent down, before she could retrieve the severed arm. Jiang Yinqing had already taken the initiative. "I will handle this," he stated, turning away. "Aren't you afraid?" Fong Tingwan inquired, intrigued. His earlier reaction was hardly what one would expect from an ordinary person, let alone a woman. Jiang Yinqing did not look back, his gentle voice possessing an almost enchanting quality that soothed her worries. "You merely acted a moment before I did." Fong Tingwan's heart quivered at the onset of this apocalypse. Human nature had yet to fully unveil itself. How could a lawyer, one who proclaimed justice, harbor murderous intent? She had anticipated he might be fearful, disgusted, or withdraw. She had never considered that he might simply regret not acting sooner. In a different light, did he prefer to be the one to strike rather than herself? Unease enveloped her. In the next moment, Jiang Yinqing seemingly discerned her doubts, rising to explain. "I have previously served as a criminal attorney, encountering numerous homicide scenes and corpses. They are not as terrifying as you might imagine. You, however, surprise me. Exposed? Fong Tingwan paused momentarily before responding. I was often bullied as a child. The more I endured, the worse they became. I apologize. Jiang Yinqing's sudden apology seemed to evoke memories. It's all right, Fong Tingwan replied, shaking her head. The traces of the incident were swiftly erased, as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning to Fong Tingwan's home, Jiang Yinqing began preparing lunch. Reclining on the sofa, Fong Tingwan's phone buzzed incessantly with messages. Upon opening it, she found that the members of 602 were seeking a doctor or hemostatic medication. For days had passed, and despite their efforts to conserve battery, their phones had reached a critical point of silence. After fruitless threats in the group, these individuals resorted to scouring each household for medicine. Recently, 601 had also become a target. Living directly across from a murderer, they had anticipated the possibility of being harmed. Barricading their door with solid wooden tables, refrigerators, sofas, and wardrobes. Lu Feng knocked a few times, his patience wearing thin. He signaled to his brothers to break in. When they finally smashed open the door, they were met with a dimly lit room cluttered with furniture, igniting his fury. Burn it all, brother? Wang Li stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. With this building ablaze, where shall we go? The water outside has already reached the 3rd floor, and we remain oblivious to the dangers lurking beneath its surface. Chapter 21. Opportunity indeed, brother, so many lives are at stake, and our provisions are dwindling. Relying on external support is futile. If we sever our own escape routes, we are merely courting death, are we not? Let us first investigate the upper floors. One after another, voices urged caution, and Lu Feng took a deep breath, steadying himself. I shall not let them escape unscathed. His voice pierced through the barriers, sending tremors of fear through those within. Leaving Wang Li to tend to the vulnerable, the rest ascended the stairs, knocking on doors in search of answers. Some, privy to the group messages, discreetly placed their medications at the door, while others, unaware of the notifications, opened their doors only to be pillaged of all their supplies. Even food. Grievances echoed within the group chat. Is there anyone with food? These gold pieces are worth 5,000. I would trade for a bit of vegetables. I beg you, we are on the brink of starvation. Attached to the message was a video depicting a family huddled on a sofa, their table laden with cups of water, trying to stave off hunger. Such a tactic might prolong their survival for a few more days. Soon, offers of cash, 10,000, were made in exchange for food. Any amount would suffice. The value of goods continued to rise, yet no one responded, even if there were offers. To voice them now would be akin to flaunting wealth, inviting theft. In room 602, concern for the group messages had dissipated. Wang Li gazed at his brother, lying on the bed, blood soaking the sheets, his complexion growing increasingly pallid, breath shallow and labored. After staunching the bleeding, Wang Li wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke gravely. Brother, if we do not take him to the hospital, he will not survive the day. The delay in stopping the hemorrhage had led to excessive blood loss. Not only were they unable to transfuse, but they also lacked adequate medical supplies and antibiotics. A fever was inevitable tonight. We must find an inflatable raft. Anything that can float will suffice. We must reach the hospital. Lu Feng rose with determination. There's one on the 4th floor. He immediately took one companion downstairs. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the stench of decay mingled with mold assaulted their senses, provoking nausea. Lu Feng pinched his nose and stepped into the room, crossing over the grotesquely decomposed body of a fisherman, treading upon writhing maggots that crackled beneath his feet. The man following behind grimaced. With his brother having entered, he too had no choice but to venture inside and search. One of the rooms was dedicated to fishing gear, containing 2 inflatable boats, one large and one small. Each man seized a boat, and upon noticing that water had accumulated at the corner of the 3rd floor, Lu Feng commanded, "You inflate the boat. I will carry our injured comrade upstairs." Understood. 10 minutes later, 6 individuals had congregated at the window. The larger raft held one injured person, along with Lu Feng, Wang Li, and another companion. The smaller raft accommodated 2, directly entering the river from the water buffer on the 4th floor. The current was not slow. As soon as they released the rope, the rubber boat glided swiftly along the water's course. Fortunately, the hospital lay downstream. In mere moments, the boat drifted several meters away. The residents of Building 11, upon spotting the boat below, found it hard to believe at first. Only after confirming did they exclaim in astonishment, "They've left." They've really left? It must be them. Now is our chance. Suddenly, someone suggested this, and their eyes gleamed with hope. Starved to the extreme, the only one with food was room 602, with the occupants absent. It was the perfect opportunity to raid their home. This thought resonated with more than one person. 3 groups convened at the entrance of room 602, and after a tacit agreement, they kicked the door open and ventured inside in search of provisions. The interior resembled a pigsty, a chaotic scene as they rummaged through the mess. The only treasure they could find was the seasoning for instant noodles. A dozen pairs of eyes exchanged glances. Had they consumed everything? Surely, not a single morsel remained in the entire building? Had they taken it all with them? It seemed so. They had spotted 2 individuals with the rubber boat, laden with several large bags, presumably filled with food. Hearing this, the color drained from everyone's faces as despair settled in. They slumped onto the steps, realizing that without food, escape was futile. Starvation was merely a matter of time. Enough of this. It's better to take a gamble. One man stood up, his gaze resolute. Is anyone willing to join me? We can swim to the Lianhua Mountain supermarket, 3 kilometers away. There, we will find enough sustenance to last until the flood subsides. No one responded. They had witnessed the terror of the flood. The man scoffed, if no one is going, I'll go alone. Everyone returned home. 15 minutes later, they saw him through the window, a waterproof bag strapped to his back as he leaped into the floodwaters. In an instant, his figure vanished beneath the surface. Fong Tingwan, observing from above, also caught sight of him and stepped forward for a clearer view. After 2 breaths, the man resurfaced, gasping, "Help! Help me!" He attempted to swim back, but the current swept him farther away, uncontrollably propelling him several meters until he collided with Building 12, his head leaving a vivid crimson stain against the white wall. Without a rubber boat, escape was impossible. Remaining here would inevitably lead to a living hell. Fong Tingwan murmured softly, then turned to see Duo still engrossed in animated shows. And she resumed her workout. On the 7th day of the torrential rain, the once quiet building was suddenly filled with cries for help. Before long, a voice reached the iron door of the 17th floor. A woman pounded on the door, pleading, "Wan, my child has fainted from hunger. Please, grant us a morsel of food. I want to take it for free. Here is my payment." As she spoke, she tossed in a thick stack of cash, estimated at 50,000 yuan. The money lay scattered on the ground, a substantial layer. Fong Tingwan crouched down, organizing the bills, and through the window, she saw the woman. Her cheeks gaunt from starvation, tears brimming in her eyes, a pitiable sight indeed. As she handed over the money, she remarked indifferently, "We have no food left." "I'm afraid. How could that be? Just look at your rosy complexions. You hardly appear to be starving." She implored, "If the funds are insufficient here, I will provide whatever amount you require. Please, I beg you, save the lives at stake." The woman remained obstinate, unwilling to accept the money. In a moment of frustration, Fong Tingwan let go of the bills, which scattered across the floor. "If you throw more in, I want to pick it up for you again," she declared, turning away. Seeing her determination, the woman pressed her face against the iron bars, her eyes wide with fury, and she shouted, "How heartless you are! Are you not afraid of divine retribution? You have food, yet watch us starve to death before your very eyes. You will not have a good end, even in death. I shall haunt you." The only response was the sound of the door slamming shut. In a fit of rage, she descended to collect a pile of refuse. Undeterred by the filth or inconvenience, and stuffed it through the iron bars, cursing for a good 10 minutes before heading back downstairs. Group announcement. At 6 o'clock. A meeting for self-rescue will be held on the 10th floor. Those in need may attend at their discretion. Fong Tingwan noticed the message and retreated to her room. Half a minute later, she returned with a mirror, concealer, and a blush brush. Chapter 22. The leech sit still. Anticipating her intent, Jiang Yinqing straightened his posture, slightly tilted his head back, and closed his eyes to facilitate her painting. Fong Tingwan wasted no time, swiftly applying a dark hue to his face. Observing his gaunt cheeks, deep-set eyes, prominent nose, and thin, pursed lips, she realized that even in jest, the allure of this mature man could not be concealed. Taking a deep breath, she averted her gaze. When she positioned the mirror towards herself, she noticed her own cheeks were slightly flushed, and her breathing felt somewhat irregular. I need to go to my room to apply makeup," she stammered, hastily rising and shutting the door behind her. Having known her for so long, this was the first time he had witnessed a trace of vulnerability in her demeanor. Jiang Yinqing stood up to play with Duo. a smile he could not suppress shining in his eyes. Half an hour later, looking despondent and drained, Fong Tingwan emerged into the living room. She pointed to her face and asked, "How does it look?" Jiang Yinqing scrutinized her earnestly. The blush was subtle enough that it would go unnoticed unless inspected closely. He nodded. "It's passable. We should also attend," she replied, glancing at the sun that had already set atop the mountain, with only half an hour remaining until dusk. Soon it would be around 6 o'clock, when the light would dim, making her less conspicuous. If she did not step outside, everyone would assume she still had food. And it would not be long before she became the target, something she wished to avoid unless absolutely necessary. As the clock approached 5:50, the residents, having endured a day of hunger, gathered in the corridor and stairwell of the 10th floor, each person finding any position to lie down rather than sit, or to sit rather than stand. When the couple descended with Duo, they were met with a sea of people. All eyes turned toward them. The family of 3 had finally emerged, yet they appeared utterly ravaged by hunger. "Do you also have no food left?" Everyone's hope rests upon them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yinqing coughed twice while covering his mouth, revealing a fragile demeanor. "The child is young. We must consider the child's needs. It's already fortunate that we can manage to drink some soup." "Not at all." The man, still unyielding, pressed on, his skepticism dissipating upon observing the expressions on their faces. "Not at all," Fong Tingwan solemnly affirmed, settling down and cradling Duo in her arms. As her words echoed, a collective sigh emerged from the crowd. "What shall we do next? We can't just wait for death, can we?" Questions arose, directed towards the male homeowner of Unit 701. Everyone had rallied at his behest, thus they naturally looked to him for guidance. Yet, even he was at a loss. Swimming was not an option, and there were no other means of transportation. Wait, wasn't it rumored that Lawyer Jiang on the 17th floor had a rubber boat? Just as he prepared to speak, he was interrupted. "Is there a nurse among you? Is there anyone here who is a nurse?" A man suddenly dashed down from the upper floors, shouting for assistance. When no one responded, tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, "Please, who can help? My wife is in labor and bleeding profusely. We need to save her. Even in a hospital, she may not survive. Why didn't you go to the hospital sooner?" A flicker of guilt crossed the man's face. His family was impoverished, and the extra cost of an early hospital stay was unacceptable, but that seemed trivial now. "Is there no one here who is a nurse? A doctor?" he implored, but no response came from the crowd. Anger and shame surged within him. In such a large building, with hundreds of people, how can there be no nurses or doctors? "Do you not wish to save my wife? I will pay. Just tell me how much you need." The onlookers regarded him as if he were mad, offering no reply. His fury intensified as he turned to Jiang Yinqing, demanding, "If they refuse to help, can I sue them?" Jiang Yinqing arched an eyebrow, observing the man with curiosity. "What nonsense are you spouting? They are under no obligation to save your wife, especially in a critical condition such as this. If you sue them, they could counterclaim for defamation or extortion." Upon hearing this, a myriad of emotions flickered across the man's face. Infuriated, he kicked the white wall and ascended the stairs. "Everyone should go back. We will discuss this again tomorrow." As dusk enveloped the sky, the 701 homeowner announced the dispersal, descending the stairs while vaguely sensing he had forgotten something. Once they all returned to their respective homes, Fong Tingwan washed away the remnants of the day's turmoil, took a shower, and lay down on her bed, retrieving her phone. "Bro, how is your wife?" 10 minutes later, a reply came through. "You are all murderers." A flurry of question marks filled the chat. "What are you talking about? This is my home. Get out, get out." The abrupt voice echoed from outside the window. Fong Tingwan, still awake, leaned out to listen. The voice emanated from downstairs. "By driving us away, are you not condemning us to death? I kindly took you in. You stayed in my master bedroom, and yet you even stole my mother's glucose. She is a patient. Without glucose, she could perish. She was on the brink of death. What was the point of wasting time?" The noise of the argument grew increasingly louder, accompanied by the voices of those downstairs attempting to mediate. Fong Tingwan discerned from the conversation that the quarrel originated from the resident of 801, who had previously taken in the owner of the first floor a collection of leeches. Such occurrences had transpired in her past life, not infrequently, where her benevolence ultimately led to the downfall of her entire family. Having witnessed enough, she had grown accustomed to it. Fortunately, her neighbor was the cold-hearted Jiang Yinqing. Had he been a self-righteous saint, she could only imagine the trouble it would have caused her. There was a knock at the door, and she needed no further thought to know who it was. Duo hurried to open the door, throwing herself into Jiang Yinxing's embrace, sweetly calling out, "Brother." Someone had contacted her for assistance. Could it be? The slap in the face arrived so swiftly? Just a moment ago, she had been praising him, yet upon seeing his impassive countenance, she fixed her gaze upon him and said in a low voice, "Our provisions are limited. If you wish to help, then take your share and let us part ways peacefully. Do not come here again." It was imperative to clarify things to avoid any hindrance. Thankfully, her home was fortified with 3 iron doors. Even if the hallway door were opened, it would not affect her. "That is not what I meant," Jiang Yinxing replied, gently setting Duo down and exhaling a soft sigh. After more than half a month of interaction, she still did not trust him, and when faced with adversity, her first thought was to sever ties. He suppressed his inexplicable displeasure and patiently explained, "I merely believe we should feign poverty and hunger to gain their trust. Otherwise, if we are besieged, it would bring us no benefit, and our food can last at most 3 more days." Understanding dawned on her. Fong Tingwan cleared her throat. She could not confess to him that she had an abundance of food. Instead, she nodded, "All right. I have checked the iron doors, and there will be no issues. Sleep soundly tonight. I will keep watch." After speaking, Jiang Yinxing ruffled Duoduo's hair and turned to leave. She sensed that his visit was not solely for this purpose. Yet Fong Tingwan had no desire to delve deeper into it. She warmed some milk for Duo before settling in for the night. Chapter 23. Kin? Food. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 10th day. The torrential rain had subsided to a gentle drizzle, and the sandstorm had ceased. Gazing at the surging river outside, hope seemed to flicker in the hearts of everyone as they began knocking on doors. Scheduling a meeting for 10 o'clock on the 10th floor. After applying a touch of weary makeup, Fong Tingwan took Duo by the hand and descended the stairs. As they approached 1201, the enticing aroma of meat wafted into their nostrils, a delectable treat for the hungry residents. Many had already gathered on the 12th floor. Fong Tingwan tightened her grip on Duoduo's hand instinctively, her brows furrowed, casting a shadow over her features. Jiang Yinxing noticed her unease but remained silent, sticking to the plan and mingling within the crowd. Knock, knock, knock. Someone pounded on the door, and after a moment, it opened just a crack, revealing a man with delicate brows and eyes, who grinned and said, "What is it, everyone? Do you have meat?" The man who had knocked demanded, forcefully pushing the door open. As he fully pushed the door open, the others streamed in one after another. Suddenly, the living room was crowded with over 30 people, all salivating and eagerly gazing at the steaming pot in the kitchen. That pot contained meat. They had not tasted flesh for more than 10 days, and sometimes they even contemplated cannibalism. Finally spotting the meat, someone, unable to resist, approached and lifted the lid of the steamer. However, the male host's delayed warning came too late. As the steamer was opened, all eyes were fixated on its contents, followed by a collective gasp. For within that pot simmered not pork or beef, but a human arm. The skin was wrinkled and slightly discolored. "Did you kill your mother? How inhumane!" Someone shouted angrily. It then dawned on the others that both the male and female hosts were present, but the elderly woman was conspicuously absent. What a cruel heart! To even consume your mother, beast, brute. The insults flowed one after another. The male host protectively shielded the female host, instinctively placing a hand on her belly. His eyes reddened as he explained, "My wife is pregnant, and my mother volunteered. She herself said she wouldn't live much longer. To live on would be a waste of food. She willingly sacrificed herself for her grandson. By the time we awoke, she had already taken her own life by crashing into the wall." Everyone's gaze shifted to the pristine white wall, where, indeed, there was a pool of blood. Those who had shouted the loudest fell silent, yet a few audaciously approached the steamer, swallowing hard and asking, "Can we eat it?" The male host's eyes flickered with conflict for a moment, but to avoid reproach from others, he gritted his teeth and nodded. A man lifted the small arm, placed it on the chopping board, and with a few decisive strikes, chopped it into a dozen pieces, gesturing for everyone to help themselves. When they hesitated, he picked up a piece himself, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth to bite down. After chewing a few times, he opened his eyes and nodded. "It's not bad. Let me try," one person declared, and soon others followed suit. Some even kindly brought a piece for Jiang Yinxing and Fong Tingwan. The human flesh in hand unearthed buried memories for Fong Tingwan. A large pot, a dozen people playing rock, paper, scissors. She had never imagined that life could be so casual. The loser would be killed and cooked for the others. It had become a common occurrence, Yet she never expected that the seemingly kind-hearted individuals in this building, those who fed stray cats, could transform into monsters. They had initially planned to search for food, and a little more patience would have sufficed. "Why aren't you eating?" a slightly overweight man asked, his eyes fixed hungrily on the meat in their hands. There were too many people, and the steamer held only a limited amount of flesh, divided among them. It would scarcely satisfy their appetites. "Here, take it." "Sure." They both offered their pieces simultaneously. The man, undeterred by the nature of the meat, accepted it and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling a vague thank you. Once finished, most of the crowd reluctantly descended to the 10th floor, while a small number, feeling queasy, refrained from partaking and first waited on the 10th floor. More than 100 people crowded the staircase, filled to the brim. At the forefront stood Huang Cheng, the resident of room 1301 and the appointed leader by the others. His expression turned grim as he surveyed the ravenous crowd, and he coldly declared, "We are preparing to venture out in search of food. We require those with strong swimming abilities and great strength to volunteer. The number of participants will determine the division of any food found. Those who choose not to go will forfeit their share. If things turn dire, we shall stand our ground. Women may also choose to participate at their own risk or join the fishing team. The fishermen possess tools, and there is a river downstairs. I have seen fish swimming in it. It is better to take action than to await our demise. Sign up now. I will participate. I will go as well. There is nothing left to eat, and with both the elderly and the young at home, if we do not act now, we shall truly starve." Fang Tingwan exchanged glances with Jiang Yinqing, their unspoken communication flowing between them. She would care for Duo, while Jiang Yinqing sought food. Out of the more than 100 individuals, only 13 volunteered. Huang Qing gazed at the group in disbelief. "Do you truly wish to seize the food we managed to bring back?" The silence from the crowd spoke volumes. Many had already perished in the flood, and faced with starvation or drowning, they had chosen to send others to scout ahead. Huang Qing understood this all too well, and it chilled him to the core. If it were indeed the case, there would be no reason for anyone to survive. Each could return home, secure their doors and windows, and see who endured the longest. Just as Huang Qing prepared to leave, someone suddenly pointed outside the window. "Look, there is someone." "Stand guard," Huang Qing shouted, immediately seizing a nearby stool. Should Lufeng and the others return, they would let them sink beneath the waves. This was a sentiment shared by all. The people from room 602 were terrifying. With Huang Qing leading the charge, a dozen individuals grasped furniture and positioned themselves at the window. Fang Tingwan observed the figure bobbing in the water, her eyes suddenly sparkling with recognition. "Wait, I know that person. She might have information about the situation outside." Cut off from the world and desperate to know when the government would arrive for rescue, everyone hastily laid down their makeshift weapons. Fang Tingwan dashed down the stairs, reaching the 4th floor window, extending a clothes pole. "Meng Ling, I'm pulling you over." Meng Ling was a professional fighter, and her prowess made her highly sought after in the apocalypse. They had encountered each other by chance during those dire times. Fang Tingwan, on the brink of starvation, would likely have perished in the sweltering night had it not been for Meng Ling's food and water. This kindness could not be forgotten. The current was fierce, and when Meng Ling saw the clothes pole and Fang Tingwan, hope filled her eyes. She grasped for it 3 times, her hands brushing against the pole. But her strength was waning. The figure before her began to blur, and she felt her resolve weakening. "Meng Ling, survive. Think of your family," Fang Tingwan shouted, daringly leaning out, clinging to the windowsill, extending the clothes pole further. Seeing the situation, Jiang Yinqing instructed Duo to stand aside as he took over the clothes rack, extending its length significantly. In Chapter 24, Concealing Wealth, height proved to be a disadvantage. Fang Tingwan quietly stepped back, continuing to call for Meng Ling. Suddenly, a wave surged, plunging Meng Ling into the water. Just as Fang Tingwan prepared to leap in, she witnessed Meng Ling's head burst forth, her hand firmly grasping the clothes rack in that instant. Jiang Yinqing hurriedly pulled her back. As they reached the window, Fang Tingwan bent down, grasping Meng Ling's hand with both of hers, and began to lift her up, with Jiang Yinqing assisting. After a tremendous effort, Meng Ling collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her lips tinged with a bluish hue from prolonged exposure to the water. Her hands, wrinkled and pale from soaking, revealed thick, yellowish calluses. "How are you?" Fang Tingwan inquired as she crouched beside her. "I want to die," Meng Ling replied, suddenly opening her eyes and propping herself against the wall. Soaked to the skin and deprived of sustenance, she felt the stares of the onlookers, their eyes fixated upon her, as if she were a meal rather than a person. Noticing the predatory gazes behind her, Fong Tingwan exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Ling before asking, "Your home is at least 5 kilometers away. Even if you floated here, it would take a considerable time. What brought you here so suddenly?" "I need to go to the hospital. The government has set up a relief station there, with food and medicine. Many are rushing to the hospital. When I drifted down, I encountered a diversion and missed my intended route. If you hadn't saved me, I would have perished." The joy of having survived such a calamity was difficult for her to articulate. The current was treacherous. Had Building 11 not been positioned in a calmer area, she would have been swept away. "Should we also go to the hospital?" someone in the crowd suddenly suggested, igniting fervent discussion. "I think that's a good idea. We're closer to the hospital, so why not take a chance?" "I agree. Who wants to go?" Observing their enthusiasm, Fong Tingwan knelt to assist Meng Ling to her feet. "Let us change your clothes first." "Okay," Meng Ling replied weakly. Once they ascended to the 10th floor and she could rest, she suddenly asked, "Wan, may I stay at your place for a while? I'll leave once I've recuperated." "Aren't you going to the hospital?" Fong Tingwan asked, puzzled. The government did issue an announcement. "But there are too many people at the hospital. It's overcrowded. Even if we go, it will be a struggle to find food. I felt that had I not deceived them earlier, they might have devoured me." Meng Ling offered a wry smile, acknowledging the harsh reality. It must be admitted that she spoke the truth. Most individuals in that building had families. An outsider entering was akin to an offering of sustenance. "There's no one living on my floor. You can stay there." "My place is not very convenient right now," Fong Tingwan replied with a smile, deliberately phrasing it to create a misunderstanding. Meng Ling glanced at Jiang Yinxing and then at Duo, realizing that the three shared a space and fearing she might intrude. She nodded in agreement. "All right." Jiang Yinxing remained silent, understanding the unspoken dynamics. After resting, the group rallied their energy and ascended to the 16th floor. In room 1602, Fong Tingwan struggled for half a day before finally managing to open the door. Inside, a layer of dust enveloped the space, clearly indicating that it had been uninhabited for quite some time. In comparison to the residence of Duo across the way, this place was far more bearable. "Thank you. I shall take a shower first." Meng Ling, drenched from head to toe, felt utterly uncomfortable. "All right. If you need anything, come find me upstairs." Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinxing turned to leave, securing the door behind them, while noticing Duo gazing intently at her own home. "Duo, your father's sister, I want to draw." Duo's innocent voice interrupted, as she toddled up the stairs, her little legs carrying her without a hint of distress. Remarkably, after all this time, she neither inquired about her parents nor clamored to return home, as if she had come to terms with the truth. Once upstairs, she retrieved her drawing pad and began to create. Fong Tingwan felt a pang of sympathy and went to her room to fetch some candy, placing it on the table. Duo, have some candy." "Thank you, sister." Duo arranged her paintbrushes, opened the candy, and popped one into her mouth, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Duo, if you feel like crying, let it out. Holding it in is not good for your health. If there's anything troubling you, please tell your sister, all right?" Fong Tingwan was genuinely concerned about the little one. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinxing, busy preparing dinner, cast a worried glance their way. Under their watchful eyes, Duo's smile gradually faded. She lowered her head and spoke softly. "Mommy is always beaten by Daddy, and she bleeds a lot. Mommy cries all the time, regretting marrying Daddy. She has gone to heaven. Duo is very happy. Duo doesn't need Daddy. Sister, brother, will you abandon Duo?" Her clear voice betrayed no sorrow. Fong Tingwan embraced her gently, softly patting her back. Having endured the rain, she yearned to shield Duo with an umbrella of comfort. "No, sister will never abandon Duo. Duo wrapped her arms around her, tears streaming down her cheeks. "It's all right to cry." Jiang Yinxing continued his culinary endeavors. Before long, the fragrant sweet and sour ribs and steamed turbot graced the table. Fong Tingwan prepared a serving of rice and 2 eggs for Meng Ling, adhering to her principle of not displaying wealth. As she reached the corner, Meng Ling coincidentally opened the door from within, their eyes meeting. Embarrassed, she pulled a pack of compressed biscuits from her pocket. "For you. Where did you hide the food? No one discovered it, right?" Fong Tingwan lowered her voice, cautiously glancing downstairs. Spotting a figure moving about, she quickly ushered Meng Ling back into room 1602, gently admonishing, "There have been incidents of cannibalism in this building. Even if you have food, you must keep it a secret from them." As she spoke, she placed the rice and eggs down. Have something to eat. It was evident that Meng Ling had been hungry for quite a while, her complexion pale and lacking vitality. Thank you. Meng Ling could no longer stomach the biscuits she had been gnawing on for the past 5 or 6 days. Every breath felt like it was infused with the taste of them. Now, with the aroma of rice wafting through the air, she realized for the first time in her life just how delightful rice could be. She savored a boiled egg, which, for her current self, felt akin to a feast. As she settled down and took a bite, she vaguely explained, back in my neighborhood, there were instances of theft, and I would conceal items on my person. However, after my home was flooded, I had no choice but to seek refuge with you. Then what about what you said downstairs? Fong Tingwan's guard instantly went up. Their relationship was merely that of acquaintances. How could she so suddenly come seeking shelter? Over the past few days, Fong had indeed contemplated the necessity of finding allies. For in this apocalyptic world, confronting small factions, such as the group from 602, was a daunting challenge for a solitary individual. Yet, she harbored doubts about Meng Ling. Indeed, Meng Ling replied, lifting her gaze, her eyes unclouded by ulterior motives. She smiled, saying, my parents are not home, and I couldn't reach them by phone. After much thought, I realized your apartment is on a higher floor, and you live alone, which is also conveniently close to me. Rest assured, I won't overstay my welcome. Once the rain subsides, I will venture out to find food and won't disturb you. Before arriving, she had not anticipated that Wanwan had already entered into a romantic relationship, which made her feel somewhat awkward. Chapter 25. A test of trust. Well, just be careful, Fong Tingwan replied, placing her own supply of compressed biscuits on the table before heading toward the door. Suddenly, recalling something, she added, do not open the door easily. Oh, understood. Meng Ling watched as the door closed, disregarding any concerns about propriety, and began to eat heartily. Upstairs, Fong Tingwan did not question Meng Ling's words. She was generally quite forthright and lacked any hidden agendas. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, she refrained from making herself too vulnerable. As night enveloped the room in darkness, her other senses heightened, particularly her hearing. A gentle knock echoed from downstairs. After confirming that it would not disturb Duo, she quietly lifted the covers and stepped outside. Standing in the living room, she could discern the sounds from below more clearly. Who is it? The knocking was directed at 1602. Meng Ling, reminded of Fong's earlier caution, approached the door to peek through the peephole, but suddenly recalled a news story about someone whose eye was punctured while peering through a peephole. Terrified, she stepped back and trembled, asking, what is it? A soothing voice from outside responded, Sister, we were worried you might catch a chill, so we brought you some ginger soup. Please open the door to take it. It's not good to have a fever without medicine. Logically, a neighbor offering ginger soup was a kind gesture, yet Meng Ling felt a chill of unease and, taking a deep breath, declined, thank you, but I'm not cold. Ah, it's already prepared. You should drink it, just in case. The man persisted, knocking again. Feeling pressured, Meng Ling fell silent, contemplating her next move when familiar voices emerged from outside. It was Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanqing. The two encountered each other as they opened the door and descended together. Fong Tingwan wore a gentle smile, her voice soft and soothing. What do you need a hammer for? Searching for my friend. That hammer, as large as a fist, could easily crack open a skull. The man concealed the hammer behind him, raising a hand to shield his face from the flashlight's beam, only to be struck by fear upon seeing the long knife in her hand. He explained with a grin, it's for self-defense, I'm not looking to harm her. Yet, no one would believe such words. Two towering men, armed and knocking on a girl's door, who would take them at their word? Furthermore, this man was the very first to taste human flesh in the light of day. Leave, Fong Tingwan commanded coldly, gripping her tang knife tightly. Jiang Yanqing stood by her side, also brandishing a weapon, his presence exuding an invisible pressure. The two men promptly retreated downstairs, understanding well that a hammer stood no chance against a knife. Once they were gone, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanqing returned upstairs. Thank you. I believe you could persuade her to join us. Having one more person would significantly reduce our risks, Jiang Yanqing and she spoke in unison. Upon noticing her hesitation, he quickly presented his argument. She has training, at least stronger than an average person, and she appears innocent, with no malicious intent. One's heart is a mystery. Fong Tingwan's words held a deeper meaning. Without waiting for him to inquire further, she shut the door firmly. After securing her weapon, she retired to her room to lie down. Jiang Yanqing's endorsement suggested her ability to judge character was sound, Perhaps Meng Ling could become her first ally. Early the next morning, Fong Tingwan opened the iron door and descended to knock. After a minute, Meng Ling, sporting dark circles under her eyes, cautiously opened the door, peering into the corridor. Only when she saw no one else did she allow Fong Tingwan to enter, swiftly locking the door behind her. Wan. Did you hear anything last night? Someone was crying. It kept me awake, she said, pointing to her dark circles as she handed over a glass of water from the dispenser. I didn't hear anything. Don't frighten yourself unnecessarily. Let us go have breakfast, Fong Tingwan replied. At your place? Meng Ling inquired, feeling slightly bashful when Fong Tingwan nodded. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all. Their breakfast consisted of noodles, each paired with a fried egg, seasoned with a touch of Lao Gan Ma. Meng Ling occasionally glanced at Jiang Yanqing, marveling at his striking features. He was indeed handsome, and as Wan described him, a lawyer perfectly adept in both the boardroom and the kitchen, a fine match for Wan. Yet, she sensed that Wan had changed somewhat from her former self. The food at home will only last until tomorrow. We must find more. If we carry the inflatable boat down, we'll surely be robbed, Jiang Yanqing stated, eating his noodles with an elegance that made it seem as if he were dining on steak. Fong Tingwan cast a fleeting glance at him before returning her gaze to the pattering rain outside, feeling troubled. She could not reveal that she had a stash of food, so she had to accompany them in the search for provisions. Going into the water was out of the question. It was too perilous, especially for Duo. The child blinked innocently, dutifully consuming her noodles, seemingly oblivious to the adult conversation. Are you really bringing this child along? Meng Ling was incredulous. Sending such a small child out was tantamount to courting death. She was unaware that Jiang Yanqing understood the situation all too well. Duo bore psychological scars and could not remain alone in a room. Thus, they always brought her along, which placed them in a dilemma. The most prudent course of action was to send 2 individuals to procure food while one stayed behind to care for Duo. The order had already collapsed. Venturing out alone to seek sustenance might result in never returning. Meng Ling immediately raised her hand, showcasing her well-defined biceps, and eagerly proclaimed, I shall go in search of food. There is a fishing tackle shop not far from here. I noticed it had life jackets when I drifted by. They should have small boats, which we could use to dive for supplies. The rain had diminished over the past couple of days. The yellow sand had settled, and visibility had improved somewhat. Then you shall remain here to care for Duo, Jiang Yanqing decisively concluded. Originally, Fong Tingwan had harbored concerns, making it most suitable for the 2 of them to venture out. He was already contemplating their route. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded against the iron door, interrupting their conversation. Jiang Yanqing stood up and opened the iron window, finding Huang Cheng on the other side. His expression considerably softened. I have delightful news for you. Someone has just arrived by boat to sell food, rice, meat, you name it. Hurry down to purchase before it's all gone. With that, Huang Cheng excitedly dashed down the stairs. The front door stood ajar, and Fong Tingwan had overheard the conversation. Rising to return to her room, she emerged moments later, holding 10 stacks of cash and handing 3 stacks to Meng Ling. Currently, mobile payments are ineffective. Cash is required. Use this to buy some food to stave off hunger. And for items that can be preserved. Meng Ling understood the implication. Residing on the lower floor, she would naturally not partake in the meal with them, subtly clarifying their relationship. She was not so brazen as to disregard it, nodding as she accepted the money. I will repay you later. Fong Tingwan acknowledged her with a simple, let us go. Jiang Yanqing carried Duo, bringing up the rear as the trio descended to the 4th floor. Outside, a motorboat was docked, manned by 4 men. Aside from one man who carried a backpack filled with cash, the others brandished an axe, a baseball bat, and a watermelon knife, vigilantly guarding the sides of the boat. Anyone daring enough to attempt theft would face dire consequences. Chapter 26. Profiting from national calamity. Prices are high. Those willing to pay may proceed. The man with the backpack bellowed, extracting a bag of fragrant rice from a pile of goods and announcing, 1,000 for a bag. Who wants it? I'll offer 1,001. Give it to me, shouted a man, waving a stack of bills in the air. 1,005. 3,000. 10,000. The higher the bids climbed, the more pleased the men became. As no one else dared to raise the stakes, the man accepted the cash while handing over the rice. Profiting from national calamity, may you meet a wretched fate. Someone in the crowd indignantly cursed. The man shot a piercing glance at the speaker, coldly retorting, pauper. All right, tomato-flavored and beef-flavored chips, 500 per pack. I want it. I want it. The frenzy of demand continued unabated. Several hundred people gathered, and with every bag of food taken, the supply dwindled. Meng Ling observed Wan Wan clutching a bag of rice worth 10,000, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. It was exorbitantly priced, having surged over 100-fold. Just moments ago, she had thought that carrying so much money was excessive, but now she realized it was woefully insufficient, scarcely more valuable than ghost money. The vacuum-sealed cured meat cost 5,000 for merely 2 pounds. Fong Tingwan watched as the price escalated to 8,000. She pinched herself, her eyes glistening with urgency as she raised her voice. 10,000. The child needs meat. I implore you to spare it for us. The crowd gazed at her as though she were a monster, as if she were frivolously burning money. Why spend such a fortune on a piece of meat? Amidst their resentment and envy, they lamented their dwindling funds, already spent on bartering with neighbors. If they exhausted their resources here, how would they survive later? The bidding grew increasingly fervent. Meng Ling expended all her money, heeding Fong Tingwan's lead. She managed to procure rice, sausages, eggs, lettuce, cilantro, 5 bottles of Laogan Ma, and pickled vegetables. That was all. A man with a backpack stood up, weighing the ample cash he had acquired, signaling his companions to depart while casually announcing, "There will be more tomorrow." What? Are they deceiving us? They had thought the supplies were scarce, prompting them to pay exorbitant prices, only to discover that more would be available the next day. Such deceitful merchants. As the crowd erupted in curses, Fong Tingwan and her companions ascended the stairs with 3 large bags of food in tow. Fong Tingwan lingered at the back, casting glances over her shoulder. When she saw a figure suddenly rush towards them, she sidestepped to evade. In the next instant, Meng Ling executed a swift kick, pinning the assailant against the corner wall, glaring fiercely at him. "I've been watching you for quite some time. Do you wish to rob us? Are you tired of living? What do you call stealing?" The man coughed, clutching his chest while assessing the 3 of them. They appeared delicate, yet their strikes were merciless. He found it hard to breathe. "We are neighbors. Spare me some food. Leave at once, or I shall make you the community's meal," Fong Tingwan declared, setting down her shopping bags and methodically descending the steps. With only 4 levels to traverse, her approach was as ominous as death itself. The man hastily scrambled to his feet, frantically escaping down the stairs. The trio continued their ascent. "When did you notice him?" Fong Tingwan inquired, surprised by Meng Ling's earlier reaction. She had known Meng Ling was capable, but hadn't he realized she was so perceptive. Perhaps, as a teammate, she was indeed a commendable choice. Moreover, the girl's innocence was genuine, not a facade. Fong Tingwan sighed, having encountered too many wolves in sheep's clothing in this apocalyptic world. She had become inured to it. "He followed us as soon as we reached the 4th floor, along with others. However, with this prior example, no one should dare approach again." Meng Ling felt unperturbed, simply admiring how impressive Wan Wan had been moments ago. That kind of audacity was what she aspired to possess. A mere glance could send others fleeing in terror. "Indeed," Fong Tingwan replied, forcing a smile as they continued on their way. Jiang Yinxing observed her tentative demeanor and then the innocent nature of Meng Ling, realizing they were indeed the perfect teammates, one strategic and calculating, the other blindly obedient with remarkable execution. He pondered that Fong Tingwan must also have her answers by now. As they ascended to the 16th floor, Meng Ling made her way to room 1602, retrieving a spare key she had found at home. "Wan Wan's, could you please come down later to fetch some seasoning? It seems you all haven't purchased any." "It's fine. Lawyer Zhang has everything we need. Just be cautious," Fong Tingwan replied as she ascended the stairs. Jiang Yinxing followed closely behind, cradling Duo. Meng Ling did not press the matter further. Once inside, she locked the door and began to prepare a meal. In the upper floor, Jiang Yinxing arranged the food meticulously in the storage cabinet, glancing at her as she gazed out the window, unable to suppress a smile. "You must understand what their arrival to sell food signifies, right? The supermarket has opened. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to procure supplies. I just wonder how far the supermarket is. If only we had a boat." Fong Tingwan felt a twinge of envy. After all, that mode of transport was far more convenient than an inflatable raft. Jiang Yinxing grasped her unspoken thoughts, chuckling. "Do not leave any evidence. Should anyone witness us, I could still argue my case in court. Why not join me, Lawyer Jiang, and teach me how to eliminate evidence?" Fong Tingwan retorted, her eyes devoid of seriousness, laughing. "1 against 4 is risky. 2 against 4 is far more secure. With the rain easing, it is best we refrain from any illicit activities until everything settles. Jiang Yinqing continued slicing vegetables without pause. It shouldn't be long before things return to normal. That seems unlikely, Fang Tingwan remarked as she observed the clear skies outside. Indeed, the rain and dust storm had ceased, yet the capricious nature of the post-apocalyptic weather warned of potentially catastrophic events that could arise at any moment, rendering their current predicament even more dire. When calamity struck next, it would be the complacent who would pay the price. Jiang Yinqing paused, looking at her momentarily. A fleeting shock crossing his features, quickly concealed. Previously skeptical, he now felt assured that Fang Tingwan possessed knowledge of future events, which explained her preparations. Though uncertain of how she gained such foresight, he was comforted by the fact that he would not be caught unawares while in her company. We could directly visit the supermarket ourselves, eliminating the middleman, thus acquiring more provisions. Currently, the only means of travel is by boat. The inflatable raft is too sluggish, exhausting to paddle. Perhaps we should venture to the all-terrain mall? We could use the raft. There should be jet skis available there. Fang Tingwan fabricated her lie without a quiver, needing a reason to extract from her space. Jiang Yinqing nodded knowingly, responding, "All right." Fang Tingwan remained oblivious to his insight as she crouched down to address Duo. "Would it be all right for Duo to sleep with Sister Mengling tonight?" "Sister?" Duo lifted her gaze to meet Fang Tingwan's, her eyes betraying a myriad of emotions that should not have been. After wrestling with her thoughts, she managed a smile, obediently replying, "Yes, Duo will be good." "Well done." Chapter 27. A windfall gently stroking her head, Fang Tingwan tidied up the table before descending with Duo. The 16th floor stood between them, with an iron door above, ensuring minimal foot traffic. She knocked and called for Mengling to join them for a meal. Today's menu featured corn stew with ribs and sautéed tender melon. Jiang Yinqing's culinary skills were truly exceptional. The broth was a creamy white, fragrant, and even more delightful upon tasting. The tender melon served as a refreshing palate cleanser. Duo finished a bowl of rice, while Fang Tingwan, unusually, consumed a bit more than usual. After their meal, Jiang Yinqing took the initiative to clean up. Mengling offered to assist, but was gently restrained by Fang Tingwan, who candidly stated, "I've heard that the water level is receding. It's already 10 centimeters lower than before. Do we still need to rush for provisions? It's too costly. I have never encountered rice so exorbitantly priced in my life. 12,000 for 20 caddies amounts to several hundred for just that bowl of rice. It's painful to bear. What if the water level only lowers by this 10 centimeters? The prices will only escalate further. We should prepare ourselves in advance to avoid losses. Just keep an eye on Duo today. But what about tomorrow?" Mengling felt a slight closeness to Fang Tingwan, yet a sense of detachment lingered. "Should I bring her?" "Yes, I will." Fang Tingwan stood, retreating to her room to fetch a waterproof backpack, filling it with bread and water and 2 waterproof headlamps. She then dragged out a rubber dinghy, brushing off the dust before hoisting it out of the room. Upon seeing this, Mengling's eyes widened with relief. This provided her with a sense of security. Watching the two depart, she secured the iron door and turned to find Duo with tear-streaked cheeks. Crouching down, she gently comforted, "It's all right, Duo. Your brother and sister will be back shortly." "You're lying." Duo pouted, her voice tinged with sobs as she dashed back to her room, pulling the blanket imbued with her sister's scent over herself and crying even louder. "I've been so obedient. Why must you leave me behind?" Mengling, aware of a fragment of her situation, continued to console her. "Sister has not abandoned you. Please don't cry. Shall we play a game? Would you like me to sing for you?" Receiving no response, she began to hum a tune herself. After more than 10 minutes, the sound of the child's gentle breathing filled the air. Meanwhile, on the other side, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings as 2 figures stealthily descended the stairs. They arrived at the 5th floor in the blink of an eye. The 2 households on this level had long since grown cold, their occupants disposed of by neighbors who had cast their bodies into the river due to the unbearable stench. Both doors stood ajar, and a chill wind swept through, sending shivers down their spines. The duo quickened their descent. The 4th floor was devoid of any residents, allowing them to act with greater boldness. After placing the dinghy on the water's surface, Jiang Yinqing steadied it. Without hesitation, Fang Tingwan climbed through the window, deftly landing inside as she took her position at the front and grasped the oar, while Jiang Yinqing settled himself. As they untied the ropes, the dinghy began to sway upon the water. They paddled quietly, propelled by the flowing water, the rubber boat drifting 5 or 6 meters away, swiftly vanishing beneath the moonlight as they adjusted their direction. Upon reaching the water surface of the terrain mall, Fong Tingwan shone her flashlight downward, but the depths were utterly obscured. She retrieved a diving mask from her bag. Jiang Yinqing had already secured the rubber boat to a nearby structure, ensuring it would not be swept away. He removed his shoes, donned the flashlight on his head, took a deep breath, and executed a flawless dive into the depths below. Fong Tingwan, from the opposite side, encountered murky water with limited visibility. She floated to the surface for a few breaths before locating the entrance to the terrain mall. Inside, motorcycles, cars, and jet skis were mostly submerged. However, the jet skis remained operational. Since they were already there, Fong Tingwan swept her flashlight around, spotting an upgraded waterproof off-road vehicle. With a subtle motion of her hand, she claimed it as her own. Noticing a military-grade rubber boat, she decided she wanted that as well. As she swayed toward the back, she discovered the cashier's counter. Seeing that Jiang Yinqing's light was still a distance away, she swam upward for a few breaths before descending once more. Upon reaching the counter, she opened the drawer, and with the current, a flurry of banknotes slipped out. She gathered them all into her possession and noticed a safe beneath the table, measuring 50 centimeters in width and length, which she also claimed. Ding! Level up 30. To her astonishment, was this small safe truly so valuable? Elated, she surfaced for air, realizing time was running short, and she dove down again. After securing 4 jet skis into her space, she mounted a red jet ski, bursting forth from the water, creating a splashing spectacle. Lawyer Jiang, I found it. This should count as an emergency escape, right? Under the illumination, her figure appeared somewhat blurred, and her voice was slightly hoarse. Jiang Yinqing, hearing her, could only manage a wry smile. Consider it theft. He climbed onto the jet ski, observing her unyielding stance, silently releasing the rubber boat and securing it to the jet ski before taking a seat behind her. They were off. Fong Tingwan twisted the throttle, and the jet ski soared far ahead, the bright light guiding her as she scanned the vicinity for a supermarket. Jiang Yinqing gripped the handrail tightly, but he was unable to brace himself against her sudden brake, his body involuntarily colliding with hers. He immediately straightened up. Fong Tingwan paid no mind to him, her focus solely on the bright light not far ahead. A 24-hour supermarket. To her surprise, it was indeed open. However, the crowd was overwhelming. The light from the jet ski illuminated the water's surface, revealing heads bobbing in the water. The closest was a portly man with a round face. His piercing gaze fixated on the jet ski as he struggled to swim over, his bulk twisting through the water. With so many people around, the jet ski could only circle the outskirts. As the man drew near, the two quietly prepared for offense and escape. The greasy man hoisted himself onto the jet ski, his legs thrashing beneath the water, demanding in an authoritative tone, "How much for that thing? Sell it to me." The onlookers beside them were equally stirred. Suffering from prolonged exposure to the water, they would gladly pay for a jet ski if one were available. However, the imposing stature of the man deterred them from intervening, leading them to choose silence. Yet, a few remained fixated on the scene, unwilling to depart. Not for sale, Fong Tingwan coldly refused, her gaze fiercely fixed on the pudgy hand on the jet ski, delivering a stern warning. "Leave. You dare tell me to leave? Do you know who I am?" The greasy man bellowed, half submerged, unable to conceal his proud, raised tail. He emphasized each word with disdain. "The secretary is my uncle. Have you managed to contact him? Has he forgotten about you, his distant nephew?" Fong Tingwan inquired with a smile, her eyes brimming with mockery. If he were truly favored by the secretary, he would not be here, with his corpulent frame, purchasing food himself. It indicated a mere loose connection, but not a profound one. In this apocalyptic world, such trivial social ties could be easily disregarded. The greasy man, struck by her words, became infuriated, releasing his grip on the food and attempting to climb onto the jet ski. With a single forceful motion, the jet ski tilted dangerously, and another push would send both of them tumbling into the water. The scattered food floating on the surface attracted several desperate individuals, who scrambled to seize it, crowding the front of the jet ski. If they pressed forward, they would surely collide with these people's heads, but if they did not, the jet ski would capsize. In this critical moment, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing were of one mind. They simultaneously drew sharp daggers and scissors from their pockets, targeting the greasy man's hand with swift precision. The pale flesh erupted with fat, and blood quickly spread, staining a small area crimson. The man, pained, released his grip, floundering in the water while hurling threats. You're seeking death. I will not let you go. Just wait. Once the flood recedes, my uncle will have you imprisoned for life. Which secretary? Jiang Yinqing inquired, his tone unexpectedly calm. The greasy man, caught off guard by the seriousness, replied truthfully, Secretary Liu. The municipal secretary, Secretary Liu? Engaging in criminal activities? He need not seek me out. I shall take him to court myself. Jiang Yinqing stated coldly, observing the man's complexion pale further. Finally, tears squeezed from his narrow eyes. I was wrong. I was wrong. Who knew I had offended someone I shouldn't have? His cowardice was evident, as he trembled at the thought of retribution. Jiang Yinqing shook his head, deeming it unnecessary to search for evidence. This man was merely riding on the coattails of power, indicating that the tiger he invoked was indeed formidable. He silently noted the name of Secretary Liu. As Fong Tingwan prepared to accelerate, she was abruptly met with the greasy man's anguished cries. In an instant, the vivid blood spread further, and the man flailed, incessantly shouting, Get away, get away! It's an alligator! In the midst of the crowd, an unknown voice suddenly cried out, causing everyone floating on the water to scream and roar, scattering in all directions to escape. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing, positioned closest, illuminated by the light of their jet ski, distinctly observed the writhing bodies beneath the water's surface, brown backs, snow-white bellies, and notably, for claws along with a long tail. Death rolled mercilessly. After a few desperate thrashes, a greasy man sank directly to the bottom. Crimson blood had already stained half of the water's expanse. Maintaining her composure, Fong Tingwan piloted the jet ski to the makeshift supermarket, where an assortment of items lay haphazardly arranged. About a dozen staff members had salvaged the food, sizing up the two individuals before pointing to the price tags. You may select whatever you wish, they offered. Fong Tingwan disembarked from the jet ski, stepping into the corridor. Observing that a bag of small steamed buns was priced at 500, while a bag of rice cost 5,000. It was evident that those selling food from boats were pocketing a significant markup. How ruthless. We'll take these, she declared, picking up 2 bags of food along with some bread, which Jiang Yinqing secured at the back. The total came to 50,000. While others might feel a pang of regret, she remained unfazed. With prices soaring, money would only become increasingly worthless, rendering it more prudent to spend now rather than later. Hello, I wish to inquire about the source of this jet ski. My mother has suffered a stroke. Could you kindly assist in transporting her to the hospital? I offer a reward of 500,000. Jiang Yinqing regarded him with a furrowed brow. Fong Tingwan cast a disdainful glance, coldly retorting, that excuse is rather flimsy. Next time, try saying your wife is in labor or your child has a fever and might starve to death, then come to plead with me. Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of eagerness. Wasn't that precisely the kind of excuse they had been seeking? As they opened their mouths to speak, the jet ski suddenly revved its engine, making a sharp turn and speeding away. Water surged into several mouths, choking them. In that direction, isn't there just a single residential complex? The man mumbled before plunging into the water, swimming towards where they had departed. The crocodile, having satisfied its hunger with just one greasy man, would not expend further energy hunting. Now was the optimal moment for escape. The crowd dispersed, and tranquility returned to the water's surface. Inside the supermarket, a woman, having just moved a box of chips, wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to a woman in her 30s ahead of her. Sister, we sold everything. Will the boss make us pay if he returns? These items are worth several tens of thousands. Where could we possibly find that much money? Is that your concern? The woman replied, cracking sunflower seeds and spitting out the shell. With such deep water, everything is ruined or has been stolen. Either way, the boss will have no choice but to believe it, for the rain did indeed flood the supermarket, though not everything was lost. As we managed to salvage quite a bit, let us divide the profits. Upon hearing the sound of coins, the earlier anxieties of everyone dissipated, particularly at the sight of a backpack spilling forth a cascade of red banknotes, which extinguished the flicker of their conscience in an instant. A total of 3 million was earned, and after I took my 100,000, we would divide the rest equally. With 12 individuals in the shop, each would receive 240,000. Even after working for 5 years, their wages would only amount to 150,000. The thought sent waves of exhilaration through them, to the point of tears. Such occurrences are refreshingly novel, not just nationwide but globally. However, after losing signal, they found themselves largely in solitary mode. Before dawn broke, we decided to visit a pharmacy to procure some medications. Jiang Yinqing spotted a building not far off. He recalled a pharmacy located downstairs, and likely a generator as well. Fang Tingwan merely cast a glance before twisting the throttle and steering toward it. Within 3 minutes, they arrived at the foot of the building. To avoid being watched, she maneuvered the jet ski into a more concealed corner, secured it with ropes, donned her diving mask, and immediately assumed a vertical diving position, plunging swiftly into a meter of water. The flashlight illuminated the pharmacy's sign as she dove inside. Jiang Yinqing followed closely behind. The pharmacy boasted 2 stories. The boxes of medicine on the first floor floated at the ceiling level, their contents rendered murky by the water. Yet the labels remained faintly discernible. Jiang Yinqing opened a box. The medication was sealed with aluminum foil, remaining dry despite the immersion. Without hesitation, he stuffed various medicines into his bag. Fang Tingwan ascended to the second floor. The selection of medicines was scant compared to the first. She was confident Jiang Yinqing would not come up, so she swept her hand across the boxes, filtering out the water automatically, leaving the dry medication stacked in a corner to be sorted later. After gathering the medicines, she swam back to the first floor and saw Jiang Yinqing emerging with 2 hefty bags. She quickened her pace to grab one. The weight, compounded by the water pressure, felt as though it might drag her down. Halfway through, releasing it would mean starting over, summoning her strength. She surged to the surface and heaved the items onto the jet ski before inquiring of Jiang Yinqing. "What did you bring?" "A small generator," he replied. Chapter 29. Forced to consume dog food, Jiang Yinqing placed his burden onto the jet ski and assisted her as she clambered aboard. The sky was beginning to lighten. They needed to hurry back. Once seated, Jiang Yinqing was suddenly blinded by 2 beams of bright light. The dazzling illumination compelled them to shield their eyes until they could discern movement in the corridor. "I knew I heard the sound of an engine. I didn't expect it to be a jet ski," exclaimed a man's voice, brimming with surprise. Jiang Yinqing hastened to untie the ropes, but at the last moment, the man seized one end of the rope. The flashlight swept over the items on the jet ski, and the 5 men grew increasingly delighted. "It's meat and drinks. Will you sell them to us?" The man grasping the rope pulled out crumpled bills from his pocket, presenting 2 wrinkled notes with a smile, saying, "Thank you." "For what?" Fang Tingwan let out a cold snort, drawing her tang knife, a glimmer of cold light flashing across the man's face. With a snap, the rope broke, and the man staggered back a few steps, staring in shock at the 2. "Don't push your luck. If you refuse to comply, you'll pay with your lives." "You may attempt it," Jiang Yinqing replied, rising to his feet, one hand resting on Fang Tingwan's shoulder while the other gripped the tang knife tightly. Their eyes met, his devoid of emotion, as though gazing upon the dead, causing a shiver among the men. The leader, gathering his courage, threatened, "If you don't give in, you won't escape." "You may attempt it." Fang Tingwan had already started the jet ski, propelling away across the water's surface. As they approached a few floors higher, sounds reached them. Peering out the window, they saw someone operating a jet ski, eliciting nothing but envy from onlookers. None dared to enter the water, merely watching the jet ski recede into the distance. "I've changed my mind," Jiang Yinqing suddenly remarked during their journey. The jet ski hesitated for a moment before roaring back to life. "What?" Fang Tingwan had already spotted her home. "Even if we don't rob others, others will rob us. If necessary, I believe we should seize what we require." Jiang Yinqing had contemplated this seriously. Survival was the paramount truth. Otherwise, if he were to perish, all these rules seemed utterly trivial. Fang Tingwan chuckled softly. "Lawyer Zhang has finally realized that current laws are ineffectual, hasn't he?" Hearing her sentiment, Jiang Yinqing did not refute her. They had arrived downstairs. Fang Tingwan instructed him to take the items upstairs while she sought a place to conceal the jet ski. Jiang Yinqing frowned slightly. Clearly, such tasks were more suited for men, yet seeing her determination, he carried 2 large bags upstairs. Once he was certain the sound of footsteps had faded, Fang Tingwan surveyed her surroundings, placed the items down, and with a flick of her wrist, made the jet ski vanish from sight. Engaging in the full act, she submerged herself in the water. Hearing footsteps descending, she immediately sank beneath the surface, surfacing with a satisfied smile. "It's hidden well, there's no need for concern." Everything at home was fine. Duo was still asleep, and Meng Ling was trustworthy. These seemingly disconnected 3 sentences were what Fang Tingwan yearned to know the most. Nodding, she hoisted the items and ascended. Jiang Yinqing carried 2 generators, following closely behind her. In the current absence of electricity, the residents had become indifferent to the passage of day and night. To mitigate their hunger, everyone slept as much as possible without moving. The building was utterly silent at that moment. The two climbed to the 17th floor, clearly panting. Jiang Yinqing went home to change clothes. Fang Tingwan rushed to take a shower, emerging in her sleepwear. In the living room, Jiang Yinqing also appeared in his pajamas. What a coincidence! The first time they met in sleepwear, they were both wearing identical summer pajamas, one beige and the other black. Meng Ling's gaze flitted between the two. A mix of amusement and helplessness, forced to consume a hefty portion of dog food. We will share these provisions, she announced. Fang Tingwan had essentially purchased 3 portions, comprising both meat and snacks. Meng Ling pressed her lips together and said, I don't need so much for myself, Wan. You still have duo at home. These are for you. She retrieved several vacuum-packed meat items from her bag, which constituted half of her share. Her expression bore no trace of reluctance or a sense of unfairness. Fang Tingwan observed this silently, taking the items back without concern for her own well-being. Meng Ling immediately discerned an underlying message. With Jiang Yinqing also present, there was no need for her to be overly generous. She chuckled awkwardly. All right then. If you run out, feel free to come and take more. Just take care of yourself. Living downstairs without an iron gate, you must pay attention to your safety. After giving her instructions, Fang Tingwan remained uneasy and fetched a military dagger from her room. The sharp blade glinted coldly, and as Meng Ling wielded it a few times, she found it quite comfortable to handle. She no longer held back her gratitude, exclaiming, Wan, I truly appreciate your kindness. I don't know how to repay you. She presented a generator, stating, I've tested it. It's waterproof and still functional. Would you like me to help you set it up? Jiang Yinqing also offered a generator. No need. I can manage, Meng Ling replied, her eyes welling with tears. In such desperate circumstances, your assistance means the world to me. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Having witnessed so much humanity, she recognized the value of true compassion. Why don't you both take a rest? I'll look after duo later. You should get some sleep. A flicker of wariness crossed Fang Tingwan's gaze as she shook her head. It's unnecessary. Just remember not to turn on the lights tonight. Her reminder conveyed a subtle insistence for them to leave. After a busy night, she needed rest. Meng Ling, considering that she might be a disturbance, nodded and carried several large bags downstairs. After some effort, she managed to set up the generator, charged her phone first, and then attempted to call her parents. The third call finally connected. Lingling, is that you? You're alive. Are you all right? Where are you now? Her parents' voices brimmed with concern. However, she interrupted her mother's anxious worry, saying, Mom, I'm fine. I'm with Wan. She has taken me in and fed me. How are you? There was a brief silence on the other end before the tone softened considerably. We're at the hospital. It's chaotic here, and there are murderers. After a while, your father and I will return. You must behave, understand? Yes, Mom, please be careful. Meng Ling's heart tightened. The line suddenly went dead. She was taken aback and immediately redialed, only to find the phone switched off. She could only think positively, believing her parents had not found a place to charge their phone. Meanwhile, just outside the corridor, someone pressed their ear against the door, listening intently to the voices inside, then quietly descended the stairs. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Yinqing had already returned home. Fang Tingwan prepared breakfast, serving steamed corn, meat buns, boiled eggs, and 2 cups of hot milk. As Duo awoke, she obediently ate her breakfast and then happily entertained herself. After finishing her meal, Fang Tingwan reclined on her bed to rest for 4 hours. Upon awakening, she commenced organizing the medicines in her space, extracting the commonly used analgesics and cold remedies. She then retrieved 2 pounds of lamb hooves, preparing to stew them for dinner. At 4 in the afternoon, Chapter 30, The Plague. Jiang Yinqing knocked on the door, and Duo promptly rushed to open it. He had become exceedingly familiar, settling down on the sofa with Duo in his arms. Upon noticing the lamb hooves, he swiftly cleaned them and set them to simmer. His own provisions, untouched since yesterday, remained in the refrigerator. Spotting the small bok choy on the balcony, which was now ready for consumption, he plucked a handful to prepare soup for Duo. Aware that a meat-heavy diet could lead to vitamin deficiencies, Fang Tingwan was already engaged in training. After completing 100 pull-ups, her tank top revealed the exquisite musculature of her back, a result of diligent practice over time. Jiang Yinqing glanced over, his competitive spirit ignited. As a man, he could not afford to lag behind. After enjoying the sumptuous lamb hoof feast, Fong Tingwan stretched her limbs and retrieved a cup of milk tea from the refrigerator, drinking it heartily before offering him a cup. I made it myself, so you can trust it. Do you like it? Jiang Yinqing typically shunned milk tea, yet her evident satisfaction compelled him to taste it. Life requires a touch of sweetness. In the apocalypse, the loss of the will to survive brings one perilously close to death. Fong Tingwan reflected on the hardships endured during the apocalypse. Those lacking a strong desire to survive would find existence overwhelmingly burdensome, perpetually living in fear and facing uncertainty, leading some to ponder if death might be a more merciful end. Apocalypse? Indeed, Jiang Yinqing contemplated the weight of the term, his gaze obscured by the milk tea cup as he pondered their insufficient preparations should such a reality truly unfold. After dinner, the trio ascended to the rooftop to digest their meal. Following a torrential downpour, they were graced with a rare day of clear skies. The sunset blazed like fire, casting a crimson hue across the horizon and reflecting upon the water's surface, creating a mesmerizing dance of light. What is that? Fong Tingwan produced a telescope for investigation, adjusting it to focus on the water's surface and gasping in astonishment. How is this possible? Jiang Yinqing took the telescope from her. His expression stiffened as he beheld clusters of lifeless creatures within the lens. Is the water contaminated? The two leaned over the wall to peer down, revealing animal carcasses adrift on the water's surface, snakes, crocodiles, and even cows and sheep, their eyes wide open, flies buzzing around them, never to take flight again. The onset of water pollution could not have occurred so swiftly. The month-long deluge had ceased prematurely, yet the volume of water remained unchanged. If contamination had truly arrived, the entire city would be shrouded in despair. There should still be at least 3 months left. Fong Tingwan held duo as they descended the stairs, followed closely by Jiang Yinqing. Upon reaching the ground floor, they discovered neighbors already engaged in the grim task of retrieving bodies. As the commotion escalated, 2 individuals struggled to drag a black goat into the room, each gripping a different part of its body, unwilling to relinquish their hold. I saw it first. It rightfully belongs to me. One declared. What? Am I to forfeit my claim just because you laid eyes on it too? Is your wife now mine simply because I noticed her first? Tensions flared as a potential brawl loomed. Sensing the impending conflict, Jiang Yinqing interjected. The corpse is infested with dead flies. It may be toxic and should not be consumed. His words drew astonished, skeptical, and mocking glances from the crowd. Fong Tingwan frowned. You monopolized the rooftop, and yet we refrained from confronting you. Why spout such nonsense? If it's inedible, why not share your food with us? Jiang Yinqing retorted vehemently. Consuming the dead spreads disease, akin to a plague. If you wish to court death, do not drag us down with you. We will all perish if a virus spreads throughout the building. He added with a sharp edge, go ahead, eat. I will burn the remains afterward. What will you burn? Came the response. The corpses, of course. As they observed the family ascend, a wave of trepidation enveloped the onlookers. Do not heed him. Their surplus of food renders their words irrelevant. We have been starving for far too long. I would rather die satiated than starve. But what if the plague is real? We all could perish. With the rain subsided, hope for rescue loomed near. Why flirt with death? Others echoed. Eventually, the majority dispersed, returning to their homes. A smaller faction congregated in a nearby residence, skinning and gutting the goat, preparing a hearty stew. Eating goat flesh surely posed no moral quandary, and they even began to plot a visit to the 17th floor once their meal was complete. Upon returning home, Fong Tingwan's first action was to dilute disinfectant with water and sprinkle it from the 15th floor upwards, providing Meng Ling with 2 bottles for her own sanitation efforts. Confused yet compliant, Meng Ling followed suit. Jiang Yinqing, anticipating her preparedness, couldn't he shake his concern. Is this plague truly severe? Will it affect us? Fong Tingwan took a deep breath, nodding as she retrieved masks from her room. Once infected, one becomes weak and decays. We must endure. We are trapped indoors now. The situation had unfolded too rapidly and unexpectedly. With sufficient food for over a month, we should be fine, she reassured. An idea struck Jiang Yinqing. He hurried to gather vegetable seeds, replanting them in emptied pots, hoping to cultivate a future harvest. 2 hours later, the sounds of revelry wafted up from below, where some, unable to resist the joyous atmosphere, descended to join the festivities. A goat weighing 70 to 80 pounds yielded little meat after the bones and entrails were removed. The stew simmered, exuding an aroma more enticing than ordinary meat, and the texture was indistinguishable from that of fresh meat. Fearing a shortage, someone at the door pushed in additional provisions, vegetables, and even a cat, which was promptly slaughtered and added to the pot. Among those who had previously owned cats, one stared at the pot of cat meat, eyes wide, before eagerly taking a bite. If one were to pay close attention, they would notice that his cat had not been seen for quite some time. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, everyone returned to their respective rooms. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Meng Ling was in a semi-conscious state when she heard a faint click, so subtle that she nearly mistook it for an auditory hallucination. Startled, she sat up in bed, grasped her dagger, and stealthily exited her room. The sound of a key gently turning was particularly distinct. Holding her breath, she positioned herself behind the door, concealing her body while tightly gripping the dagger, taking a deep breath. The door creaked open slowly, and the light from the staircase spilled in, elongating the man's shadow. He glanced around before fixing his gaze in the direction of the room. Upon entering, he was followed by 2 others, and Meng Ling realized she was utterly outmatched. The leading man turned back, cautioning his companions, his eyes flicking towards the door. Sensing the presence of someone watching him, he approached, only to find the figure on the ground had not advanced. Meng Ling fixed her gaze on the man before her. 1, 2 act. With a swift motion, she slammed the door shut and lunged forward, her dagger aimed at the man. He barely had time to evade, but the cold blade found its mark in his chest, sending a chilling wave through him. In the next instant, the pain surged, and he kicked Meng Ling away, shouting, "You wretched woman, die!" As he yanked the dagger from his chest, he charged forward. The door could not be opened. This thought consumed Meng Ling as she immediately rose to block the door, sidestepping the man's kick and retaliating with a punch, which he effortlessly dodged. Regaining her composure, her eyes caught the faint glimmer of the dagger on the floor. She crouched down, slowed her breathing, and extended her hand towards it. The man, furious, kicked again but missed. "Boss, are you all right? The door can't be opened from the outside. You need to open it." 2 lackeys whispered urgently from outside. Seeing this, the man took a step forward and executed a side kick, sending the dagger flying across the living room. "You'll soon learn your lesson, you wretched woman," he barked, frustrated by his inability to find her. He reached for the door, but in an instant, a gust of wind struck, and his wrist was brutally broken. "Ah, you wretched woman, I will not let this go." The pain drove him into a frenzy. He kicked over a shoe cabinet and punched an unknown object. The cacophony alerted Fong Tingwan upstairs to the commotion involving Meng Ling, prompting her to grab a tang knife and head downstairs. Jiang Yinqing also armed himself with a tang knife, and they crossed paths at the iron door. Just as they opened it, the voices of the 2 men downstairs echoed in alarm. "This is bad, boss. The 2 upstairs are coming down. We must retreat. Hurry." Their voices were low and fearful, fully aware that these 2 had previously severed the arms of the group from 602, making them a force to be reckoned with. As they beheld a half-foot emerging from the staircase, accompanied by a blade dangling perilously close, fear gripped them, their legs trembling. To remain would spell their doom. All for mere sustenance. For a woman, risking their lives seemed utterly unwarranted. Without a moment's hesitation, they fled down the stairs. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing swiftly appeared at the doorway, and upon hearing the cacophony within, she immediately called out, "Meng Ling, open the door, we've arrived." The man, consumed by rage, unleashed a flurry of blows upon Meng Ling, culminating in a violent tug that tore away her sleepwear. Having adapted to the darkness, his gaze fell upon her slender legs, igniting a tumult of desire within him. With one hand grasping her, the other fumbled to unfasten her pants. "Let go of me. Wan, save me, save me." Meng Ling was a mere half-meter from the door, forced against the wall. She reached for the doorknob, almost grasping it, when an object behind her jabbed recklessly. Gritting her teeth, she compelled herself to remain composed, then fiercely kicked back, causing her assailant to recoil in pain. In that instant, she escaped her confinement, flinging the door open and rushing out. Fong Tingwan instinctively enveloped her in an embrace, draping her own coat around Meng Ling's lower half. She appeared disheveled, hair in disarray, cheeks streaked with tears, and her skin marred with bruises from the assault. Jiang Yinqing charged into the room, confronting the man who lunged at him. With a firm grip on his dagger, he surged forward, plunging it into the man's body. You're killing." The man's words faltered as he collapsed to the ground. "You 2 go into the room. I shall handle the rest." Jiang Yinqing spoke with an unsettling calm. devoid of any hint of remorse for the act he had just committed. As Fong Tingwan ushered Meng Ling past him, a flicker of doubt arose within her. Could this man truly be turning over a new leaf? His behavior was decidedly peculiar. Upon returning to the room and securing the door, Fong Tingwan switched on the light and drew the curtains. Observing the still sobbing Meng Ling, she inhaled deeply and instructed, "Go wash up and change into something clean." Wan. Aye. Meng Ling bit her lip, tears streaming anew. She had never endured such indignity throughout her life, let alone faced a situation as harrowing as this. Just moments ago, she had believed her end was nigh. "It's all right now." Fong Tingwan's voice was gentle, striving to soothe her. "Once you've bathed, everything will be fine." Meng Ling obediently retreated to the bathroom. Fong Tingwan stepped outside, only to find the lifeless body of the occupant from room 1301. Her expression remained impassive. "They need to be taught a lesson, otherwise, they will continue to provoke us. Is it certain that this calamity will not cease?" Jiang Yinqing's question was devoid of emotion, his gaze fixed intently upon her, neither seeking joy nor sorrow, merely inquiring. Fong Tingwan had no intention of concealing the truth, nodding affirmatively. "It seems so." Her answer was deliberately ambiguous. A glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Yinqing's eyes as he hoisted the man's body, securing it with rope, and proceeded down the stairs. Curiosity piqued, Fong Tingwan followed. To her astonishment, Jiang Yinqing hung the body over the railing, ensuring that all who ascended the stairs would witness the grim spectacle, a solution that promised to be both final and conclusive. Jiang Yinqing shrugged and ascended the stairs, observing her expression, which bore no hint of unease. It appeared that humanity's future would be even more grim than the present. Should we let Meng Ling stay upstairs? The recent trials seemed sufficient. Meng Ling was undoubtedly worthy of trust. "Stay with you?" Fong Tingwan found herself perplexed by her own question, noticing his unusual fervor in defending Meng Ling. Before he could respond, Fong Tingwan regained her composure. "I had that in mind." A contradiction. Yet Jiang Yinqing refrained from probing further. Upon returning to the living room, they found Meng Ling freshly bathed, clad in a thick robe. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she timidly beseeched, "Wan, may I sleep with you?" Alone, she felt a profound fear. The recent frights had left her spirit shaken, and a third scare would surely be her undoing. Fong Tingwan nodded. "Let us leave the belongings for tomorrow." As they closed the door, Meng Ling followed them to the 17th floor. Watching the heavy iron door shut with a thud eased her apprehension significantly. In the corridor, she suddenly halted, pointing towards Jiang Yinqing's apartment. Wan, I can sleep over there." "Huh." Fong Tingwan's gaze flitted between Jiang Yinqing and Meng Ling, bewildered by the burgeoning bond between them. It was no wonder he consistently spoke in Meng Ling's favor. "All right." The response was tinged with a barely concealed irritation as Fong Tingwan unlocked her door. Jiang Yinqing stood silently behind her, keenly observing her subtle expressions, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Meng Ling, you've misunderstood. We are not cohabitating. I still reside in my own home. You can stay with Wan. Cohabitating? Yet he still called her Wan. Fong Tingwan was momentarily flabbergasted, realizing he merely clarified their living situation without denying their romantic connection, prompting her to spiral deeper into her thoughts. "Oh," Meng Ling responded eagerly, gazing longingly at Fong Tingwan as she prepared to close the door. Fong Tingwan, her eyes cast downward, opened the door again, close it gently. "All right." Meng Ling, mindful of not waking Duo, lowered her voice as she entered, hastily explaining, "Wan, I didn't intend to sleep over there. I thought you two were together, and it felt inappropriate for me to intrude." Chapter 32. To the fullest, would you like me to assist you with some ointment? Fong Tingwan retrieved a balm for bruises from the cabinet. Meng Ling shook her head. "I can manage on my own." "Very well, sleep in that room. Rest assured, no one will disturb you," Fong Tingwan concluded, signaling her intent to retreat to her room with Duo, falling silent thereafter. Meng Ling nodded softly and slipped into the adjacent room. Instinctively, she turned on the light, wary of being seen, glancing towards the window, where the blackout curtains rendered her invisible. Reassured, she opted to sleep with the light on. After applying the ointment, she cocooned herself tightly in the blanket, seeking solace in slumber. The following day, the neighbors below learned of yet another death, flocking to the 15th floor to gaze upon the lifeless body hanging from the railing, each covering their mouths and murmuring in hushed tones, "Isn't there a lawyer living upstairs? To think one could resort to murder. Does he no longer wish to continue? Even if he does, he must possess the capability. It has been 3 days since the rain ceased, yet the water has only receded by 10 centimeters. The government has taken no action thus far, and power has yet to be restored, leaving us with a sense of abandonment. Is anyone foolish enough to risk their life to report such matters? It is indeed wise to maintain distance from them. Certainly, what other choice is there but to avoid confrontation? As the conversation unfolded, the 2 young men present yesterday were so terrified that their legs turned to jelly. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. Hey, what's wrong? A bystander immediately pinched one's flesh, but there was no response. Could it be that the mutton we had yesterday was tainted? My wife, after finishing her meal, returned home only to develop a fever in the middle of the night. She is still unconscious in bed now. I had some too. Why am I unaffected? You are overthinking this. It should not be the case. Let us carry him home. The commotion outside gradually subsided. Fong Tingwan once again sanitized the entrance, and upon returning home, Jiang Yinqing had already prepared breakfast. This morning's fare consisted of century egg and lean meat porridge, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. The aroma of the delightful meal uplifted the spirits instantly. With Meng Ling present, Jiang Yinqing was in no rush to return to his own home. After finishing breakfast, he observed Fong Tingwan training while Meng Ling settled into a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. He took a pair of binoculars, teaching Duo how to use them. "Brother, Daddy," Duo said in her sweet, childlike voice, looking up with her sparkling eyes, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Fong Tingwan set down the barbell and took the binoculars to look through. Indeed, it was Duo's father, standing at the bow of the boat, beginning to retrieve the carcasses of animals from the water. The debris floating on the surface had increased. Once it was merely animal remains. Now there were human bodies as well, as if they were dumplings in a pot, sending shivers down the spine. Duo had mistaken him. That was not her father. She handed the binoculars to Jiang Yinqing, giving him a meaningful glance. Duo was nearly forgetting her parents. Recalling them would only bring sorrow. Jiang Yinqing confirmed what he saw, but said, "It is indeed not him. You are mistaken, Duo. Shall we go draw instead?" He carefully set the binoculars aside. Without them, all that remained was a distant, indistinct figure. Duo gazed intently, her eyes reddening, holding back tears as she obediently returned to her place at the coffee table, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, crystalline tears continued to fall, staining the drawing paper. Duo Jiang Yinqing was deeply pained, embracing her tightly while casting a pleading glance towards Fong Tingwan. Duo trembled, clinging to Jiang Yinqing, suppressing her sobs, making only faint sounds. Fong Tingwan quickly approached, holding her close, gently ruffling her hair, and softly comforting. "It's all right. Don't cry, Duo. Your sister is here. I will protect you from now on, ensuring no one else can bully you. Do not dwell on the villains. They cannot harm you anymore. Mother will always be by your side, protecting you." Mother Dodo's soft whimpers transformed into heartfelt sobs as she clutched tightly to the little cloth doll her mother had gifted her, believing it to be a token of her mother's presence. The 3 adults observed the child with profound sympathy. As her tears flowed, exhaustion eventually overtook her, and she fell into a deep slumber. Once Fong Tingwan had comforted the child to sleep, her first task was to put away the telescope. By noon, Jiang Yinqing was preparing lunch while Meng Ling assisted him. Fong Tingwan continued her training, observing the 2 as they laughed and conversed like a couple. An inexplicable bitterness churned within her. In a world ravaged by chaos, romance seemed as perilous as courting death. She swiftly retreated to the bathroom for a cold shower, cleansing herself of the tumultuous emotions, emerging with a renewed sense of calm. Lunch comprised tender beef brisket and cabbage soup, which the 3 relished heartily. Meanwhile, those downstairs had caught a crocodile from the water, planning to feast on it for both lunch and dinner. Despite 5 individuals already suffering from fever, they dismissed it as a mere climate issue, oblivious to the lurking plague, indulging in their revelry until nightfall when they finally dispersed. The plague would inevitably strike within 7 days. Fong Tingwan insisted on disinfecting the lower floors after their meal. Later that evening, she ascended to the rooftop, where the cool breeze enveloped her. She glanced at the newly installed generator, noting that the fuel gauge indicated only a sliver of oil remained. Without hesitation, she twisted open the fuel cap, allowing the oil to flow steadily out. 10 minutes later, it was filled to the brim. At 1 in the morning, the entire city succumbed to darkness, but the moon hung high, casting a faint glow upon several figures ascending the stairs. They hurried from the 10th floor to the 16th, pausing before the heavily locked iron door, exchanging hesitant glances. You go. I cannot. They have already killed several people, and they are scarcely better than the beasts of 602. Then what about saving your son and daughter-in-law? If you wish to save them, then knock on the door. They are the only ones in this building with medicine. The man inhaled deeply, steeling himself as he approached the iron door, resolutely knocking. Lawyer Jiang, Miss Fong, please open the door. This is a matter of life and death. The loud rapping startled Dodo awake, who, normally a sound sleeper, rubbed her eyes and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Nothing, dear Dodo, just go back to sleep. Fong Tingwan gently reassured her, ruffling her hair before covering her back up. Rising, she opened the room door to find Meng Ling emerging as well. She shook her head. You should continue to sleep. I will handle this. It's no use. I'm already awake, Meng Ling replied, wrapping herself in her nightgown. The knocking outside ceased abruptly. When the door opened, Jiang Yinqing stood there, mask in place, peering through the iron bars at familiar faces, his expression indifferent. What is it? He inquired. The man seemed to grasp at a lifeline. His eyes reddened as he implored, Lawyer Jiang, I beg you, save my son. He has always excelled in his studies. Obedient and sensible. Just this evening, he began to run a high fever, which has now soared to 40 degrees. If this continues, he will surely perish. Please, I beseech you for some antipyretics. Chapter 33. A matter of time. I have money. I can buy it for you. As he spoke, he retrieved a crumpled wad of cash from his pocket, along with a gold necklace and earrings. It's not much, just a box. Jiang Yinqing furrowed his brow, not even glancing at the money. In a cold voice, he replied, I do not possess any medicine, but there is a pharmacy 500 meters away. You may wish to explore that option. There's no time. I implore you, Lawyer Jiang, if you are willing to help, I would be your servant. The man's desperation was palpable, as if he would kneel down if not for the iron gate that only allowed a window of hope. Jiang Yinqing's expression turned to one of helplessness as he sighed. It is not that I do not wish to assist. It is simply that there are no medications available. Each word he spoke was resolute. The man sank into despair, sliding down the iron bars. Fong Tingwan and Meng Ling stood nearby, listening to the pleas of those outside, exchanging glances that conveyed a silent message. It is futile to save them. The entire building was essentially infected. They could not possibly save everyone. Though the pharmacy was not far, they were aware that the water was still unsafe, and thus they dared not venture into it, placing their hopes on others. Lawyer Jiang, if you refuse to help, I shall take my life at your doorstep. The man suddenly rose, his demeanor unmistakably serious. Others nearby echoed his sentiments. Lawyer Jiang, we truly need to save a life. We can share a box among ourselves and promise not to trouble you again. At dawn, we will seek medicine ourselves. Indeed, we swear it. I'm sorry. Jiang Yinqing locked the iron bars and gestured for Fong Tingwan and Meng Ling to step inside to discuss matters further. However, at the entrance, Fong Tingwan raised her hand to halt him, retrieving disinfectant from the shoe cabinet and ensuring he was sanitized before permitting entry. Upon closing the door, the scent of disinfectant intensified, permeating the air and filling everyone's nostrils. Though uncomfortable, it was preferable to the threat of infection. High fever, is it caused by the plague? He inquired of Fong Tingwan, fully aware that she held the answer. Fong Tingwan nodded. This is merely the beginning. Lives will be lost. The government cannot possibly manage so many. By the time an effective treatment emerges, this may well become a death trap. Meng Ling, overhearing this, felt a chill run down her spine at the thought of an entire building filled with corpses. Her eyes involuntarily reddened as she anxiously asked, what about the hospital? Might it be any better? Fong Tingwan, sensing her concern for her parents who were likely in the hospital, could only say, it's somewhat better than our situation, but not by much. With so many patients, the plague will spread even more rapidly. After a brief silence, she rose and returned to her room, emerging with 2 packages of protective clothing, tossing one to each of them. Unnecessary descents and interactions with others should be avoided. Daily disinfection is imperative. Should one venture outside, proper attire must be worn, which should be discarded upon re-entry. Fong Tingwan, casting a glance into the room, remarked, Duo's development is incomplete. Her symptoms may be more severe than ours. She intended to convey the gravity of their situation. Meng Ling nodded earnestly, acknowledging, I understand, Wan. Jiang Yinqing then rose to return home. As he traversed the corridor, He noted the absence of noise outside, indicating that others had likely retreated. Both individuals soon succumbed to slumber, while Fong Tingwan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, pondering how long that iron door would hold against potential intruders. In her contemplation, an object was hurled upward from below, plummeting before her eyes. Illuminated by the moonlight, she discerned it to be a hook. Were these individuals attempting to scale the rooftop? She hastily knocked on Meng Ling's door. Startled from her repose, Meng Ling sat up abruptly. What is it, Wan? Look at this. Fong Tingwan gestured toward the window, aware that the security bars outside could easily ensnare them. She needed to alert Jiang Yanqing and also inspect the rooftop. If those individuals realized they had electricity and provisions, they would not only attempt to rob them, but might even resort to cannibalism. The cause of such desperation was simple. The unshared food had ignited their fury. A knock echoed. Jiang Yanqing swiftly opened the door, maintaining his stance with an anxious expression, clearly sensing the unease. Do you have a situation over there? Yes, Fong Tingwan replied, not pausing as she descended to the ground floor. After surveying the area and confirming they could not hurl anything up, she sighed in relief. They will keep trying. Eventually, they will succeed. We need to devise a plan. Meng Ling murmured softly, her gaze drifting toward the tang knife resting in the kitchen. Force might be the most effective solution at this juncture. Fong Tingwan shook her head, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, perhaps we could lend them the inflatable boat. With a means of transportation, they might cease their incessant surveillance of us. Would it be wise to reveal it now? Jiang Yanqing expressed concern that it might raise suspicion, considering it had never been produced before. After a moment's reflection, Fong Tingwan had an idea. Will you accompany me? Meng Ling, you must protect Duo. Understood. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanqing promptly donned protective gear and retrieved the unwrapped inflatable boat. Jiang Yanqing, sensing her concealed treasures, was not surprised. Upon reaching the 16th floor, they indeed found the individuals tossing hooks. Coughing to capture their attention, the six turned in unison, their gazes fixed on the two figures, recognizing them by the tang knife. Realizing they had been discovered, the group exchanged furtive glances. We are in search of medicine. In truth, they merely intended to seek it from her residence. Fong Tingwan, choosing not to expose their ruse, casually dropped the inflatable boat onto the ground and coldly explained, "This is an inflatable boat we purchased for 20,000. If you are in urgent need, I can lend it to you. However, it is merely a loan, and you must return it after use, along with a portion of the medicine." Are you serious? Sharing your medicine is not an issue. A man immediately approached. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanqing lowered the rubber dinghy and quietly retreated to the corner of the stairs. The others observed the pair with a wary demeanor, their hearts racing with anxiety. Thank you, the man said while inspecting the dinghy, finding it in good condition. He immediately turned back to offer the neighbors a reassuring glance, prompting a collective sigh of relief as they realized that it was their earlier actions that had posed a threat to them. One individual stepped forward with a smile. Could you spare us some food as well? We wouldn't have the strength to paddle otherwise. Just something to fill our stomachs will suffice. Greed is an intrinsic part of human nature. Some may be content while others are insatiable. Fong Tingwan's gaze swept over the two speakers, and she promptly raised her tang knife, its sharp blade glimmering ominously. The palpable sense of intimidation silenced the group. You may feel free to continue testing your luck. When you reach my floor, I shall deliver a blow to you, and should you fall, do not blame me for the consequences. I will be waiting for you on the roof. Jiang Yanqing interjected coldly, giving his tang knife a slight shake. The group froze, their expressions betraying their fear. After all, these two were indeed ruthless demons capable of taking lives without a flicker of hesitation. A lawyer and a young girl, they had dealt harshly with many before. They would not have resorted to climbing with hooks if they had any other options. It was a sign of their desperation. Chapter 34. Barbecue. Fong Tingwan surveyed the area and instructed Jiang Yanqing to head upstairs. They secured the iron door, disinfected themselves thoroughly, and hung their discarded protective suits nearby for future use. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor, the onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. Is this for real? Is there truly a plague? One remarked. It certainly looks genuine. Just observe how exaggeratedly they threatened us, claiming they would kill us, yet they are evading us like we are specters. And everyone is running a fever, which seems to be worsening, another added, recalling her warning about eating mutton. Had we known, we should have heeded her advice. But then again, we were on the verge of starvation. Who could have worried about a plague? Someone mused. The group, engaged in discussion, carried the dinghy downstairs. without a hint of suspicion regarding its origin. They were in dire need of medicine, and as long as they could float on the water, they needed to set off without delay. Upon reaching the ground floor, they quickly inflated the dinghy and, under the moonlight, paddled into the water. They were aware of the pharmacy's location and, upon spotting the medicine boxes while gliding across the surface, they all retrieved them onto the dinghy. They also collected the corpses of other animals. Despite the potential for viruses, they were unwilling to face hunger. Clinging to a sense of luck, they believed that the plague would only result in fever and stomach issues, and that eating would be safe. By the time they approached the pharmacy, their haul was already substantial: 2 chickens, a duck, and 4 or 5 boxes of medicine, one of which contained ibuprofen capsules for fever reduction. They designated one person to guard the dinghy while the other 2, adept in swimming, dove down to retrieve more medicine. The pharmacy had clearly been visited, with individuals indiscriminately grabbing any medication available, ultimately returning home with a plastic bag full of drugs. They arrived back just as dawn was breaking. Already, there were others waiting. Among them was a university student in her 20s, her hair tied in a ponytail, who squatted to adjust her glasses and examine the medications for their purposes. Although still a student of pharmacology, she relied on her memory to identify several types of medicine. All were antipyretics. She had the privilege of first choice and grasped a capsule of ibuprofen. The others quickly reached out, hands clamoring for the medications, dividing them unevenly, with some opting to share a couple of pills. After securing the medicine, a man pointed to the chickens and ducks, asking Luyu to assess whether they were still safe to eat or if they bore any disease. The others watched her eagerly. Luyu swallowed hard, without any instruments. She had no way of knowing if the poultry carried a virus, though she was aware of the existence of avian flu. Hunger triumphed over fear. She approached, prodding and sniffing, finding no discernible difference in taste from usual, and nodded affirmatively. They were edible, at least if cooked thoroughly. She could secure a substantial portion for her family, ensuring her parents and younger brother would have something to eat. Her gaze remained fixed as she observed the others, who, upon learning the meat was consumable, immediately set about boiling water and plucking feathers. Seizing the opportunity, she hurried home with the medication. From the 17th floor, she could see the smoke rising from cooking fires. The entire building had lost power, yet a few households still utilized gas, although it had been burning for over half a month and was running low. Now, apart from the people, everything else had vanished, and they began dismantling furniture for fuel. Wasn't either a virus? Why were they still eating? Meng Ling stood beside her, looking puzzled. The reason was that no one had yet died. Jiang Yinqing, slicing potatoes, glanced at the two. The boat that delivered food hadn't arrived in 2 days. It was uncertain where it had met its end. Fong Tingwan suddenly spoke. I'd rather be poisoned than starve to death. The process of starving was prolonged and agonizing. She had endured days of hunger and witnessed the suffering of those on the brink of death from starvation, which was indeed harrowing. Meng Ling nodded, relieved to have found Wan Wan. Otherwise, she too would be languishing, unsure of where her next meal would come from. They had eaten potato mash and egg sandwiches for breakfast. After feeling satiated, they occupied themselves with solo mobile games to pass the time. With ample rest, Fong Tingwan resumed her training. Downstairs, breakfast consisted of chicken and ducks simmered together, enhanced with ginger, filling the air with a rich and inviting aroma. Some even prepared dipping sauce. Dipping the meat into the sauce before savoring it released an explosion of flavors, causing everyone to smack their lips in delight. No one noticed that the minced garlic in the bowl exhibited a hue darker than that of soy sauce. Aside from them, residents of other floors were also scavenging for food and searching for medicine. This did not affect the 17th floor in the slightest. Currently, they had enough food to last a month, alleviating any concerns. After finishing dinner, Fong Tingwan continued her training, lying on the yoga mat as sunlight bathed her, purifying her spirit. Duo also lay down, her chubby cheeks pressed adorably against the mat. Sister, can I go play on the rooftop? Sure, let's go enjoy the breeze. Fong Tingwan replied, fully aware that the little girl was bursting with energy. She called out to Jiang Yinqing, prepare the supplies. We're going to have a barbecue on the rooftop. Oh yeah, barbecue. I'll help. Meng Ling instantly drooled at the thought. Summer was perfect for barbecues and swimming. If swimming was out, barbecue would suffice. Everyone busily set to work, as if nothing had happened, reveling in this rare joy. Fong Tingwan's room resembled a treasure trove. Before long, she produced a barbecue grill suitable for 3, along with picnic chairs and a small table. The fridge held beef, pork belly, frozen chicken wings, and an assortment of vegetables including potatoes, melons, and lettuce, alongside 5-spice chili powder. She entrusted all the preparations to Jiang Yinqing, who skillfully sliced and mixed the ingredients, placing them in a basket to carry upstairs. The rooftop bore remnants of others' discarded foam boxes, long waterlogged and devoid of life. With a glance, Jiang Yinqing resolved to take them home tomorrow and plant some vegetables. He took charge of the barbecue grill, tending to the fire, oiling it, and laying out the meat. Fang Tingwan fashioned a simple lampshade, hanging it on the wall to illuminate a small area. The surrounding walls towered higher than a person, obscuring views of other buildings and ensuring their privacy. She also brought along mosquito coils and floral spray. After lighting several coils to ward off any pesky insects, they scattered to sit. Pouring orange juice, they sipped and savored their meal, blissfully content. Oh my, I never imagined I could enjoy a barbecue under such circumstances. 1-1. I truly adore you. Meng Ling, oblivious to the grease smudged on her cheek from the pork belly, simply wished to express her joy, pouting as she leaned in closer. Jiang Yinqing, noticing her approach, swiftly placed a napkin on her face, saying, "Wipe your mouth first." Huh. Meng Ling blushed, cleaning her mouth and catching sight of the grease and chili residue, feeling embarrassed to speak. Just don't betray me. After all this time, Fang Tingwan was not devoid of emotions. Witnessing the budding camaraderie between Jiang Yinqing and Meng Ling, she had momentarily included them in her circle. Chapter 35. One must not be soft-hearted as for what lay ahead. That could wait for another day. She dared not place her full trust. But at least she offered a measure of it, sipping water to mask her smile as she glanced at Duo Duo. This, perhaps, was the happiest moment for Duo Duo in the past half-month, her small hands flipping skewers while wrapping the meat in lettuce before offering it to Fang Tingwan. "Sister, eat this piece of pork belly. I've been eyeing it for a long time. It's the perfect balance of fat and lean, just as Mom said it should be." Lowering her voice to avoid detection, she handed it over. Fang Tingwan, feeling a sense of release at the mention of their mother, nodded and accepted the offering, savoring the taste. Duo Duo sequentially prepared dumplings for Jiang Yinqing and Meng Ling. Although they could not make much noise, the joy among them was palpable. After satisfying their hunger, they returned home, took their baths, and retired for the night. The following morning, as usual, Jiang Yinqing came to prepare breakfast. Today's meal consisted of egg pancakes and milk. After a hearty breakfast, they took a brief respite before Fang Tingwan resumed training. Meng Ling had not trained for several days. The thought of having to continue after the calamity weighed heavily on her, making her reluctant to move. Yet, observing Wan Wan's relentless dedication spurred her into action, prompting her to practice as well. Jiang Yinqing, upon returning home, also trained, for it was evident from Fang Tingwan's reactions that physical stamina was crucial and he needed to keep pace. On the 23rd day of the apocalypse, the trio exhibited noticeable changes in their musculature. Even Duo Duo, who had trained alongside them for some time, radiated a newfound vitality. No one had ascended from downstairs again, but the daily wails hinted that some had succumbed to their ailments. It was only a matter of time. They had disregarded the warnings. When Meng Ling heard the cries again, she felt no emotional upheaval. The number of deaths in the past half-month far surpassed anything she had heard throughout her life, leaving her in a state of numbness. Yet, this only amplified her concern for her parents, as they had still not made contact after all this time. They must also consider their own well-being. Jiang Yinqing attempted to ignite the stove, but the gas burner remained unresponsive, having not cooked at home for a while. The only available appliance was the induction cooker. Both he and Meng Ling used a generator capable of powering the induction cooker. But the rice cooker was out of the question. It was impractical to spend half an hour cooking rice and then an hour stir-frying. While feasible, it was excessively draining on electricity. "Why not use my generator, which has an 8,000 capacity?" Fang Tingwan suggested lightly, continuing to lift weights. Jiang Yinqing's lips twitched. Had he known she possessed such foresight, he would have heeded her advice sooner rather than relying on her now. Although he was reluctant to admit it, it was indeed her support that had allowed him to thrive during this challenging period. With the electricity issue resolved, little else remained. After half an hour, Fang Tingwan set down the barbell and wiped her brow, only to hear a knock on the iron door. The trio exchanged glances, with Meng Ling instinctively protecting Duo Duo. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing donned their masks to conserve their protective suits. They opted not to wear them, but sanitized themselves thoroughly before opening the door to the corridor and the iron window. Outside, a group of faces peered in. Clutching an inflatable boat, a man stood at the forefront, his smile a ghastly pale visage, bloodshot eyes betraying his weariness, and lips tinged with a deep purple hue. His forced grin was most unsettling. "Miss Fong, I am returning the inflatable boat, but I have one condition. Is that acceptable?" The audacity of imposing conditions for returning borrowed items was absurd. Fong Tingwan coldly retorted, "Then you may keep it for yourselves. It's of no use to me." With the acquisition of a motorboat, the inflatable boat had become utterly redundant, rendering their attempt at intimidation laughable. Moreover, observing that these individuals exhibited symptoms, it was evident their time was limited. As Jiang Yinxing prepared to close the iron window, the man, forgetting the peril of the previous individual who had lost a hand, reached out to block the window and inadvertently brushed against Jiang Yinxing's fingers, attempting to bite. Should he succeed, infection would be inevitable. Release. The man tightened his grip, and Jiang Yinxing could not withdraw his hand, panic visibly overtaking him. Their mouths were scarcely a centimeter apart. Suddenly, Fong Tingwan, in a surge of urgency, swiftly drew the dagger from her leg and plunged it into the man's mouth. The 20-centimeter blade pierced through his oral cavity, reaching the cerebellum. What immense force had been exerted! In that agonizing instant, the man's eyes widened in disbelief, and the next moment, he collapsed, lifeless, unaware of how he had met his end. The others, witnessing their neighbor's demise, were struck with shock, covering their mouths and screaming, "Murder! Murder!" They fled downstairs. As Jiang Yinxing withdrew his hand, Fong Tingwan promptly closed the iron window, immediately disinfecting Jiang Yinxing's hand, then attending to herself. "Are you all right?" The door was shut, and Meng Ling, hearing the commotion, could only fret anxiously, contemplating opening the door. "Do not open the door. You and Duo ensure all the windows at home are tightly shut. Be careful with the glass." "We are fine," Fong Tingwan calmly instructed, gesturing for him to return to his own home. Jiang Yinxing understood her fear of contagion and refrained from entering his home to avoid infecting Meng Ling and Duo, turning back towards his residence. He unlocked the door, and upon entering, Fong Tingwan furrowed her brow. Everything must be burned. She promptly discarded her outer garments on the balcony, left only in her undergarments, and coldly declared, "All must be incinerated." Lost in her thoughts, she then ventured into the adjacent room, only to realize she was completely unclothed. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, cohabitation of genders was commonplace. When a safe zone could accommodate merely 10 individuals while 20 survivors existed, there was no choice, and even basic needs were disregarded. If one were to care, survival would be futile. Knock knock. Clothes were placed at the door. Jiang Yinxing had returned to his usual self after setting down the garments. He proceeded to the balcony to rearrange the clothing, ensuring the fire burned thoroughly. Fong Tingwan then noticed his solitary living arrangements. This room contained merely a mattress, still wrapped in its plastic covering. She opened the door, spotted a shirt and short sleeves, and donned them directly, followed by a new mask which she handed to him. "This plague is severe. We must be cautious of mutual contagion. For the next 7 days, we shall stay here, just in case we transmit it to Duo and the others." After speaking, Fong Tingwan went to the corridor to inform Meng Ling and Duo through the door. Meng Ling, aware that this plague could be fatal, sought to alleviate their concerns, promptly assuring, "Rest assured, Wan, I shall take good care of Duo. You need not worry. If you require anything, I will bring it to you." Jiang Yinxing's home had long been vacated, with even the induction stove's generator unable to function. Fong Tingwan felt grateful that, in order to avoid detection, she had placed many items directly under the bed, allowing her to simply sweep everything away when it was time to leave. A portable stove, instant noodles, disinfectant, a few vegetables, and rice, along with 2 sets of clean clothing, were all she needed. Chapter 36. I am willing. Meng Ling promptly went to retrieve the items. Upon opening the door, a strong scent of disinfectant assaulted her senses, causing her to cough and obscuring her view of the figure across the hall. "Just leave it there. I will retrieve it myself. Remember to disinfect yourself," she instructed. "Understood." After Meng Ling closed the door, her breathing became easier. She noticed Duo staring at her, her dark eyes filled with unease. Meng Ling immediately knelt down to gently ruffle Duo's hair, reassuring her, "Don't worry, both brother and sister are fine. We will be all right and wait for their return, okay?" Duo nodded earnestly. When Fong Tingwan returned to Jiang Yinxing's home, he was holding a duvet cover and preparing to enter the guest room. With a slight frown, She spoke in a cold, unfeeling tone. Leave it at the door. We must minimize contact for safety. All right. Seeing her demeanor as if facing a formidable adversary, Jiang Yinqing did not dare to relax, placing the sheets at the entrance. You handle your room, and I will prepare the meal. Understood. Fong Tingwan did not refuse. After all, her cooking skills were merely adequate for sustenance. While his culinary talents rivaled that of a master chef, it was hard to fathom someone like him not cooking at home. Was it a matter of innate talent? Not wanting to dwell on it, she returned to her room to tidy up. After hanging her clothes and replacing the duvet cover, she heard the sizzling sound of oil from the kitchen. She lay on the bed and entered her space. The grassland was filled with cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks, all thriving, and a new brood of chicks had arrived. Their droppings served as natural fertilizer, which was beneficial, though the weeds had grown taller than the crops. She needed to find an opportunity to clear the weeds from the field. In other areas, the food was neatly stacked and remained unchanged, providing her with a sense of reassurance. However, upon seeing the fish swimming in the aquarium and the king crabs, she couldn't help but lick her lips, yearning to indulge in a feast. Next time she ventured out, she would seek an opportunity to satisfy that craving. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking broke her reverie, and she opened her eyes, returning to her room. Dinner is ready. I'm coming. As Fong Tingwan stepped outside, she found the meal already set on the table. She adjusted her mask and, noticing the undivided dishes, turned to the kitchen to fetch a large bowl. After serving herself rice and a portion of vegetables, she returned to her room to eat. Jiang Yinqing looked at the spicy stir-fried pork and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, finding it rather unappetizing. He had always disliked eating alone at home. The glow of countless lights from other households only heightened his sense of solitude. Having taken only a few bites, he covered the remaining food with cling film and placed it on the table. The generator at home could not support the refrigerator. When Fong Tingwan finished and emerged, she noticed that the dishes had hardly been touched. He had only turned on a dim floor lamp, gazing out towards the balcony, his solitude palpable. What has suddenly changed? Did you lose your appetite because we didn't eat together? This statement carries a dual meaning. Jiang Yinqing cast a shadowy glance at her, murky and inscrutable. So, when can we share a meal? Tomorrow, if neither of us has a fever, Fong Tingwan replied before retreating to her room. She never contemplated that Jiang Yinqing might misunderstand her. After all, her intention was simply to express her relief at having a trustworthy companion who could cook well. She certainly didn't want to starve. After all, if she were to lose this opportunity, she didn't know how long it would take her to accept another. Lying in bed, she entered her space. The training she had undergone recently was evidently bearing fruit. After an hour of weeding, she only felt slightly fatigued. Once finished, she collected pig manure and spread it near the roots of the crops to enhance their absorption. As she busied herself, she was once again expelled from her space. Although the time remained unchanged, she felt utterly exhausted and closed her eyes, drifting into a deep slumber until dawn. It had been a long time since she had slept so soundly. Indeed, engaging in work was the finest remedy for insomnia. Jiang Yinqing had prepared breakfast. He removed his mask, appearing invigorated. Upon seeing her emerge, he smiled. I don't have a fever. What if I do? The question slipped from her lips as a test. Fong Tingwan was startled by her own words and quickly added, There's no need for mutual demise. It's fine. I'm willing. Willing to do what? Jiang Yinqing, why do I feel something is off about you? Jiang Yinqing stared intently at her. As the perplexity in her eyes deepened, he sighed. What I mean is, we're now partners in life and death. Why are you gasping for air while speaking? Isn't being alive good? As she countered, she had already served herself a bowl of vegetable porridge and sat at the table, blowing on it before taking a bite. She was indifferent to whether he wanted to live or not. She intended to survive, especially with so many resources still to consume. Wasting them would be a pity. Moreover, she felt that she might never be so fortunate as to be reborn again. Of course, living together was preferable. Jiang Yinqing placed the pickled vegetables on the table and sat across from her to eat. After breakfast, Fong Tingwan rested briefly before beginning her workout with his home gym equipment. Time seemed to drag on. She found herself missing Duo. After disinfecting herself once more, she sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping afternoon tea while gazing out at the scenery. From his home, she could see the 10 buildings directly opposite. The entire structure appeared lifeless, and any fleeting figures glimpsed were hurriedly passing by. The water level had not receded. It remained at the 4th floor window height. The weather was overcast, no rain and no sunshine, maintaining a constant temperature of 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, which was quite conducive to bacterial growth. Taking a sip of tea, she noticed movement in the opposite hallway. Fixing her gaze, she saw a figure leaning out, only to plummet directly from the 6th floor. The individual did not land in the water, but rather crashed against the wall, flipping over before finally sinking. In less than 10 minutes, the body surfaced. It was a corpse, death followed by death. A total of over 10 corpses had been cast aside, their lifeless forms swaying gently upon the sluggish water. A sight that sent chills down her spine. The bodies had not been cremated. The virus could spread far and wide. Fong Tingwan was not concerned for the lives of others, but rather for her own safety in venturing out. If she remained confined to the 17th floor, her supplies would inevitably be exposed, and the dangers that followed such exposure were beyond her comprehension. As the number of corpses increased, others began to imitate the grim act. Jiang Yinxing opened the window to gaze below. The inhabitants of their building were also discarding bodies. Who would dare to enter the water now? It was tantamount to waiting for death. The visible dangers in the water had faded, leaving only the unseen threats that could claim lives. How long would this persist? He instinctively glanced to the side. Fong Tingwan shook her head. I do not know. Time had become disordered, entirely unlike the previous life. Yet if one were to assess the sequence of calamities, the next disaster would be extreme heat. We must leave this place and seek a cooler refuge. Once the heat began, temperatures would soar to 50 or 60 degrees Celsius from dawn till dusk, sufficient to fry an egg. Beyond that, being on the 17th floor made them vulnerable to heat stroke. Where would be the coolest place? The ground below was teeming with people, even clad in protective gear. They would rush towards them. It was improbable to eliminate them all, with at least 100 still alive. They were few in number and accompanied by Duo. Chapter 37. Government Rescue. Jiang Yinxing carefully assessed the situation. Since that man had clung to him even in death, he began to confront the darker aspects of human nature in the apocalypse. Fong Tingwan nodded in agreement. Indeed, considering our current circumstances, it is not yet suitable to leave. But preparations must commence. Understood, Jiang Yinxing replied, his emotions inscrutable. Days passed in tenuous peace. The plague ravaged the landscape. On the water's surface, bodies floated, densely packed. Thousands of them. Finally, on the day marking the first month of the apocalypse, hope arrived from the government. A helicopter. Someone had remembered them. Hurry, to the rooftop. The sound of the helicopter pierced through the walls. Many initially thought it a figment of their imagination, but upon confirmation, they rushed frantically to the rooftop. The remaining rooftops were already brimming with people, cries echoing. We are here. Come save us. Up here. The helicopter continued to hover above. Someone proposed a plan, urging others to find items that would produce thick smoke when ignited. Others scrawled the word "Save Us" in large letters on the ground. Meanwhile, the neighbors from Building 11 were trapped outside the iron gate, frantic with desperation. Open the door, or I will set fire to us all. The sound of banging resonated loudly. Fong Tingwan instructed Meng Ling not to bring Duo outside, while she and Jiang Yinxing turned a deaf ear and ascended directly to the top floor. She recalled vividly that the government could only attend to those nearby, and they were situated on the outskirts of the city. The helicopter continued to hover, its door ajar, as a man leaned halfway out, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the rooftop where Fong Tingwan and her companions were situated, only to retract swiftly. In the next moment, the helicopter made a direct approach towards Building 11. The man once again protruded from the aircraft, gesturing for retreat. As Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinxing retreated to the entrance of the building, he shielded them behind him, cautioning, they do not appear to be rescuers. Exercise caution and refrain from impulsive actions. I will negotiate. Stay vigilant. Fong Tingwan observed that several individuals were armed and fully equipped, resembling more of an execution squad than saviors, which sent a wave of trepidation through her. After all, such an occurrence had not transpired in her previous life. The helicopter steadied itself, and 6 armed Special Forces soldiers disembarked. The leading man, gun in hand, directly inquired, "What is the population of your community?" "Approximately 2,000. Jiang Yinxing replied in a calm tone, devoid of emotion. The man's brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, "Are the bodies in the river all from your community? That does not add up. There are tens of thousands of corpses flowing into the city center." Jiang Yinxing cast a glance at Fong Tingwan, instantly comprehending the reason for their presence. They were upstream, and the multitude of bodies cascading down would undoubtedly provoke suspicion. These individuals were merely here to ascertain the cause. Fong Tingwan stepped forward, her voice gentle. There is another town ahead, with a population of around 50,000. Most of them reside in civilian housing. Perhaps the bodies originated from there. Seeing the man nod in contemplation, she pressed further. Brother, when will the government come to our rescue? The man's expression softened, and he sighed. There are around 100,000 individuals in the city center, with all available military resources allocated there. They cannot reach you, but if you can hold on, we will come. This sentiment felt more like a consolation. Jiang Yinqing's gaze slowly dropped, as his faith in certain matters began to wane. Is there any food? Fong Tingwan inquired with a smile, her loose long sleeves making her appear undernourished. The man rummaged in his pocket and tossed a piece of chocolate to her. Board the helicopter. Just before boarding, the man's lips moved silently. The two understood his unspoken words. I am sorry. The rotor blades resumed their whirring, and the helicopter ascended gradually. As the sound faded into the distance, those left behind on the ground succumbed to despair, harboring resentment towards those who had erected the iron gates. They have been rescued. This group shall meet a grim fate. No. Fong Tingwan's icy voice pierced through the iron gates, momentarily silencing the outside before chaos erupted. They did not rescue you? Why not? Did they not land on the rooftop? Indeed, what did they say? Were they not here to scout the location and to fetch us shortly? Nay. Fong Tingwan raised her voice, and as silence fell upon the crowd, she swiftly added, they landed on the rooftop because our building was unoccupied. Their descent posed no threat. They merely sought to uncover the origin of the numerous corpses. How could that be? How could the government disregard us? Are you deceiving us? What reason would I have to deceive you? Fong Tingwan coldly retorted, stating that had it not been for her desire to soothe their fears and prevent a potential catastrophe, she would have refrained from further discourse. While they struggled to salvage the situation in the city center, she advised them to prioritize self-preservation. Moreover, she warned that it would be prudent to incinerate any corpses to eradicate the bacteria, lest the plague continue to spread while they awaited governmental aid. Are you serious? Hey, speak up. After an extended silence, a group of individuals exchanged glances, suddenly reminded of the contagion, and hurriedly covered their noses and mouths as they dashed back to their homes. Those possessing mugwort immediately began to fumigate their surroundings, while others sprayed themselves with alcohol, even dousing the hallway. For those with deceased relatives at home, they quickly resolved to burn the bodies. As for the inhabitants of the other buildings, upon witnessing the helicopter depart, a sense of hopelessness engulfed them. Unable to endure the despair, some chose to leap from their rooftops, swiftly ending their harrowing existence. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing observed the scene through the floor-to-ceiling windows with clarity. Their arrival had instilled a fleeting glimmer of hope for survival, only to be followed by an immediate descent into despair. Those with a fragile constitution simply could not withstand the weight of such sorrow. To be candid, Fong Tingwan felt little impact from these events, yet the silence between the two was somewhat awkward. It's merely a matter of time, Jiang Yinqing remarked with a hint of resignation, and his words hung in the air as they fell into a brief silence. I'm heading back to my room. We shall return tomorrow. Fong Tingwan closed the door behind her, locking it securely before entering her space. In the past few days, she had meticulously organized her surroundings, categorizing everything into distinct zones: a warehouse, a fish area, an animal section, a living quarter, and a planting area, all enclosed with fences. Observing the hens and ducks settling into their nests, a satisfied smile graced her lips. As long as her sanctuary remained intact, she could live until nature took its course. The following day, the door across from her finally swung open. Duo rushed into Fong Tingwan's embrace, her eyes red and voice muffled. Sister, please don't abandon me. Fong Tingwan instinctively glanced at Meng Ling, who waved her hand in resignation. Duo had not been particularly close to her during these past few days, preferring to play alone after meals. Meng Ling had attempted to bridge the gap, but a barrier still seemed to linger. Chapter 38. Sofa Sleep. Older sister Meng Ling is quite wonderful. You must trust her, Fong Tingwan assured as she gently ruffled Duo's hair. After a few comforting words, she led Duo into her home, followed closely by Jiang Yinqing. Meng Ling trailed behind, closing the door and turning to see Jiang Yinqing back in the kitchen, preparing a meal, while Fong Tingwan entertained Duo. A strange sensation of coldness seemed to pervade the atmosphere between the two, which perplexed her. Approaching Fong Tingwan, Meng Ling exchanged pleasantries, but then her eyes sparkled with curiosity, reflecting a hint of gossip. Wan, have you and Jiang Yinqing had a quarrel? Not at all. Fang Tingwan shook her head. Why do you think that? It just seems that during these past few days, your relationship hasn't blossomed and has even grown a bit distant. Suddenly struck by an idea, she pulled Fang Tingwan to her feet, exclaiming, "Come to my room. I have something wonderful to show you." Fang Tingwan allowed Duo to play by herself as she followed her into the guest room. The room was tidily organized, showing no signs of a post-apocalyptic existence. Fang Tingwan stood watching as Duo rummaged through a box, stealthily handing her a package. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a box of levonorgestrel 3-phase tablets, birth control pills. Given the current circumstances, pregnancy was ill-advised. Caution was paramount. Meng Ling continued to search within the cabinet, her half-body stuffed inside, when she suddenly exclaimed and backed out, shoving another item into Fang Tingwan's hands. It was a square box labeled Ultra Thin 001, Intense Pleasure. Fang Tingwan's complexion turned a shade of pale and dark as she regained her voice after a moment's pause. We haven't reached that stage yet. You might want to keep it. You'll eventually find a use for it, Meng Ling said with a sweet smile. And what about you? Fang Tingwan regretted her words, wishing she could slap herself for such a thoughtless question. This was the first time someone had gifted her such an item, leaving her utterly at a loss for words. Forget it. Ever since we parted ways at the gym, I haven't heard from him, and now I can't even reach him. I suspect he might be among the pile of corpses, she said, her cheerful tone contrasting sharply with her troubled expression. He'll be fine, Fang Tingwan replied, placing the items into her bag before turning to store them properly and then emerging for lunch. Today's meal consisted of old duck soup, which, although frozen, still tasted quite delightful, accompanied by a refreshing cucumber salad. The four of them shared the meal. For dinner, they planned to have stir-fried carrots and reheat the duck soup. After 2 weeks of boredom, Meng Ling happened upon a deck of cards in her bag and suggested a game of landlord to pass the time. Having slept too much, none of them could doze off. Jiang Yinqing and Fang Tingwan had no objections, so they settled on the blanket to play. Big King. As Fang Tingwan's voice trailed off, she signaled for silence, straining to listen. The night was unnaturally quiet, and the sound of helicopters became increasingly distinct. The three exchanged glances and quickly rose to the floor-to-ceiling window. Indeed, a beam of light swept overhead. Fang Tingwan glanced at the clock. It was 2 a.m. What could possibly prompt government helicopters to circle at such an hour? It couldn't be a rescue mission, could it? To the rooftop, she declared, swiftly ushering Duo out, followed closely by the others. Standing atop the building, they could see more clearly. 5 helicopters in total, their searchlights illuminating various floors. Suddenly, one helicopter hovered directly overhead. Fang Tingwan pulled Duo beneath the eaves. Then, a gentle drizzle began, quickly soaking the rooftop. Fang Tingwan caught a whiff of strong disinfectant. The government was conducting a disinfection operation. Was it possible that the plague would soon be over? Meng Ling exclaimed in delight. Finally, they arrived. We're saved. Oh, how wonderful. Those in the neighboring buildings who were still awake also began to realize the helicopter's purpose, erupting in exclamations of wonder. As the number of those awakened increased, a palpable sense of exhilaration enveloped everyone. Yet, Fang Tingwan's heart grew increasingly heavy. Upon descending the stairs and reaching the corner, she cast her gaze upon the iron gate and spoke softly, "Tidy up the house. Do not open the door unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, I shall come over and sleep on the sofa." Jiang Yinqing explained, "None of us know what they intend to do next. If I stay, we will have an extra person, which might buy us some time if needed." Although the situation was unlikely to be dire, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. Meng Ling nodded in agreement, casting an expectant look at Wan. "I believe that's a sound idea. Otherwise, we would be oblivious to whatever transpires with him alone over there." Under the scrutiny of both individuals, Fang Tingwan hesitated to make a decision, weighing the pros and cons thoughtfully. During the previous outbreak, the government's actions had been far from gentle. They had forcefully broken down doors to administer vaccines, which she recalled took considerable time to develop. With him there, at least he could contribute to defending the entrance. Then bring a few more changes of clothes, she instructed, leading Duo back into the house, followed closely by Meng Ling. Before long, Jiang Yinqing arrived, laden with clothes and his bedding, essentially emptying his space. Their residence comprised 1 bedroom and 2 living areas, and fortunately, The sofa was adequate. As the hour grew late, they each retreated to their respective rooms to sleep. Suddenly, a sharp noise jolted Fong Tingwan awake. As she opened her eyes, she noticed the faint light of dawn breaking through the sky. Glancing at her phone, she saw it was 7 in the morning. Who could be sawing at the door at this early hour? She gently threw off the covers and got out of bed. Upon exiting, she spotted Jiang Yinxing closing the last door of their home. She rushed forward to reopen it and asked, "What is happening?" "There's someone using machinery to cut through the iron gate. At this rate, it won't take long before it is breached. Should we take action?" Jiang Yinxing's brow furrowed tightly as he turned to grab a tang knife, offering her one as well. As the 3 doors swung open, sparks flew outside. The lock of the iron gate had already been compromised by intense heat, leaving behind melted iron shavings. "Who is it?" Fong Tingwan inquired coldly. The cutting ceased, and silence enveloped the air, soon replaced by a stern, indifferent male voice. "To the residents inside, we are the SWAT team. Your unauthorized iron gate installation is in violation of regulations and affects the entire building's residents. I must dismantle it now. Please step back. Miss Fong, do not be alarmed. We need to distribute rations from the rooftop, necessitating the forced removal of this door. Please stand clear to avoid any injuries." The familiar voice of Huang Cheng caused both Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinxing's expressions to darken. Given the current state of the iron gate, it appeared their protection was no longer viable. Without time for further discussion, the cutting resumed, the noise drowning out any words. "Return home," Fong Tingwan instructed, first marking the front door with "not infected," then retreating to lock each outer door securely. Finally, she settled in the living room, vigilantly watching the iron gate. Should the intruders force their way in, they would be in grave danger. "Notify, notify," she commanded. A loudspeaker echoed from the rooftop, its sound reverberating for 10 miles. "The government is distributing bread for free. Please queue orderly on the rooftop to collect your share." Chapter 39, The Virgin. The 3 individuals inside wore grim expressions. Venturing outside meant risking infection. Staying in would inevitably reveal their hidden supplies. The former was a matter of life and death, hence it was not a viable option. "Let us have breakfast," Fong Tingwan finally decided. "At the very least, we must wait until the vaccine is available." The trio remained seated in the room, refraining from cooking to avoid drawing attention to the rooftop. Instead, they retrieved bread and milk from the refrigerator and boiled a few eggs. After satisfying their hunger, the sound of a helicopter buzzed from above. Subsequently, footsteps echoed in the corridor, thundering as if the building might collapse. "Knock, knock." Someone was actually at the door. There was no response, and outside, Huang Cheng shouted, "Miss Fong, aren't you going to collect the bread? I heard there are both bread and eggs. Hurry out to gather them. Why are you still thinking about her? She must be hiding a lot of food. You should hurry up, or you'll miss out." Huang Cheng called again, "Miss Fong, don't forget to shout for Lawyer Jiang." After that, only the sound of footsteps remained. Fong Tingwan exhaled a long, heavy breath, unsure of how to respond to Huang Cheng's insistence. In tumultuous times, the virtuous often faced peril first. Perhaps it was best to let it be. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, a helicopter stood idle as 6 armed SWAT officers guarded an array of boxes filled with neatly packaged bread and eggs. "Collect in an orderly manner. No pushing or cutting in line," a man coldly instructed. After confirming that his protective gear was secure, he gestured for them to begin. As the queue progressed, one individual hesitated, his eyes pleading as he softly implored, "Brother, I have a sick wife and child at home. Could you spare me an extra bag? This small half bag will only last me 3 days at best. For 3 of us, it will last merely 1. If you don't return for 3 days, my sick child won't survive." The crowd murmured in sympathy. "Indeed, officer, his wife and child are unable to come for supplies. Please, grant them this." The man coldly surveyed them. "The food here is just sufficient. If you desire more, return to the end of the line. But there won't be any left." Someone protested. The man raised his voice, "Rejoin the line if you want more." He had no patience for further discussion and signaled to his companion, who stepped forward, gun in hand. The crowd fell silent, the man swiftly collecting his share before departing. With this precedent set, the others dared not request additional supplies. They simply took what they were given and left. Huang Cheng was last in line, observing the final 2 bags in the box. He reached into his bag and handed 2 packs of Huangala cigarettes to the officer. Without further ado, as a smoker, he had long sensed the scent of tobacco emanating from the other party. The gesture was duly noted, and the man, half-heartedly, waved his hand. "Take it. Thank you, brother. Next time you come, I shall have more delightful offerings for you. Huang Cheng chuckled as he watched the helicopter depart, before descending to the 17th floor. He knocked on the door. Miss Fong, I've left the bread at your doorstep. Please help yourselves. With that, he hurried down the stairs to return home. Fong Tingwan cautiously opened the final door, performing disinfection before unveiling it completely. She gazed at the bread lying on the ground, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within her. Regardless of Huang Cheng's benevolent nature, as long as he treated her well, she found it impossible to deny him. After thoroughly disinfecting the bread's packaging, she finally brought it inside, placing it in the refrigerator. Meanwhile, downstairs, Huang Cheng returned home, his earlier joy swiftly dissipating. His family had succumbed to the plague, leaving him utterly alone. The significance of the food diminished considerably. Brother Huang, it was Lu Yi from upstairs, who had just requested the police for an extra bag of bread. Embarrassed, he rubbed his tousled hair and licked his parched lips before speaking. We don't have enough bread at home. Could you spare us some? There, take it yourself. Huang Cheng replied with a smile, his gaze fixated on the family portrait on the table. Lu Yi noticed Huang Cheng's indifference to his plight. His eyes greedily fixated on the bread. He eagerly licked his lips, tore open the packaging, and stuffed 1, 2, finally 5 pieces into his pockets, alongside 5 eggs. Before bowing in gratitude, "Thank you, Brother Huang." As Huang Cheng waved him off, Lu Yi hurriedly exited, making his way upstairs. Upon returning home, he was met by his anxious wife, prompting him to pull open his pocket and reveal it brimming with food. That kind-hearted Huang Cheng would never refuse anything. "I told you he'd agree if I asked for some," he boasted. The woman sniffled, her eyes reddening. "We are saved." Her gaze drifted towards their room. "Knock, knock. Who is it?" Lu Yi jolted, opening the door only to see Huang Cheng, who quickly had his foot wedged against it. "Please allow me to explain. You took too much. I know your family is in need, but could you at least spare me an egg and a loaf of bread?" With just 1 loaf and 1 egg, how could he possibly endure until the next date arrived? Lu Yi pressed against the door with greater force. Seeing that Huang Cheng had no intention of withdrawing his foot, he softened his gaze, adopting a pitiful expression, and upon pulling the door open, he pointed towards the room. "My son is counting on this bread for survival. Brother Huang, I implore you to show mercy for the child." The room was awash in a pure blue hue, where a boy lay in bed, the blanket nearly covering his neck, revealing only a pallid face. The child was 10 years old, often playing downstairs, always greeting Huang Cheng with uncle. Huang Cheng's heart gradually softened. After a lengthy internal struggle, he sighed. "Fine." He turned and descended the stairs. The door was firmly closed, and Lu Yi finally relaxed his demeanor. He gently embraced his wife, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I will ensure you are fed." The number of those lacking sustenance was overwhelming. Families of 3, 5, and even 7 were in dire straits. They received scant provisions, insufficient to satiate their entire households, and at such a time, their gaze fell upon those with fewer mouths to feed and greater food reserves. This included Huang Cheng. Just as he inserted the key into the lock, a looming shadow enveloped him from behind, hands seizing his neck and dragging him backward, while the others twisted the key and entered the house to scavenge for food. "That was my last chance. Stop. Let go of me. I have helped you." He coughed, desperation lacing his words. "Then help until the end," came the man's indifferent retort. Upon witnessing his companion emerge with food, the grip on Huang Cheng loosened, and he collapsed to the ground like a lifeless swine. Just a loaf of bread and an egg remained. It was better than nothing. The 2 men turned to leave, but in the next moment, the last man hesitated, his gaze dropping to Huang Cheng, who was fixedly staring at him, clutching his pant leg tightly. Chapter 40. A plea for help. Let go. The man struggled futilely against Huang Cheng's grip. "Give it back." Huang Cheng was utterly drained. "Give it back." The man shouted in anger, delivering a sharp kick to Huang Cheng's forehead. The excruciating pain forced Huang Cheng to release his hold. The 2 men wasted no time and ascended the stairs without delay. They systematically searched, either deceiving others into opening their doors for robbery or, like Huang Cheng, directly intercepting their targets. They continued their search until the 17th floor. "Miss Fong, open the door. I know you have children to care for. I can't possibly finish this alone. I'm bringing you 2 eggs." The man's voice was gentle, devoid of malice. Fong Tingwan opened 2 doors quietly, peering through the peephole to catch sight of the 2 figures, one of whom was hiding by the door. "No, thank you. Don't be modest, Miss Fong. We are neighbors." and seeing that you haven't collected your supplies has made us worry. After all, you are so beautiful. If you're concerned, I can leave it at the door for you to pick up." In just a few brief sentences, the man inadvertently revealed his ulterior motives, creating the illusion for Fong Tingwan that his intentions were driven by lust. The sound of footsteps echoed outside, gradually fading as if descending the stairs. What atrocious acting! Within a minute, however, the footsteps returned, and the man's voice now carried a hint of urgency. "Miss Fong, actually, this is from Huang Cheng. He is worried about you." "Then why doesn't he deliver it himself?" Fong Tingwan's expression turned cold at the mention of Huang Cheng. It was possible that the so-called great saint had already been robbed. The man, believing his words had struck a chord, pressed on. "He went downstairs. We came upstairs." Fong Tingwan had already secured all 3 iron doors, effectively severing the outside world. "What is going on?" Meng Ling inquired while practicing her punches. Jiang Yinqing cast a puzzled glance. Initially, the government's distribution of supplies seemed advantageous for everyone. However, in a world where resources are scarce, the instinct for survival inevitably leads to fierce competition for sustenance. It appeared they might be attempting to deceive us into opening the door. The battle for resources had commenced. Human nature. And what of Huang Cheng? Meng Ling felt it was somewhat intrusive to comment, yet she explained, "I believe he is far too kind-hearted and would undoubtedly be the first to be victimized." "You speak the truth. It is highly probable." "This is the source of Fong Tingwan's melancholy." Jiang Yinqing inquired, "Should we assist or refrain from doing so?" To assist would expose us to unknown dangers. To abstain might feel morally indefensible. Meng Ling's inclination was to help, yet she left the ultimate decision to Wan Wan. Jiang Yinqing ultimately focused his gaze upon Fong Tingwan. They opted not to intervene. His notion of assistance was neither solicited by Fong Tingwan nor burdened with moral weight. After stating his thoughts, she began her training routine. Before long, nightfall enveloped them. Jiang Yinqing prepared a sumptuous meal of braised ribs, stir-fried onions with meat, and cabbage soup. The 3 indulged, leaving the bread and eggs untouched in the corner. After dining, they played cards for a while before retiring to their respective rooms. Life seemed more comfortable than it had been prior to the calamity, the only drawback being the lack of freedom. Yet, such days could scarcely last more than half a month. A scratching sound, nails scraping against the iron door, suddenly jolted Jiang Yinqing awake, sending a chill down his spine. And he gritted his teeth in irritation. Who could be so disturbed as to make noise at such an hour? The sound persisted, and fearing it might awaken the others, he threw off the covers, rose, and opened the 2 iron doors. Peering through the peephole, he saw nothing. Yet the noise continued, containing the urge to lash out. He crouched down to discern the source, which seemed to emanate from the bottom. Who was there? Finally, someone responded. Huang Cheng lay on the ground, his eyes glimmering faintly as he opened his mouth, producing a raspy sound reminiscent of an old bellows. Huang Cheng. The other party seemed on the brink of losing consciousness, and Jiang Yinqing struggled to decipher the words, his brow furrowing with concern. "What do you want?" "Water. Food." Huang Cheng managed to utter in a broken voice before his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to darkness. "Huang Cheng, speak to me. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Are you feverish?" Jiang Yinqing posed several questions, yet received no reply. Rising once more, he peered through the peephole, still unable to see anything. The faint noise had roused Fong Tingwan and Meng Ling flicking on the living room light. The dim yellow glow barely illuminated the surroundings. Fong Tingwan approached the door and asked, "What is happening?" "It's Huang Cheng." From the sound, he appears to have fainted, but he hasn't explained anything. "I'm uncertain if this is a ruse." Jiang Yinqing expressed his suspicions. They were no longer afraid of people. Rather, they feared those who might carry infectious diseases. Opening the door could present numerous perils. Disregard it for now, just sleep. If you still hear his voice, let him retreat to your side. Don your protective gear and disinfect, then return the food to him. After that, neither party owes anything to the other. Fong Tingwan concluded, yawning, accustomed to rising early. Feeling quite fatigued, Meng Ling also retreated to rest. Jiang Yinqing extinguished the lights and reclined on the sofa, soon succumbing to slumber. Huang Cheng was unaware of how long he had slept. Upon awakening, daylight had fully emerged. He opened his mouth, feeling his lips cracked and parched, a searing pain coursing through him, unable to mask the cramping agony in his abdomen. Starving, he was utterly famished. He attempted to raise a hand but lacked the strength to knock on the door. Instead, he laboriously lifted it, allowing it to slide down the door. his nails producing a sound. Can you crawl across to me? I have food for you. Jiang Yinqing gazed at the peephole. Huang Cheng's voice emerged almost as a whisper, as he focused on the door approximately 5 or 6 meters away, commanding his hands to crawl forward, his feet to push. With every effort, he exerted all his strength, yet the distance he could traverse, starting at 10 centimeters, barely accumulated to half a meter. His vision began to blur as he approached the brink of exhaustion. Through the peephole, Jiang Yinqing observed clearly. He donned his protective suit, disinfected the area by the door, then opened it to sanitize the surroundings before stepping out and closing the door behind him. He placed a plastic bag beside Huang Cheng, along with a bottle of mineral water. Huang Cheng beheld the source of life, gazing longingly at Jiang Yinqing. Reluctantly, Jiang Yinqing twisted the cap off the bottle. Huang Cheng gulped down nearly half, regaining a modicum of strength, and began to break the bread into small pieces to consume. Once Huang Cheng had eaten sufficiently, Jiang Yinqing, fully suited, turned to return. After the iron door closed, Huang Cheng propped himself up, retrieving 2 eggs from the plastic bag. He cracked them open and stuffed them into his mouth. When he struggled to swallow, he drank some water, consumed another egg, and felt a slight alleviation of pain, though tears still streamed down his face. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would never have helped them, he chuckled, slipping into a delirious state. Chapter 41. The benevolent ones. He grasped the bread and eggs, tucking them into his coat as he hurried downstairs to his home. After shutting the door, he found a kitchen knife and whetstone, beginning to sharpen meticulously. Today, others emerged to scavenge. Fully aware that Huang Cheng had nothing left, some still approached to knock. Brother Huang, are you there? Could I borrow some water? Yesterday, he had noticed Huang Cheng's water dispenser still had some water left, having forgotten to take it. All right. Huang Cheng's voice betrayed no emotion as he opened the door, wearing a calm smile. It's over there. Help yourself. Thank you, Brother Huang. You are the most generous in Building 11. You are truly a good person, and we are all very grateful. The man ambled toward the water dispenser, half smiling and half sneering, entirely oblivious to Huang Cheng's unsettling expression. Thud, thud, thud. Who is chopping bones at this hour? The neighbors emerged from their homes, curious about who could possibly possess meat in such circumstances, all suspecting it to be the resident of the 17th floor. Fang Tingwan and her companions leaned over their balcony, straining to hear the sounds below, equally intrigued by the audacity of someone willing to flaunt their food. They quickly pinpointed the source to Huang Cheng's residence. One after another, they knocked on his door. Brother Huang, are you stewing meat? Could you spare us some? It has been ages since we tasted anything savory. I'll trade you some bread. I'll offer an egg, just 1 bowl will suffice. The requests for barter flowed in succession. Huang Cheng stirred the meat in the pot, his voice calm. All right, come back in 2 hours. There will be enough for everyone. Thank you. They chimed, dispersing in anticipation. 2 hours later, Huang Cheng opened his door to find neighbors bearing pots and bowls, his smile stretching wide. There's plenty for all. Form a line. No pushing. No shoving. The aroma of meat wafted through the living room, and the neighbors dutifully queued before the large pot. The first in line was the man who had choked Huang Cheng the previous day. Scratching his head, he placed his bread and egg aside, anxious not to miss out on the meat. Brother Huang, please don't hold yesterday against us. I acted impulsively. Huang Cheng interrupted him, scooping a generous ladle of meat followed by broth. The man's eyes gleamed with gratitude as he bowed repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. One by one, the others followed suit. When Lu Yi arrived, his eyes were filled with greed. Brother Huang, my family is large, and this pot is only so big. He had apparently fetched the largest pot from home, and after a scoop, nearly 1/3 of the contents were gone. There's more for tomorrow. If you take too much, it will go to waste, Huang Cheng reminded him, serving half a ladle of meat and broth as customary. Lu Yi reluctantly accepted his portion, and the rest followed suit, nearly everyone securing a bowl. As Huang Cheng observed the diminishing contents of the pot, he removed his apron, turned, and fetched a bowl from the stove, heading upstairs. With each level he ascended, laughter echoed from the neighboring homes. Upon reaching the 17th floor, he knocked on the door. Lawyer Jiang, thank you for the bread and water. This is my token of gratitude for you. There will be more tomorrow. With that, he descended the stairs. Once the sound of his footsteps faded, Jiang Yinqing donned his protective gear, disinfecting as he prepared to venture out. Confirming no one was present, he lifted the lid of the pot. Having been disinfected, Fang Tingwan emerged directly, and upon seeing the pot of soup and meat, her expression darkened. Without hesitation, she plunged a knife into the contents, retrieving a piece resembling a chicken neck. Doesn't that look like a thumb? Jiang Yinqing scrutinized the texture closely, recognizing the unmistakable pattern of human flesh. Had Huang Cheng committed murder and turned the victim into a stew? Listening to the muffled sounds from below, could it be that he had shared the gruesome meal with everyone? Fang Tingwan nodded slightly, a bitter smile gracing her lips. The consequence of offending an honest person had been bestowed upon us, presumably because we had provided him with food during the day, failing to offer him salvation when he needed it most. Such individuals are often described as kind-hearted, altruistic to the extreme, but when they turn malevolent, they possess no moral boundaries. The meat we were served, its origin remained a mystery, likely sourced from a neighbor who had incurred Huang Cheng's ire. Jiang Yinqing felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He lifted the lid of his bowl and ascended to the rooftop to dispose of it. After discarding the remnants, he returned to prepare dinner. This evening's fare consisted of fragrant scallion-infused crispy meat complemented by pickled ribs. As they dined to their heart's content, the lights in the house flickered ominously. "Is there a power shortage?" Meng Ling inquired, glancing up while attending to Duo's meal. If the electricity failed, they would undoubtedly have to descend. Jiang Yinqing, unusually anxious, rose to unplug unnecessary appliances, including the rice cooker and induction stove. "It's nothing. I'll go take a look," he assured her. Fang Tingwan set her utensils aside, donned her protective gear, and, ensuring no one was outside, made her way to the rooftop. The conspicuous pot in the corner caught her attention, prompting her to locate the diesel generator. Upon inspecting it, she discovered the fuel was nearly depleted, and she proceeded to refill it from her supplies. A full tank of 200 liters could sustain them for approximately 10 days to 2 weeks. Calculating the consumption revealed significant waste, necessitating a reserve of diesel for future excursions. Having replenished the tank, she descended the stairs and, upon reaching the corner, encountered a woman rushing towards her, her face ashen and gasping for breath as she clutched the handrail. Their eyes met, and after a moment's recognition, the woman, with a mournful expression, inquired, "Miss Fang, have you seen Louis, your husband?" Fang Tingwan recalled him as a notorious penny pincher within the building, cunning and unsympathetic, with few allies. He mentioned he was stepping out and hasn't returned since. "I've asked everyone and haven't seen him," she replied, noticing the tears streaming down the woman's face, her body swaying precariously. Recognizing the signs of a plague infection, Fang Tingwan instinctively took a step back, considering Huang Cheng. "I haven't seen him. Would you prefer to search downstairs or upstairs?" She gripped her dagger, her gaze fixed on the woman, prepared to act should any suspicious behavior arise. "No need. I'll look downstairs first," the woman responded before heading up in search of her husband. After a fruitless search and finding no trace of him, Fang Tingwan rapped on the door. Jiang Yinqing, masked and armed with disinfectant, opened the door to thoroughly sanitize her from head to toe, the scent of alcohol permeating the air. In recent nights, Fang Tingwan had dreamt of being submerged in alcohol, an unpleasant sensation. Discarding her protective suit outside, she entered the home and explained, "The lights are stable now. There was a minor connection issue, but I've resolved it." "That's good. Who was at the door just now?" Jiang Yinqing asked, having heard voices moments earlier. Fang Tingwan replied candidly, "It was Lu Yi's wife, searching for him." Before Jiang Yinqing could respond further, they were interrupted by a series of loud knocks resonating from the 10th floor, the sound piercingly clear. Huang Cheng remained utterly indifferent as he lit a candle, the warm glow illuminating him and casting a formidable shadow upon the wall, reminiscent of a demon brandishing a cleaver. Striking down upon the small arm resting on the chopping board, blood gushed forth, splattering across his brow and eyes, his expression devoid of emotion. Lips tightly drawn as he struck again and again, as though he were not severing flesh, but rather something far less human. Before the stove lay Louis, his eyes wide open in eternal wakefulness, contorted in a manner no living being could achieve, sprawled upon the ground as blood pooled beneath him, staining the pot of meat soup spilled upon the floor. The following day, a queue still formed. Lu Yi was gone. His wife descended to ladle the meat herself. Huang Qing observed her, generously adding an extra scoop. Once everyone had received their share, he carried the remaining pot of meat to the 17th floor. "Knock, knock. Who's there?" Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing exchanged glances before approaching, opening the 2 doors. Through the peephole of the final door, they beheld Huang Cheng, who appeared as though he had lost his very soul. His eyes were heavily shadowed, and his complexion waxen. "I have brought you meat," he stated softly, devoid of emotion. Yet he did not depart as he had the previous day. "No, thank you," Fong Tingwan replied firmly, her gaze turning steely. It was clear that Huang Chung intended them to be his next targets. "Was yesterday's meat not to your liking? This portion is specifically reserved for you. A token of goodwill. Might you exchange your tang knives for it?" Huang Chung suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the peephole. Although she knew he could not see her, the moment their gazes met sent a chill coursing through Fong Tingwan, a stark realization of mortality mingled with profound hatred. "No," she stated bluntly. "Then I shall leave it at the door." With that, Huang Chung turned and descended the stairs, his footsteps an unsettling rhythm of weight and lightness. Fong Tingwan, recalling something, approached and seized the tablet from Duoduo's hands, activating the camera. Duo had nearly forgotten the device existed, for in this apocalyptic world devoid of electricity, it had become rather futile. Soon, the screen displayed the outside scene, magnifying Huang Chung, who gripped a chipped kitchen knife, silently waiting against the wall. "Quite ruthless," Fong Tingwan remarked with a sigh, a mix of resignation and concern. It was evident that Lu Yi had sought to exploit the situation, only to be boiled down by Huang Chung. After a prolonged silence, Huang Chung finally noticed the surveillance camera, murmuring to himself, "Why? Why must you all conspire against me? I have done nothing wrong." As he spoke, he sank to the ground, opened the pot, and without washing or drying his hands, he fished out a piece of pure meat and began to chew. The amplified sound of his chewing echoed through the monitor, causing both observers to shudder. Despite Fong Tingwan having witnessed numerous horrors in the apocalypse, she found it difficult to accept. Handing the tablet over to Jiang Yanqing, he lowered his voice, listening to Huang Cheng's incessant ramblings, likely recounting the circumstances surrounding his crime. A self-inflicted fate. Fong Tingwan uttered these 3 words and averted her gaze with indifference. All 3 iron doors were shut tight. Outside, Huang Chung indulged in food, filling his belly before using the ground as his bed, drifting into sleep. The sky gradually darkened until 10 o'clock. He had lingered for over 4 hours with no intention of leaving. "Huanggu, what brings you here?" A voice emanated from the tablet, capturing the attention of the 3. Duo had already retired for the night, and the trio watched as Lu Yi's wife arrived on the 17th floor. She gazed at the meat in the pot, licking her lips softly, and tenderly inquired, "Huanggu, have you seen my husband?" Huang Chung, roused from his slumber, initially displayed irritation, but as his gaze roamed over the woman's figure, he sat up. "I've had a long day. Would you mind squatting down so I could speak with you?" The implication in his words momentarily stunned Lu Yi's wife. After a brief internal struggle, she complied, lowering herself, her voice laced with anticipation. "Go ahead." Huang Chung, observing her unremarkable face, recalled that he hadn't indulged in physical pleasures for at least 6 months. Suddenly, his hand plunged into her clothing, gripping firmly. "Ah!" Lu Yi's wife quickly clasped his hand, casting a shy glance towards the iron door. "There are people. Shall we go to the rooftop?" "Why go to the rooftop? This is far more thrilling." Huang Chung disregarded her suggestion, hastily shedding his trousers. Lu Yi's wife, both hesitant and willing, could not help but glance at the meat simmering in the pot. Lu Yi had fled. She certainly couldn't remain starved while waiting indefinitely. After all, it was he who acted unkindly, so she could not be blamed for her disloyalty. Constantly reassuring herself, as the pressure below intensified, she found herself unable to resist the urge to move in tandem. The 2 grew audacious, eliciting varied expressions from the 3 within the room. Meng Ling's face flushed deeper, sweat glistening on her skin, until she could no longer endure and stood up. I'm going to sleep." With her departure, the atmosphere became even more awkward, especially with the sounds from outside. The tablet had been switched off, yet external noises still infiltrated. I'll also go to sleep." Fong Tingwan rose, feeling an overwhelming chill, her stomach turning at the thought of what she had just witnessed. Eating Lu Yi's meat, then succumbing to Huang Cheng's advances. In this apocalyptic world, many women had become mere parasites, often reduced to such roles. Fong Tingwan mused that had she not met her end prematurely, she too might have found herself in a similar predicament. Taking a deep breath, she lay in bed, unable to find tranquility, and ultimately decided to take a shower. Jiang Yanqing endured 10 minutes of forced listening before the commotion outside ceased, but soon after, sounds from several floors below echoed upwards. It was utterly baffling. A month of torrential rain and plague had extinguished many hopes. Yet Huang Cheng and Lu Yi's wife seemed to thrive, like spring blossoms emerging from the frost. Throughout that night, he wore headphones. The following morning, the sound of bones being chopped pierced the air, and shortly after, a queue formed for more meat. The 17th floor remained entirely unaffected. 3 days have passed, and the plague has intensified, spreading from person to person, diminishing the number of those who can still move. The living are succumbing to illness in alarming numbers, leaving merely over 50 individuals remaining in the building. Each person is gripped by fear, for some have vanished without a trace, disappearing into thin air. The astute have realized that the daily presence of meat may very well be linked to the missing individuals. Fear spreads like wildfire. Everyone retreats into their homes, unwilling to encounter Huang Cheng again. As the instigator of this calamity, Huang Cheng's condition is dire. His body has reached its limits, and in his final moments, he gathers the remaining oil and a pile of blood-stained clothing, slowly making his way downstairs. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the stench of mildew is overwhelming. He lays out the clothing, pours oil over the flammable materials, and ignites the fabric. Standing amidst the flames, he awaits death, having long since lost the will to live. Yet, in his demise, he wishes to take everyone with him. As the fire blazes ever more fiercely, thick smoke billowing around him, he is unable to endure the heat any longer and contemplates jumping out of the window, only to realize that the flames have encircled him. Facing imminent death, he is seized by terror and yearns to escape. Help! The fire is raging. Extinguish it, extinguish it. His desperate cries draw the attention of several onlookers. By the time some notice, the fire has nearly spread to the 5th floor. Some contemplate fleeing upstairs or diving into the water below to evade the encroaching flames, while others hastily attempt to turn on their home water pipes, only to find the flow woefully inadequate. A few rush to the fire hydrant, discovering it has not been properly maintained, resulting in a meager stream of water. With no alternative, everyone opts to flee. Fong Tingwan hears the thunderous footsteps at the door and checks the camera, learning of the fire below. What should we do? Should we wait here? Meng Ling, who has finally forged a bond with Duo, anxiously looks out the window with her. Smoke billows from the 5th floor, lessening in intensity, which is why they did not notice it sooner. Fong Tingwan observes that everyone has made their way to the rooftop. Yet there is no water available to combat the flames below. Waiting equates to death. I will go take a look. As Fong Tingwan dons her protective suit, Jiang Yinqing is also preparing. I will accompany you. It is too dangerous with so many people. All right, Lawyer Jiang, I hope I can rely on you. Extinguishing the fire is no trivial matter, and it is difficult for Fong Tingwan to manage alone. Once they are suited up, the two open the door and are immediately met with the sight of individuals at the upper corner, their greedy eyes straining to glimpse inside the rooms. Alas, the door closes too swiftly, revealing only 3 doors they cannot breach. With no time to spare, they descend the stairs, and upon reaching the 6th floor, they are met with a wave of heat. However, the fire is not as fierce as it seems. After being soaked for a month, the rooms remain damp, though the smoke is particularly dense. Fong Tingwan attempted to descend to the 5th floor. After just a few steps, she felt her protective suit tightening around her. She hastily located a fire hydrant and turned it, but the water was scant. Turning away, she discreetly channeled the water from her spatial abilities, grateful for the resource. As the water flowed continuously downward, it quickly carved a path on the 5th floor, allowing her to stand at the stairway entrance and continue onward. Jiang Yinqing, meanwhile, was not idle. He opened the faucets of 2 households, letting the water overflow onto the floor. The possibility of the houses being flooded had become inconsequential. The fire had not spread upward, and those on the rooftop began to descend in succession, crowding the stairwell and fixating their gazes upon the 2 of them. Had it not been for the fire, would they have ever come down? They must have stockpiled ample food. If only they shared it, we could survive longer. What do you think? They possess knives. We have numbers on our side. Though their hushed conversations were inaudible to the 2, their intentions were palpable. These people seemed eager to devour them. Jiang Yinqing smiled wryly, gripping his tang knife helplessly. The sheer number of adversaries was somewhat daunting. It appeared that everyone had succumbed to the contagion except for them. They likely wished to drag them down into the fray. Fong Tingwan prepared herself for the worst, believing that such foresight would better equip them for the impending confrontation. They had lost interest in the fire below. Instead, they were taken aback as the crowd pressed closer together, inching toward them. Should they dare to advance, they would not find her merciful. Jiang Yinqing stood firm, like an unyielding wall, shielding those behind him. Fong Tingwan had no intention of remaining behind him. Upon entering room 601, they stood resolutely together. Let us converse amicably. We merely seek sustenance and harbor no ill will toward you. As the men spoke, they advanced further inside. But as soon as one took a step forward, the tang knife pierced his heart. The remaining words would be left for Yama, the king of hell. Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan, the living embodiment of Yama, withdrew her bloodied knife, the tip dripping crimson. Excitement surged within her. If only they could eliminate all of them, they would be free to exit without fear of unforeseen calamities. Jiang Yinqing raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips in agreement. Indeed, let us all charge forth. Tear apart their protective suits, and let them taste our strength. Onward. Their fervent rallying cry bolstered their spirits, and one after another, they surged forward. Yet the doorway was narrow, accommodating only two at a time. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing each dispatched an opponent, and as two more entered, they fell to pair, leaving a pile of corpses at the entrance to obstruct the throng outside. Are you even human? An elderly woman gazed upon the lifeless bodies of her son and daughter-in-law, her voice cracking as she let out a furious roar. Tears streamed down her weathered face, mingling disbelief, anger, and an overwhelming hatred that radiated from her eyes. Her outcry halted the frenzy of those momentarily overtaken by fervor. Those who had rushed in, seeking their demise, now stood behind the elderly matriarch, observing the two harbingers of death within, as reason gradually returned to their minds. You have mercilessly taken the lives of so many. I must report this. I must. Yes. Bring them to justice. Return my son to me. I have painstakingly raised him, arranged a marriage for him, and he is yet to have children of his own. You must return my son. How utterly revolting you are. Fong Tingwan, consumed by rage, gazed at them with a cold indifference, her disdain and sarcasm unmasked. It is you who sought to kill us and rob us. How shameless must you be to attempt to shift the blame onto us. She found herself unwilling to engage in further dialogue and turned her attention to Jiang Yinqing. This distinguished lawyer stood like a harbinger of death, exuding an unsettling chill. Thankfully, he remained on her side. The truth is that you have taken countless lives. We are all victims, and we have witnessed it firsthand. There are witnesses. Do you possess any evidence? Her retort instantly invigorated the crowd. The inability to refute was palpable. Yet, a few quietly slipped away from the throng. The remaining 20 or so, led by an elderly woman, grew increasingly incensed. In a fit of rage, she raised her fist high, shouting, "Return my son's life," and charged forward. Crack! Fong Tingwan gripped the knife with both hands, executing a swift and lethal strike, accompanied by a dull thud. The elderly woman's head remained frozen in a scornful glare as it tumbled from the mound of corpses to the threshold. You have killed again. Those with fragile constitutions collapsed backward in shock. Run, flee. The once boisterous crowd, realizing the imminent threat to their lives, turned and fled in terror. In the blink of an eye, the area was deserted, save for the pooling blood that had already seeped over their heels. The fire extinguished. Return home and take a bath. Fong Tingwan's tone was disturbingly nonchalant, as if she had not just committed a massacre. Jiang Yinqing, trailing behind her, finally relaxed his taut nerves and exhaled deeply. His fingers, still clutching the knife, began to tremble uncontrollably, and even as he ascended the stairs, his legs felt weak. Turning back to the mountain of corpses, he could not suppress his horror. They had indeed taken lives, many lives, and Fong Tingwan had evidently trained for such occurrences. If order were to be restored, they could face execution countless times and still have remnants left. Chapter 44, revealing the cards yet. He could now ascertain that her words bore truth. There would be no return to normalcy. As if sensing his thoughts, Fong Tingwan halted her steps. Turning to look down upon him, her voice steady. The apocalypse has commenced, and it will undoubtedly not conclude. Should you doubt my words, within 3 days, torrential rains will resume, followed by an oppressive heat, causing moisture to evaporate at an alarming rate. But this is not the end. You have transformed since awakening in the hospital. Have you returned from an experience of the apocalypse? Jiang Yinqing inquired earnestly, anticipating the revelation of what he most desired to know. Such notions felt fantastical, devoid of any semblance of reality. Fong Tingwan did not keep him in suspense. Responding directly, I perished beneath the cataclysm a year hence. Human life is the least valuable of all commodities. To survive, we must place our trust in one another. I have always believed in you. It is you who does not trust me, Jiang Yinqing lamented with a hint of grievance. Fong Tingwan paused for a moment, genuinely unsure how to respond, and awkwardly shifted the topic. According to the timeline of the calamity, the government would arrive to administer vaccinations the day after tomorrow. With the vaccine, contracting the plague would be akin to catching a common cold, perhaps even less severe. That would be the most opportune moment for us to depart. She had already turned to ascend the stairs. Jiang Yinqing silently observed her as she approached her door, glancing back to signal him to unlock it. And he walked over with a smile, a pleasant collaboration. Rather than offering excessive explanations, a cooperative relationship seemed far more reliable. Fang Tingwan nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting the current partnership. The moment he had killed without hesitation, she had shed all defenses, ready to step into the kitchen and onto the battlefield. Individuals like him were invaluable in this apocalyptic world. Fortune favored her, as she had fortuitously found him at the outset. Upon entering the room, Jiang Yinqing gestured for her to proceed. After you. Very well. Without hesitation, Fang Tingwan opened the bathroom door, entered, and turned on the shower. Standing by the door as she began to undress, a vague silhouette was barely visible from the living room. Jiang Yinqing rubbed his eyes, dismissing any unwarranted thoughts, and turned to enter the bedroom. Since they were to depart, he needed to gather all essentials. The sound of the shower persisted for 5 minutes. After washing twice, Fang Tingwan was enveloped in the fragrant aroma of the shower gel. She picked up a substantial bottle of it, poised to store it in her space. But after a moment's contemplation, she refrained. When she opened the door, Jiang Yinqing was arranging ornaments in the living room. The walls adorned with certificates and trophies symbolized his accolades. He examined them carefully, ultimately selecting the most ordinary banner, a token of remembrance. Oh, when you finish, do take your shower gel. It smells delightful. It was perfect for masking the unpleasant odors that permeated the apocalyptic atmosphere. Fang Tingwan thought of the scent of blood and wrinkled her nose. Understood. Jiang Yinqing then proceeded to wash. As she awaited his return, the air in the living room became suffused with the fragrance of the shower gel. Let us go. Time was of the essence. It was nearly time to prepare dinner. Upon returning home, Duo immediately bounded over. The perceptive child, this time, did not seek her brother for a hug, but instead leaped into Fang Tingwan's embrace. Planting a kiss on her cheek, Sister, Duo learned to draw brother today. Really? Fang Tingwan's heart melted. No matter the circumstances, a child's innocent heart always provided her solace. With joyful curiosity, she led Duo to the sofa. Jiang Yinqing also leaned in, intrigued. His extraordinary features would hardly be unflattering, even in a child's drawing. On the paper, there was a figure with a disproportionately large head and a small body, 5 short strands resembling hair atop a flat head, large eyes akin to sesame seeds. A Pinocchio-like nose, a cherry-shaped mouth, and oversized ears. The body was circular, with limbs represented by lines. How could this be brother? He lamented, on the verge of tears. Meng Ling erupted into laughter, pointing at the corner of the large face where a tiny black dot resided, smaller than a sesame seed. Is this my mole? Jiang Yinqing exclaimed in disbelief. Fang Tingwan turned swiftly, coming close to him, their breaths intertwining. Her gaze descended, and she truly found what she was looking for on his profile. Lavishing praise, she exclaimed, Duo is remarkable. Her observations are so meticulous. The resemblance is undeniable. Emma laughed so heartily that her stomach ached, remarking, honestly, aside from that mole, there's hardly any resemblance. However, Duo earnestly explained, I hope my brother and sister are happy. Upon saying this, she noticed everyone laughing, and she joined in with a cheerful giggle. The joyful sounds from the room echoed down to the lower floor. A group of individuals seethed with anger, yet, due to the overwhelming power before them, they dared not act out. They vowed that, given the opportunity, they would make the 17th floor pay dearly. The following day, that opportunity presented itself. The sound of a helicopter pierced the morning air at 8 o'clock. Something everyone had been eagerly anticipating. Without waiting for the loudspeaker to announce, they rushed upstairs. Hearing the noise, Fang Tingwan leisurely enjoyed her cereal and peeled an egg. Duo was also eating obediently, having grown a bit taller over the month, her skin fair and tender, with chubby cheeks so adorable they begged to be pinched. And her dark, round eyes sparkled with joy, replacing her previous silence with a delightful smile that endeared her even more. Particularly, Meng Ling had taken on the role of a full-time mother. Shall we go upstairs after we finish eating? Jiang Yinqing asked, concern evident in his gaze. Of course. The vaccine must be administered, Fang Tingwan replied, calling for a few to finish before donning protective gear. As they ascended to the rooftop, the helicopter settled down. More than 30 individuals quickly huddled in fear, retreating to the sides. When the special police officers descended, they regarded the frightened crowd with confusion, inquiring, "What is going on?" Simultaneously, they glanced at the 4 individuals ahead, all clad in protective suits, evidently uninfected. It was no surprise. Others had also prepared in advance. "Officers, they are murderers. They have killed dozens, and the bodies are piled on the 6th floor. Those are material evidence, and we are witnesses. You must execute them." Meng Ling hurriedly shielded Duo, covering her ears with her hands. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yinjin observed coldly, remaining unmoved. "Indeed, we all witnessed it. She even threatened us, chopping off an old woman's head and kicking it like a ball. She's a psychopathic killer, and we live in constant fear. I can't even bear to look at her." Voices clamored, each one adding to the cacophony. "Silence!" A special police officer bellowed, and instant quiet ensued. No wonder the number of people had suddenly halved. It turned out many had perished. Throughout the past month, they had encountered more corpses than ants while on various missions. Managing such a situation was utterly beyond their capacity, especially since the courts were currently too preoccupied to handle cases, and their enforcement capabilities were lacking. "Line up, vaccinations only, no chaos allowed." Observing the special police's apparent indifference, the crowd began to panic, suspecting they were all in cahoots, especially since the individuals from the 17th floor had previously met the police alone. Noticing no one was moving, Fang Tingwan took the initiative, striding confidently to the front and addressing the well-protected doctor, positioning herself to the side. Chapter 45. Death as a Shield. The doctor disinfected her protective suit, then carefully cut a small hole to inject into her arm. One by one, Duo, Meng Ling, and Jiang Yinxing received their vaccinations. After receiving her shot, Duo's eyes turned red. "Let us go home." After all 4 had finished, they descended the stairs. And only after a thorough disinfection did they step into their residence. Once the protective suits were removed, she handed Duo a piece of preserved plum candy. As it melted in her mouth, the sweetness swiftly masked the pain, drawing forth a radiant smile from Duo. "Are you scared, Duo?" Duo shook her head. "I'm 5 years old now. I can take care of myself." She was small, but not foolish. Though they had deliberately avoided discussing certain events that had transpired in the building, some things were simply unavoidable. Fang Tingwan gently ruffled her hair. "Pack your things. We're getting ready to leave." No sooner had she spoken than a gunshot echoed from above. The group froze, rooted to the spot like wooden stakes, their eyes fixed on the armed special police officer. The officer, showing no leniency, barked, "I will count to 3. Those who refuse to cooperate and think that receiving a vaccine against the murderer is optional may leave." "Don't say I didn't warn you. Without the vaccine, you won't survive more than 2 weeks." Some individuals were already trembling as they formed a line, one after the other. Even the most vociferous among them, gripped by fear, shuffled forward, watching as each person who received the vaccine returned home. Eventually, only 5 remained. As a man took his seat, the doctor began to pack up the supplies. "What do you mean?" he exclaimed. "I'm sorry, but we've run out of vaccines," the doctor replied coldly, shouldering the medical bag and turning to board the helicopter. "What? Why didn't you bring more? What are we supposed to do now? Just wait to die?" The doctor shot him a knowing glance. Why aren't we allowed to be vaccinated?" Just as the man prepared to charge forward, the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his forehead. "I said, first come, first served," the special officer said, his gaze exuding authority. "I'm sorry, but there are only 30 doses for this building." After speaking, he stepped back, boarded the helicopter, and closed the door. Thus, many lives were lost in the building without a hint of concern from those in control, as only 30 were destined to survive. Are they really leaving us like this? What do we do? The 5 exchanged glances, pondering how a moment of defiance could lead to the loss of their chance at survival. "It's all your fault. Why did you have to listen to him? It could have been those people on the 17th floor who died instead. Even if it means death, I will ensure they suffer with me. We must devise a careful plan." They descended the stairs and returned home to sharpen their blades, meticulously plotting their next move. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor, after their vaccinations, Fang Tingwan directly addressed Meng Ling. "We need to leave. We haven't decided where to go yet. If you wish to find your parents, we can take you to the hospital first. Can I bring my parents along?" Meng Ling expressed her desire to stay with Wan, fully aware that survival depended on whom she followed. As she glanced at Wan's troubled expression, she understood the unspoken implications. One child is already sufficient to hinder progress. Adding 2 elders would render them even more passive. She had already caused Wan a great deal of worry. How could she possibly burden her family further? Nodding slightly, she said, then I shall seek out my parents. Very well. This is a personal choice. Fong Tingwan divided the food from the refrigerator. Allocating provisions for 5 days to Meng Ling expressed her gratitude and accepted without hesitation, for without sustenance, she feared she would not survive long enough to locate her parents. Once everything was packed, she felt compelled to inquire, Wan, where will you be going? How shall I find you afterward? Chengda. That was approximately the location. Fong Tingwan had not meticulously planned the specifics, as long as they could escape the heat. Other details were not urgent. All right, I will come to find you again. Fong Tingwan handed her a rubber boat, saying, all right, let us wait until nightfall. With the essentials packed, Fong Tingwan ascended to the rooftop, switched off the generator, unplugged the wires, and with a mere touch, the items vanished into thin air. Subsequently, she returned home, carrying a mountaineering backpack from her room, much of which contained Duoduo's belongings, her entire stash. Gazing at a pile of items that could not be taken, she extracted the property deed. This item, she mused, would undoubtedly serve no purpose, yet she wished to keep it as a memento. As darkness approached, they had not yet descended when footsteps echoed from above. The sounds outside were light, as the four were poised to depart. Silently, the footsteps lingered outside, pacing for a few moments before abruptly retreating. Who is it? Meng Ling swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Unarmed, she selected a carbon steel hammer as her makeshift weapon. This tool, capable of delivering a debilitating blow, filled her with confidence. No worries, I shall lead. And Lawyer Jiang will cover our rear, Fong Tingwan declared firmly, gripping her tang saber as she swung open the iron door. The exterior was deserted. She ensured that no one was lurking on the rooftop ready to ambush them before proceeding down the stairs. Duo followed closely behind, then Meng Ling, with Jiang Yinqing bringing up the rear, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Those individuals had not simply appeared by chance. Fong Tingwan shared his sentiment, treading softly to minimize sound. Click. The sound of a lighter ignited. They were on the 10th floor, able to glimpse the flickering embers from the 8th. If you ask me, we should just set fire to it all and be done with it. There's no need to fret about overpowering them. After climbing the stairs to their doorstep, they had all lost heart. Despite mustering courage, they dared not knock on the door. What if we burn it down? The group was torn. Their very survival was at stake, and it would require immense bravery to seek death, yet they were all too timid. Do they wish to kill us? Fong Tingwan's voice drifted eerily, akin to a ghost. The men recoiled into a corner, startled, dropping their cigarettes as they turned to face the hallway. Suddenly, a powerful beam from a flashlight illuminated them, and they shielded their faces. No, we did not. We did not. Indeed, he only dares to boast with his mouth. Fong Tingwan proceeded downward, simultaneously signaling Meng Ling to take Duo with her. Are you leaving? The man shielded his eyes, revealing a narrow slit through which he caught sight of the child's figure. Ask no questions. If you dare make a move, I will send you down. Fong Tingwan gently shook the tang knife, its reflected light casting sharp shadows on the wall, exuding an intimidating aura. The others fell silent. After rearranging their positions, Jiang Yinqing took the lead. Safely descending to the 4th floor, he retrieved an inflatable boat and began to inflate it, waiting for it to be sufficiently filled before placing it in the water. All is well, he remarked. Meng Ling knew it was time to go. She glanced at the two, her eyes revealing a sense of reluctance. However, she understood that the longer they stayed, the greater the chance of being discovered. Swiftly, she boarded the inflatable boat, gripping the oars tightly. Wan, Lawyer Jiang, Duo, you must survive. In this apocalyptic world, such a hope was monumental. As she watched the inflatable boat glide several meters away, Fong Tingwan hesitated no longer. She shed her protective suit and plunged into the water. Chapter 46. Smooth sailing. Fortunately, she had received the vaccine. Otherwise, the likelihood of infection and death would be absolute. She submerged to the 3rd floor, immediately retrieving the jet ski from her space. In that fleeting moment, she mounted the inflatable boat, propelling herself out of the water. A tremendous splash echoed through the night. You actually have a jet ski, the man exclaimed in astonishment. Sister, Duo cheered joyfully, their voices intertwining. She retreated with her small backpack. Jiang Yinqing tightened his grip on the tang knife, assuming a defensive stance. Duo, come here. Fong Tingwan controlled the jet ski, reaching out to take Duo by the hand. Seeing their attempt to leave, the man's expression twisted menacingly as he advanced a few steps, clutching the kitchen knife tightly, murmuring, If we had a jet ski, we could go straight to the hospital for the vaccine. We could survive. The five of them displayed greedy expressions, their eyes fixated on the jet ski, caught in a moment of life and death. You go ahead, I will stay back. Jiang Yinqing placed his backpack in a clean corner, casting a cold glance at the group. Had it not been for Duo, Fang Tingwan would have fought alongside him, but with her present, she dared not take risks. Her voice held a barely perceptible tension. Be careful, I will come for you in 10 minutes. No one is leaving, go? The man urgently reminded them. If we don't seize the jet ski, we might as well wait for death. In an instant, they all exhibited a fearless determination, rushing forward. Even more ruthless, one of them hurled the kitchen knife towards Duo. That was merely a child, these brutes. Fang Tingwan twisted the throttle, and the jet ski surged forward, kicking up spray. The kitchen knife plunged into the water as all five charged after her. The tang knife was longer than the kitchen knife, providing a significant advantage. Jiang Yinqing fixed his gaze on the foremost assailant, delivering a decisive strike that severed the knife along with the wrist, sending it tumbling to the ground. Ah! The man, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, clutched his hand and collapsed, regretting his impulsiveness in that moment of agony. As the others observed the situation, they retreated a step to form a circle. The leader, with a cold smirk, declared, "It suffices not to kill him, a mere bite would do," allowing them to savor the taste of infection. Perhaps the blood of those vaccinated could even save us. Truly? Indeed. The glances cast upon Jiang Yinqing resembled those of hunters who had finally discovered their prey, revealing their ravenous desires. However, Jiang Yinqing dismissed them entirely, his gaze sharp and focused, anticipating who among them would strike first. In a swift motion, he plunged his blade into the throat of one, piercing through the vertebrae. The attack was both brutal and rapid, blood splattering across the faces of the onlookers, the warmth dissipating rapidly. Coldness enveloped him. The remaining three, still in shock, retreated in fear, having lost another comrade. Yet, Jiang Yinqing had no intention of wasting further time. With his extensive experience handling criminal cases, he knew precisely which human organs were most vulnerable, ensuring a fatal blow with a single strike. In less than 10 minutes, all five adversaries lay sprawled on the ground. Fang Tingwan circled back, urging Duo to keep her head low and not look, insisting, "We must leave quickly. The noise has already attracted attention." "Understood," Jiang Yinqing replied, bending down to retrieve his backpack, oblivious to the unconscious man at his feet. At that moment, the man, whose face was ashen and whose eyes seemed ready to close, suddenly opened his eyes, blood gushing from a severed hand. In a desperate act, he lunged at Jiang Yinqing's ankle, his teeth straining as he tasted the metallic flavor of blood. "Damn it!" Jiang Yinqing delivered a final blow with his tang knife, kicking the man's head aside before nonchalantly observing the blood pooling at his heel. He then secured his backpack and boarded the jet ski. The home he had known for years gradually faded into a mere illusion. The jet ski sped towards the moonlit horizon. The moon shone brightly, casting shimmering reflections upon the water as the scenery blurred into obscurity, rendering visibility nearly impossible. 2 hours later, they halted midway up the mountain, spotting a decaying wooden sign that stood tall, inscribed with the words, "Government Shelter." Fang Tingwan consulted the map, confirming the presence of a temple nearby, a renowned attraction. Should they rest here or seek another location? She felt a twinge of concern about it possibly being a trap. Jiang Yinqing, however, gestured towards a gazebo on the opposite side of the mountain, closer at hand. "Let us make do there for the night. Who knows if this shelter harbors friends or foes? We are currently famished and weary, not in a position to confront others." Agreed. The sightseeing elevator had ceased operation, leaving them to climb upwards. Concealing the jet ski, Fang Tingwan brought up the rear and noticed a hole in the protective suit covering Jiang Yinqing's ankle. "Are you injured?" "Just a bite. It's nothing serious." Jiang Yinqing had yet to feel any discomfort. Fang Tingwan nodded and continued onward. In 5 minutes, they reached the gazebo. The red-painted pillars and benches had weathered the relentless rains, revealing a mottled wood grain and mold, yet they were dry. Setting her backpack on the bench, Fang Tingwan produced a soft mat and 3 sleeping bags. Duo, exhausted to the point of not being able to keep her eyes open, curled herself inside the sleeping bag and soon drifted into a gentle slumber. Fang Tingwan continued to retrieve the medical kit from her side bag, which contained basic disinfecting and hemostatic tools. She gently patted Jiang Yinqing. "Sit up." Jiang Yinqing hesitated for a moment before turning to sit upright. Having just removed his protective suit, He rolled up his pant leg to reveal a heel marred with bloodstains. A piece of flesh had been bitten away, and it was too late to reattach it. Endure a little longer. I will trim away the necrotic tissue and apply disinfectant and medication. All right. Fong Tingwan worked swiftly. For in the apocalypse, there was no luxury of time to delicately fuss over injuries. Beads of sweat formed on Jiang Yinqing's forehead, which he wiped away, his gaze fixed on her to distract himself. She was entirely focused, her determination evident since their time in the hospital. The hospital marked a turning point for her. Reflecting on her initial indifference towards herself, it was clear that in her past life, no one had come to her aid. Thus, in this life, she must gradually make amends. All done, now sleep. I will keep watch for the first half of the night. Okay. Jiang Yinqing acquiesced and fell asleep. At 2 a.m, he awoke after 4 hours of slumber to take over the watch. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, Fong Tingwan finally stirred, not knowing if it was the fresh air outside, but she found herself sleeping more soundly than at home. She stretched languidly and noticed Duo already munching on bread and milk. Jiang Yinqing pointed to a wooden chair, indicating it was hers. There was no need to wash her face or brush her teeth. The taste of milk was indescribable. We must hasten to Qingda. Fong Tingwan stuffed food into her mouth. Eat slowly. No one is rushing you. Jiang Yinqing had already begun to pack the sleeping bag, waiting for her to finish before shouldering his mountain pack and heading down the hill. The sun hung high in the sky, the day cloudless, with sunlight pouring down as if it were a blazing inferno, and within just 2 minutes, beads of sweat trickled down her skin. Suddenly, Jiang Yinqing felt a darkness envelop him. He instinctively reached out to steady himself, but barely grazed her clothing before his body succumbed to gravity, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 47. Testing the waters. Fong Tingwan reacted swiftly, her extensive training allowing her to catch Jiang Yinqing's considerable frame, which towered at over 6 feet and weighed around 130 pounds. She managed well enough. Brother, sister, what is wrong with brother? Duo's rare smile faded, her large eyes welling with tears as she attempted to support her brother's arm with her tiny hands, struggling against the weight. He is fine, Duo, do not worry. He merely has a fever and cold. He will recover in 2 days. Fong Tingwan calmly reassured her, tossing Jiang Yinqing onto her back and shifting her position. Standing at 5 feet 6 inches, she noticed his legs dragging on the ground and had to adjust, lifting his legs into her arms. Duo, walk ahead. Carrying one person was one thing, but she also had 2 large mountain packs. She first stored them in her spatial pocket and followed Duo as they made their way upward. The government shelter would have to suffice for now. Vaccinations could lead to fevers and prolonged weakness. Out in the wild, they could encounter far worse dangers. After a 10-minute trek, they arrived at the temple entrance. 2 rusted iron gates stood before her, with a narrow gap in the middle, just wide enough to reveal half an eye, allowing a glimpse into the spacious courtyard beyond, where leaves lay scattered across the ground and no sign of life was present. No one. She tentatively pushed the door, and it creaked open effortlessly. Water pooled at her feet, and fallen leaves littered the entrance, leading into an open door that faced a statue of Buddha. As she stepped inside, she noticed bloodstains on the ground, along with remnants of food packaging. Clearly, someone had been here before. Perhaps a scuffle had ensued. With no provisions and mountains encircling her, staying here might lead to death. A slight sense of relief washed over her as she shouldered Jiang Yinqing and made her way to the temple's side room. The chamber was cluttered with debris, but after sifting through the mess, she found one room that was relatively clean and laid Jiang Yinqing on the bed. His complexion was growing increasingly pale, and he was drenched in sweat, beads forming on his forehead. Fong Tingwan rummaged through the room and discovered some clean bedding, which she took outside to air in the scorching sun, knowing that 2 hours under such heat would suffice. After covering Jiang Yinqing with a thin blanket, she instructed Duo to keep watch over him and proceeded to the kitchen. The mountains boasted an abundance of firewood, if nothing else. She lit the stove, boiling water, which she then poured into a thermos, sealing it tightly. 2 hours later, Jiang Yinqing slowly awakened, staring at the peeling, mottled ceiling and the corners cobwebbed with dust. The musty odor of decay invaded his nostrils, and he realized both Duo and Fong Tingwan were absent. Struggling to prop himself up, he found himself devoid of strength. Helplessly gazing toward the door, he felt abandoned, though not entirely unexpected. An overwhelming sadness washed over him, and tears involuntarily slipped from the corners of his eyes. Sister, is brother crying because it hurts too much? Duo queried upon returning. Not receiving a response from her sister, she dashed into the room. gently placing her hand on her brother's forehead, her soft voice offering comfort. Brother, doesn't he hurt? You've taken your medicine. Fong Tingwan soon entered the room. Recognizing his belief that he had been left behind, unable to resist teasing him, she remarked, if you can't get up, we might just leave without you. I can. Jiang Yinxing replied with determination, though his body betrayed him. After struggling for a while, he still required Fong Tingwan's assistance to sit upright. Bowing his head in defeat, he murmured, you should go. Do you want to follow me because you believe I can help you survive longer? Or is it simply because you want to stay by my side? Fong Tingwan fixed her gaze upon him, eager not to miss any nuance in his expression. He appeared puzzled at first, but as the deeper meaning of her words sank in, he answered earnestly, initially, it was to assist you, considering you had a child with you. But now, I merely wish to accompany you and contribute in whatever way I can. What about your home? Don't you miss your family? I will not return there, she replied firmly. There is nothing that ties me to that place. I grew up in an orphanage and have made my way here on my own. There is no one to miss. Jiang Yinxing's words floated lightly, as if he were speaking of someone else's life. A simple sentence concealed the years of his life. For reasons unknown, Fong Tingwan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She promptly placed the pills in his mouth, watching him grimace in discomfort before offering him water. After swallowing the medication, the bitterness lingered, but was swiftly replaced by the sweetness of a candy she provided, flooding his chest with a delightful taste. You must recover quickly. We still have a journey ahead. The weather is growing increasingly hot, and I left the bedding outside. It feels as if it might ignite. Upon finishing her words, Fong Tingwan went to gather the bedding. Even the short distance of a few meters caused her to break into a sheen of sweat. The room was shaded by a large tree, providing some respite from the heat, yet it was far from comfortable. Has the extreme heat arrived so soon? Jiang Yinxing leaned against the wall, his gaze drifting outside. At noon, the sunlight was glaring, enough to reflect painfully, with waves of heat rising from the stone pavement. This is merely the beginning. It is currently around 40 degrees, but it will escalate to 60. Fong Tingwan did not withhold any information from him. Since leaving the community, their relationship had grown closer by a fraction due to the recent exchange. Jiang Yinxing pressed his lips together, unable to conceal the sweetness in his eyes. Yet the thought of what lay ahead made him tighten his lips further. After a moment, he asked, is this meant to lead humanity to extinction? Fong Tingwan nodded. Life is remarkably resilient. If we can survive, so can others, and those who endure until the end will be even more formidable. As she spoke, she encouraged Jiang Yinxing to rest, while Duo kept him company. She then made her way to the kitchen, contemplating her next steps. From her space, she retrieved a chicken, swiftly preparing it for a nourishing broth, adding goji berries and ginseng to fortify Jiang Yinxing's health. Life in the temple was somewhat harsher than at home. There was no air conditioning, no electricity. Not intending to stay long, there was no need for elaborate arrangements. Meanwhile, Meng Ling had gone to the hospital. The atmosphere there was surprisingly subdued rather than overcrowded. She found her mother on the 8th floor, surrounded by tubes. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, her mother struggled to open her eyes. Ling Mom, how did you end up like this? Where's Dad? Meng Ling's hands trembled. She had imagined her parents facing misfortune. Yet witnessing it firsthand was unbearable. Silent tears streamed down her mother's face, providing her answer. Dad, is he dead? As she saw her mother close her eyes, Meng Ling's tears flowed uncontrollably. You are the patient's family, correct? She is beyond saving. We must remove the machinery. Will you take the body, or shall we proceed with cremation? The nurse spoke coldly while disconnecting the equipment. Seeing her mother struggling to breathe, Meng Ling hurriedly reclaimed the oxygen mask and placed it back. My mother is not dead yet. Why aren't you saving her? All medications are in short supply. Had we not acted yesterday, you would not have seen a living person at all. With too many disturbances, the nurse, fatigued by the chaos, summoned security to remove them. Chapter 48. Uncle's family. The security guard observed Meng Ling weeping profusely, her sorrow akin to that of a rain-soaked pear blossom. With compassion, he explained, the hospital will cease efforts for those who cannot be saved, reserving resources for those who can endure. Your persistence may only prolong your mother's suffering. It serves no purpose. While she still exhibits some response, perhaps you should inquire about her wishes. Regaining her composure, Meng Ling cast her gaze upon her mother, who lay with closed eyes. Her lips barely moving as she whispered, I'm sorry. Mother, Meng Ling cried out, then turned and exited the room. She felt utterly powerless, devoid of any alternative. With the high mortality rate of the plague, prolonging her mother's life would only subject her to further agony. The pain was unbearable. 10 minutes later, they emerged with nothing but a lifeless body. The security guard, witnessing her grief, accompanied her downstairs to the third floor, where the rooftop met the water's surface. There, a vessel designated for transporting bodies to cremation awaited, the deceased laid in a heap of body bags. Meng Ling stepped aboard and discreetly handed the driver a sum of money. Though she intended to voice her questions, the driver fell silent, proceeding directly to the cremation site. This was merely a hill surrounded by water, strewn with charred remnants, the ground's original colors long obscured. Without waiting for her inquiry, the driver spoke. All the bodies that floated down the river were brought here for incineration to prevent the spread of the virus. He gestured toward the ground below. There lie many skeletal remains, their numbers now indiscernible. Did my father rest among them? Tears welled in Meng Ling's eyes once more as she watched the driver drag her mother's body ashore, douse it in gasoline, and ignite it with a single spark. The driver, having received his payment, set about cremating Meng Ling's mother. Once the body was reduced to ashes, Meng Ling dug a pit to inter the remains, bowing thrice in reverence before departing by boat. As the driver took her to the outskirts of the city, they were approached by several individuals. "Master, we offer you 10,000 yuan for a ride," Yang Dahai called out, waving a stack of bills. "Where are you headed?" The driver inquired, his interest piqued. "New Bay Garden." Upon hearing the familiar name, Meng Ling looked up in surprise and asked, "Are you Wan Wan's uncle and aunt?" "I am Wan Wan's classmate. I saw you at the parent-teacher meeting." At that time, Wan Wan had spoken highly of their care for her, and Meng Ling had never anticipated encountering them. "Are you searching for Wan Wan?" Upon hearing the name of the loathsome girl, a look of animosity washed over the family's faces. Yang Dahai, however, patted Li Guizhi's hand, signaling her to remain calm, as he forced a worried smile. "Indeed, we are looking for her." But Wan Wan was not at home. She had gone to Qingda. Oblivious to the family's discord, Meng Ling remained unsuspecting. Yang Dahai clenched his teeth in fury. "How dare she abscond with our money? That little wretch. Let us board the boat quickly." Li Guizhi urged her daughter Yang Wenjing toward the vessel. The driver, recognizing their acquaintance, did not rush them, but rather awaited their boarding before extending his hand for payment. Yang Dahai directly offered, "Uncle, I have a rubber boat. Let us venture to Qingda to find Wan Wan together." Upon seeing her uncle nod, Meng Ling turned to the driver. "Please take us back to the hospital." "Certainly." Yang Dahai's family cast resentful glances at Meng Ling. Upon reaching the hospital, Yang Dahai and the others disembarked and followed Meng Ling through a labyrinthine route to a secluded corner of the hospital. There lay the rubber boat, accompanied by a mountaineering backpack. Spotting some provisions, Yang Dahai seized them eagerly, hastily distributing food to his wife and daughter before finally claiming a loaf of bread for himself, which he began to munch on. Meng Ling remained silent. Once they had satisfied their hunger, they pushed the rubber boat into the water. Meng Ling steadied it as Li Guizhi boarded first, followed by Yang Wenjing. Lastly, it was Li Dahai and Meng Ling. The boat filled to capacity, and Meng Ling's complexion paled. "Uncle, perhaps we should squeeze together? What concern is it of yours?" Yang Dahai retorted with a cold snicker, reaching for the rope and the backpack. The color drained from Meng Ling's face as she swiftly grasped Yang Dahai's hair, forcefully smashing his head against her knee. In that fleeting moment, the sound of cracking bones echoed. "Stop, stop!" Li Guizhi, having never witnessed such a scene, rushed forward to intervene. Before she could reach them, she unleashed a torrent of furious words, venting her pent-up grievances from recent hardships. "You wretched thing, just like that vile Fong Tingwan, abandoning family for your own comfort, and striking your elder. Truly, a reflection of poor upbringing. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." As she spoke, she raised her hand menacingly. Yang Wenjing, feeling uneasy on the boat, stepped ashore to assist her father, only to discover he bore the marks of a brutal blow, his face bruised and battered. Meng Ling, seeing Li Guizhi approach, seized her collar, delivering slap after slap across her face until blood trickled from her lips. Finally, she cast her aside and turned to Yang Wenjing, administering 2 sharp slaps to her as well. Feeling a sense of relief, she leisurely shouldered the mountaineering backpack, boarded the rubber boat, and paddled toward the setting sun. The heat was unbearable, just as Wan Wan had described, and she needed to reunite with her. The three on the shore could only stare in astonishment before eventually returning to the hospital. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the air remained oppressively hot. Fong Tingwan sat sipping chicken soup, beads of sweat pouring from her like water. Jiang Yinshan, feeling weak, sat on the bed, trying to eat, but soon found himself drenched in perspiration, his body sticky and uncomfortable. Little Duo was no exception, her tiny frame also glistening with sweat. After dinner, the three looked as though they had just emerged from a body of water, exchanging glances of mutual understanding. I see a small stream behind. It should be safe from contamination. I'll take Duo there. You wipe yourself down, rest a bit, and take your medicine. Call me if you need anything. Fang Tingwan gently shook the cordless phone before preparing a bucket of water and a cloth for Jiang Yanqing. Only then did she take clean clothes and accompany Duo to the back. As night fell, the coolness of the stream was just perfect, immersed in it. She let out a satisfied sigh. So comfortable. Duo asked with innocent eyes, her hands tenderly wiping her body with the cloth. Fang Tingwan brought her closer, dampened her hair, and applied some shampoo. In 3 days, typically it takes about 3 days. Is it painful for? Duo revealed a hint of concern. As Fang Tingwan gently massaged her hair, she replied lightly, not at all, it's merely an ant bite. The naive Duo believed it to be just an ant bite, while in truth, it was the sting of countless ants. Jiang Yanqing had been enduring silently, displaying remarkable strength. After washing her hair, they proceeded to bathe. The shower gel borrowed from Jiang Yanqing's home was refreshing and fragrant, instantly elevating her comfort. Chapter 49. Seeking a beating, the two lingered in the water a little longer before returning to the room. The water and cloth remained untouched, while Jiang Yanqing lay on the bed, unnervingly calm. If not for the gentle rise and fall of his chest, one might have mistaken him for lifeless. Have you taken your medicine? Yes, Jiang Yanqing replied weakly, don't worry about me. Call me if you need anything. After settling Duo down for the night, Fang Tingwan approached the bedside and poked him gently. Would you like me to help you clean up? Yes, Jiang Yanqing murmured. He hadn't slept all day. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have liked to wash up as well, as he could now detect the strong odor of sweat clinging to him. With her assistance, he sat up, and she helped him remove his short sleeves before reaching to unfasten his pants. She felt no shyness, so why should he? Despite his thoughts, his ears flushed a deep crimson. He stood up slightly, cooperating as he removed his trousers, leaving only slightly damp underwear. Wash yourself. Then call me in to help with the rest. Without further contemplation, Fang Tingwan gathered the soiled bedding and took it outside to dry, then returned with the freshly dried sheets to make the bed. Timing it perfectly, Jiang Yanqing managed to put on his pants just as she finished making the bed, heavily sitting down, so tired. That's normal, Fang Tingwan replied, rinsing the cloth and wringing it out, supporting his shoulder with one hand. She used the cloth to wipe his upper body. The upper body was manageable, but as she moved to his lower half, the cloth kept slipping. Jiang Yanqing's mind raced with thoughts of what they would do upon arriving in Qingda. What about Wan? No, he must not think of her. Focus on the case. Yet, no matter how he tried to divert his thoughts, her figure lingered in his mind. Fortunately, the torment was over. Get to bed early, Fang Tingwan said, taking the bucket outside. After all this exertion, she was sweating again. If not for the need to sleep in water, she would have chosen to do so. Upon returning, she went straight next door to sleep with Duo. In the dead of night, the sound of rustling could be heard outside the room. The previous night had been uneventful. Fang Tingwan jolted awake, gripping her tang knife tightly as she approached the door. The beam of a flashlight illuminated the area, and as she turned, she heard someone call out, "You go. It's eerie here, and there's not a soul around. Shouldn't we return to the ship to sleep? I'm frightened too." Li Jingyu? As Fang Tingwan contemplated this, the intense light from the flashlight suddenly shone upon her face. She did not shield herself, but coldly commanded, "Move aside. Wan, it's you. Our fates are intertwined," Li Jingyu exclaimed, rushing towards her. Upon seeing she was unharmed, tears welled up in the eyes of the burly man. "I was worried when I learned there were only 20 or so people left in your community. What about that man? Li Jingyu, if you continue to act recklessly, do not blame me for being impolite," Fang Tingwan threatened, raising her tang knife. The 4 young men trailing behind him instinctively stepped back, having witnessed enough to feel fear. Li Jingyu swallowed hard, inquiring, "What is your relationship with them?" He waved the flashlight and noticed a child in the room. Glancing to the side and realizing the misunderstanding, there were separate sleeping arrangements. He chuckled, "Wan, why not come with us to Qingda? My father has prepared a refuge for me there, complete with everything you need. You won't have to suffer any longer." "No need," Fang Tingwan decisively declined. "What are you all here for?" "To sleep, and set off on our journey tomorrow," Li Jingyu replied candidly, even elaborating further, after the power and internet were cut off. "I wanted to find you, but then the plague broke out. It was only after I got vaccinated that I realized you might have encountered misfortune. I asked around, but no one had seen you, so I left. You don't hold that against me, do you? Hurry and sleep. Fong Tingwan gestured for them to leave. She shook her tang knife slightly. The young men quickly ushered Xia Jinyu away to find a place to rest in the main hall. After some time, everyone had come to understand that Yugu was merely infatuated with Fong Tingwan. However, with Yugu protecting them, any disdain they had evaporated. And they even offered words of comfort. They reasoned that their relationship was not what it seemed. Yugu, let us take our time. Your family has everything. She would never choose that broke lawyer with nothing. Exactly, times have changed. Looks alone won't fill your stomach. Are you saying I'm uglier than him? No. Yugu embodies both wealth and attractiveness. The chatter continued incessantly, preventing Fong Tingwan from sleeping. She stood guard outside until they truly fell asleep before returning to rest. Her nerves still taut. At the break of dawn, the chirping of birds roused her. Fong Tingwan immediately opened her eyes to find Duo still asleep. She checked her phone. It was 6 in the morning. She needed to ascertain Jiang Yanqing's condition first. Stepping outside, she glanced at the main hall across from her. To her surprise, Xia Jinyu and the others had not come over. Was it merely because she and Jiang Yanqing had been sleeping apart? Hadn't that all been a misunderstanding from the start? Suppressing her disdain, she entered the adjacent room. Jiang Yanqing, ever vigilant, awoke with a start at the slightest sound, his hand instinctively gripping the tang knife at his side. Upon recognizing her, he instantly relaxed. Are you all right? Fong Tingwan shook her head gently and reached out to check his forehead. His temperature had returned to normal. How do you feel? She inquired, as she took out a capsule, opened it, and handed him a bottle of water. After swallowing the medication, Jiang Yanqing slowly rose from the bed. His legs remained weak. And after taking just a step, he sat back down, concluding that he would need another day of rest. In such circumstances, had he not encountered Xia Jinyu and the others yesterday, he might have already met with misfortune. Fong Tingwan nodded in agreement. Then you should continue to rest. I will prepare some food. As she stepped into the kitchen, she noticed a figure bustling about, though the knife was wielded clumsily, resulting in potato strips that were neither strips nor slices. The oil in the pan was smoking, and Xia Jinyu had managed to accomplish nothing. Why didn't you let Xiao Zhou handle it? His father is a chef. Cooking simple dishes would be effortless for him. Fong Tingwan could not comprehend. You, a wealthy second generation, can manage this? I can manage, just wait and see. You'll get to taste my culinary skills, Xia Jinyu replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead and urging her to leave. Remembering what the brothers had said last night, that to win a woman's heart, one must first conquer her stomach, he decided to start there. He couldn't believe that someone like Jiang Yanqing, a prominent lawyer living alone, would know how to cook. Fong Tingwan nodded in confusion. She had barely exited the kitchen when thick smoke began to billow from it, and a figure rushed out through the haze, heading straight for the main hall. It was Xiao Zhou, who, after tidying up the kitchen, appeared quite flustered and could not help but complain. Yugu, didn't you say you could cook? It's been too long since I last saw it at anything. Xia Jinyu scratched his head, explaining that the first attempt had ended in failure. Although they often seemed unreliable and carefree, in critical moments, they had managed to survive thus far. They were not entirely unprepared. Among their luggage, aside from a few changes of clothes, they had brought along food and various weapons. Chapter 50. Rice soup. Half an hour later, steaming egg pancakes were ready. Xia Jinyu took 3 large pieces and generously proclaimed, "Finish these, and then let me know if you want more." Seizing the moment when his companions were not watching, he secretly slipped a box of yogurt to Fong Tingwan, whispering, "During this time, I have realized how deeply I care for you, Wanwan. I was wrong before. Please forgive me." Accepting the yogurt was tantamount to granting forgiveness, but Fong Tingwan only took the egg pancake, stating, as an apology, "I won't hold a grudge." After all, they had not inflicted any genuine harm upon her before. Defeated, Xia Jinyu returned to the main hall and stuffed his mouth full. Xiao Zhou sighed. "Yugu, you have everything you could possibly want. Why bother? You wouldn't understand. True feelings are revealed in times of hardship," Xia Jinyu replied, his eyes gleaming with infatuation. The group glanced outside to see Fong Tingwan emerging after delivering the egg pancakes. A heavy silence fell among them. After finishing breakfast, it was only 9 in the morning, and they began to pack their belongings. Fong Tingwan had been observing them and felt relieved when they prepared to leave. But her relief was short-lived as she heard a commotion below. More than just a few people had arrived. Xia Jinyu and the others clearly heard the commotion, and they walked towards the temple gates, gripping their weapons tightly. As the gate swung open, Yang Dahai entered, muttering curses under his breath. This wretched boat. Damn it. Can't it just add a little more fuel? We still have over 100 kilometers to go. Are there any gas stations around here? The last word lingered on Li Guizhi's lips as she spotted Fong Tingwan, her excitement causing her to raise her hand and stomp her foot. Right here, she's right here. Uncle, aunt. Upon recognizing them, Xia Jinyu immediately approached with a charming smile. It's wonderful to see you alive. Dodo is here too. Who would have thought we'd meet in such a place? What a twist of fate. Yang Dahai and Li Guizhi instantly recognized him as the wealthy heir who fancied Fong Tingwan, someone who had previously showered them with gifts during his pursuit of her. His gaze fixated hungrily on the egg pancake. Uncle, this is for you. Xia Jinyu, with a hopeful expression, turned to seek approval, only to catch a glimpse of Fong Tingwan's complex expression. Tingwan, what's wrong? Don't you recognize your uncle and aunt anymore? If you want to acknowledge them. Go ahead, she replied coldly, turning on her heel and shutting the door behind her. The egg pancake was divided among Yang Dahai and the others. Their hunger too pressing to bother with Fong Tingwan's grievances. The priority was to fill their bellies first. Is there more? Li Guizhi lamented, wishing she could suck her fingers raw. Yes, Xiao Zhou, make some more, Xia Jinyu called out. Xiao Zhou and the others stood their ground. This food is our lifeline. We cannot spare any for them. It was the first time this group of brothers had refused him. Having endured so much together, Xia Jinyu understood their position. But it was another matter to save face. When we return, I will ensure you are well fed. Xiao Zhou's eyes flickered. This is the last time. Inside the room, Fong Tingwan observed the family waiting eagerly at the door. She opened it and dashed past them into the main hall, addressing Xia Jinyu bluntly. Xia Jinyu, my uncle and aunt are not good people. It's your choice to assist them, but I must warn you to tread carefully. Even a clay Buddha can struggle to cross a river when it's in peril. Xia Jinyu was unaware of the tension that had transpired between them. Yet he sensed a serious quarrel had occurred. He attempted to reason with her. They are your only family now. They are no longer, she retorted. Do not think that by ingratiating yourself to them, I will regard you differently. Had it not been for this reason, she wouldn't have bothered to explain herself. Xia Jinyu stood in silence for a moment before quietly retreating into the kitchen. Yang Dahai and the others waited outside for over 10 minutes. As the situation grew dire, he could not wait any longer and entered the kitchen. He glanced at the pot simmering with thin rice porridge, realizing it was neither thick nor made with fresh rice. Uncle, you're here, let us eat, he announced. Eat? Isn't their egg pancake? Yang Dahai exclaimed loudly. Li Guizhi, frustrated, threw down her chopsticks. This is porridge? It's clearly just rice water. Where's the rice? Where is it? The ladle scooped up a large spoonful of watery broth with a few grains of rice floating aimlessly, barely better than drinking water. If you want to eat, then there's nothing we can do. Xia Jinyu waved his hand dismissively, remarking that merely being able to cook porridge was already a feat. However, Yang Dahai was far from satisfied. He hurled the bowls and chopsticks into the pot and stormed towards the side room where Fong Tingwan resided. Fong Tingwan, I and your aunt have not only given you kindness, but also provided for you. Can you truly sever ties with us so easily? After his outburst, Yang Dahai felt only more agitated. You ungrateful wretch. Not only do you refuse to assist us, but you also prevent others from helping. Are you intent on starving us to death? Li Guizhi's expression was equally grim as she fixated on the egg pancake that Duo still held, her hand inching towards it. Just as she reached out, a blade glimmering coldly pressed against her wrist, startling her into retracting her hand in relief that it was merely the flat side of the knife, and that it was Fong Tingwan who was so ruthless. Were it not for us, you would have perished long ago. You are living off the money left to me by my parents. Should you not care for me? You think you can earn this much working? How much have you provided for me? Fong Tingwan's voice was low and deliberate, her gaze fixed on the couple whose faces bore the marks of a recent beating, the bruises still evident though somewhat faded. Yang Wenjing, her cousin who had been silent until now, also showed visible signs of injury. What nonsense are you spouting? You have taken all the money. And it was Jiang Yinxing who arranged everything, hiding away with all the funds. Do you have any idea how much suffering we have endured? Tears of regret streamed down Li Guizhi's face, not from the confrontation with Fong Tingwan, but from the realization of having raised her for so long. Yang Dahai echoed her sentiment. Had I known, I would have let you die. Enough. I refuse to waste my breath on you. If you wish to take my possessions, weigh your chances carefully. She brandished her dagger, advancing towards them. Yang Wenjing, standing at the back, was accidentally stepped on by Li Guizhi, causing her to cry out in pain, "Mom, let's go?" With the blade now perilously close to her face, Li Guizhi forcefully pushed Yang Wenjing, who staggered out the door. Yang Dahai followed closely, his eyes wide as he fixated on this young woman who had been in hiding for 18 years. "What a performer you are. Truly a master of deception. You have suffered for 18 years. His words dripped with insinuation. Fong Tingwan had always been aware of the true nature of this family and realized she should harbor resentment towards them. Yet, the denial of her efforts over the past 18 years by her only kin left her heart aching, as if she cherished a treasure only to find it cast aside as worthless. Do not act the victim after reaping the benefits. Just leave. The last remnants of familial affection evaporated, and Fong Tingwan's gaze turned frigid as ice. The family, shaken to their core, dared not utter another word and retreated into the kitchen. Expecting at least some porridge to be available, they were taken aback to find the large pot entirely empty. "Xia Jinyu, what do you mean by this?" Yang Dahai bellowed as he rushed back out. Chapter 51. Turning against one another, Xia Jinyu did not emerge. But the other four brothers stepped out, armed with clubs, kitchen knives, crossbows, and even firearms. "Silence. Should you show any further disrespect towards Brother Yu, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Yang Dahai's family instantly wilted like frost-bitten eggplants, retreating weakly to rest against a tree at the corner, grumbling incessantly. Inside the hall, tension thickened the air. It was only after listening to a substantial portion of the conversation that Xia Jinyu realized how ludicrous her attempts to curry favor with these two individuals had been. Not only had she failed to garner Wanwan's affection, but she had also incited her disdain. This family still desired their kanji. Yet it was a miracle that they hadn't been compelled to regurgitate their egg pancakes instead. "Brother Yu, when shall we set forth? Xiaozhou has nearly finished packing." Xia Jinyu glanced outside and, evading the question, responded, "Do we have enough provisions to last a few more days?" "At most 3 days," Xiaozhou replied, puzzled. "Then we shall depart the day after tomorrow. I fear that if I leave, they may bully Wanwan." Xia Jinyu blinked, proclaiming, "For the sake of my love, I must sacrifice my brothers. Fear not, my comrades, as long as I have a morsel to eat, you shall never go hungry." His loyalty and sense of brotherhood endeared him to his companions, who, though aware of his somewhat irrational romantic inclinations, chose to follow him. A couple of days would suffice. Even 1 day was ample time to reach Qingda. "All right, Brother Yu, you must exert yourself while that fellow is still languishing in bed," Xiaozhou encouraged. Xia Jinyu nodded, touched by the support of his brothers. Across the way, Fong Tingwan noticed their reluctance to leave and quickly surmised Xia Jinyu's intentions. After all, this was not the first time. She exhaled heavily and took Duo to the adjoining room. "Did you hear that?" Jiang Yinqing did not deny it. "I have burdened you. Otherwise, you two should go ahead, and I will catch up with you once I recover." His words were light, delivered with a casual demeanor. Yet his starry eyes conveyed a clear message. "No. Wait until you are well before departing, but be cautious tonight. If they come to trouble you, then—" Fong Tingwan gestured with a slicing motion across her throat, subtly avoiding Duoduo's gaze. Duo, having finished her milk, blinked with wide, bewildered eyes. "All right." Jiang Yinqing attempted to sit up, but, only halfway through, collapsed heavily back onto the bed. "You may call upon me," Fong Tingwan remarked, hoping for mutual support. Jiang Yinqing discerned the closeness in her words, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed following her had been a wise decision. With her assistance, he propped himself up and glanced outside. More people are arriving. Given the severity of the flooding, the surrounding hills were nearly submerged, making the temple the sole refuge amidst the vast waters, a sight that rendered the arrival of visitors unsurprising. Fong Tingwan noted this and leaned out slightly to observe. The temple doors were open, and 5 individuals entered. They were a family, comprising 2 elderly figures in their 50s, 2 young adults, and a 10-year-old child. Their attire, all brand-name goods, exuded an air of sophistication typical of affluent individuals. After surveying their surroundings, they approached Fong Tingwan and the others. The young woman, upon entering the temple, pinched her nose and wrinkled her brow in disdain, her expression turning to shock as she beheld the trio. You are a family?" Fong Tingwan appeared to be in her late teens, around 18 or 20, while Duo was merely 8 years old, and Jiang Yinqing was approximately 25 or 26. It was quite a scene to behold. Fong Tingwan expressed her disdain, asking, "Are you still half asleep, or did you forget your brain at home? If you can't see with those 2 bulbs for eyes, perhaps you should discard them." Wang Yin was taken aback by the harshness of her words, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Jinda gently pulled Wang Yin back, speaking with a warm demeanor. She didn't mean it that way. We have all endured hardships to survive. There is no need for further animosity. We merely wish to ask if you could vacate the adjacent room for us. We are accompanied by 2 elderly individuals and a child, and we truly lack the energy. This, I hope, can be seen as a gesture of gratitude. He produced a gold bar from his side bag. Just like that, a gold bar valued at 200? To Fong Tingwan, gold held more significance than mere money. As they apologized and explained their plight, she accepted the gold bar, saying, I can tidy up the adjacent room for you. That seemed agreeable. This family merely disliked dirt and was unwilling to exert themselves. Fong Tingwan, unperturbed, promptly set to work. Yang Dehai's family watched from a distance. The gold bar, at current market rates, was worth at least 80 to 90,000 yuan. Yang Dehai licked his chapped lips and nudged Li Guizhi, exclaiming, finally, something for you to do. At home, she was just a housewife. Tidying up should be second nature. Li Guizhi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gold bar. With money comes food, and she wasted no time approaching. Young man, let me help you clean. I used to work as a nanny, and I can assure you it will be spotless. I can also cook for you and take care of you. Jinda shook his head with a smile. No need. Wang Yin looked at the eager woman with disdain. You speak with such audacity. If you could clean, why are you cowering in that corner? Laziness is one thing, but lying is truly off-putting. Li Guizhi stood frozen, overwhelmed by the disdainful gazes, and eventually turned to leave with her head down. Fong Tingwan shrugged. All the previous work had been done by her, and it was a shame her aunt could utter such words. She entered the adjacent room. 2 hours later, the room was impeccably tidy. Wang Yin's initial resentment dissipated as she couldn't help but praise, it's truly clean. You all should rest. In a world fraught with peril, devoid of food and new clothes, the only thing one could do was to maintain cleanliness to retain their humanity. Xia Jinyu arrived with food, offering steamed buns and pickled vegetables for lunch. Do you have any food? Please share with us. We could prepare it together to reduce the chances of theft. She presented 4 large steamed buns and pickles, even including a box of yogurt, without mentioning any other requests. The inclusion of Jiang Yinqing's share indicated her newfound goodwill towards him. Confirming her thoughts, Fong Tingwan nodded, all right. She returned to her room to gather flour, rice, and a piece of cured meat, stating, this is all we have. Rest assured, with me here, they won't dare covet your belongings, but do remain cautious of the family next door. Xia Jinyu offered a kind reminder. The human heart is a concealed entity. Over the past fortnight, he has undergone significant changes. His sincerity has rendered Fong Tingwan hesitant to fully embrace his kindness. I truly hold no affection towards you, she declared. Xia Jinyu quickly interjected, seizing the item from her grasp and turning to leave. Fong Tingwan had already taken a steamed bun to the adjacent room. Jiang Yinqing smiled knowingly. Having evidently overheard their exchange, indeed, Xia Jinyu had improved, though it remained uncertain how long this transformation would endure. Chapter 52. Not worth it holding the steamed bun. He brought it to his lips. Duo was also indulging. After satisfying their hunger and quenching their thirst, the afternoon had arrived. Fong Tingwan reclined back onto her bed and entered her space. After placing the gold into her small treasury, she emerged to discover the fish pond had inexplicably expanded by 1 square meter to 5 square meters. This suggested that gold could indeed increase the area. Might it be possible that with more gold, other rooms within the space could be unlocked? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed the livestock, cattle, sheep, horses, and fowl, roaming the yard. As she ventured further, the food supplies dwindled. These creatures represented walking treasures. She smiled as she opened her eyes, noticing Duo peacefully asleep beside her, gently fanning her. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, with temperatures soaring to 45 degrees. Situated atop the mountain, they found solace under the shade of a large tree. But even in tank tops and shorts, they were beleaguered by the sweltering humidity. Without electricity, they were reliant solely on fans. Were it not for the company, Fong Tingwan would have sought refuge in the cool creek at the back of the house. After enduring the relentless sun until it began its descent, the temperature barely fluctuated. The evening breeze felt as if it carried the heat, causing beads of sweat to form on their brows. Is the kitchen available for use? Wang Yin inquired, poking her head through the doorway. It's communal. Just remember to tidy up, Fong Tingwan reminded her, watching as Wang Yin carried ingredients to the kitchen. Before long, the enticing aroma of cooking wafted through the air. It must be said, they were indeed a well-to-do family. A table was set at the entrance of the side room, adorned with a picnic mat, and the dishes were served on white porcelain plates, segregating vegetarian from non-vegetarian fare. Once seated, they awaited the elders to begin before they dared to touch their chopsticks. Having been indoors since their arrival, Duo stood at the door, eyeing a small boy. "Sister, may I play with him?" she asked. It had been over a month since she had engaged with other children, and she yearned for conversation. In the distance, Yang Dahai watched intently. It would be best not to. They are likely venturing out for the first time and have not faced hardship before. Such ostentation may invite harm. Fong Tingwan cautioned, gently redirecting Duo's gaze to the adjacent room. She entrusted Duo to Jiang Yinqing's care as she made her way to the kitchen. Xiaozhou and Xia Jinyu were already present, their expressions reflecting discontent at the sight of the scattered kitchen utensils and the greasy stove. "Hey, this is for everyone's use. Are you expecting us to clean up after you? Where is your sense of communal responsibility?" Xiaozhou remarked, unable to contain her frustration. Wang Yin responded, "I apologize, at home. We always clean up together after meals. I didn't realize you needed it right away." There was no indication from her that she intended to take any initiative to clean up. Was this merely empty rhetoric? "You have not even glanced at the sky. Darkness will soon envelop us in an hour. Are we to dine in the shadows? How utterly repugnant," Xiaozhou remarked, rolling her eyes. Wang Yin's face flushed deeper. Jinda rose, declaring, "I shall tidy up." The trio of Fong Tingwan stood motionless, observing as Jinda organized the mess, and soon they all engaged in cooking. Washing, chopping, and stir-frying ensued. They divided their labor into 2 portions, each returning to their respective quarters as twilight descended. Hastening their meal, they ultimately resorted to using a flashlight to clean the dishes. Their dissatisfaction with Wang Yin's family mounted, eagerly awaiting their departure. Yang Dahai's family was not devoid of provisions. Rather, they anticipated others to deliver sustenance, preserving their own supplies for the end. Yet, all 3 families had their doors firmly shut, with one member stealthily retrieving a dry loaf of bread from their pocket, chewing it with difficulty. As night deepened, a sharp sound resonated from the neighboring room, the unmistakable noise of a lock being turned. "Who goes there?" Jinda bellowed. No response followed, and soon silence enveloped the surroundings. In the adjacent room, Fong Tingwan, drenched in sweat, nestled beside Duo, decided to retreat into the spatial realm. Here, the temperature remained constant, a refreshing respite. Seizing the opportunity while Duo peacefully slumbered, she transported them both into a cozy room within the space, allowing them to enjoy a restful sleep before returning to their chamber. Duo awoke within 10 minutes, roused by the heat, groggily exclaiming, "Sister, I had such a wonderfully cool dream. A soft, large bed, fragrant bedding, just like when we were at home. So comfortable." Fong Tingwan gently ruffled her hair, refraining from explanation, allowing her to believe it was merely a dream. Upon opening the door, Xiaozhou and Xia Jinyu had already claimed the kitchen, while Wang Yin anxiously waited outside, her patience waning by the moment. "Are you doing this on purpose? Just because I didn't tidy up?" Seeing her fierce demeanor, Xiaozhou scoffed, "Are you blind? Can't you see we are simmering porridge? The cooking time is inherently lengthy. If you are displeased to wait, you may as well leave." "Of course we shall leave. But I find it utterly unworthy for my husband to save people like you. Why should he be treated this way?" Xiaozhou's expression turned serious as she stood tall, her gaze piercing through Wang Yin towards the man behind her. Jindo adjusted his wrinkled suit jacket and, with his neatly cropped hair, explained, "I am from the Epidemic Prevention Bureau. The vaccine you received was developed by us. There has been a resurgence of another plague in Qingda, and I am going there to assist." Xiaozhou pursed her lips, neither affirming nor denying her belief. The plague had indeed spread across the nation. The contagion was not limited to humans, but was also transmitted among animals. The previous vaccine had proven effective, yet that did not guarantee its continued efficacy. In her past life, the situation had mirrored this. Fong Tingwan was not surprised, but merely curious. "Is there no escort accompanying you? As national healthcare personnel, surely your travels would warrant protection, and with helicopters available, why opt for the perilous water route? One could even say it's courting disaster." Jinda cast his gaze downward, pausing before responding, with so many experts converging on Qingda from across the country. "We are in close proximity and did not wish to squander resources. The reasons were feeble, one might even say fabricated." She turned and entered the kitchen. The porridge consumed that morning was a savory blend of diced cured meat and vegetables, rich in flavor, accompanied by a steamed bun with sugar for each individual. She took portions for 3, and just as she exited the kitchen, the Yang family huddled together. The 3 formed a barrier, their gazes fixated on the buns and porridge, conveying an unmistakable intent that they would not relent without receiving a share. Share some with us. Do you truly intend to watch us starve? Yang Dahai implored. His eyes reddened, speaking earnestly as if wounded. Li Guizhi was even more dramatic, wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. Her voice tinged with a sob. Please, Wan, we are genuinely famished. Cousin, we are truly starving. Yang Wenjing, already somewhat frail, appeared even more delicate, her weeping reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom. Xiaozhou emerged from the kitchen, food in hand, and lingered at the doorway for a moment. Reluctantly acknowledging that the genetic lineage of their family was commendable, the 2 cousins, one an icy beauty, the other a pure and graceful maiden, had simply been unfortunate in their parental circumstances. He stepped past the group, only to turn and meet Yang Wenjing's gaze. Her eyes brimming with emotion, resembling a pitiable little rabbit. Fong Tingwan also sensed the subtle tension between the 2, furrowing her brow. Step aside. Yang Dahai complied, moving aside as if he were an elderly family member awaiting his fate. Chapter 53. Seeking sympathy. How heartless you are. After all, they are your own family. You have so much food. Sharing a little would cost you nothing. Wang Yin interjected indignantly, supporting her words. Jin De did not intervene, clearly aligning with his wife's sentiments. It seemed they had lingered here deliberately, orchestrating a performance of hardship to elicit sympathy from this family. Fong Tingwan let out a cold laugh, offering a well-meaning warning. My uncle's family is not composed of benevolent individuals. Be wary of becoming the protagonist in a tale of the farmer and the serpent. With that, she paid them no mind, regardless of whether they took her words to heart, and returned to her room. Outside, Wang Yin's voice rose intentionally. Once you have a boyfriend, you forget the sacrifices made by your family. Just wait, I'll prepare a meal for you. The Yang family expressed their gratitude promptly. After the commotion outside settled, they gathered to eat, occasionally exchanging veiled disdainful remarks. Fong Tingwan, her ears attuned, paid no heed as she entered and exited. Following breakfast, Jiang Yinqing attempted to stand once more. This time, he did not fall but managed to stagger to the doorway, basking in the sunlight that kissed his cheeks. The warmth akin to a rebirth. Much better now. Shall we depart tomorrow? Fong Tingwan nodded in agreement. Yes, I will inform Xia Jinyu. She approached the opposite side. Xia Jinyu chuckled. All right, let's leave together tomorrow. With only the 3 of you, one still recovering and a child, there will surely be dangers on the road. We shall protect you. Regardless of whether we travel together or not, Yuga will definitely accompany you, Xiaozhou added helplessly, as they too had no desire for this. Knowing that Yuga was the wealthiest among them, Fong Tingwan considered this logic. It was wiser to have friends than to make enemies. Though she still wished to clarify their relationship, Xia Jinyu discerned her thoughts and smiled, suggesting, there is an unpolluted stream behind. Let us catch some fish for dinner. Sounds good. The 4 immediately agreed, leaving behind Fong Tingwan's unfinished words. Upon returning to their room, they spotted Wang Yin and Li Guizhi seated under the eaves, cracking sunflower seeds and gossiping like the village's busybodies, pointing and whispering about Fong Tingwan. Initially, Wang Yin was merely indignant, but now her eyes radiated a hatred instilled by Li Guizhi's influence. After casting a look of pity in their direction, Fong Tingwan retreated into the room. Could you help me outside for a stroll? Jiang Yinqing, having lain in bed for 2 days, felt sore and wished to move about. Yet he could not do so alone. Of course, she replied without hesitation, with Duo following closely behind. The trio settled beside the flower bed in the courtyard, sunlight filtering through the lush leaves, casting golden patches upon them. It was quite warm. The air inside was stifling, and though the outdoors was also hot, it felt somewhat more bearable. Jiang Yinqing leaned against the flower bed, resting whenever fatigue struck. As evening approached, the sky was adorned with fiery clouds, painting half the horizon as though it were ablaze. Today was even hotter than yesterday. Xia Jinyu held a clean crucian carp. Having made the 5-minute trek from the back mountain, the water on the fish nearly dried. Sit for a moment. Dinner will be ready soon, she assured, even smiling at Jiang Yinqing. Are you thinking that if I feel there is something between us, you would rather see me dead? Jiang Yinqing inquired with a smile, observing her reaction to his words. There is nothing between us. Having more friends is better than having more enemies, especially since they are numerous. Fong Tingwan thought little of it, for in this apocalyptic world, survival was the game, not indulgence. A man would only be an additional burden. And should children come into the equation, it would spell disaster. Indeed, an inexplicable emotion enveloped him, rendering him too weary to continue walking, so he opted to rest. Half an hour later, the fragrant steamed crucian carp was served. 5 fish, fried to a golden crisp on both sides, were placed on a plate, seasoned perfectly, their aroma wafting across the table. Xiaozhou took 2 large pieces and placed them in a bowl. The child seems rather unfortunate. I shall give her some. It would be best if you didn't, Fong Tingwan cautioned Duo. Xiaozhou paid no heed, as the fish were theirs to share. Yang Wenjing received the bowl, her cheeks blooming with color, more radiant than the fiery clouds above. Xiaozhou's ears reddened as she remarked, "You all eat first. I will fetch more for you afterward. Please bring us too. There are so many of us," Yang Wenjing said, utterly oblivious to the notion of politeness. Her eyes wide with anticipation. "It smells divine. I haven't had a proper meal in a month." Xiaozhou's heart ached at her words. "All right, wait here. I will get some for you." With only 5 fish on the table, Xiaozhou was about to take the plate when Xia Jinyu abruptly slammed her chopsticks down, demanding, "Have you lost your mind?" "I haven't lost my mind. I simply feel pity for her." As the little boat turned to look back, she noticed Yang Wenjing's eyes glistening with unshed tears, and her heart immediately softened. "Yuga, may I offer her my portion? Please invite her to join us." Xia Jinyu relented. Glancing at Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yanqing, realizing he had already assisted 3 individuals, it was unreasonable not to extend help to another. Despite his distaste for the person in question, with a cheerful demeanor, the little boat rushed over and spoke for 3 minutes before returning with Yang Wenjing and the child in tow. Once seated, Yang Wenjing explained, "This is Brother Jin's younger brother, Jinhua." A heavy silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to respond. An awkward expression flitted across her face, soon overshadowed by the enticing aroma of fish and meat. After indulging in a hearty feast, the remnants of fish, bones, and soup were carefully packed up by Yang Wenjing. Wang Yin observed her suppressed desire to partake, her expression marred by disdain as she retreated to the kitchen to prepare other dishes. Having had their fill, Fong Tingwan escorted Wanwan back to their private quarters. Once Duo had fallen into a deep slumber, she brought her into the space once more, utilizing the hours from 8 in the evening to 4 in the morning, thereby consuming 2 days' worth of time to enjoy a restful sleep. At 4 in the morning, the night still bore a gentle warmth, and although Duo remained undisturbed, Fong Tingwan found herself wide awake. Carefully, she opened the door and settled beneath the eaves. In the adjacent room, the Jin family slumbered. Yang Dahai and the others, in their laziness, sprawled across the flower bed. The oppressive heat had diminished the chorus of insects, and mosquitoes and flies were scarcely seen, perhaps drawn to more enticing offerings elsewhere, such as carrion. "Brother Xiaobao, I am in great pain." The stillness of the night rendered her delicate gasps startlingly clear, allowing Fong Tingwan to recognize the voice of Yang Wenjing. She was reluctant to believe it. Yang Wenjing was, for all intents and purposes, a well-behaved girl. Though a touch spoiled, she was not the type to engage in such behavior. She had already approached to confirm her suspicions. The moonlight illuminated the tangle of shadows behind the kitchen, prompting her to retreat to her room. The shock lingered with her until the dawn broke, revealing the faintest hint of daybreak. One by one, everyone gradually awakened. Without the distraction of mobile phones, they retired early, rising at the break of dawn, invigorated and alert. Chapter 54. A gracious decline. Aside from Xiaobao and Yang Wenjing, "Jingjing, are you unwell?" Li Guizhi asked, noticing her daughter's pallid complexion with concern. Yang Wenjing's face turned even more ashen as she shook her head, explaining, "I have a slight case of diarrhea. I apologize for the discomfort, but rest assured, you shall not endure such hardships again," Li Guizhi reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. Fong Tingwan withdrew her gaze and continued to stow away her belongings into the hiking backpack. Before she could speak, Jiang Yanqing interjected, echoing her thoughts. "Let us take the jet ski and depart separately." Observing Xiaobao and Yang Wenjing's reactions, it seems something transpired last night. They intend to bring their entire family, and it would be unwise to place ourselves in a precarious situation. Yang Dahai's family resembled a ticking time bomb. Their selfishness rendered them unpredictable. "Very well. Will you take the wheel?" "Absolutely." As they prepared to depart, Xia Jinyu and his group, along with the Jin family, were also ready. It appeared that a silent agreement had been reached among them. Xia Jinyu approached, 1-1, I am at a loss for words to explain, but I find myself unable to do so. I understand, Fong Tingwan replied with a smile. As long as you are not angry, that's all that matters. Now, let us gather our things and set off. Xia Jinyu assumed a leader's tone, and as he stepped out of the temple first, others quickly followed suit. Yang Dahai and Li Guizhi were keenly observing the substantial amount of money in Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinjin's backpacks. They were undoubtedly hiding something valuable, perhaps even gold bars, which they deemed necessary for their 18 years of expenses. Fong Tingwan was not oblivious to their scrutiny, yet she chose to disregard it entirely. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the river had receded by 2 steps. Tethered to a nearby tree trunk was a yacht, which was evidently theirs. Beside it lay a slightly dilapidated boat, markedly inferior in quality and emblazoned with the words Hospital Incineration Vessel. It seemed this family had already caused harm to others. 1-1. Come aboard. Xia Jinyu beckoned. The small boat had already assisted Yang Wenjing aboard, followed closely by Yang Dahai and Li Guizhi. The Jin family arrived in a rubber dinghy, navigating with both manual paddles and an engine, quickly weighing their options. Under the pretense of a rescue mission, Xia Jinyu did not refuse their company. We have a jet ski. We can follow you, Fong Tingwan said, taking Dodo's hand and stepping into the thicket alongside Jiang Yinjin. Moments later, the sound of an engine roared to life as Jiang Yinjin emerged around the corner with the 2 in tow. Shall we proceed ahead? All right. The boat was already filled to capacity with people, and Xia Jinyu reassured himself that it was merely due to the crowd as he began to power the vessel. Jiang Yinjin merely exchanged a nod before he slammed the throttle down, surging towards the vast waters. While Xia Jinyu was preoccupied with adjusting the boat's direction, the jet ski had already transformed into a mere speck on the horizon, prompting him to hasten his pursuit. After they had departed, Meng Ling arrived in her kayak, spotting the familiar incineration vessel, which sparked unsettling thoughts. She dashed towards the temple. After inspecting each room, she recognized a familiar milk carton in the guest room, one that Dodo consumed daily. Had she arrived too late? Had Wan and the others already left? Or had they fallen victim to some misfortune? Yang Dahai and his cohorts were also present. This wicked group might have already targeted Wan. After searching fruitlessly for signs of blood, she found solace in lying down on the guest room bed, inhaling the faint, lingering fragrance within the room, as if Wan were still there. With her family absent and aside from Wan, she was uncertain whom else to trust. Overcome with fatigue, she drifted off into a slumber. Fong Tingwan gazed back towards the direction of the temple, having not seen Xia Jinyu's boat for quite some time. With a resigned gesture, she acknowledged the overwhelming crowd and gently declined. Where are we headed? The endless expanse of the river, surrounded by mountains, prompted Jiang Yinjin to unconsciously reduce his speed. Let us refuel first. Fong Tingwan gestured for him to take a look first. The fuel gauge of the jet ski indicated that there was only 1 bar left, enough for at most 20 kilometers. However, the nearby gas stations had largely been submerged. Fong Tingwan pointed towards the road that wound up the mountain. Let's check over there. After traveling approximately 10 kilometers, they finally located a gas station, but the smiles on their faces quickly faded. The station was underwater. Their jet ski was perfectly positioned atop it. Duo, stay still, they instructed, as the 2 of them disembarked and approached the edge, peering down to see the fuel nozzle beneath their feet. Shall I pull the hose up? Jiang Yinqing inquired, beginning to remove his shirt, revealing his well-defined, fair physique with chiseled abs and a smooth V-line, eliciting a desire to gaze further down. Fong Tingwan blushed and turned her gaze away. I'll go. She placed her belongings on the jet ski, donned her goggles, and submerged herself. Diving nearly 15 meters down, Fong Tingwan grasped the fuel nozzle and attempted to press it. But there was no response. The fuel card was present, yet there was no power. Jiang Yinqing tried another nozzle and shook his head. We can't leave empty-handed. She pointed towards the supermarket. Jiang Yinqing nodded in agreement. They resurfaced to catch their breath, ensuring there was no one around and that Duo was safe. Before diving down once more, the glass door was locked, but the window beside it was not. She signaled for Jiang Yinqing to swim upwards first, grasping one end of the hose and propelling herself up. Upon reaching the rooftop, she pulled the hose outward. Inside, there's no air. I'll retrieve the items. You keep an eye on the hose outside. I will. Jiang Yinqing stepped forward. There's no need to argue. My frame is smaller, allowing me to fit through the window. The window measured roughly 30 centimeters in width and height, serving as a vent. Jiang Yinqing standing over 6 feet tall. Could not possibly squeeze through. All right. After Jiang Yinqing pulled the hose out, he secured one end to the jet ski. Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan seized the opportunity to take an oxygen mask from her bag and fashioned a simple breathing apparatus, gripping the hose tightly as she descended again. Watching her silhouette disappear below, Jiang Yinqing stepped forward a few paces, not diverting his gaze until she slipped through the window. Inside the supermarket, the door was locked, and the goods floated atop the waterlogged floor. One hand secured the oxygen mask to her face while the other reached out, gathering everything she could. After collecting the remaining bread and water, she hastily stuffed them into her backpack, only to choke on a mouthful of water as she inhaled. What happened? Jiang Yinqing? A flurry of questions raced through her mind, but the choking sensation left her gasping for breath, rendering her thoughts futile. It felt as though someone was pinching her nose while incessantly pouring water into her mouth. She could neither open her mouth nor exhale. In just half a minute, her face flushed crimson, and her body weakened, plummeting down. In her final moments, she slipped into a different space. Once she breathed in fresh air, she inhaled greedily, coughing up a few mouthfuls of water as she lay on the grass, drenched and reminded of how close she had come to death. Reflecting on Jiang Yinqing, she could not bring herself to believe he would betray her. 10 minutes later, she was ejected from the space, grateful for her early rise that day. Gripping her backpack tightly, she slipped through the window and spotted several unfamiliar figures perched upon the eaves. Chapter 55. The rules of the gloves. The adversaries had already noticed her and were hoisting Duo, half submerged in water. With no other choice, she swam towards them. Just moments prior, as Wanwan entered the water, a yacht approached, manned by 8 individuals. 5 of them were dragging Jiang Yinqing, while 3 had seized Duo. With Duo captured, Jiang Yinqing dared not resist any longer, helplessly watching as they submerged the hose into the water. In 15 minutes, he believed that Fong Tingwan would surely perish. Upon seeing her again, his eyes inadvertently reddened, revealing a look of guilt. 8 against 1, and with a child involved, victory was indeed improbable. What do you intend to do? She inquired, remarkably composed, aware that their motives were merely for money and food. You must retrieve all the food, including yours and what lies below. Otherwise, the child will be the first to be cast into the water. The leader of the group wore a large gold chain, his exposed arms and neck adorned with green tattoos, his robust physique exuding an intimidating presence. The remaining henchmen donned tight trousers and shirts, displaying various tattoos that contributed to their menacing appearances. Very well, but you must release the child first. She is too young to endure such fright, Fong Tingwan asserted, casting a glance at Jiang Yinqing. Their eyes met momentarily before quickly averting. It's a minor issue. We do not wish to harm a child, the man gestured, and one of his subordinates promptly returned Duo. The little girl did not cry. Instead, her eyes were red as she dashed into Fong Tingwan's embrace. Duo, it's all right. No matter what happens next, you must hide and not look, okay? Fong Tingwan crouched down, gently stroking the girl's head. Duo nodded earnestly. Sister, don't worry about me. I understand. She began to retreat, inching back towards the edge of the gas station. The larger men feigned ignorance, urging, hurry up, everything is ready. The water from the hose had been drained, along with several large backpacks. Fong Tingwan approached, seizing 3 backpacks, and while everyone's attention was diverted towards her, she swung one bag, splattering a cascade of water towards those restraining Jiang Yinqing. Their weapons were mere kitchen knives and watermelon slicers. Jiang Yinqing had been biding his time, and in a split second, he broke free, delivering a kick to one assailant before swiftly rushing to the side of the motorboat, retrieving a tang knife and hurling one at them. Fong Tingwan caught the tang knife, letting out a cold snicker through her nasal passages. Will you leave your possessions behind? Or shall I assist you in departing? Come on, we are 8. What is there to fear? The leader tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, taking a few steps, causing his muscles to ripple intimidatingly. Fong Tingwan responded with a swift kick, her hand descending with lethal precision. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the water red. The speed of her attack was terrifying, striking fear into the hearts of the remaining 7, leaving them paralyzed in place. The injured elder brother clutched his arm, bellowing in fury, Come on, can't you handle a single woman? A man clenched a watermelon knife, shouting a battle cry before charging forward. Jiang Yinqing had already approached her, turning the tang knife in a different direction and striking it down forcefully upon the man's shoulder. He tumbled into the water, splashing about while shouting, my head is still here. Feel for yourself." As his companions grasped the sequence of events, they pulled him out, their hearts racing with trepidation. Had the blade not struck with the back, his head would indeed have been severed, instead of merely suffering swelling and pain. Each of the two engaged in combat had repelled 8 adversaries. None could have anticipated encountering such formidable resistance. "Brother, should we retreat? Let us go." Just as the man prepared to board the yacht, he saw Fong Tingwan move even quicker, leaping aboard and gripping the tang knife, regarding them with a smile akin to that of a demon from hell. "What do you intend to do?" "Leave your belongings. They now belong to us." Her tone was indifferent, her gaze fixed upon their weapons and the bags they bore. A friendly reminder: if you do not return your leader for treatment soon, he may not survive. "That yacht belongs to us." The leader attempted to negotiate, hastily extracting chocolates and bread from his person. "We're out of fuel. If you want it, take it." They had indeed sought fuel. The leader's expression was graver than defeat. "Surely a life buoy will suffice?" Fong Tingwan nodded, tossing the buoy overboard. The leader donned the buoy and retrieved his severed hand, urging his brothers to swim swiftly. "It's 10 kilometers to Qingda. Swim over?" "You must be dreaming." 7 men swam, each harboring their own thoughts. Ultimately, it was the fist that dictated the rules. Jiang Yinqing felt fortunate to possess the tang knife for protection, as well as to maintain a habit of boxing for fitness. Fong Tingwan's extensive practice at home had finally proven beneficial. Duo. After instructing him to gather their belongings for the yacht, she approached Duo, who had her back turned, obediently avoiding eye contact. When she turned, her eyes were slightly red. She had guessed the situation, but, having not witnessed it, felt less impacted. "Sister, I will adapt quickly. I won't let you worry in the future." Her youthful voice was sincere as she rolled up her sleeves to reveal the muscles she had developed during their training. Fong Tingwan chuckled softly. "Then let me find Duo a suitable weapon. How about this?" Jiang Yinqing had just finished sorting through the items they had taken, one of which was a military dagger. 5 inches long, quite compact and sharp. Duo accepted it, cradling it in both hands. "I really like it." Fong Tingwan patted her head, then fell silent, continuing to organize their belongings. Were it not for the apocalypse, she would gladly protect Duo, ensuring her happiness. At home, she would be content to let Duo eat, sleep, and play every day. Yet, they were fleeing, unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. There would inevitably be times when she could not safeguard Duo. Being able to protect oneself was undoubtedly paramount. But Duo was still so small, she could neither accept nor reject the situation, leaving her only able to remain silent. After tidying up all their belongings, Jiang Yinqing and Fong Tingwan managed to hoist the jet ski onto the yacht. This contraption would undoubtedly be needed later. As they watched the sun ascend to its zenith, the two felt the scorching heat of the unrelenting rays on their exposed skin. Duo nestled beneath the seat, seeking a modicum of shade. "Let us rest over there by the mountain path," Fong Tingwan suggested, pointing to a nearby hill that rose no higher than 2 stories, adorned with towering trees and a winding road, making it an ideal temporary haven. Jiang Yinqing adjusted the yacht's course, and within 5 minutes, they reached the mountain's edge. Once Fong Tingwan disembarked, she took the infant from Jiang Yinqing, patiently awaiting him to secure the ropes. A few snacks were already laid out on the ground: potato chips, bread, beverages, and chocolate. Soaked from head to toe, Fong Tingwan felt the discomfort of the wind and sun, leaving her in a half-dry state that was quite unpleasant. She retreated to a corner to change clothes, while Jiang Yinqing simply removed his outer jacket and let Duo have a bite to eat. When Fong Tingwan returned, he finally took a look at the spread. As she observed his well-defined physique saunter past her, she couldn't resist letting her gaze linger for a few moments. They settled down to eat, the oppressive heat making them languid and drowsy. Duo soon succumbed to sleep, curling up on the ground. Not long after, Fong Tingwan fell into a deep slumber as well. Jiang Yinqing, meanwhile, nibbled on his food, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, ready to detect any slightest disturbance, lest they encounter a repeat of previous events. From noon to 4 in the afternoon, the heat was at its peak. After 2 hours, Fong Tingwan awoke and suggested it was Jiang Yinqing's turn to rest. Restless, she wandered around and stumbled upon a small cave. It was modest in size, triangular in shape, with a ceiling that sloped at a mere 30 degrees, about a meter wide at the base, narrow yet slightly more spacious inside. capable of accommodating 3 individuals sitting closely or 2 lying down. The sole advantage was its refreshing coolness, with a breeze flowing through that felt as if it were air-conditioned to a delightful 26 degrees. Upon returning, she found Jiang Yinqing awake and shared her discovery. Why don't we rest here for the night? We can retrieve supplies from the gas station later and continue our journey towards Pingquan County tomorrow. The basements in the city are surely flooded, and the tall buildings lack air conditioning. There's little reason to go there aside from foraging for food. Why not head to the summer resort? Jiang Yinqing questioned, bewildered by her aversion to the closest refuge. Everyone wants to go. We need not take unnecessary risks. Fong Tingwan replied with a wry smile. There's a chance we might run into Yang Dehai and his crew again. We've only just managed to shake them off. All I want is for us to survive. Meng Ling will be fine. Don't worry about her. Jiang Yinqing began to move their belongings. Essential items were concealed in the crevices of the rocks, while food and sleeping bags were taken into the cave. Upon entering, Duo grinned with delight. It's so cool in here, sister. She stretched her arms. You stay here and look after Duo. I'll fetch supplies from the gas station. With the sun now tilted westward, the heat had subsided, making it a suitable time to go. Fong Tingwan stated this decisively, not leaving room for discussion, and promptly descended the mountain. Jiang Yinqing was aware that Duo needed protection, yet he yearned to safeguard her as well. Brother, is Duo really so useless? Not at all. Jiang Yinqing gently patted her head. Shall we practice throwing daggers? Yes. Duo responded with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan had already reached the shore. She brushed her hand against the jet ski, placed it back in the water, and ensured no one was watching. Adding a bit of fuel, she climbed aboard and sped towards the gas station. Before descending, she retrieved an oxygen tank from her space. It was only for her use. After donning her gear, she stored the jet ski back in her space and submerged herself underwater. This time, she had ample opportunity to collect food, gathering everything she could find, and attempted to search for fuel. Without electricity, she had no other recourse. She couldn't possibly fit an entire gas station into her space. So she abandoned the effort and resurfaced only when the sky darkened. After securing her belongings and retrieving what she needed, she finally mounted the jet ski. However, the noise she made had already drawn attention. Fong Tingwan turned on her light, and, upon seeing the enlarged figure before her, she exclaimed with excitement, Meng Ling. Blinded by the bright light, Meng Ling raised her hand to shield her eyes. Upon hearing Wan's voice, she could no longer contain her tears, exclaiming, Wan. Is it really you? Yes. Fong Tingwan had already dimmed the light and leapt into the water, rushing to Meng Ling's side. Observing her disheveled appearance, markedly thinner and more haggard than before, she enveloped her in a tight embrace. What happened to you? Meng Ling sobbed as she recounted the harrowing events she faced since their separation, including her near-fatal encounter with her mother and the Yang family's ordeal. Did you inflict those injuries on the Yang family? Fong Tingwan could not help but chuckle. How ruthless. They were even more merciless. They killed the elder brother who transported corpses and stole the boat. I was worried they might harm you. How did you manage to escape? Fong Tingwan briefly recounted her own experiences. As long as we are safe, that's what matters. The two embraced tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Once their sobs subsided, Fong Tingwan gently patted her back. Let's pack the inflatable boat. We need to meet with Lawyer Jiang. All right. After drifting alone for an entire day, Meng Ling was utterly exhausted, especially now that she felt a sense of security upon seeing Wan. Once they reached the shore and secured the jet ski, they began their ascent up the mountain. Upon reuniting, Jiang Yinqing smiled. You have finally arrived. With Duo now occupied, he felt he could protect Wan. Meng Ling initially thought his joy was solely for her return. She chuckled as she stepped forward to give a brief hug. I missed you all so much. I nearly thought I would perish on the way. The scariest thing for me was encountering people. Honestly, if I had seen crocodiles or snakes, I would have considered that trivial. Jiang Yinqing gently returned the embrace, offering soothing words. It's good to have you back. Yes, I am so hungry and tired. Suddenly realizing it was inappropriate to cling to her boyfriend, Meng Ling quickly released him and found an excuse to sit on the ground, pulling out the food she had gathered over the past few days. All that surrounded them were packaged goods like bread and chips. The only fresh item was the pigeon she had caught. It was the size of a palm, and the meat was quite decent. It was likely a domesticated bird that had escaped. I had squatted there for an entire afternoon. Licking my lips, she handed it over. Jiang Yinqing accepted it. It had already been plucked and gutted, requiring only minimal preparation. He took out a pot, filled it with water, added a couple of slices of ginger, and chopped the pigeon meat into 4 substantial pieces before placing them into the pot and covering it with a lid. The cave could only accommodate 2 people, so Meng Ling and Duo would share space. While there was still some daylight, Fong Tingwan instructed them to tidy up inside the cave while she fetched 2 hammocks and tied them to a tree trunk. Seeing this, Meng Ling did not hesitate. That evening, they dined on pigeon soup with bread, and as they savored the meat, expressions of satisfaction emerged on their faces. After a hearty meal, they retired for the night early. At the break of dawn the following day, they rose to pack lightly and boarded the yacht, continuing their journey toward Pinquan County. Each day brought relentless temperatures soaring to 40 degrees, with a cloudless sky. As soon as the sun appeared, the heat was unyielding. Fong Tingwan applied her sunscreen diligently, donning a hat and fully protective clothing. However, despite her precautions, the skin on her neck had turned a painful shade of red and was peeling due to sun exposure from the previous day. Initially, Jiang Yinqing did not mind overly much. A man could afford to be a bit darker, but this was more than just a tan. It was painful. That morning, they hastily erected a tent, just large enough for 4 individuals. As they set off, the wind felt scorching, and within an hour, they were drenched in sweat. Finally, they spotted a gas station on land, where people were moving about. Before disembarking, Fong Tingwan turned to Meng Ling and cautioned, "If anything unexpected happens, just take the boat and leave us. No need to worry about us." Chapter 57. More absurd than meeting a ghost. Understood. Meng Ling took her place at the helm. Jiang Yinqing handed her a dagger and took the fuel canister that was already aboard the yacht. After disembarking, they approached the gas station, which was about 20 meters away, where 5 individuals had already cast their gazes upon them. Upon reaching the gas station, they found themselves outnumbered 2 to 5, 4 men and 1 woman. The woman, seemingly the leader, scrutinized them with disdain, asking through her nostrils, "Fuel?" Jiang Yinqing nodded gently. The woman nonchalantly replied, 1,000 yuan per liter. The 4 men assumed protective stances, indicating their intention to intimidate and see if they could assert their dominance. Fong Tingwan was well prepared. She had plenty of cash. Without hesitation, she produced a stack amounting to at least 100,000 yuan, stating, "Fill it up." The woman chuckled. "All right, no problem." She cast a glance at her companions. The 4 men received the unspoken signal and, under the pretense of fetching brooms and water, gradually encircled the 2 of them. While the woman refueled, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing kept their eyes fixed on the fuel barrel, seemingly oblivious to the movements of the other 4. As the fuel continued to flow into the barrel, time ticked away until the woman finally withdrew the fuel nozzle. The tank was full, 100,000 yuan. Yet only this meager 20 liters of fuel. It's more outrageous than robbery. Jiang Yinqing calmly secured the lid. Fong Tingwan awaited nearby, her eyes narrowing into a smile as she observed, "Surely, that yacht of yours cannot suffice with such a trivial amount of fuel. Do you still have any money?" Noticing the silence from both individuals, she presumed the answer was negative, her smile growing more amiable. "If you don't, that's fine. I have another barrel. I can spare you a bit more, lest you accuse us of being unscrupulous." The woman rambled on, while Fong Tingwan exchanged a placating glance with Jiang Yinqing, her demeanor cold as she watched the woman retrieve a prepared barrel of oil. "Let us go," the woman declared, taking the lead. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing followed closely behind, with 4 men trailing them. The atmosphere grew tense. Meng Ling held Duo tightly in her arms, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Upon seeing Wan shake her head in a warning, she quickly altered her course. As the boat suddenly departed, the woman rushed a few steps forward, exclaiming, "Hey, are you not refueling? Your companion is still here." In a mere 10 steps, she found herself in the water, watching in exasperation as the yacht drifted further into the sunlight. Clenching her fists in frustration, she glared back at the 2. Fong Tingwan touched her nose thoughtfully. Jiang Yinqing set down the oil barrel and drew the tang knife from his waist, a hint of resignation in his voice. "If no one provokes me, I shall not provoke them." At that moment, as they unsheathed their blades, the 5 men had already closed in, encircling them with a mere meter between. A human wall in front and an expanse of water behind. Armed with hammers, wrenches, and various weapons, they laughed with reckless abandon. The woman sighed. "I initially thought to let it go after taking the items, but since you insist on this charade, we shall have to take everything of value, and perhaps your lives as well." A man added, "Or you can return, leave the yacht, and we'll let you go." 5 against 2. Despite Fong Tingwan and her companion being armed, to the assailants, they appeared as mere ornamental figures. Enough of this nonsense. We need to refuel and be on our way, Fong Tingwan interjected, directing her blade at the woman. The bold stance unsettled the assailants, who charged forward with determination. Jiang Yinqing hesitated no longer. Yet, 10 minutes later, 5 men lay in a pool of blood. Fong Tingwan wiped her blade clean and signaled to Meng Ling, who was anchored some distance away. As Meng Ling approached, she had already turned back to refuel. Lawyer Jiang, please take care of these bodies. Understood. Jiang Yinqing dragged the corpses to the roadside embankment. Duo remained hidden within the tent, unable to see or hear. Meng Ling had taken the oil barrel and was pouring it into the yacht. Fong Tingwan first attended to the diesel, filling all the barrels in the space, including the generator, to the brim. Meng Ling also made several trips to ensure the yacht was fully fueled. Once Jiang Yinqing finished, he cleaned his hands and approached. Noting her peculiar behavior, but choosing not to comment, Fong Tingwan instructed, bring the barrels for gasoline. Right. Aside from a fueling station, there stood a 2-story building. They quickly found abandoned oil barrels in the back warehouse, each searching their respective areas. Having filled 2 barrels with oil, they struggled to move them onto the yacht. By noon, Fong Tingwan maneuvered the yacht into a shaded corner, allowing everyone to retire to the small building for some rest. In passing, they rummaged through the remnants within. The supermarket supplies had likely been consumed or sold by the 5, leaving little behind, save for a gas canister that could be taken. Fong Tingwan wandered about, stashing suitable items into her space, and during a brief moment while Meng Ling and the others napped, she filled 5 barrels with 92 and 95 gasoline. At a vent devoid of a head-sized opening, Jiang Yinqing witnessed objects materializing and vanishing into thin air, his eyes wide with astonishment. A phenomenon more bizarre than any ghostly encounter he could fathom, yet undeniably real. An avowed atheist, he found his beliefs challenged. If she could return from the apocalypse, the existence of space seemed less far-fetched. After 3 minutes of contemplation, he ambled down the corridor, spotting Meng Ling rubbing her eyes. Blocking her path, he inquired, awake already? I noticed you were all missing and grew a bit concerned. Meng Ling dismissed her worries upon seeing him, reassured by his presence. As long as you're here, I'll just rest a little longer. The scorching sun made her drowsy. Jiang Yinqing yawned unconsciously, glanced back at Fong Tingwan, then retreated to the room, lying on the bottom bunk and closing his eyes. After refueling, Fong Tingwan continued her aimless wandering, noticing the supermarket's safe still illuminated. She crouched down and gently twisted the handle. Click! It opened. Remarkably, it was unlocked. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon her. Unable to contain her delight, she opened the 50/30 safe, revealing stacks of cash and gold jewelry. It appeared to be plundered from others. After collecting everything, she entered her space and attempted to open the kitchen door on the first floor. It opened. This meant she could finally cook within her space. Moreover, the fenced area at the entrance seemed to have expanded by about 10 square meters, making the chickens and ducks appear less cramped. With such abundance, neglecting to eat would only lead to further accumulation. She licked her lips, grabbed a duck, and took a packet of old duck soup base from the supermarket before stepping outside. Using the gas stove, she boiled water, dispatched the duck, and plucked its feathers in one fluid motion. Finally, she cleaned the carcass thoroughly, chopped it into pieces, placed the meat into the water, and added a chunk of ginger. As she waited for it to boil, skimming off the foam, she prepared to add the soup base at the right moment. Ah, white radish. Without it, the dish would lack soul. She retrieved some from her space, washed and diced it, cooking it for a while before adding the radish and covering the pot. The gas station had a backup generator, allowing the rice cooker to function, and she used their rice to prepare a meal. By 2:30 in the afternoon, the food was ready, and they began to awaken. Chapter 58. A narrow path for enemies, sister. It smells so good. Duo inhaled deeply, rushing into her sister's embrace. Her small face flushed, and her eyes still heavy with sleep. Is it time to eat? Fong Tingwan gently ruffled Duo's hair, beckoning Meng Ling and Jiang Yinqing over. A simple folding table was set with a pot of duck soup and white rice. It had been a long time since they had indulged in such a delightful meal, and Duo savored every bite. Meng Ling also stuffed her mouth with meat, whimpering, "Where did this duck and radish come from? We raised one, and I slaughtered it." The radish was left in the corner. They probably intended to save it for later, so it was a windfall for us. Fong Tingwan spoke her fib without batting an eye. After all, The space was vast, and only she knew if anyone else had been around. Perhaps it was pilfered from someone else, Jiang Yinqing interjected with a smile, instantly dispelling Meng Ling's suspicions. It's not unusual for seasonal vegetables to be scarce. Why don't we stay here for a while? There's electricity, and even without air conditioning, the fans provide a pleasant breeze. Duo nodded eagerly, sister. Duo wants to stay here, not in the room or on the water. I've wanted to run around for so long. Jiang Yinqing pondered various factors. Their primary aim was to escape the heat. It wasn't too sweltering here, and with power available, staying a few days seemed feasible. They might even liberate a few supplies from others. Although Fong Tingwan had previously been financially secure, the current situation necessitated some resourcefulness. And she wouldn't mind selling a bit of oil. The group unanimously agreed on the plan. The large pot was enough to satiate all four, and what remained was packed into a thermal container. As the sun dipped below the mountains, the temperature became more bearable. They stood at the gas station, gazing at the sunset, its brilliance striking and the warmth inviting. After a brief moment, they returned to their quarters. With diesel readily available and a continuous power supply, they decided to turn on the air conditioning. Duo watched animated cartoons while Fong Tingwan and the others resumed their card game, stealing moments of joy amid their melancholy. Is anyone there? A voice called from outside. The three froze, dropping their cards and rushing to the second-floor balcony to confront the newcomers, only to utter four words. Foes meet on narrow paths. Wanwan, are you here? I was worried something had happened to you, and searched everywhere. Xia Jinyu disregarded everything else. Leaping from the yacht and sprinting towards the second floor, Xiaozhou docked the boat and assisted Yang Wenjing in disembarking. Following them were their companions, along with Yang Dehai and the Jin family. As they disembarked, a throng of them approached, seeing Xia Jinyu rushing towards her for an embrace. Fong Tingwan took a step back and raised her hand to block, saying, "Aren't you all headed to Qingda? This direction is not the same." Xia Jinyu gazed at her, eyes brimming with affection. "I came to find you. I encountered a heavily tattooed man who said he had seen you all heading this way, so I brought them along. Plus, my father asked me to go to Pinkwan County. I didn't expect such a coincidence." Fong Tingwan exhaled, relieved that they hadn't followed her intentionally. Yang Dehai and the others joined, expecting only Fong Tingwan, and were caught off guard to find Meng Ling present as well. The memory of that punch landing squarely on his face lingered vividly, prompting Yang Dehai to pull back with Li Guizhi, wishing he could vanish entirely. It just so happened that Meng Ling caught sight of them, smiling innocently. "Uncle, Aunt, why are you hiding when you see Wanwan? Oh, are your injuries not healed yet?" She reached out, startling Yang Dehai, who quickly pulled Xiaozhou in front of him, forcing him to admit to being beaten. Feeling that it was worse than death, he could only swallow his grievances and coldly retort, "It's nothing. No need for your fake sympathy." Uncle's words were truly unpleasant. Nevertheless, Meng Ling positioned herself beside Wanwan, adopting a protective stance while gazing at Yang Dehai's family. None of them understood what had transpired. Xia Jinyu patted her stomach. "Wanwan, we haven't eaten anything all day. Is there anything to eat?" Fong Tingwan shook her head. "Let's all disperse and search a bit. The mountains are right behind us, and we might catch some wild game." Xia Jinyu had no doubts, having seen blood upon disembarking. Perhaps someone had already been robbed before Wanwan and the others arrived. Xiaozhou rolled his eyes at Yuge descending the stairs, unable to restrain himself. Isn't this infatuation a bit excessive? Clearly, these people have food. They just choose not to share. Aside from him, others began to voice their dissatisfaction, particularly as hunger and fear escalated their discontent. A group indeed set out to search, including the Jin couple, who had exhausted their supplies after sharing everything over the past few days. They searched the mountains and the rooms, leaving no stone unturned. Meanwhile, the door was shut, and a few of them, lounging in the air conditioning, continued their card games as if the others did not exist. Occasionally, they would step outside to check if their yacht had been discovered. Before nightfall, they managed to find a pile of mushrooms, most of which were spoiled, but a small portion remained intact, allowing them to prepare a mushroom soup. "Wanwan, I brought you some mushroom soup. It's particularly fragrant. You should try a bit." Xia Jinyu carried the bowl to the door, ever eager to please, firmly believing that he would eventually win Wanwan's affection. "I'm not hungry. You go ahead and eat. In the future, don't bring it to me," Fong Tingwan replied, rolling a pair of sevens without lifting her gaze, unwilling to engage, fearing it would be difficult for him to extricate himself from his feelings. Xia Jinyu's expression gradually fell, His lips pursed as he dejectedly turned to descend the stairs. Everyone was eating, and upon seeing him return, Xiaozhou quickly pulled him to sit beside him. Yugo, I know you like her. But there's really no need to demean yourself like this. After saying that, he embraced Yang Wenjing. Over the past few days, Yang Dehai and Li Guizhi had benefited from Xiaozhou's care, tacitly accepting their relationship. The two were constantly displaying their affection. Well, my sister is different. She has high standards, Yang Wenjing shyly remarked, patting his shoulder. It's not that you're not good, but my sister already has a man by her side. That lawyer? Xia Jinyu had initially classified him as a friend, but seeing him leave with Wan and sharing meals and living quarters rekindled his jealousy. Frustrated and powerless, he lost his appetite at the sight of the pot of mushroom soup. I'm going to take a break. All right, Xiaozhou said, placing the bowl of soup aside. Saving it for you, Go. It has been an eternity since I savored a delightful meal, yet here we are, amidst a lively atmosphere. As merriment ensued, voices grew exuberant. Echoing to the second floor, Meng Ling languished on the bed. When shall we depart? Remaining here, I find Yang Dehai's family insufferable. My fists itch. Should we leave? It is likely they would follow suit. Fong Tingwan surmised that, given Xia Jinyu's character, with family in tow, these individuals would undoubtedly heed his commands. I shall take a stroll. Then I will inspect the yacht. Jiang Yinqing rose simultaneously. Chapter 59. Use at your discretion. Meng Ling observed the pair as they exited together, embracing duo, and uttering words the child could not comprehend. I suddenly find myself missing that scoundrel. I wonder if he has perished. Humph. Sister, what is a scoundrel? Duo inquired, sipping her milk with wide, innocent eyes. A bad man. How should she impart such lessons to Duo? Meng Ling patted her head. Shifting the topic, sister will teach you how to play games. Outside, upon reaching the first floor, Jiang Yinqing and Fong Tingwan parted ways. As he approached the shadows, Fong Tingwan wiped the sweat from her brow, gazing into the distance. The sweltering night felt stifling. The proximity to water rendered the air humid and oppressive, quickly enveloping her in a sticky embrace, stirring an unwelcome agitation within her. Wan, are you preparing to abandon me again? Xia Jinyu appeared behind her, a predictable occurrence. Having experienced it once, he would surely not allow her to depart so easily again. However, she was unprepared for the sight of Xia Jinyu's wounded expression, reminiscent of a golden retriever, wagging its tail with innocent eyes, evoking an urge to pat his head. She sighed. Xia Jinyu, what is it that you like about me? I can change. I simply like you. It is unchangeable, he replied. This rather cliché dialogue sent chills down Fong Tingwan's arms, and meeting his earnest gaze left her feeling trapped. It is unnecessary. There will be no outcome. Do you have affection for him? Xia Jinyu asked, his anxiety palpable as he pinched his thigh, struggling to contain himself. Him? Jiang Yinqing? Fong Tingwan instinctively thought of him. As their lives intertwined due to shared inheritance and proximity, unbeknownst to her, he had seamlessly transitioned from cooking in her home to residing there. She cherished his unwavering trust and obedience, yet in terms of affection, she felt none. Observing Xia Jinyu grow increasingly agitated due to her hesitation, she finally conceded. I do like him. The silhouette in the darkness froze. Xia Jinyu retreated in disbelief, grappling with the truth, a tumult of indignation for himself and heartache. He retreated step by step to the doorway, uttering nothing as he entered the room, shutting the door behind him. Fong Tingwan could only hope he would truly let go this time. I apologize for having exploited you, she murmured, ensuring Jiang Yinqing in the darkness could hear her. After practicing diligently, if no one noticed, it would have been disastrous. Jiang Yinqing strode forth, a smile gracing his lips. I relish being at your disposal. Consider it a token of gratitude for accompanying me in my departure. In the future, feel free to utilize me at your discretion. Are you not concerned about your future prospects of finding a girlfriend? After posing the question to Fong Tingwan, she immediately regretted it. Had she asked earlier, it would have been merely a jest, but now, it felt like a probing inquiry. Before she could elaborate, Jiang Yinjin interjected on her behalf. In the current situation, is there even time for romance? As his words echoed, both of them instinctively turned their gaze towards the supermarket. Two figures emerged slowly from the shadows into the glow of the corridor lights. It was Xiaozhou and Yang Wenjing. They appeared to have just endured a fierce confrontation, remnants of dried leaves clinging to their clothing, their faces still flushed with lingering agitation. Yang Wenjing clenched her fists, glaring at Jiang Yinjin beside Fong Tingwan, her resentment palpable. Why did Fong Tingwan have such an enviable life? Born into wealth, with a remarkable partner by her side, needing not to barter her body for affection? Unlike her, who barely scraped by on the meager funds trickling from Fong Tingwan, burdened by selfish parents and a good-for-nothing Xiao Zhou, whose looks paled in comparison even to Xia Jinyu, let alone the esteemed lawyer standing nearby. Yet, she had no choice but to endure for survival. Fong Tingwan, if you do not harbor feelings for Yu Go, then simply refuse him decisively. Do not lead him on, Xiao Zhou threatened, his respect for her stemming from Xia Jinyu. Fong Tingwan nodded. All right, I will. Please treat my sister kindly. Such feigned kindness. Yang Wenjing's cheeks flushed with anger. Fong Tingwan's condescending demeanor pierced her heart. The term sister was the most loathsome word to her, especially when uttered by Fong Tingwan. She tugged at Xiao Zhou, leaving in haste, as if fleeing. Jiang Yinjin discerned. It seems your sister harbors quite a bit of animosity towards you. She was very obedient as a child. I can hardly recall how she transformed into this. Perhaps it began when their uncle taught her to deceive me for pocket money. Fong Tingwan reflected on the past, understanding the roots of their discord. Their uncle, in pursuit of money, had no qualms about exploiting his own daughter while favoring sons over daughters, thus rendering Yang Wenjing's life far from easy. As for this family, she did not harbor hatred. To her, they were merely clowns leaping about, a spectacle for her amusement. Jiang Yinjin followed her back to her room. Meng Ling had already taken to the upper bunk with Duo. You can sleep on the lower bunk. I will take the floor, he whispered, mindful of his movements. Fong Tingwan silently returned to her bed, but as soon as her eyes fluttered shut, a blood-curdling scream erupted from next door. Dad! Mom! What is happening? Someone help. Please. Help us. Ling, you and Duo stay put and lock the door until we return, Fong Tingwan instructed, her caution not unwarranted, as these individuals were hardly trustworthy. Likely a trap. Jiang Yinjin armed himself with a tang knife and left with her. Outside, the commotion had roused everyone, Xia Jinyu and her 4 companions. Along with the Yang family of 3 and the Jin family of 5, a total of 15 people crowded at the entrance. The source of the disturbance was none other than Jinda's parents, lying on their bed, their faces ashen and lifeless, frothing at the mouth. Eyes rolled back in their heads. What did you eat? Fong Tingwan inquired. Xiao Zhou brought over the bowl that was designated for Xia Jinyu, filled with edible contents. Yet it was marred by several floating white fungi. She picked up a piece, placed it in her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and then spat it out immediately. Rinsing her mouth with water, exclaiming, "This is the brown-skinned ringed cap, one of the top 10 poisonous mushrooms. How could you eat this without recognition?" Wang Yi murmured. "I thought it was a chicken mushroom, so I picked 2. It seems they might be in my parents' bowl. Aside from the color, there is little resemblance to chicken mushrooms. Even the less commonly consumed ones possess certain toxicity," Fong Tingwan remarked. "Damn it, do you really despise my parents that much? It's not enough to control their eating and drinking. You would go so far as to poison them. You wretched creature." Jinda slapped Wang Yin, sending her sprawling to the ground. Though his fury was palpable, reason prevailed as he leaned closer and implored, "Miss Fong, I beg you, save my parents. I'll pay you." He pulled out a backpack, revealing a bag full of gold, dazzling the onlookers. Even Fong Tingwan, while suspecting his identity was fabricated, could not dismiss the sheer volume of wealth. Was he perhaps a hidden tycoon? "You all need to hurry and take a boat to the city to find a hospital. There may still be time. You've all consumed it, and given the frailty of the elderly, their condition could deteriorate rapidly," she urged. Chapter 60. Are there other effects? Fong Tingwan suppressed the smirk that threatened to rise, surveying the group. Initially, she contemplated a means of escape, but their reckless behavior altered her plans. She rummaged through her pocket and retrieved a small vial from her spatial storage, offering it to them. "Try this. It may help sustain you until you reach the hospital." Jinda hastily exchanged a gold bar for the medicine, administering it to his parents after a sip of water, only for them to vomit it back up. He, undeterred, tried again, yet they continued to reject it. "Dad, Mom." The elderly couple lay unresponsive. Fong Tingwan approached calmly, checking their pulses, and whispered, "My condolences." "Dad, Mom." Jinda knelt, shouting in fury, then suddenly turned to Wang Yin, unleashing a flurry of punches upon her. It was only when Xia Jinjing and the others intervened, fearing for her life, that he was pulled away. "Do any of you feel unwell?" He had not ingested the mushroom, yet everyone else had, and their apparent lack of reaction did not guarantee safety. Xiao Zhou clutched his stomach, his face pale. "I feel a pain in my abdomen." He picked up the vial and swallowed several pills whole. The others, uncertain if it was psychological, also began to feel discomfort. The vial made its rounds, and after consuming it, they each assessed their conditions. Wang Yin lay on the ground, too weak to struggle, tears mingling with blood as they streamed down her face. "Brother!" Jin Hua weakly called out, collapsing onto the ground. "Xiaohua!" Jin De rushed to embrace him, then turned to Xia Jinyu. "Brother, I implore you. Take us to the hospital. I cannot bear to lose my brother." Xiao Zhou felt his own stomach's reaction intensifying. "Yugong, shall we go to the hospital?" Yet, Xia Jinyu had not eaten, glancing at Fang Tingwan, hesitating to leave, but now everyone was watching him. "Wanwans, are you not coming with us?" Fang Tingwan shook her head gently. "You go, at this moment, do you truly disregard our fates?" Xiao Zhou, infuriated, felt a rush of dizziness. Even in such dire circumstances, he was still preoccupied with women, neglecting the lives of his comrades. The others shared a semblance of discontent, their gazes rife with resentment. "Very well, let us return." Xia Jinyu averted her gaze. The others busied themselves, collecting their belongings, and within 5 frantic minutes, they were all aboard the yacht. Xia Jinyu cast a final glance toward Fang Tingwan, a foreboding sense that this departure would be their last. With no other option, she steered the vessel away. They had left behind the half-alive mastermind of their troubles. Wang Yin struggled to prop herself up, her heart sinking as she realized they cared little for her survival. "Are you all merely watching my misfortune unfold?" She scoffed bitterly, her laughter tinged with madness. "I have served those two for 3 years. Because I failed to conceive. They relentlessly tormented me, even pushing Jean to divorce me. Before marriage, he was endlessly kind, yet after, he reduced me to a mere housewife, striking me at whim. Death would be a relief." She raged against the injustices, her grievances swelling within her like an overinflated balloon, eager to burst forth. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yinxing collected the gold bars and hastily dug a shallow grave for the 2 elderly individuals, returning to find Wang Yin still hurling insults. She extended a vial of furosemide toward her. A diuretic, it aids in detoxification. Wang Yin paused, perplexed by Fang Tingwan's unexpected act of mercy. "You don't despise me?" she inquired. "Are we familiar?" Fang Tingwan countered. Wang Yin reflected for a moment, acknowledging their lack of intimacy. Their initial discord had stemmed from her own indiscretion. "I apologize. I was simply taken aback and did not consider further." "Very well." Upon seeing Wang Yin turn to ascend the stairs with Jiang Yinxing, she hurriedly warned. "Your uncle's family speaks ill of you daily. Be cautious if you encounter them again." "Understood." Fang Tingwan continued her ascent without hesitation. "You ought to keep an eye on your sister. She has been consorting with Xiao Zhou without precautions. Should she become pregnant, both will endure greatly." Wang Yin shouted after her. Fang Tingwan slowly turned around, smiling as she asked, "Have you reminded her?" "I meant to caution you. Do not fall pregnant." Wang Yin offered a gesture of goodwill. Without Jinda, her demeanor had grown remarkably stable. She rummaged through her bag and produced a box of contraceptive pills. "I have no need for these. You may keep them." Fang Tingwan's face flushed crimson, utterly unprepared for such a notion. Jiang Yinxing descended the stairs to collect the pills, remarking, "Consider it a reward." After receiving the medication, he and Fang Tingwan ascended to the 2nd floor, where he clarified, aside from preventing pregnancy, it has other benefits. It's wise to keep them just in case. "What?" Fang Tingwan was momentarily bewildered. "What other purposes could there be? Why did you suddenly save her? This is uncharacteristic of you." The conversation shifted abruptly, leaving Fang Tingwan momentarily speechless. "I merely pondered that had someone extended a hand at that time, perhaps I would not have met my demise. In my struggle to survive, I have committed numerous misdeeds." Jiang Yinxing yearned to inquire about her past experiences that shaped such a cold and suspicious demeanor, rendering her hesitant to trust others. "There exist both virtuous and wicked individuals among us. Attempt to place your faith in us. It is not just him, but also Meng Ling." After spending considerable time together, Fang Tingwan naturally replied, "I have always believed in you." "Very well." Jiang Yinxing had already knocked on the door. After listening attentively from the corner, Meng Ling promptly opened the door, gazing earnestly at Wanwan, hoping to hear her affirming response of trust. Yet, it did not come. Jiang Yinxing lay in the corner, while Wanwan returned to her lower bunk. Meng Ling stealthily climbed up, soon succumbing to sleep as her eyelids grew heavy. Jiang Yinxing's rhythmic breathing indicated he too had drifted off. She, however, remained awake, her eyes wide open, acknowledging that he was correct. She had yet to fully trust them. Even while sharing the same space, She was invariably the last to fall asleep and the first to awaken, unwilling to easily expose her vulnerabilities to others. Truly, she could not bear it. A bitter smile crept upon her lips as she turned over and closed her eyes. Jiang Yinxing awaited the passage of time before finally opening his eyes, gazing at her through a haze, his expression imbued with concern. That night was shrouded in secrecy. Come morning, everything seemed to revert to normalcy. Jiang Yinxing arose and prepared breakfast for them, and upon descending the stairs, he found Wang Yin asleep against the wall, inquiring, "Are you dead?" Wang Yin, with her eyes closed, smiled. "Have I disappointed you?" "Not yet. I do not care for mushrooms, but it was unintentional." I truly believe that was the case. I had merely seen images online from months ago. She opened her eyes, striving to convey sincerity through her gaze. Jiang Yinxing had no time to ponder the truth of her words. He simply added an extra handful of rice and boiled an additional egg while preparing porridge. Chapter 61. Kindness. Seeing Fong Tingwan descend as well, Wang Yin hastily rose, but her abruptness nearly caused her to stumble. Steadying herself against the wall until her vision cleared, she reiterated her explanation. It was evident that one bed could not accommodate two distinct individuals. She felt disregarded by Fong Tingwan. "Are you leaving?" Meng Ling glanced over. "What? Do you wish to accompany us?" Jiang Yinxing understood that it was impossible. Fong Tingwan offered no response. The rejection was palpable, prompting Wang Yin to suddenly kneel. Her expression grave. "I know I have committed many wrongs, but I cannot leave this place. I do not wish to die. As long as you can take me away, I am willing to do anything. We do not require you. If you remain here, they will undoubtedly return," Fong Tingwan retorted coldly, continuing to wash her face. "You speak of Xiaojinyu." Wang Yin had discerned his affection for Fong Tingwan, thus believing he would return for her. Jiang Yinxing stirred the porridge with increasing frequency, betraying his impatience. "I can cook, sew, and care for children," she proclaimed, listing her attributes. Lawyer Zhang De and Fong Tingwan shared a moment, and an inexplicable sense of pride washed over her. "What about her?" Wang Yin inquired, gesturing towards Meng Ling. With a playful flick, Meng Ling rolled up her sleeve, revealing the muscles on her forearm. "I could take you down with a single punch. What do you think?" Wang Yin hesitated, contemplating Duoduo's importance in the situation, and chose to remain silent. Once the vegetable congee was ready, the group filled their stomachs and began transporting their belongings onto the yacht. Wang Yin watched them board the vessel in silence until it faded from view, plunging her into despair as she turned back to her room. One of the rooms belonged to women, adorned with cosmetics. Even in death, she yearned to apply a beautiful makeup, wishing for a pretty farewell. Unbeknownst to her, on the other side, a group had disembarked and found a gas station. Hearing voices, they quickly surrounded the entrance. "Those inside, come out," a rugged man's voice commanded. Confused, Wang Yin, with the noose tied securely, stepped outside. The bald man was searching for Fong Tingwan and was taken aback to encounter another woman. Clad in a red spaghetti strap dress that accentuated her curves, revealing her fair legs and arms, her light makeup struck him instantly. He swallowed hard. "Would you like to come with me? I promise you won't have to worry about food or drink." Wang Yin grasped his implication. Her heart, once cold as ash, felt a flicker of hope rekindled. "Come in," she replied. The bald man grinned, wrapping his arm around her as he entered, shutting the door behind them. An hour later, Wang Yin emerged, nestled against the man, her face flushed with shyness. "By the way, you mentioned knowing that woman. What was her name again?" "Zhang Wan." They headed towards Wang. "Right?" Wang Yin smiled and nodded, pointing in the opposite direction, her gaze unwavering. "That way. Let us go, we'll chase after them." As they boarded the yacht, they drifted further from Fong Tingwan. Even her name was a fabrication of Wang Yin's imagination. She laughed into the wind. "Thank you for your medicine." Before the midday sun could scorch them, Fong Tingwan and her companions reached their next resting point. After a break in the afternoon, they resumed their journey towards Pinkwan County. They sought a place to rest and continued their travels the following morning and afternoon. Finally, 3 days later, they entered the heart of Pinkwan County. The terrain here was elevated, with water depths reaching only 2 stories. Looking down, one could see fish swimming, the water faintly scented with disinfectant. It appeared the government had sanitized the water. Although the fish had survived, their numbers were few. Instead of venturing into the city, they followed the outskirts towards Mayun Mountain. Feeling the temperature drop as they progressed inward, the sweat lessened and a hint of morning coolness lingered. "We made the right choice. This temperature should be manageable after enduring the heat," one of them noted. "Let us find a place to settle." Jiang Yinqing took the wheel, scanning the surroundings. In Pingquan, even at noon, the temperature hovered around 30 degrees, still within a bearable range as they continued towards the Maiyun Mountain Scenic Area. The area remains uncharted, revealing only barren mountains devoid of any signs of human habitation. Upon reaching the summit, one encounters a stark, rocky peak, where they aspire to ascend towards the Dragon Mother Cave. You all proceed with your belongings. I shall conceal the yacht, Fang Tingwan proactively suggested as they arrived at the shore. She refrained from placing it in her spatial compartment, fearing it might vanish upon their return. Meng Ling, perplexed, inquired, "Why not have Lawyer Jiang take it to hide? It would be quite exhausting to make such a long detour." Understanding her intent, Jiang Yinqing cooperatively hoisted the burdens onto his back, stating, "With so many items, it will likely require 2 trips. I shall go ahead." "Very well, be cautious, Wan." Meng Ling replied, also laden with numerous belongings as she took hold of Duo, urging, "Let us go, Duo." Thanks to their prior training, even Duo, who had practiced alongside them for an extended period, managed to ascend the mountain unaided. Meng Ling exerted minimal effort. Once Fang Tingwan confirmed they were out of sight, she stowed everything in her spatial compartment, shouldering the remaining items as she made her way to the mountainside. It is rumored that within the Dragon Mother Cave, mountain springs perpetually drip throughout the seasons. One can only hope this is true. Upon reaching the peak, a narrow path leads to a cave entrance beneath a massive rock, adorned with a crimson gate inscribed with the characters for Dragon Mother Cave. Inside, a statue of the Dragon Mother is enshrined, with an incense burner positioned before it, the incense having lingered for some time. "We shall pitch our tent beside that sun-shielding boulder," Fang Tingwan indicated. Agreed. Jiang Yinqing began to unpack the tent, swiftly erecting it with practiced ease, not reliant on their assistance. The tent, measuring only 210 by 180, was secured with pegs, and he left the task of inflating the air mattress to Meng Ling. He then retrieved their clothing, which had developed a musty odor from the heat, and hung them on a rope he fashioned. Fang Tingwan busied herself gathering dry twigs at the mountain's base, constructing a rudimentary fire pit with stones, and setting a pot atop it. Each person diligently fulfilled their role, even Duo assisted in the preparations. 2 hours later, the fire crackled to life. He poured the old duck soup from the thermos into the pot, adding a few instant noodles for their lunch. As the sun ascended to its zenith, they found themselves basking in its warmth. The tent's windows and door were fully opened. The 4 of them sat inside, feeling the heat, though it had yet to reach an unbearable level. "It seems this place is not ideal either," Meng Ling remarked, fanning herself with her hand, unbothered by Jiang Yinqing's presence, and reclining to catch her breath. Duo leaned against her, weary from a day of exertion, her eyelids fluttering as she fought the urge to sleep. Jiang Yinqing surveyed their surroundings, noting, "From here, we can observe 3 directions, allowing us to detect danger swiftly. However, the downside is that we are exposed to the afternoon sun, which is the hottest time of day. As temperatures rise further, we shall surely struggle. Yet venturing into the woods feels even more perilous." Chapter 62. Landslide. Apart from the barren summit, the mountains below are enveloped in dense foliage. These trees, untouched by flooding, may harbor unpredictable wildlife. For the time being, residing here is acceptable. They can seek a safer place later. Fang Tingwan glanced outside and realized that this location was indeed unsuitable for long-term stay. Thus, they settled down. However, they were not the only ones aware of the cooler air atop Maiyun Mountain. As the temperature soared to a scorching 45 degrees, the oppressive heat and humidity became unbearable. The neighboring residents also contemplated ascending the mountain. Upon seeing them, they exchanged greetings and set up tents not far away, yet everyone maintained their distance, each content in their own space. As a fortnight passed, approximately a dozen households had taken residence at the summit. Every night, Fang Tingwan and her companions took turns keeping watch. Tonight was Meng Ling's turn. Within the tent, the 3 of them slept under their own covers. They were not at home, and while they could have made do with sleeping arrangements on the ground, it was unthinkable to let Jiang Yinqing sleep outside. Thus, they all shared the space. During her most destitute times, Fang Tingwan had no choice in where to sleep, let alone whom to share it with. For the safety of Meng Ling and Duo, she turned her back to Jiang Yinqing, facing Duo. Still awake? It was already midnight. Typically, they retired by 10. She hesitated to sleep first, opting instead to sit up. Jiang Yinqing followed suit, sensing a heightened heartbeat, a premonition of impending trouble. Just then, Meng Ling entered. Having opened the door, it's raining. No wonder it felt a bit chilly today. She shook her head in disbelief. What a bizarre weather pattern. One moment it's sunny, the next it's raining. It's hot enough to endure, yet cold enough to bear. Achoo. She hurriedly burrowed under her blanket. Fong Tingwan checked Duo's back. It was warm, which eased her mind. As the rain intensified, drumming noisily on the tent, sleep eluded her. Let us rest. In this weather, they want tea come, Jiang Yinqing remarked, referring to the dozen or so neighbors nearby. With limited shaded spots under the sun, the distance between their tents gradually diminished. Fong Tingwan nodded, preparing to close her eyes when suddenly a stone plummeted down, striking and rebounding with a thud. Was that a rock? Jiang Yinqing noticed as well. This is bad. We need to leave quickly. Meng Ling jolted awake, slapping her cheeks to shake off the drowsiness. What is happening? Loose stones were beginning to tumble from the mountain. With the rain intensifying, a landslide was a distinct possibility. Fong Tingwan shook Duo awake, explaining the situation as beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Fear gripped her. If they hesitated, they might be buried alive. The rain poured down harder, pounding against the tent with relentless fury. They stuffed what they could into their climbing packs, carrying what was difficult to pack, donned raincoats. And Jiang Yinqing was the first to step outside. Following him were Meng Ling, Duo, and finally Fong Tingwan. The tent was surely doomed. As they emerged, lightning flashed across the sky, casting shadows over the 6 tents on the hillside. Shout! Jiang Yinqing had already rushed to alert the nearest neighbors. Meng Ling quickly followed suit, calling out as well. Fong Tingwan observed without intervening, merely holding onto Duo's hand. Do not be afraid, just proceed to the left. Over there lies a high slope devoid of stones, the safest haven. If possible, it would be best to venture deeper into the forest, where tree roots intertwine, making it less susceptible to collapse. How could a landslide occur? With such torrential rain, if you seek death, do not drag us down with you. A man's furious voice erupted from the tent. Jiang Yinqing withdrew his hand and continued to the next family, completing his call in a minute. He glanced towards the mountain top as a bolt of lightning illuminated the moment several loose stones transitioned from stability to descent. Hurry, it has begun. Meng Ling quickened her pace. Those awakened by the thunder were startled, and upon suddenly witnessing the rolling stones, they scarcely had time to gather their belongings before fleeing in haste. Rain or no rain, even if knives fell from the sky, they must press on. The stones cascaded in increasing numbers. The thunder echoed like a countdown. Boom. The mountainside suddenly collapsed, engulfing all the tents in the blink of an eye, including that family who had disregarded the warnings. With such massive boulders and mud bearing down, survival was surely impossible. The remaining individuals were still in shock. Thank you, Jiang Yinqing murmured, his voice barely audible above the rain. He nodded, quickly find a place to shelter from the rain. They too needed to depart. Fong Tingwan had already led Duo far away, and the two hurried to catch up. Upon entering the dense forest, they were surrounded by towering trees, so broad that 3 people holding hands could barely encircle one. After surveying the area, Fong Tingwan made her decision. This tree will do. Jiang Yinqing hoisted Duo up onto a sturdy branch, followed by Meng Ling, and then Fong Tingwan. Brother, could you please assist us? Called a young woman in her mid-20s, dressed in a tank top and shorts, her expression pleading as she gestured for help. Beside her stood a younger girl, likely her sister, around 4 or 5 years old, with a striking resemblance. Her eyes were red, and the rain had drenched her, adding an unintended charm to her appearance. There is a shorter tree over there. It should be climbable. Fong Tingwan pointed to a tree a dozen meters away. The tree was only a third as thick as theirs, but its horizontal branches extended from knee-height upwards. Then why don't you go? The older sister, Lu Ling, retorted, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Yu, the younger sister, cast a sorrowful glance at her, before turning to Jiang Yinqing with an imploring look. Jiang Yinqing averted his gaze, feeling an inexplicable disdain. Fong Tingwan chuckled, if we go, will you be able to climb up? Growing weary of further dialogue, she leaped, grasping the branch with both hands. Just as she was about to push herself up, a pair of hands seized her waistband, yanking her down. In that instant, she felt as though half her backside was exposed. Fong Tingwan had no choice but to let go and land back on the ground, quickly pulling her pants down and delivering a kick to Lu Ling. Do you wish to die? In that moment, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. Initially intending to retaliate, Lu Ling found herself immobilized under a piercing gaze. even harboring a fleeting desire to flee. Lu Yu hastily supported Lu Ling, her eyes filled with determination. How malicious you are, striking so fiercely. Do you wish to kill Lu Ling? Nonetheless, her gaze continuously lingered on Jiang Yinqing, striving to evoke his sympathy. Yet, he remained as unyielding as a stone, his patience waning as he glanced towards the mountains, exclaiming, "Quickly, we must ascend." Fong Tingwan followed his gaze, and, in mere seconds, witnessed a lightning bolt strike down, toppling a swath of forest at a visible speed. There was no time to waste. She leaped upward, swiftly climbing onto a tree trunk, and upon reaching the top, spotted Meng Ling and Duo clinging tightly to it. As she hastened upward, she glanced below. Chapter 63. The Venomous Sisters. The two sisters, panicked, used their bodies as a barrier while Jiang Yinqing had yet to ascend. If you don't take us up, you shan't go either. If we must perish, let us perish together. The small saplings could hardly withstand the pressure, and the only safe refuge was this tree they had to climb. Jiang Yinqing, unyielding, cast a cold glance, drawing his tang knife and striking down. The sisters, witnessing his intent, swiftly dodged to either side, seizing the opportunity as Jiang Yinqing leaped onto the trunk, positioning himself beside Fong Tingwan. The four of them clung tightly to the tree. The sisters, frantic, stamped their feet in place. As the mountain torrent approached, they shed their frailty, moving as swiftly as the wind to the tree Fong Tingwan had indicated. Fortunately, the branches were low enough to climb with ease. They clung desperately to the trunk, their eyes fixed intently on Fong Tingwan and the others. Fong Tingwan paid them no mind as a bolt of lightning illuminated the oncoming flood. The muddy torrent surged over 3 meters high, mingled with debris and stones, an unstoppable force that uprooted rows of small trees, leaving no wild creature in the dense forest unscathed. Meng Ling held Duo tightly, despair overtaking her as she closed her eyes, praying, "Heaven, spare us." Fong Tingwan stared at the rushing water, appearing calm yet internally frantic, forgetting to breathe. Jiang Yinqing observed her, and as the flood shook the tree, he extended his hand, covering hers. Noticing her slight tremor, he smiled reassuringly, "Rest assured, this tree is sturdy enough." Fong Tingwan attempted to withdraw her hand, but the tree swayed. A trunk as thick as an arm splintered with a deafening crack and was instantly swallowed by the torrent, vanishing from sight. If it had been a person, survival was impossible. "Help! Help!" A figure struggled on the surface, reaching out but grasping nothing. The current was too swift, and in the time it took to cry for help, he was swept away several meters. Fong Tingwan recognized the man. He had pitched a tent in Lomu Cave, often bellowing at others as though they owed him something. Even when Jiang Yinqing had called for him to leave, he paid no heed. Being engulfed by the flood was merely a matter of time. Yet, he was remarkably fortunate. The tree upon which the two sisters clung remained untoppled. As a man collided forcefully against its trunk, grasping it tightly and exposing half of his head above the water's surface, both sisters gasped in unison, tightening their embrace. This tree could barely support 3 individuals. "You must let go," Lu Yu urged, her eyes reddening. The trunk swayed perilously, threatening to uproot at any moment, as if they too would soon be submerged by the floodwaters. Lu Ling, standing on a lower branch, observed the man clinging to the tree, attempting to climb higher. No, he was already revealing his shoulder. If he ascended further, their peril would only intensify. Taking a deep breath, she shifted downward. The man mistook her intentions. Smiling broadly, thank you, you've saved me. Whatever you desire, I will grant it. A villa? A sports car? Luxury goods? Choose at your whim." He fervently painted a picture of possibilities. Lu Ling had reached a point above the floodwaters and extended her hand toward the man. He smiled, only to realize she was twisting his fingers, a look of horror crossing his features in an instant. "No, please. I can give you money, 1,500? 20 million? 100 million. I own a public company. I can fulfill your every wish." We just want to survive," Lu Ling replied, having twisted his last finger. Her sweet voice was more terrifying than a demon. "Good luck. Perhaps you'll soon find another tree. Bastard, I will kill you." The remaining words were drowned by the flood, and his figure swiftly vanished at the river's end. It was evident that she was truly ruthless. Fortunate they hadn't allowed him to climb up, for this tree could not bear their weight, and they would undoubtedly find a way to cast us down. Meng Ling thought, shuddering at the recollection. Fong Tingwan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Jiang Yinqing then turned to Tang Dao, suggesting that special circumstances warranted special treatment. "What are you staring at? If you hadn't abandoned us, we wouldn't have treated him so." Lu Yu lamented, her voice tinged with tears. Ah, what a serious misjudgment. You are the ones who committed murder, yet you dare to shift the blame onto us? Such audacity. It is no wonder you have survived this long. You must have a history of killing, Fong Tingwan scoffed, observing the sisters from a distance, their figures appearing like two specters in the night, cloaked in beauty and allure. Hunting men with ill intentions. Thankfully, Jiang the lawyer is not like that. Noticing Jiang Yanqing's gaze upon her, Fong Tingwan averted her eyes, sensing the weight of his penetrating stare, filled with unspoken meanings. Yet, she was reluctant to shatter that delicate barrier. The two sisters, pricked by the truth, instantly resembled agitated cats. What nonsense are you spouting? You carry knives. Who knows how many lives you've taken? Lu Ling retorted indignantly. Fong Tingwan flashed a chilling smile. Not many, only about 100 or so. You. The sisters, armed and adept, were no longer joking. Their spirits deflated in an instant. The flood would eventually recede, and they would inevitably descend from the tree. Offending the other party now could lead to their doom. The two sisters, not one to provoke trouble, found that Fong Tingwan would not waste her energy engaging in idle chatter with them. She retrieved a rain tarp from her backpack, wrapping it around the tree trunk to shield them from the falling rain, and then produced a set of clean clothes. Soaked to the skin, it was imperative to change, otherwise they would surely succumb to hypothermia. She first attended to Duo, whose lips had turned a shade of purple from the cold, yet she uttered not a single complaint. Once dressed in fresh attire and a raincoat, she obediently nestled against the tree trunk. Jiang Yanqing, feeling self-sufficient, shifted to the next tree trunk and began changing his own clothes. Meng Ling and Duo were not watching, and Fong Tingwan had no reservations about their gaze. However, opposite them, the sisters could only catch glimpses of his strong arms and muscular legs, stirring their imaginations. Fong Tingwan, having changed, swiftly took out bread, chocolate, and milk. Eat well, then you and Duo should get some rest. How can we sleep? Meng Ling questioned, eyeing the tree trunk. Its girth was substantial, making it a challenge for her to find comfort in slumber. Fear of falling, rather than certainty, gnawed at her. Duo curled up in silence. We must remain in the tree for several days. We can only adapt to our surroundings, Fong Tingwan spoke calmly, her demeanor serene. The condition of the earth will only deteriorate further. Those who cannot adapt will face elimination. Meng Ling instantly grasped the weight of her words and nodded in understanding. When exhaustion reaches its peak, sleep will inevitably follow. As Meng Ling struggled to find rest, Fong Tingwan succumbed to slumber first, nearly pressed against the tree trunk. Knowing she needed sufficient strength to survive, Duo, too, found sleep, nestled comfortably in Meng Ling's embrace, not uttering a sound. In Chapter 64, with a plan forming in her mind, Fong Tingwan awoke after 4 hours. The moment her eyes opened, she mentally revisited the events that had transpired. Wow, 1-1. You didn't move a muscle. Meng Ling exclaimed from the upper tree trunk, her eyes filled with admiration. You all should sleep. Hand Duo over to me. Fong Tingwan said, stretching her limbs before standing to take the child. Duo awoke without a peep, continuing to doze. Meng Ling attempted to lie down and close her eyes, but the emptiness on either side made her uneasy. Reluctant to truly sleep, she finally succumbed to exhaustion, laying prone and clutching the tree trunk, drifting into slumber. Jiang Yanqing, too, lay down and soon fell asleep. As dawn approached, the sisters dared not close their eyes, caught between hunger and fatigue. They huddled for warmth, while the presence of Fong Tingwan dulled their suffering, rendering their fears nearly non-existent. Do you have any food left? Lu Ling inquired boldly. Fong Tingwan cast a glance their way but did not respond. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Can you truly watch us perish before your eyes without a twinge of conscience? Lu Yu attempted to awaken her sense of morality. Fong Tingwan, rubbing her temples, chose not to respond, seated on the lowest tree trunk, waiting for sustenance to descend from above. Their provisions were limited. She could retrieve some from her space, but taking too much would surely attract attention. After being denied entry, the two sisters discerned her actions and promptly emulated her, positioning themselves near the tree trunk closest to the floodwaters, awaiting their opportunity with the eagerness of famished wolves eyeing their prey. However, they waited until dawn broke. The torrential rain subsided and the clouds dispersed, allowing the sun to timidly emerge. The mountaintop was deserted, and only tree trunks and stones cascaded down. Lu Ling, starved to the point of hallucination, perceived a furry creature and instinctively reached out to grasp it. In that moment, she nearly plunged into the floodwaters, but managed to cling to the trunk just in time. Lu Yu hurried down to assist her. Upon Lu Ling's narrow escape back to the trunk, she beheld a wild mountain chicken, its belly punctured by branches. Yielding a mere half a pound of meat, this was their sole sustenance. How could they consume it? Lu Ling glanced at her sister, then at the neighboring trunk. Duo sat atop her trunk, sipping milk. Fong Tingwan had fortuitously captured a small wild boar, weighing over 20 pounds, sufficient to sustain them for several days. The two sisters seethed with jealousy, their eyes reddening. That wretched girl, had she not caught it, it would have flowed our way. Lu Yu gritted her teeth. The sound audible. Lu Ling contemplated the rushing water. Even if they had not caught anything, it would not have come to them. Yet she did not wish to contradict her sister and instead shifted the subject. Is it possible to eat it raw? Absolutely not, Lu Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. Consuming it raw was tantamount to inviting death. Lu Ling refrained from pressing her sister further, extracting the trunk and plucking the feathers, though unable to remove them entirely. She resorted to stripping off the skin as well. Gazing at the blood-red flesh, she swallowed hard, biting into a piece of chicken breast, chewing briefly before swallowing. Fong Tingwan observed them, recognizing that the greater their tolerance, the higher their chances of survival. These two sisters were indeed extraordinary. She produced a dagger and deftly dismembered the wild boar, salting the limbs before hanging them on the trunk, discarding the inedible entrails into the water. Once completed, the trunks were laden with meat, sunlight glinting off the golden surface, exuding, and she reached into her bag, and with a mere thought, an iron plate appeared in her hand, of ordinary size, yet sufficient for three. They extracted oil directly from the wild boar, slicing off the fatty meat to render it down, saving any excess for future use. Next, they cut the pork belly into slices, arranging them evenly on the plate. The sizzling sound soon filled the air, releasing an enticing aroma of meat. The four of them indulged heartily, their faces alight with satisfaction. Who would have thought that even in such a dire time, they could enjoy roasted meat? Was this not a case of finding joy amidst adversity? Meng Ling chuckled, remarking that if they continued to speak so little, their language skills might deteriorate. With the four of them together every day, the topics of conversation were limited. Once they found a suitable place to stay, they would settle down to farm and build houses. Fong Tingwan silently harbored a plan in her heart. The scent of roasted meat wafted through the air, while nearby, two sisters munched on raw meat, feeling as though they were becoming akin to wild savages, a notion that was utterly unacceptable to them, who considered themselves beauties. Could you spare a flame? Lu Ling, eager for the roast, was willing to humble herself. What did it matter if she bowed her head? As long as there was food to be had. She also noticed that this group seemed to heed the woman named Wan Wan. As long as she agreed, the others would not object. Though Lu Yu looked down on them, she too was reluctant to continue consuming raw flesh, remaining silent with her head bowed. Fong Tingwan glanced in their direction, instinctively creating an invisible barrier between them. No matter how much they pleaded, she chose to remain deaf to their calls. Meng Ling was not one to indulge in excessive compassion, opting to ignore them entirely. Jiang Yinxing took a few bites before beginning to gather branches or even chopping directly from the trees. Fong Tingwan discerned his intentions and followed suit, collecting twigs and cutting them into segments over a meter long, trimming the forks and binding them tightly to the trunk with rope. After a day of labor, whether long or short, they laid a tight array of wooden slats beneath the rain tarp. Jiang Yinxing surveyed their work and tested its stability. All right, this will suffice for us four to sleep. Meng Ling nodded in agreement and lay down. Although it was still somewhat uncomfortable, it was quite satisfactory. Their previously damp clothes hung on branches to dry had become sufficiently sun-dried by the end of the day, laid atop the wooden slats, providing a modicum of softness. The four of them slept side by side, no longer concerned about falling. The two sisters watched, their eyes blazing with jealousy, wishing they could swim over. The water current appeared to have calmed. Perhaps they could indeed make it across. Lu Ling and Lu Yu exchanged a glance and began to move downwards. The moment Lu Ling's foot touched the water, she felt a sudden force, nearly being swept away, but Lu Yu managed to pull her back in time. Chapter 65. Illness. She climbed back up, her shoes now lost to the depths. The water level had receded by over 20 centimeters. They just needed to hold on. Lu Ling suppressed her fear, trying to comfort herself, wishing to emulate Fong Tingwan and the others, but with nothing at hand, she could only remove her coat, tearing it into strips to bind the twigs, creating a makeshift bed of sparse wooden slats for them to endure the night. At midnight, a torrential rain began to pour, causing the water level to rise dramatically, sweeping many objects along with it. The trees swayed violently. Yet the large tree where Fong Tingwan and her companions were situated remained unscathed. However, prioritizing safety, they decided to keep one person on watch. Jiang Yinqing volunteered for the duty. Observing as the two sisters clung tightly to the tree, weeping inconsolably, he stood as still as a mountain, his gaze cold and indifferent. "Brother, please, save us. We can keep you company while you sleep," Lu Yu pleaded, her endurance waning under the weight of hunger, fatigue, and fear. Her nerves fraying to the brink of collapse. Lu Ling also hoped that Jiang Yinqing would acquiesce. At the very least, he was handsome and capable, someone who could protect them. However, Jiang Yinqing turned his head away, directing his attention elsewhere. The two sisters, having failed in their pleas, could only resort to silent prayers. The rain persisted until dawn before finally ceasing, and as the heavy clouds were dispersed, a clear blue sky emerged. Such fluctuating weather brought about a chill that even the robust Fong Tingwan felt a tickle in her nose, signaling the onset of a cold. Jiang Yinqing, on the other hand, seemed to have improved after a previous bout of fever. Meng Ling sniffled, her nose congested, her voice muffled as she asked, "Is there any cold medicine?" "Yes," Fong Tingwan replied, passing her the medication along with a bottle of mineral water. Duo was still asleep, but sensing something was off. Meng Ling reached out to check, only to recoil immediately upon discovering Duoduo's burning fever. Without a moment to spare, she rummaged through her bag, retrieving the ibuprofen suspension from her supplies. After measuring the dosage into the cap, she gently assisted Duo in drinking it. Duo's cheeks were as flushed as a ripe peach, her breathing labored, her body limp as if devoid of bones, resembling a wilting flower in dire need of care. The morning heat had caused her to kick off her blanket, and since Meng Ling was always the one to watch over Duo while sleeping, she felt a pang of guilt for not noticing sooner. "It's all right. We have medicine," Fong Tingwan reassured, having already gathered various remedies from her supplies, including cold tablets and fever patches. She first applied a fever patch to Duo before preparing ibuprofen granules, which would likely prove more effective than the suspension. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinqing was busy preparing porridge, adding slices of ginger to ward off the chill. "Could you spare us some medicine?" Lu Yu implored, her eyes pleading as she cradled Lu Ling, who felt like a furnace in her arms. Lu Yu clung to her sister as her only remaining family, vowing that she could not let her perish. Yet, Fong Tingwan and her companions would not forget Lu Yu's earlier intentions to drag them into despair, nor the incident of pushing a man into the floodwaters. "You must fend for yourselves," Fong Tingwan replied coolly, continuing to gather branches. If possible, she would also secure a shelter beneath the rain tarp, aiming to construct a wooden hut for better insulation. "What benefit do you gain from our demise? Why can't you just save me?" Lu Yu seethed in anger. Fong Tingwan turned her head slightly, her expression unfazed. "What can you offer me in return? Companionship while he sleeps?" She had overheard their intentions the previous night. While she understood their desperation to survive, a deep-seated annoyance simmered within her, an irritation that could not be easily quelled. Jiang Yinqing was inexplicably targeted and promptly clarified, "I have no interest in them." This statement effectively silenced Lu Yu, who realized they possessed nothing but their bodies, which were now of no use. "We serve you, toiling like beasts. I do not require that," Fong Tingwan declared, having lost the will to engage further. "With all your medicine, why do you not save her?" Was met with indifference. "You shall face retribution. May your deceased parents and your entire family meet a wretched end." She resembled a grasshopper on the brink of death, desperately trying to leap a few more times. 3 days passed, each night marked by rain and each day brightened by the sun, yet the vegetation decayed, exuding a nauseating stench. Under such harsh conditions, humanity too began to wither. Lu Ling succumbed, her body decomposing and teeming with maggots, rendering her unrecognizable. Lu Yu did not cast her into the flood. Instead, she placed the corpse where Fong Tingwan and the others could see, forcing them to witness the consequence of their actions, the death of Lu Ling. In the dead of night, Lu Yu would raise her voice, a deep, hoarse sound echoing through the forest, ominously declaring, "It was you who caused my demise. I shall seek vengeance." Meng Ling, on the verge of collapse from torment, was unafraid of ghosts, but the constant noise led her thoughts astray. Clinging to the recovering Duo, she leaned against a tree, wide-eyed. Jiang Yinqing, having taken many lives, felt no particular weight from the death of one. He continued to sleep and cook as if unaffected. Fong Tingwan, sleeping beside the corpse, found slumber untroubled. Observing Lu Yu commence her antics again, she rested her hands behind her head, resembling a spectator at a show. Initially intent on frightening them further, Lu Yu suddenly felt akin to a jester, merely adding tedium to their lives. Defeated, she sat on a log, her gaze vacant as she looked at her sister's ravaged form, and a realization dawned that death might be the true refuge. Starved and cold, subsisting solely on rainwater, she could no longer endure. The thought of death began to overwhelm her. Slowly, she rose and let out a piercing scream. Fong Tingwan, Jiang Yinqing, Meng Ling. I shall not spare you. As her words fell, her silhouette collapsed. Fong Tingwan straightened, witnessing her desperate plea for death, a stir of emotion rippling through her gaze. To seek life is a form of courage. Is it not equally brave to seek death? As she watched Lu Yu's figure consumed by the flood, Fong Tingwan reclined once more, relishing the newfound silence that promised a restful slumber. Late night, what she just said. Meng Ling swallowed hard, a twinge of fear gripping her, but the erratic weather muddled her thoughts. This night, rare in its absence of rain, the moon shone bright and round, illuminating Meng Ling's red-rimmed eyes. I will shield you. It's all right, sleep now, Fong Tingwan whispered, cradling her dagger as she drifted into slumber. Meng Ling, eyes closed, could still hear the sounds around her, and within 10 minutes, she bolted awake, aware that she could no longer endure the situation. Fong Tingwan handed over a small vial of medication, a sleep aid. Just one pill would suffice. Thank you, Wan Wan, Meng Ling said, swallowing it without hesitation. This sleep lasted until dawn. Once again, the sun shone brightly. The scorching rays penetrated through the rain cloth and a layer of wood, despite the ventilation. The heat was palpable. Even dressed in shirts and shorts, sweat continued to pour down relentlessly. Chapter 66, An unexpected encounter with an ex-boyfriend with little flavor. Breakfast consisted of milk and eggs shared among the group. Observing the dwindling food supplies in their backpacks, everyone silently resolved to eat sparingly. Perched in the trees, they aimed to conserve energy, eating as little as possible. After 3 more days, at 6 in the morning when the sky was just beginning to lighten, the floodwaters had dried under the scorching sun, leaving only pockmarked areas with stagnant water. Jiang Yinqing was the first to descend from the tree. He took a few steps. Although the ground would yield slightly beneath him, the drop was merely 2 centimeters and quite manageable. Come down, he urged. He first embraced Duo, then helped Meng Ling down. And when he reached Fong Tingwan, his grip faltered for a moment, causing her to fall into his arms. He released her swiftly, betraying no trace of awkwardness. Let us go? A peculiar sensation arose within Fong Tingwan, yet Jiang Yinqing exhibited no reaction. She could only suppress her emotions, leading the way down the mountain. The mountain was no longer safe. They had no choice but to return in search of the yacht, relocating to a more secure area. The forest, ravaged by the flood, was devoid of small trees and shrubs, leaving only a pristine expanse of white stones visible. The walk became considerably easier. They continued onward until the sun reached its zenith, the shade provided by the trees offering respite from the sweltering heat. Eventually, they paused against a stone wall, seeking shelter in the coolness to prepare for lunch. I need to relieve myself. So do I. Fong Tingwan followed Meng Ling as she stood up. During these past few days with Jiang Yinqing around, they had not dared to use the restroom properly. Once out of his line of sight, they searched for cover to attend to their needs. Before Fong Tingwan could crouch down, a piercing scream escaped from Meng Ling. Wan Wan. Come save me, ah? Fong Tingwan dashed over, her eyes immediately catching sight of Meng Ling's silhouette, her lower body already ensnared in the muddy pit. The pit measured only about 3 meters in length and width. But within a minute, Meng Ling had been pushed closer to the center, the mud reaching her waist. Time was of the essence. Don't be afraid, Ling. Just keep calm and relax. She scanned the surroundings. The vines had long been swept away by the flood, leaving the trees bare. She quickly located a decayed log, roughly the width and length of a person, and hurled it into the mud pit. Grab onto this to buy some time. All right. Meng Ling felt tears welling up. Having survived so many calamities, it seemed absurd to perish in this small pit of mud. She clung desperately to the log. Jiang Yinqing was already rushing over with Duo in his arms. Sister Ming. As soon as Duo touched the ground, she attempted to rush over to help, her little face filled with concern. Duo, stay back. Your brother and sister are here to rescue Sister Ming. Be good. Jiang Yinqing gently reassured her before swiftly returning to retrieve the rope. Duo, trembling with fear, comforted her in a soft, tearful voice. Sister Ming, do not be afraid. Sister Fong will be here shortly. Hurry, someone has fallen in. A sudden male voice broke through the tension. Mengling turned her head to see 3 men, each towering above 6 feet, clad in black jackets and masks, wielding climbing poles. Upon spotting her predicament, they hurried over, equipped with ample gear. They promptly tossed a rope toward her. Mengling grasped the rope tightly, slowly inching her way out. When Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing returned with the rope, Mengling had already managed to free herself partially. As she reached out her hand, one of the men grasped her companion with one hand while extending the other toward her, saying, "Come, hold on to me." His hand was pale and slender, warm to the touch, and in that moment, Mengling was reminded of her former boyfriend, a charming youth. Shaking her head to dispel the thought, she clutched his hand and was pulled out of the mire. "Thank you," she said. "No need for thanks. I simply didn't expect to find you here," Xianyu replied, removing his mask to reveal a handsome visage, suppressing a chuckle. "That look in your eyes suggests you missed me, didn't you? Who would have thought we would encounter each other in such circumstances?" Mengling gritted her teeth and exchanged a glance with Fong Tingwan. "He is the ex-boyfriend I mentioned. The one with a foul temper who loves to play. Let me clarify, I partake in mountain climbing, not in relationships with women. I simply lost signal and was unable to answer your calls. You unilaterally declared our breakup and blacklisted me," Xianyu hastily explained. Mengling had always believed he was with another woman. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing exchanged a knowing glance, confirming each other's lack of threat before returning with duo. Mengling followed suit. Xianyu, accompanied by his 2 companions, quickly caught up, his chatter never ceasing along the way. "Did you come here to climb and end up trapped? What have you been eating these past few days? Do you still have food?" Impatiently, Mengling answered each question. "We came to escape the heat. The landslide forced us to take refuge in the trees, and we've run out of food. Then eat ours. We prepared food for a month for this climbing trip," Xianyu said without hesitation, beckoning his 2 companions forward. "The slender one is called Qingxiu, and the plump one is Long. They are friends I made online, and now we are all comrades. Here, eat up." The 2 men readily shared their provisions, revealing bread, compressed biscuits, chocolates, candies, and even self-heating hot pot. Jiang Yinqing took a portion for himself and Fong Tingwan, opening the package to prepare their meal. Duo, receiving a candy, beamed with delight. "Thank you, brother. How adorable. Whose child is this?" Xianyu asked, playfully ruffling Duo's cheeks, his affection growing with each moment, his eyes sparkling. Mengling quickly nudged him, lowering her voice to explain, "She is the daughter of my neighbor downstairs. Her parents have passed away, and she has been with us ever since." Feeling relieved upon realizing she was not Mengling's child, Xianyu's fondness only deepened. "What are your plans moving forward?" "We intend to construct a raft to leave. If you have no other options, would you like to join us?" Mengling glanced at Wanwan, noticing her complete focus on the self-heating hot pot. Hesitating to mention the yacht, she forced a couple of awkward laughs and shifted the topic, expressing her hunger. Xianyu discerned the dynamics among the group and refrained from probing further, taking the initiative to heat the hot pot for Mengling, reminiscent of the tender care he offered during their romantic moments. Mengling's gaze softened, her demeanor imbued with warmth. Fong Tingwan observed this interplay. Aware of Mengling's lingering feelings for Xianyu, she resolved not to impede any potential reconciliation. Nevertheless, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. What could true affection truly yield? Jiang Yinqing remarked, "Mengling is an individual, an independent soul. She is not beholden to you merely for the favors you bestow. In truth, she has aided us significantly." Reflecting on this, Fong Tingwan recalled all Mengling had done, realizing it had long since eclipsed any debt of gratitude. Her own greed was to blame. In a moment of clarity, she opened the hot pot and inhaled its enticing aroma. Yet, in the next heartbeat, her expression shifted, her gaze darting toward a shadowy corner. There stood a tree trunk as thick as a person and boulders weighing several tons, capable of concealing an individual in the unseen recesses. Chapter 67. A night of tension. She felt an unsettling gaze upon her, and, grasping her tang knife, she approached cautiously. Jiang Yinqing immediately followed suit, weapon in hand. As they neared the stone, the atmosphere grew hushed, the sound of a pin dropping palpable. Fong Tingwan could hear her own and Jiang Yinqing's breaths slow to a whisper. Arriving at the stone, they instinctively divided, each taking a flank to peer behind. The space was vacant. "No one here. You needn't worry," Jiang Yinqing remarked, his smile devoid of warmth as he tightened his grip on the knife. All clear, Fong Tingwan echoed, her gaze sweeping over footprints on the ground, approximately size 41 or 42, belonging to a man weighing around 120 pounds. Someone was just here. Their exchange aimed to ease each other's tension, and after a brief shared glance, they began to search their surroundings. The ground was littered with mud and sand, and some areas bore no imprints. After scouring a 20-meter radius without finding anyone, they decided to return. The others had nearly finished their meal when they saw the pair return. Xianyu wore a mischievous grin. You two took your time. Only 10 minutes. Meng Ling's face flushed crimson, memories flooding back to moments shared with him. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Fong Tingwan coolly interjected, "There are others on the mountain. Isn't that normal? This is a tourist area, not far from the village," Xianyu replied, perplexed by the concern. Jiang Yinqing added, "But this person is lurking about, probably plotting to steal food, so everyone needs to be cautious." "Understood," Xianyu replied, appearing jovial yet seasoned by past experiences, promptly briefing his companions. Fong Tingwan settled down to enjoy the self-heating hot pot, followed by Jiang Yinqing. Meng Ling, protective of Duo, kept a vigilant watch over their surroundings. The occasional chirping of birds heightened their sense of unease. 20 minutes elapsed without any hint of disturbance. "You all rest. I will keep watch," Fong Tingwan declared, rising to grip her tang knife and settling into the shade of another stone. Meng Ling could no longer evade her duty. She swiftly spread her belongings on the ground and laid down beside Duo to sleep. Jiang Yinqing leaned against the stone, closing his eyes. Cheng Su and Long exchanged glances at Xianyu. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous dangers and adversaries, and their survival was solely due to Xianyu, whose words they naturally heeded. "You all sleep. I will take a look," Xianyu said, rising with a serious demeanor and approaching Fong Tingwan. "I'll keep watch. You rest for a while. I'll take over in an hour." Fong Tingwan was not acting out of kindness. She was weary but preferred to take the first watch. With only one person on guard, the likelihood of an attack increased significantly, for men instinctively prey on vulnerable women, making her the ideal target. Xianyu did not insist further and returned to lie down. As time ticked by, she kept her eyes shut, yet her ears remained alert. Then, she heard it, a faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Instantly, she opened her eyes and beheld a man, startled, standing a short distance away. He gestured frantically, whispering, "She's awake, she's awake." The men behind him quickened their pace. Upon noticing Fong Tingwan rising, one of them stepped back in fear, gritting his teeth. "Now that we're here, if we go back empty-handed, we'll starve. You choose." Just one woman trying to act tough. What is there to fear? Charge. As two men spoke, they formed a circle around her, yet their resolve faltered as they noticed her calm demeanor. The leader's face flushed crimson. His wooden stick hung limply at his side, as if an internal struggle had reached a conclusion. "We don't wish to harm you, we only seek food. We have been starving for days, living on water and raw meat, nearly forgetting what rice tastes like. If you provide us with food, we will leave at once." Another stout man added. Though they could easily overpower a single woman, they hesitated to act. Fong Tingwan reined in her murderous intent and sheathed her tang knife. "There is no food. If you leave obediently, I might spare your lives. Don't be foolish and refuse our plea," the man shouted, his voice rising in anger. Meanwhile, Xianyu and the others had awakened and were preparing to assist, but Jiang Yinqing restrained them. "Are you really her boyfriend? She is in danger." Xianyu could only think that the man before her, despite his handsome appearance, was merely a liability, unable to heed a woman's warnings. "You'll only be a burden. It's best you stay back and observe." He stood, gripping his tang knife as he advanced. The two men, seeing his imposing demeanor, swallowed hard and stepped back, begrudgingly parting to create a path. They positioned themselves to either side, each wielding a tang knife, exuding an atmosphere of intimidation. The man retreated further, suddenly kneeling. "I beg you, please give us something to eat. Once we return, we will repay you tenfold." Xianyu observed the plight of these individuals and sighed. What do you suppose brings them here? In the city, at least the government distributes food. Meng Ling was at a loss for words. Was the outside world truly safer than the city? It was hardly certain. Fong Tingwan pointed her knife at the man's eyes, counting down 3, 2. Before she could utter one, the three individuals fled, their speed indicative of those long deprived of sustenance. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The brief interlude soon passed. By 4 in the afternoon, the sun had lost its intensity, and they resumed their journey along the narrow path. As they left, the three individuals reappeared at the same spot. They scavenged the refuse, even retrieving a solitary grain of rice, which they promptly consumed. They licked the grease from the food containers clean. Starvation and insatiable hunger drove them to the brink of madness, even contemplating cannibalism, which they had indeed resorted to. They had each taken a morsel from the severely decomposed female corpse hanging from a tree, barely sustaining themselves, or they would have perished long ago. Reflecting on it now, the thought of rice, or indeed, a living human being to consume, seemed utterly delectable. After a brief taste, they leaned on their staffs and continued to follow the myriad of footprints. Having walked for nearly 2 hours, as the sun began to set, they had yet to emerge from the woods. The once clear path had been washed away, leaving only a landscape of yellow earth and mud, forcing them to rely on the sun for direction. It will soon be dark and unsafe. Let us rest here for the night and resume our journey tomorrow, Fong Tingwan suggested, already searching for a suitable tree trunk, as sleeping aloft would be more comfortable than on the damp ground. The others had no objections, including Xianyu, who surprisingly acquiesced to her guidance as they continued their trek. With the addition of 3 men, many laborious tasks fell to them, gathering firewood and preparing dinner. The wild boar meat they had hunted earlier remained uneaten, simmering in a pot with plain water, soon filling the air with a savory aroma. Chapter 68. A Feast of Words. Fong Tingwan and Meng Ling constructed a makeshift wooden bed in the trees, and by the time dinner was ready, their resting spots were nearly complete. "Dinner is served," Jiang Yinqing called out. Once they descended from the trees, he handed them 2 bowls of pork soup, the surface glistening with oil. The meat, a mix of fatty and lean cuts, would have seemed excessive before the apocalypse, yet now felt insufficient. Their palates had grown so desensitized that they gathered around the fire, finishing a large pot of meat. After satisfying their hunger, Fong Tingwan yawned, asking, "Who will keep watch for the first half of the night, and who for the latter?" Xianyu glanced at his exhausted companions and sighed. "Let us take the latter half. They are utterly worn out. How about we take the first half?" he proposed. "Wan Wen and the others have not had proper rest in many days." "It's fine. We are not fatigued," they replied. For Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing, it had become second nature. Even if danger seemed unlikely, it was prudent to maintain vigilance. Meng Ling cradled Duo in her arms. Ever since she was entrusted with the care of Duo, she had been indulging in a life of ease, contributing little else. Wan, you take charge tonight. I don't wish to feel utterly useless. Just be cautious," replied Fong Tingwan, leaving her tang knife and flashlight with Meng Ling. Xianyu acquired the other knife belonging to Jiang Yinqing. The two of them settled beside the fire, engaged in hushed conversation. Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing ascended a tree, taking positions on either side to guard Duo, who was nestled between them in slumber. With a slight turn of her head, Wan could glimpse the 2 figures leaning against the flames. "Wan, you haven't waited for long. Yet there's no word," she inquired. "What is the matter?" "Nothing. It's quite fine this way," Jiang Yinqing chuckled. "Sleep now." The answer was clearly on the tip of her tongue, yet Fong Tingwan closed her eyes, shutting out all distractions, allowing her heart to find tranquility. The night was punctuated only by the crackling of the fire. Meng Ling and Xianyu took turns surveying their surroundings, and as the clock neared 2, fatigue reached its peak. Meng Ling's eyes fluttered shut, her consciousness beginning to wane, when she suddenly glimpsed a shadow. Instantly alert, she sprang to her feet, activating the flashlight. Its beam illuminated 3 men wielding sticks, exposing their intentions. "Ah, it's you again, truly persistent souls," she remarked. The trio had not anticipated the presence of a flashlight. They had merely intended to stealthily procure some food. Starving and desperate, their leader approached, hands outstretched. "You can either tie us up or we shall return. We don't believe you can stay awake indefinitely." "Then let us bind you," Xianyu replied, producing climbing ropes for a thorough binding. Once the 3 men were secured to a tree trunk near the fire, they gazed at the duo expectantly. But after a prolonged silence, one of them piped up, "Aren't you going to give us something to eat? It's rather heartless to let us starve." Their stomachs echoed in agreement, grumbling in unison. So this was their ploy, Meng Ling thought, coldly retorting, "Not a chance." The man struggled briefly but found himself entirely unable to break free. Xianyu playfully pinched Meng Ling's cheek, unable to resist placing a kiss on her lips. "What should we do? I find myself loving the current you even more." He was not fond of delicate types, and Meng Ling's demeanor suited him perfectly. though the setting was rather inappropriate. Meng Ling's face flushed crimson. We've broken up. Keep your distance. Xinu's teasing instincts flared. You've asked me to keep watch with you. Did you not consider doing something else? They are tied up after all. Shall we go over there? His bold invitation left Meng Ling flustered, visibly caught off guard by the implication that post-breakup, they should not engage in such behavior. Fang Tingwan sat up. Having already awakened upon sensing the presence of others, a Ling, come sleep up here. Jiang Yin-chen also descended from the tree. With their arrival, Xinu moved to another tree, concealing any sense of disappointment. He had merely been teasing her all along. Meng Ling, however, found herself tantalized, her heart racing uncontrollably. She lay still, hesitant to turn over, with sleep eluding her. The two individuals below her were acutely aware of her turmoil. Fang Tingwan lowered her voice and inquired, "Do you think I should keep them?" Referring to Xinu and his two companions. Her team did not require expansion. With fewer members, the resources needed were also diminished, leaving her with little to manage. It was evident that Meng Ling had a lingering fondness for Xinu, who was indeed a formidable character, an expert in wilderness survival, adept at igniting fires through various means, knowledgeable about medicinal herbs, and well acquainted with locating water sources. While we possessed a lighter to start a fire, our ignorance of herbal remedies and lack of vigilance in the wild had led to the destruction of our tent and supplies in a flash flood. Not to mention Meng Ling's unfortunate plunge into a quagmire. They complemented each other perfectly. As for Cheng and Long Long, they were merely ancillary. Their retention was not urgent. Jiang Yinchen calmly provided her with a suitable response. Their dialogue did not escape the attention of the three men, and upon hearing this, the leader immediately began to struggle. I'll join. I can do anything, just feed me," he exclaimed. "Me too. I'm as strong as an ox. Carrying things is no problem." Another stammered, struggling to articulate a single merit. "If you continue to speak, I won't hesitate to sever your tongues and fry them," she warned, causing the three men to promptly fall silent, their hunger overwhelming. The leader, Lu Ji, could not contain himself any longer. "We are human too. We can be cannon fodder if need be. We beg you for a morsel of food. We're truly starving." The flickering flames illuminated their gaunt faces, accentuating the dark circles beneath their eyes, a testament to their dehydration. Their parched lips were cracked and bleeding. In a post-apocalyptic world, such individuals littered the landscape like weeds. Kindness may not always yield goodwill. It could just as easily summon malevolence. Fang Tingwan disregarded the men, tending to the fire and contemplating the dancing flames. By 8 in the morning, daylight had fully emerged. Jiang Yincheng had prepared a savory meat porridge, enhanced with a pinch of salt and ginger, rendering it quite delectable. Xinu and his companions eagerly filled their bowls and relished their meal. Duo had a box of milk, perhaps due to her regular consumption. She had maintained her weight despite the rigors of the outside world, though her complexion had darkened, diminishing her cuteness. Meng Ling picked up her bowl and began to eat. "Where shall we go after this?" Xinu asked between bites, casting a glance at Fang Tingwan. It was understood that she was regarded as the spokesperson. "What are your plans?" Fang Tingwan inquired, her expression earnest. "I have no preference. I'm an orphan," Xinu replied lightly, pouring water into his bowl to rinse it before shaking it dry. Long Long appeared conflicted, murmuring, "I want to go home. My parents must be worried sick. It's been so long without contact, and I have no idea how they are." In stark contrast to his concerns, Cheng's demeanor was indifferent. "My home is thousands of kilometers away. I can't return. I will stay with you." Chapter 69. Conjunctivitis. Xinu gazed at him, a flicker of compassion evident in his eyes, yet it was quickly replaced by a mischievous demeanor. "How about this? Since we have no particular destination, let us head to Chengda, to Long Long's home, and replenish our supplies. His family operates a chain of supermarkets." Meng Ling fixated on Fang Tingwan, clearly yearning to accompany Xinu. In contrast, Fang Tingwan contemplated the troubles of traveling to Chengda, including the bald man, Xia Jinyu, and the Yang family. "We shall escort him to Pinkwan and allow him to return with the rescue team." The sudden mountain flood had ravaged Mayun Mountain, and the nearby residential buildings would inevitably suffer significant damage, ensuring the presence of a rescue team. "Very well, we will first proceed to Pinkwan City." Xinu expressed no objections. Long Long, not wishing to burden anyone further, readily agreed. Having established their route, their attention turned to the three individuals who were now faint from hunger, having lost the strength to plead for assistance. Shall we abandon them to their fate? Xinu inquired. Please take us with you. We reside in Pinkwan City. We can offer you money, food. My home. It can accommodate you. We have medicine. The three were devoid of tears, their eyes reddened, with large patches of white discharge at the corners, rendering them quite repulsive. Not only that, their eyelids appeared slightly swollen. Have you consumed something unsanitary? Fong Tingwan rose to interrogate, her tone imposing. The sudden seriousness startled everyone, all eyes fixated on the trio. Lu Ji averted his gaze momentarily, remaining silent. You best speak the truth. You have been infected. Red eyes are the most conspicuous symptom. Initially, Fong Tingwan had assumed their red eyes were merely a result of exhaustion and hunger, not realizing the gravity of their condition. This affliction, while not fatal, necessitated antibiotic treatment. At present, she possessed only amoxicillin. These individuals had been in their company for quite some time. They may have already contracted the illness. As they observed one another, Long Long suddenly exclaimed, Xinu, your eyes seem somewhat similar. Me? Xinu had not perceived any issue until that moment. Upon inquiry, he felt a slight discomfort in the corner of his eye and instinctively raised his hand to rub it. Do not touch your eyes. Everyone, refrain from using your hands on your eyes. Sanitize immediately. Fong Tingwan retrieved the alcohol from the plague supplies in her bag, dispersing it onto everyone's hands while maintaining a safe distance, all the while scrutinizing them. Xinu, Aling, Duo, and Qingxiu, it appears you have all been infected. The countenance of the four individuals named by Fong Tingwan instantly fell. What the? Xinu turned to the bound trio. What have you eaten? Corpses. Lu Ji stammered. What corpses? A woman hanging from a tree. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of helplessness and disbelief. That corpse has been dead for half a month, long past the point of decay and infestation. These three are truly indiscriminate in their appetites. Your survival is indeed a stroke of luck. Fortunately, the first wave of the plague was met with vaccinations. Otherwise, it might have led to dire consequences. Fong Tingwan sighed and inquired, Is your household a pharmacy? A clinic. The man trembled. My home offers injections and 4 drips, located on the 11th floor. Surely safe from flooding. Now, there's no choice but to wear them. Fong Tingwan produced masks for everyone, along with alcohol and amoxicillin capsules, advising, let us minimize contact. Any encounter could lead to infection. While it may not be fatal, it can cause discomfort to the eyes and impair vision. Should we cross paths with other groups, we might find ourselves as their next meal. Her words were not mere bluster, as the 3 cannibals loomed nearby. Having taken their medication and disinfected, Xinu, already infected, was unafraid of the trio and severed the ropes binding them to the tree. We are famished and truly cannot move. Please, grant us some food, Lu Ji pleaded. His gaze fixed longingly on the iron pot, which still held a substantial portion. Let them eat. It will spoil if taken along, Long Long said, his heart aching. After all, everyone was human. Had they not softened, Meng Ling would have likely endured more suffering. All right, Fong Tingwan tightened her grip on the dagger. If the trio complied, all would remain peaceful. Should they harbor ulterior motives, she would not hesitate to end a few lives. The 3 shared a bowl, taking turns in a relay, drinking until the bowl was emptied. Lu Ji held the bowl, reluctant to part with it. This will be your sustenance for the journey ahead. Hold it tightly, and let us commence. Seizing the moment before the heat intensified, Fong Tingwan led the way, with Jiang Yinqing bringing up the rear. As their group of 10 set off, they descended the mountain, following the sun's trajectory, though the path was treacherous. In some areas, stones provided solid footing, while in others, mud and sand threatened to ensnare them. When Fong Tingwan stepped into a slippery patch, she lost her balance and charged forward, terrified of falling. She sprinted, desperately seeking solid ground, until she grasped a tree trunk, spinning around it thrice before coming to a halt. Glancing at her palm, she noted the numerous scratches. In the next moment, Jiang Yinqing collided with the trunk, forcibly halting himself. Wan, are you all right? Pain coursed through his body, yet his focus remained solely on her. Upon seeing her hand bleed, he quickly retrieved iodine. I shall disinfect it. He applied the antiseptic with a cotton swab, painstakingly tending to her wound. Fong Tingwan's reassurance caught in her throat. She had grown strong through the trials of the apocalypse, possessing ample resources, yet she struggled to trust others. Jiang Yinqing approached step by step, continuously breaching her defenses. The silence was palpable. Enveloped by his presence, Her heart raced uncontrollably. In these dire times, encountering love was no easy feat, and she had no desire for it. Withdrawing her hand, she took a few steps forward. Pointing ahead, the slope over there is less steep. You may descend from that point. Meng Ling guided Duo down slowly. Sister, does it hurt? Duo, tears streaming down her cheeks, stood 3 steps away, aware that approaching her sister might risk spreading the infection. Meng Ling was quite worried, suggesting, perhaps we should let Lawyer Jiang lead the way? Jiang Yinqing chuckled wryly. Do you think my injury doesn't hurt? That wasn't my intention, Meng Ling replied awkwardly. Scratching her head, Xinu interjected with a smile. No need to say it. Lawyer Jiang would lead us regardless. He then cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yinqing. Jiang Yinqing sensed the sudden distance that Wan had created and silently moved to the front, stating, follow me. The atmosphere grew oddly tense. Meng Ling's gaze flitted between Wan and Lawyer Jiang, leaving her, with her limited romantic experience, perplexed. Xinu gently patted her head, murmuring, take your time. There's no need to rush. His words seemed directed more at Jiang Yinqing ahead. After 2 hours of travel, there had been no further incidents. Chapter 70. The man-eating pig. The sun hung high in the sky, the temperature soaring to 40 degrees Celsius. It felt as if a torrential mountain flood had swept in the heat. The group sat beneath a large tree, seeking respite from the sweltering heat, soon drenched in sweat. Jiang Yinqing and Xinu were especially affected, their shirts clinging to their skin, revealing prominent abdominal muscles that made Meng Ling blush. Fang Tingwan sat at the farthest position, claiming it was to avoid contagion, yet her gaze inevitably drifted towards Jiang Yinqing. She needed this ally, the one with whom she shared the longest rapport. It would be best to clarify matters when the opportunity arose. At noon, they prepared a pot of meat soup and rice. To continue their journey, they required sufficient energy to sustain them. Lu Ji and the others watched with mouths watering. As they awaited the meal's completion, Fang Tingwan still managed their portions, ensuring they would be adequately filled without overindulging. Why? Lu Ji exclaimed, feeling as if he hadn't eaten at all, his stomach still empty. Eating too much could lead to distractions and energy for other endeavors. Fang Tingwan shoveled rice into her mouth, cleaned her bowl, and packed it into her backpack, stating, if you feel unsatisfied, I can leave you here. Lu Ji and the others immediately complied, sitting obediently. A full meal might pass a lifetime, but hunger could linger throughout life. They knew their choice. After the meal, they dispersed to rest. Fang Tingwan had intended to find an opportunity to speak with Jiang Yinqing, but he maintained the farthest distance, resting with his eyes closed. They needed to continue their journey later, and indeed, rest was essential. Fang Tingwan surveyed her surroundings. Earlier, there had been over 20 people setting up tents at the foot of the mountain, not to mention Xinu and his companions, as well as Lu Ji and his friends, whose whereabouts remained unknown. Danger lurked everywhere. 2 hours passed, and at the appointed time, Jiang Yinqing stirred, producing a slight sound. Fang Tingwan glanced over, noticing his sleeping posture. She was about to speak when he averted his gaze. Was he upset? Fang Tingwan was uncertain and lacked the desire to dwell on it. If they were to depart, she wouldn't insist on his staying, though he was a rather commendable companion. She closed her eyes to rest. 2 hours later, it was 4 in the afternoon. The air was permeated with a damp scent. And in the next moment, a colossal dark cloud enveloped the sky. Would it truly rain heavily during the day? Meng Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. The recent weather resembled a bride's unpredictable temperament, leaving her family perplexed. We must find a refuge swiftly. Fang Tingwan cast a worried glance at the heavens, as whispers surrounded her, akin to shoes treading upon sand, prompting her to look towards their point of arrival. Jiang Yinqing, too, grew vigilant. Xinu and Meng Ling simultaneously sensed something amiss. The sounds grew increasingly nearer, revealing several silhouettes gradually coming into focus. To their astonishment, it was a wild boar. A mother boar accompanied by 5 piglets, each weighing around 30 pounds, foraged for food. Perhaps having feasted on human flesh, they exhibited no fear upon spotting people, instead emitting excited grunts. Be cautious, climb the trees quickly, Fang Tingwan urged in a hushed tone, gripping her tang knife. The piglets showed no trepidation, yet the mother boar, weighing around 200 pounds, loomed large with powerful limbs and menacingly sharp tusks. Lu Ji and the others had already ascended the trees. Meng Ling promptly took Dodo up with her, leaving 5 individuals poised for confrontation against the boar. That 200-pound beast could sustain them for a month, all pure meat. The boar grunted, fixating on Long Long, as if it coveted her flesh just as they coveted its bounty. Long Long swallowed hard. I'm scared. Climb the tree. No sooner had Long Long spoken than the boar charged forward. Fong Tingwan could only exclaim before the creature was upon her. She thrust her knife toward its neck. But the boar seemed to anticipate her move, abruptly halting and colliding with her instead. There was no evading it. The impact sent her flying 5 or 6 meters away, and upon hitting the ground, she sprang up and scrambled up the nearest tree trunk. Pain coursed through her body, and she realized she had underestimated the beast. Perhaps it had been previously targeted by humans, aware that they would strike at its most vulnerable spot. Those humans were likely devoured by it, leading it to perceive people as mere food. Be careful, it's not easy to handle, she cautioned. The boar's target was Long Long. Having dodged Xinu, it charged fiercely. Jiang Yinqing's knife missed its mark, nearly resulting in a counterattack. Long Long was not as fortunate. The boar rammed her, lifting her and then casting her violently to the ground. Cheng Su, holding a knife, attempted to assist, but as his hand grazed the boar's face, its toothy maw latched onto his thigh, piercing flesh. In that moment, the chilling sound of bone shattering accompanied Cheng Su's anguished scream. Quickly, Fong Tingwan anticipated the boar's next move, calling out urgently. From 5 or 6 meters away, she hurled her tang knife, which plunged into the earth. Xinu and Jiang Yinqing arrived a moment too late. The wild boar clamped its jaws around the programmer's thigh, refusing to relent. After tugging twice, the programmer collapsed to the ground, and the boar swiftly fled. 5 piglets scurried alongside, emitting excited grunts. The programmer's anguished cries echoed through the forest, leaving Xinu and Meng Ling behind, while Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing pursued. Their figures vanished in the blink of an eye, alongside the wild boar, leaving only a trail of elongated bloodstains and scattered flesh, glistening in a glaring scarlet hue. Xinu yearned to assist, but among those remaining, only he and Meng Ling could offer resistance. Should he also depart, no one could ascertain if it were merely this solitary boar or if other ferocious beasts lurked nearby. Ling, let us take refuge behind a larger tree trunk, he suggested. They descended the blossoms from the tree, and Xinu proceeded to relocate everyone aloft. Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing split their forces to encircle the wild boar. Their 2 legs propelled them faster than the boar's 4, ultimately cornering it and the piglets in a hollowed area. The boar, now in a low-lying position, emitted low growls as warnings. Realizing the imminent danger, it released the programmer. Its white tusks stained red as they withdrew from his thigh. The creature shifted its forehooves upon the gravelly ground, glaring fiercely at Fong Tingwan, emitting a crackling sound. It had already deemed her as prey, and a hefty meal could be sustained for some time. This notion aligned with Fong Tingwan's own thoughts. Over 200 pounds, minus the entrails, could provide sustenance for 3 months if one dined solely on meat. Gripping her sword tightly, she shared a knowing glance with Jiang Yinqing before charging at the wild boar. A single strike to the boar's carotid artery would suffice. She deftly evaded the boar's aggressive charge, aiming her blade at its neck. The tip of her weapon grazed the boar's head, carving a bloody wound from the corner of its eye to its cheek, flesh tearing open. The boar bellowed in rage, descending into a frenzy, its assaults growing even more ferocious. Relying solely on brute strength, it charged recklessly. In a swift maneuver, Fong Tingwan rolled on the ground, regaining her stance as the tree she had previously occupied trembled under the impact, shedding leaves in its wake. The boar, having missed her, lunged towards Jiang Yinqing. He narrowly dodged, but the boar continued to ram between them, failing to connect with its targets, only sustaining numerous cuts from their blades, which seemed to heighten its agitation. It feigned a charge at Jiang Yinqing, all the while intending to strike Fong Tingwan. Too late to evade, she executed a somersault onto the boar's back, grasping its bristles, driving her sword into its neck. The boar thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge her, but she remained steadfast, delivering another thrust into its neck. This time, it staggered towards the piglets, low growling as if uttering a final farewell. The piglets, witnessing their mother fall, scurried about in confusion, clearly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Fong Tingwan approached, granting them a swift end. Nearby, the carcasses piled like a small mountain. Jiang Yinqing hurried to assess the programmer's condition. Dragged a considerable distance by the wild boar, his occiput, back, and the areas around his elbows and hips were stripped bare, exposing raw flesh. Blood pooled around him, spreading ominously, rendering his skin a ghastly shade of pallor. Having lost a significant amount of blood, it was imperative to halt the bleeding and administer a transfusion promptly. Otherwise, death was inevitable. Fong Tingwan surveyed the scene, her brow furrowed as she noted the severe injury to his thigh. The wild boar had severed a major artery, which was the gravest of wounds. Chung Su gazed up at the azure sky, filled with a profound longing, tears streaming down his cheeks. I do not wish to die yet. As he spoke, blood gushed forth from his mouth, transforming his unfinished words into a pitiful whimper. Enough. Do not speak, Fong Tingwan instructed, preparing to fetch medicine when she spotted Xinu's silhouette. Rest assured, I have taken care of everything. There will be no trouble. Xinu, unable to quell his concern for Chung Su, promptly arrived with the necessary supplies. Without delay, Fong Tingwan retrieved the medicine and handed it to Jiang Yinqing. Apply the pressure to stop the bleeding. As she rummaged through her bag, she found needle and thread. We must attempt this. His artery is ruptured, and if it is not reconnected, he will perish. Even if we do, survival is uncertain. It is a gamble. Proceed. Xinu urged, unwilling to witness his companion's demise. Fong Tingwan began threading the needle, and as she prepared to reach into the wound, Chung Su grasped her hand. The excessive blood loss had caused his body temperature to plummet, and he moved his eyes slightly. Help me. The pressure was excruciating. Without hesitation, Fong Tingwan swiftly disinfected her hands, took a deep breath, and plunged her hand into his inner thigh, locating the severed vessel and immediately commencing the suturing. She had seen a doctor perform a similar procedure once, but that patient had not survived. Now, her actions were a mere gamble. After finishing, she was drenched in sweat, leaving the remainder of the task to Jiang Yinqing and Xinu. Meng Ling and the others soon arrived, laying out clean mats and retrieving pre-prepared bandages, wrapping Chung Su like a mummy. His breathing stabilized somewhat, and he appeared more alert, suggesting he might still be saved. Xinu sighed in relief. Let us rest here for the night. Fong Tingwan went to deal with the wild boar, while Xinu approached her, whispering, Thank you. Unlike his usual jesting tone, his gratitude was sincere. Fong Tingwan shook her head. If we survive the night, he can be saved. If not, the unspoken words hung between them. And Xinu nodded in understanding. Then, I thank you again. Fong Tingwan remained silent, first gutting a small wild boar and cleaning it thoroughly. Meanwhile, Meng Ling gathered dry twigs to start a fire and set up a pot. Jiang Yinqing took over, slicing the meat and sought it, adding chili and garlic. The delectable aroma is soon wafting through the air. The scent was enticing. One by one, they held out their bowls, waiting eagerly. With no rice left, they could only feast on the meat. Under normal circumstances, it might have felt overwhelming, but now, they savored it heartily. After consuming the small piglet, everyone retreated to rest. Xinyue and Fong Tingwan kept watch during the first half of the night, observing the program's complexion redden. She checked the temperature and found it had begun to rise, accompanied by perspiration. The fever was a result of the inflammation from the wound. She administered antipyretics and amoxicillin, which swiftly reduced the fever. Xinyue exhaled in relief. However, within 2 hours, the temperature surged again. The entire night was a cycle of highs and lows, and before dawn, the program finally closed its eyes. To prevent scavenging by animals, the group dug a pit to bury the program's remains. Throughout this ordeal, Xinyue maintained a stoic expression, and after finishing breakfast, she rejoined the group as they continued their journey. Lu Ji and others, having eaten their fill the previous night, were tasked with carrying the wild boar. As they traversed the path, Xinyue inadvertently lagged at the rear of the group, glancing back to find silent tears streaming down her cheeks. After a morning's trek, they arrived at the spot where Fong Tingwan and her companions had anchored the yacht. You all wait here. I will bring it over, Fong Tingwan said, setting down her belongings. The water level was evaporating rapidly under the scorching sun, having already dropped about a meter in just a few days. At this rate, the heat would soon intensify. She hastened her pace, retrieving the yacht from the corner of the space, and upon reaching the driver's seat, inserted the key and started the engine. The sound of the engine echoed through the mountain gorge. Xinyue watched in astonishment as Fong Tingwan piloted the yacht towards them, her eyes widening in disbelief. You actually have a yacht. Not only had it not been swept away by the flood, but it also appeared quite clean. Fong Tingwan had already crafted an explanation. I covered it with tarpaulin. There were no flash floods over there. No one would go out of their way to verify her claim. Once everyone boarded the yacht, Jiang Yinqing took the helm. They continued their journey during the cooler hours of morning and evening, but as the day heated up, they opted to depart at dawn and rest until 6 or 7 in the afternoon, resuming travel when it became cooler. The symptoms of red-eye began to worsen slowly without antibiotic injections. Xin Yue and her companions awoke each morning with their eyes matted with discharge, leaving only a small slit through which to see. Forcing the gunk away resulted in a stinging pain. Duo, fearing the discomfort, allowed her eyes to become obscured by white secretions. Unable to see and thus frightened, clung tightly to Meng Ling's clothing. Meng Ling, now a one-eyed warrior, found her left eye in better condition, still able to navigate. Therefore, their pace remained steady as they identified suitable resting points, and within 2 days, they entered the boundaries of Pingquan City. The flooding had persisted for 2 months. Under the extreme heat, moisture evaporated swiftly, and the original floodwaters receded by nearly half each day. Now, only an expanse of mud and sand remained, with the suburban residences largely filled with debris washed down from the mountains. The yacht could proceed no further. As they disembarked, 4 or 5 individuals approached, their attire indicating they were locals from the outskirts, their eyes eagerly fixated on the group's climbing backpacks. Chapter 72. Coercion. One of the men, in his 50s, with hair already streaked with gray, appeared emaciated, his skin taut against his bones, and his bulging eyes struck an imposing and terrifying presence. Upon seeing their bulging packs, he could not help but swallow hard. "Do you have anything to eat? Please, share a bit with us. We've been starving for over a month." He reached out to grab it. The moment he touched Tang Dao, he recoiled, glaring at the woman in the mask. Are you going to kill me? If you aren't afraid of death, step forward. One of our companions has an infectious disease." Fong Tingwan stepped aside, allowing the encircling figures to see clearly. Xin Yu and Meng Ling tilted their heads in unison, revealing their eyes. Upon seeing that each of them had become blind, some retreated in fear. Having food is one thing, but risking our lives for it is rather unwise, isn't it? Yet, they hesitated, their eyes still fixated on the hiking backpacks. The old man, however, was undeterred. "Think about it. We have food. We need not fear being unable to reach the city hospital. At the very least, we can survive until supplies are distributed by the government. If you don't want to starve to death, join me. I can smell the meat in your packs." Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing exchanged a glance. The pack containing the meat was right on them. Could he really smell it? At the mere mention of meat, the others' eyes turned crimson, their minds consumed by the thought of devouring it. What was there to fear now? They feared nothing. "Meat. I want to eat meat. I warn you, it would be wise not to set your sights on us. Out of respect for these ordinary people, I kindly advise you," Fong Tingwan reminded, brandishing the Tang Dao to intimidate them. Jiang Yinqing stood beside her, exuding an overwhelming presence. Thus, they only dared to bully the relatively weaker Fong Tingwan. "Are you going to kill me? Do you know that murder is a crime? It warrants execution." The old man showed no fear. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted from arrogance to desperation as tears welled in his eyes. He clasped his hands in prayer. "I'm over 50. Have some pity on us. Grant us a morsel of food. I still have an 80-year-old father." He gestured towards the elderly man resting under a tree. The old man was as thin as a withered tree, seemingly merging with it. Hearing the commotion, his pale, bewildered eyes turned towards them, causing Fong Tingwan to shudder. It was a tragic sight, unimaginable what the old man had endured. Despite his lack of will to survive, he clung to life. In this era, death would indeed be a release for him. Eat me, the old man's voice, raspy and sharp like an old bellows, rose as he raised his hand, stretching it out with effort. Was it possible that his lower half had also been consumed by someone? Perhaps it was his own son. "Your flesh is tough and unpalatable. What is there to eat? You should implore this beautiful lady to grant me a bite." Seeing that Fong Tingwan remained unresponsive, the old man boldly approached. "Move another step closer, and I will slice you," Fong Tingwan warned, brandishing her knife. "Damn it, you refuse my hospitality and invite punishment instead." The old man lunged forward, his hands claw-like, not reaching for the backpack, but for her chest. Those eyes, glimmering with a lewd smile, captured Fong Tingwan's attention, causing her expression to turn icy in an instant. With a decisive swing of her tang knife, she struck down forcefully. In the next moment, those claws fell to the ground simultaneously. The old man's severed arm gushed forth blood as he stared in disbelief. "My hand, ah?" The pain surged through him. and he curled up on the ground, his cries heart-wrenching. The others present dared not move. This woman was ruthless, and they feared that their advance might cost them their heads. Lu Ji and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of relief for not acting foolishly. Pleading for mercy was indeed the wisest course. In that moment, they dared not entertain any other thoughts, with the past's lessons etched in their minds. Fong Tingwan led the group away with a swagger, no one daring to approach. However, in the shadows behind the house, a few individuals fixated on their retreating figures and hastened to follow. Blood flowed ceaselessly from the old man, and fearing waste, the others quickly grabbed bowls to collect it. When he resisted, 4 or 5 people restrained him, forcefully extracting his blood. Don't blame us. You even devoured your father. We are merely enacting justice. With that justification, the crowd shed any pangs of conscience, picking up the severed arm and scurrying to the back to begin brewing soup. After losing too much blood, the old man fell into unconsciousness, only to be gruesomely dismembered. Merely 2 months had passed since the floods had ravaged the crops and swept away their provisions, leaving them in dire hunger. The government's distribution of supplies echoed through the air but never reached their hands. They were at a loss, utterly helpless. Xianyu, along with Long Long and Lu Ji, had remained on the mountain, never encountering cannibalism until now. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Ji asked, "Did he really eat his father?" Fong Tingwan nodded. Otherwise, how could an 80-year-old man have survived until now? Indeed, Lu Ji agreed, a hint of relief flickering in his eyes. Thankfully, Fong Tingwan and her group had provisions. Otherwise, should they have encountered him, they would have become his next meal. Fong Tingwan offered no further reply. Their immediate priority was to reach the city and administer antibiotics. They exited the village, making their way toward the urban area. The roadside was littered with the remains of vehicles, their windows gone, leaving only skeletal frames filled with mud and debris. Upon reaching the city, a distance of 5 kilometers, they expected to arrive in approximately 2 hours. At noon, they found a shaded spot to rest. The houses, emerging from the mud, hinted at a former village. Yet all structures below 2 stories had been submerged, with only rooftops peeking through. A few 3- or 4-story buildings remained, yet there were only 4 or 5 of them. Windows and frames had been washed away, and inside, everything was desolate, devoid of any recent signs of habitation. The distance to the water's edge was about 2 kilometers. To procure resources from the water, one must approach it, perhaps explaining why these people had fled. Fong Tingwan took care of Meng Ling and Duo, administering eye drops before taking her medicine and proceeding to the 4th floor. The upper level was at least 5 or 6 degrees warmer than the lower, stiflingly hot and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. In such weather, it was indeed perfect for drying meat. She sliced the pork into strips, coated them with Sichuan pepper and chili, and dried them in the sun for 2 days. It had now transformed into jerky. Concerned about spoilage, she decided to dry it a bit longer. After laying the jerky beneath the window to bask in the sunlight, she glanced outside. Under the scorching sun, a haze of heat shimmered above the gravel. The heat was oppressive, and the water supplies dwindled rapidly. Although they had prepared, the water still diminished swiftly each day. She hardly drank any, seizing the moment when no one was around to slip into the climate-controlled space, where she contentedly settled onto the grass. How delightful! She quenched her thirst with spring water, cool with a hint of sweetness that filled her heart with joy. She then retrieved a strawberry-filled ice cream. With one bite, the sweetness of strawberry burst forth, and a lick left her mouth enveloped in the fragrant and delicious strawberry jam. She felt utterly satisfied. She wished she could live in that space, but it was merely a fleeting thought. If her sanctuary were exposed, it would spell her demise. So she could only indulge in these delicacies in secret. Having satiated her thirst and abated the heat, she quickly wiped her face before exiting the space and heading downstairs. Chapter 73. How many people? A group of blind individuals awaited their meal, and as always, Jiang Yinqing took on the heavy responsibility of cooking. The gas stove had long been exhausted, and they relied solely on dry firewood. Fortunately, there was an abundance of dry twigs scattered about. After lighting the fire and setting the pot, Jiang Yinqing produced the pork. Lu Ji and the others, who had been enjoying the jerky, suddenly found it unappetizing, their faces reflecting their discontent. However, when hunger reached its peak, the craving for meat surged, and they longed to devour it heartily. Yet after several days of this diet, the taste of meat became unbearable. He slapped himself, questioning whether he had the right to be choosy. All eyes turned towards him. Lu Ji chuckled sheepishly. Just a bit tired, trying to perk myself up. After eating, they planned to rest before setting off again at 6 in the evening. Fong Tingwan glanced outside. It was now 1 in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. Let us eat, Jiang Yinqing announced, having prepared meat porridge, which he first served to Meng Ling and Duo, before bringing 2 bowls to Fong Tingwan. As she accepted the bowl, the steam instantly enveloped her face, causing her to sweat profusely in mere minutes. Her appetite halved. To dispel her doubts, she resolved to eat regardless of her desire. At our current pace, it will take us 2 days to cover the 15 kilometers to the city. We must be cautious, as we could easily attract unwanted attention, Jiang Yinqing remarked. Adjusting his shirt, despite having faced danger alongside him several times, he still looked sharp. After all, his attire was worth several hundred yuan and of excellent quality. His sports pants were also from a trendy brand. He certainly made an impression, unmistakably not a poor individual. Fong Tingwan was similarly well-dressed in standard mountaineering attire, equipped to the nines, indicative of affluence. Meng Ling, a sports enthusiast, also wore expensive clothing, not to mention Xianyu and Long Long. Their group stood out, as if they were holding a sign inviting robbery. While it had been inconsequential in the mountains, once they entered the city, they would need to remain vigilant against prying eyes. Fong Tingwan nodded in agreement, expressing her concurrence. And then there's our mountaineering pack, which these individuals cannot bear. After their meal, the 2 of them utilized a tattered cloth to shield themselves from the sun as they exited the room. Xianyu took on the role of sentinel. For today, this ruthless individual had torn away the secretion from his eyes, exposing his inflamed and reddened orbs, which were now the clearest among the group. He watched as Fong Tingwan and her companions faded from his view, casting a longing glance towards Meng Ling. Unfortunately, Meng Ling remained oblivious. Ling, shall we reconcile and keep each other company? Observing couples around him, Xianyu could not deny a twinge of envy. A good horse does not turn back to eat old grass. Meng Ling's demeanor was frosty, though a hint of crimson crept to her ears. Xianyu leaned closer, unable to resist pecking her lips. So sweet. Before Meng Ling could respond, she was interrupted by Lu Ji. Brother, there are others present. Keep it low-key. They had been so long without the company of women that they had forgotten what they resembled. Merely contemplating Sister Fong's presence rendered them indifferent to other women. What if she is merely masquerading as a harmless creature? Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing tirelessly scavenged for refuse, collecting various items of clothing that appeared salvageable, which they promptly donned. In an instant, they resembled the refugees around them. If one were not careful, it would be nearly impossible to distinguish them. As they continued their search, they soon accumulated several outfits. Their sweat-soaked hair clung to their faces, enhancing their disheveled appearance and making them easily misidentified. Are you hungry? A cheerful male voice unexpectedly resonated, strikingly familiar to Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing. They lowered their heads and turned, hesitant to raise their gaze. Fong Tingwan's voice was hoarse as she inquired. Yes, big brother, do you have any food? Wang Li immediately felt a sense of recognition towards this individual. Their figure reminiscent of someone he knew, but upon seeing the filthy state of the person, he dismissed the resemblance. He curled his lip and gestured towards the west. A group has arrived from that direction. Their bags are filled with food, plenty of leftover meat. If you arrive too late, there won't be a scrap left. Hurry. Was he trying to lure them into a robbery? How can you be certain they possess it? Jiang Yinqing asked in a low tone, his fist clenched beneath the filth of his sleeve. They had spared them previously due to the constraints of law, but that did not imply they would do so again. Wang Li chuckled. I saw it. There was a great deal of meat and water. If you don't wish to starve, you must go quickly. His conviction was unwavering. Fong Tingwan immediately realized they had also rallied others. The building was filled with sick individuals, and even if these masses were powerless, they were still human. How many people have you summoned altogether? She coldly interrogated, her figure darting forward. With a swift kick, she sent Wang Li tumbling to the ground, subsequently mounting his back and pinning his arms behind him. What are you doing? I was merely trying to help you by sharing this information. Don't repay kindness with malice. Wang Li struggled a few times, but could not break free, astonished by the girl's physical strength. When he turned his head and caught a glimpse of her face, shock flashed across his features, followed by excitement. And tears streamed down the corners of his eyes. You are still alive. We only found out when we returned home that you had left. How have you been? His tone and demeanor resembled that of affectionate lovers reuniting after a long separation. Fong Tingwan felt a chill run down her spine and coldly retorted, "How many people are there?" Wang Li's mind began to clear, and he soon arrived at an answer. "Are those people with you? Your brother must have recognized you, but did not mention it." His expression turned remorseful, and he immediately added, "There are about 100 people, refugees from nearby villages. They are so desperate they would eat anything. They have lost all sense of order and are surely heading your way. You must not return." His sincerity was palpable, rendering deceit unnecessary. Over 100 people would easily trample over Xianyu and Mengling. "We must hasten back." Fong Tingwan used a shirt to bind Wang Li's arm and helped him sit up. "Let us go? You Haven T told me where you went after you left and how you ended up in Pinkwan City." Wang Li recounted their experiences, but she did not respond, lost in her own thoughts. Upon reaching the hospital, they were met with a sea of humanity. The corridors were nearly filled to capacity. Moreover, the less severely ill were crammed into wards, waiting for treatment. Their companion had merely suffered a severed hand, but in that hospital, where dozens died daily, he could barely get a chance to be seen, left to wait until he bled out, succumbed to shock, or perished. Initially, they had intended to confront the hospital, but before they could, an epidemic broke out, claiming lives by the dozens, prompting them to hastily leave. They scavenged for food and water, eventually arriving in Pinkwan City, where they had survived on government rations. Fong Tingwan doubted the last statement. If the government truly provided sufficient food, there would not be so many starving individuals resorting to consuming anything. Chapter 74. A burden. Miss Fong, please accompany us. These patients are merely burdens, Wang Li earnestly invited. They had arrived at the residential building. Fong Tingwan cast a glance at the Wang Li in Jiang Yinqing's grip and walked over to pull him up. Outside the building, a throng of people had gathered, resembling ants drawn to sugar, creating an impenetrable barrier. Some attempted to enter, but Xianyu and Meng Ling stood guard at the entrance. Meng Ling had also torn away the discharge from his eyes, his gaze bloodshot and filled with a palpable menace. A stark contrast to mere cruelty. This was the intimidation one bore after taking a life. The others had retreated to the upper floors. Lu Ji gripped his dagger tightly. Stationed at the corridor's entrance alongside two of his brothers, all of them bearing traces of blood in their eyes. Long clutched Duo, hiding in the innermost room, barricading the rickety door. Because everyone was on high alert, those outside dared only to observe from a distance. Fong Tingwan's eyes swept across the crowd, and she spotted Lu Feng lingering at the periphery. Having slimmed down since his departure, he stood clad in a black, faded tank top, exuding an aura of distinction. His biceps, prominently displayed, were frighteningly muscular, a clear testament to the trials he had endured. Wang Li said, "Miss Fong, rest assured, with me around, my brother will not trouble you. Come with me, and I shall treat you well henceforth." Fong Tingwan chose to disregard him completely. Upon observation, she noted that Lu Feng was flanked by 11 individuals, presumably his subordinates, none of whom appeared to be ineffectual. It was possible that others were lurking within the crowd as well. As she pondered this, someone dashed forward, heading straight for the entrance of the residential building. The moment one person broke through, it would be akin to a dam bursting. Chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Fong Tingwan immediately hoisted Wang Li onto a rooftop a meter high, shouting furiously, "Whoever dares to charge forward shall meet this fate." With a swift motion, she raised her tang sword and severed Wang Li's left arm. He howled in agony, clutching his dismembered limb in disbelief. "Fong Tingwan, what have you done? I was only looking out for your best interests. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened." Fong Tingwan's demeanor was cold as ice, akin to a deity of death, as she surveyed the crowd of refugees below. A few recognized her, exclaiming, "Yes, it's her. Our lives are at stake." Fearing a fate akin to that of the old man, several individuals hastily retreated. Witnessing the reality of violence, others began to reconsider their positions. "Aren't you hungry? Think of your wives, your children, your families. With so many of you, can you truly fear her?" Voices from the crowd echoed, reiterating, "Only they have food. If we leave, we might starve and be forced to consume our own kin. Can you bear that?" A number of individuals indeed halted, their gaze fixated on Fong Tingwan. "Let us go. She is the leader of this group. If we kill her, all the food will be ours. Kill her, kill her." In an instant, Fong Tingwan decisively struck, severing Wang Li's head. His round head rolled several times across the ground, blood spilling forth in a large pool. His eyes remained open, as if unable to comprehend why the woman he adored would take his life. He would never learn the answer, even if it meant betraying his brother. Lu Feng surged to the forefront, teeth clenched, fury coursing through him as he demanded, "You killed my man. Do you even realize what you've done?" Behind him, his dozen or so subordinates brandished their weapons, shovels and hammers. Lu Feng wielded a spiked club, his rage escalating as he glared at Wang Li's headless body. "Do you know how long he loved you? He sought information about you tirelessly, knowing he adored you. You still killed him? Such a heartless woman, and yet you all are willing to stand by her?" His words were directed at those within the residential building. Meng Ling spat disdainfully, raising her voice. "Haven't you killed enough? If it weren't for you, that building wouldn't have seen so many lives lost." The crowd of refugees, stunned by the shocking revelations, found themselves frozen in place, caught in the middle of the unfolding drama, eagerly awaiting the eventual victor. "You know nothing." Together, they captured the wretched woman alive. "I demand she kneels and admits her wrongs." Lu Feng charged forward, wielding a spiked club. "Once I've had my fill of fun, I shall send you to hell to join my brothers." He refrained from using his full strength, fearing he might accidentally kill her. Fang Tingwan, having been pulled back by Jiang Yanqing, intercepted the furious assault of the spiked club with a tang knife, causing his hands to tingle from the impact. She deftly deflected the weapon and executed a horizontal slash, severing the spiked club in two. "Is this knife truly so formidable? Shall we retreat?" "We best not lose our lives." They deliberated quietly as they began to withdraw. Lu Feng, now weaponless, recognized his inability to contend. His survival thus far hinged on cunning, bullying the weak and fleeing from the strong. He turned and shouted, "Retreat!" The younger members, who had been poised to charge in a final desperate fight, hesitated, standing still for a few moments before hastily fleeing. Others followed suit. "Should we pursue and finish him off?" Xinu, leaning against the wall, observed the lifeless body at his feet, a testament to those who had attempted to force their way through. Meng Ling stood beside him. Fang Tingwan, with a wry smile, remarked, "In a fight, we are at a disadvantage. We have too many burdens to carry." One such burden, Lu Jigang, descended the stairs, his loyal declarations abruptly swallowed. "We must not pursue a desperate foe." Lu sought a quiet spot to sit, earnestly offering suggestions, but worry soon clouded his brow. "Given the situation here, I can only wonder how the city fares. It cannot be good. I hope your families are safe." Fang Tingwan candidly admitted, "I left the city precisely because of its treachery, yet encountering a mountain flood in the highlands was unforeseen." In her recollection, the area had indeed suffered from landslides due to relentless rains, but communication had been severed, leaving her reliant on hearsay. Most victims were from the villages. Moreover, with the extreme heat now upon them, she had only sought refuge from the summer, never anticipating torrential rains. Lu Jigang glanced anxiously at the two brothers beside him, falling into silence. Following the incident with Wang Li, the villagers had become too fearful to approach, with only a few daring to linger at a distance in search of opportunities. Xinu, armed with a dagger, sat at the entrance like a mountain, instilling fear in any who might dare to breach their defenses. After a safe and leisurely lunch, they took turns resting before setting out once more. As they departed, a throng of people surged into the house, desperately searching for food. Lu Feng, having kept a watchful eye on them, heard someone inquire, "Brother, are we just letting them go? Their bags are surely filled with provisions." Lu Feng abruptly interrupted, leading his group onward. Whether or not they could seize food was inconsequential. What mattered was Fang Tingwan. Back at home, out of affection from Wang Li, he had spared her, but she? Not only had she caused the death of his brother, but Wang Li had also perished at her hands. This vendetta must be avenged, otherwise he would betray the memory of his brothers from 602. Had it not been for the need to transport his brothers to the hospital, 5 would not have been reduced to 1. Chapter 75. The cement factory, only one of them, he or Fang Tingwan, could survive. He took the lead along a narrow path. The once familiar path had been submerged, and they now tread upon a new trail. The younger brother inquired, "Brother, are we heading to the cement factory? Those people are quite exclusive. Our presence might not be welcomed. Previously, when we sought refuge from the landslide, they were unwilling to accommodate us. It would be futile to go there now." Another individual echoed his sentiments. Lu Feng understood the challenges posed by that individual, yet after more than 2 months, even the most abundant supplies within would surely be depleted. He chuckled softly and quickened his pace. Fang Tingwan and her companions followed the footprints along the road. which had become distinctly different from the surrounding sandy terrain due to the number of travelers. By 6 in the evening, after walking for approximately an hour, they spotted the factory 100 meters ahead, its cyclone heat recovery unit piercing the sky, with various pipes intertwining throughout. As they approached, they noticed that the cement factory had been constructed on a flattened hillside, with buildings and factories showing no signs of damage from natural disasters. They could even hear the machinery whirring from outside, with electricity inside and towering walls surrounding it, rising 3 meters above the sand. It had become a perfect refuge. Fong Tingwan's eyes sparkled. Rather than searching for shelter, it would be far more advantageous to construct their own. However, she realized that the factory would likely be bustling with people. Otherwise, she would have truly considered residing there for convenience. Raising her voice, she called out, "Do you sell cement?" "Indeed," came the almost immediate response. A man appeared atop the walls, flashing a broad smile. "Greetings. I am Tan Ming, the sales manager here. How much cement do you need? How much is a bag?" Fong Tingwan inquired. "Depends on what you require. The standard price ranges from 30 to 40. The mid-range from 70 to 80, and the premium varieties go for 1 to 200. Please, come in and have a look," Tan Ming replied, smiling as he leaned down to converse with others before extending a ladder over the wall. Fong Tingwan frowned slightly, graciously declining. No need for that. She wished to purchase, but realized that how to transport it into their space remained an issue. They would have to wait until everyone had left to buy it. "Let us go," she said, turning to proceed forward, only to see over 20 figures emerge from behind a sand mound. Leading the group was Lu Feng, flanked on either side, effectively encircling them. "Come in, have a cup of tea before you leave," Tan Ming said warmly. Though the presence of a gun directed at Fong Tingwan and her companions cast a shadow over his congeniality. "Is that a gun?" Xianu gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation, as such items were prohibited. Yet he understood that the circumstances had changed. They could no longer adhere to previous rules of engagement. Lu Ji and the others were so frightened their legs felt weak, yet they steeled themselves to ask, Fong Tingwan, what should we do? Should we gamble and rush out?" Fong Tingwan turned to look at him. Although fear gripped her, she remained steadfast in her position. She forced a smile. "Are you not afraid that the first shot might be aimed at you?" Her words were directed to the entire group. They were in a precarious situation and should tread carefully. Lu Ji immediately faltered, lowering his gaze. "We will follow your lead." After spending so much time together, it seemed Fong Tingwan had become their pillar of strength. "Let us proceed. Without my command, do not act," Fong Tingwan stated, raising her hands in a gesture of authority, lowering her voice as she was the first to ascend the ladder. Having scaled the wall, she could hardly conceal her astonishment, her hand instinctively gripping the staircase. The cement factory's wall towered 3 stories high, completely hidden from view outside, situated in a depression. From her current vantage point, she could see only half of the perimeter wall, with just the staircase on which Tan Ming stood, over a meter wide, devoid of railings. Its steps densely packed and inclined at a steep angle of nearly 70 degrees. A misstep could result in severe injury or worse. For anyone outside wishing to enter, it would be an act of recklessness. Tan Ming walked ahead with calm composure, assuring them, "Do not fear. We invite you in, primarily because our General Su wishes to meet you. You will not be harmed, but do tread carefully." He turned, extending his gentlemanly hand to signal Fong Tingwan to accompany him down. Jiang Yinqing moved quicker, taking her hand and intertwining their fingers, a silent declaration of possession. Fong Tingwan did not resist, inching closer to him to ensure the others were following. Duo clung to Jiang Yinqing's back, thankfully oblivious to the scene, quietly wrapping her arms around his neck. Meng Ling was supported by Xianu, the two of them aiding each other. The remaining trio, Long, Lu Ji, and another, walked side by side, slowly descending. Lastly came Lu Feng and his group. Upon entering the cement factory for the first time, Lu Feng felt immensely relieved that he had not recklessly ventured into the factory at night, or he might have met an untimely end. "Brother, I'm scared." His younger sibling tugged at Lu Feng's sleeve, unwilling to let go. A long line followed them, akin to chicks trailing after a hen. Everyone moved at a languid pace, and by the time they reached the concrete floor, many felt their legs weaken and collapsed. "Let us proceed," Tan Ming urged, continuing to lead the way. Fong Tingwan pulled Lu Ji up without uttering a word, pressing forward. That tug imbued Lu Ji with renewed strength. He stood and rallied his companions to follow suit. The cement factory was vast, housing various machines, an office building, dormitories, and a canteen. Numerous workers were present as well. Approximately 150 to 60 laborers stood together, bewildered as they watched the strangers approach, some gazes tinged with hostility. Fong Tingwan was perplexed, her eyes scanning the faces of several women, questioning the source of their animosity. Continuing onward, the workers quietly formed two lines, some even whistling. "Manager Tan, where did these beauties come from?" "Quite the catch," remarked a man, his voice laced with lewdness as he unabashedly scrutinized Fong Tingwan. "Curvaceous and strong. Those arms are clearly muscular." The man's thoughts veered toward more intimate matters, considering that such a woman could endure a night's exertion without fatigue. The factory was sorely lacking in such companions. Jiang Yinqing stepped forward, shielding Fong Tingwan with his presence, casting a frosty glance at the speaking man. The man froze, an unexpected fear gripping him, his legs trembling involuntarily, his gaze dropping in submission, no longer daring to jest. At this moment, Tan Ming stepped forward to explain. "The factory workers have been confined for 2 months, inevitably leading to some restless and thoughtless remarks. Do not take them to heart." After saying this, he shot a warning glance at the man. "Old 7, return to your dormitory." Old 7 turned and left. Fong Tingwan had heard more repulsive comments before and felt indifferent. However, she noted that the women here constituted a significant portion, while outside, the displaced populace comprised only a scant few women. Could it be that these women had come from outside? If so, it placed her and Meng Ling, duo in peril, as the men's scrutinizing gazes resembled that of hunters eyeing their prey. "A Ling, regardless of what transpires, ensure to protect yourself and duo. Chapter 76. Enduring some hardship, Meng Ling's intuition warned her of the danger, and she promptly nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, we will be fine." Xinu interjected. "And I am here too." The 4 men, Lu Ji and the others, chimed in unison, albeit in hushed tones. As men themselves, they understood precisely what these workers were contemplating. Fong Tingwan returned a grateful smile. "Then I entrust this to you. You all stay here. Drink some water and have a bite. You are their leader, so you should enter." Tan Ming merely waved his hand, and someone promptly brought over water and meat buns, the enticing aroma immediately stirring appetites. Xinu, Meng Ling, and the others remained unresponsive, sitting on high alert near those approaching them. Tan Ming observed this and gestured for them to proceed. Jiang Yinqing remarked, "I am the one they wish to see. It is only her." Tan Ming got straight to the point. Among this group of workers, there was also a security detail, numbering over 20, wielding crowbars, unknowingly blocking several exits. In truth, even if they weren't blocking, escape was impossible. "I'll go, do not worry." Fong Tingwan cast Jiang Yinqing a reassuring glance before striding forward. Tan Ming laughed triumphantly and quickly followed. Jiang Yinqing had to sit aside, fists clenched, aware that she had her own plans. Yet he pondered if it was truly safe for her to go alone. Did she still not trust him? In reality, Fong Tingwan was aware of the agreement reached between Lu Feng and the so-called Su Zong, which warranted her private meeting with him. Whether they could secure everyone's safety and obtain the necessary cement to exit depended on how the negotiations unfolded. She followed Tan Ming to the office building. There were 5 floors in total, each containing 7 rooms. On the second floor, several women stood by the corridor, their gazes toward Fong Tingwan filled with envy, pity, and silent communication, their eyes nearly bulging with intensity. At the corner of the second floor stood a large iron door, secured with a hefty padlock tightly clasped to a 2-finger-wide iron chain, which could not be opened without a key. Tan Ming produced a key from around his neck, grinning as he unlocked it, casting her a look laced with ill intentions before relocking it and leading the way. In the pediatric ward, the women became more discernible. They wore ill-fitting garments, adorned with makeup. Their appearances varied, yet all seemed to fall within the youthful ages of 15 to 25. Possessing striking beauty, the 3rd and 4th floors lay vacant. Ascending to the 5th floor, before reaching the chairman's office, the sounds of moans reverberated through the air, loud yet fervent. In this apocalyptic world, those who formed their own small teams often resorted to imprisoning women to satiate their primal desires. There were also those who, in a bid for survival, willingly aligned themselves with stronger individuals. Fong Tingwan, unperturbed, stood in the corridor awaiting Tan Ming, whose smile faltered for a brief moment. He remained silent for 5 or 6 minutes before suddenly inquiring, "Aren't you afraid?" "If I am not mistaken, Lu Feng and your General Su conspired to obstruct me. However, judging by your treatment of Lu Feng, it seems you have reneged on that partnership. Therefore, what is there for me to fear? It is merely your intentions that elude me. Astute. Tan Ming applauded, genuinely impressed, yet he chose not to elaborate further. Fong Tingwan regarded him as a smiling tiger, cautious, loyal, yet enigmatic. She had no intention of probing deeper, resting her chin on her hands as she observed the individuals below, akin to ants. Jiang Yinqing and his companions were present, and his affection for her was unmistakable, a sentiment she found challenging to articulate. What are you laughing at? Tan Ming tilted his head, bemused. Earlier, it had been a forced smile, but now it appeared almost bashful. You're not considering using your body to persuade General Su to spare you, are you? I thought you were above such things. What do you mean by that? Fong Tingwan retorted just as the office door swung open. A woman in her 30s emerged. Her cascading waves of hair framing a striking face adorned in a crimson cheongsam that accentuated her exquisite figure. Monkey scrutinized her, noting that she was not the archetype of sensuality, but rather exuded a robust strength, unique within this factory. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she clenched her jaw, stating, General Su requests your presence. Tan Ming had already circumvented her, advancing forward. Fong Tingwan followed. Upon crossing the threshold, she crinkled her nose, unwilling to inhale the pungent odor, stepping back slightly as her gaze fell upon General Su. His upper body was bare, revealing a protruding belly, while a towel draped over his lower half as he reclined in his executive chair. Tan Ming immediately lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke that blurred the surroundings. Within that haze, Su's elongated phoenix eyes, though deep-set, seemed to harbor an air of tenderness. His features, a sharp brow, prominent nose, and thin lips, remained striking despite his weight. Su Zong appeared pleased with her gaze, adjusting the air conditioning and even flinging open a window to hasten the dispersal of the air. What enmity do you harbor against Lu Feng, compelling him to become my subordinate merely for your life? His tone was smooth, reminiscent of a neighborly older brother. In a world before the apocalypse, how many would have clamored for such a position? Fong Tingwan sensed the air had cleared sufficiently, stepping forth to occupy a chair that appeared relatively clean. We reside in the same unit. They have slaughtered many, seized considerable provisions, and targeted me, resulting in some losses. It was merely a trivial loss. Lu Feng would not insist on her demise. Yet, Lu Feng found himself unable to contend with her. This woman was undoubtedly more complex than she appeared. Moreover, she currently possessed her own small team. Survival in the outside world required a certain ruthlessness. He found himself in dire need of such a person. Su Zong took a leisurely drag of his cigarette, exhaling the smoke with a gentle demeanor. Lu Feng's terms stipulate that upon becoming my subordinate, you shall serve me. What about you? If your conditions are not sufficiently enticing, I cannot simply allow you to depart. His words bore a deeper significance. On the surface, he seemed to invite her to offer herself in exchange for survival. Yet his true intent was to discern whether Fong Tingwan could present a proposition more alluring than mere physicality. A perceptive individual recognizes the importance of clarity in negotiations. Fong Tingwan cut to the chase. What do you desire? Su Zong awaited her inquiry with a smile, replying, food. I have so many people who require sustenance. After a pause, noticing her lack of an extreme reaction, he continued, I initially intended to have Lu Feng assist me in procuring food. Can you take his place? What do you want? Fong Tingwan sensed something amiss. There is a grain depot in the city. Rest assured, I will provide you with both personnel and transportation, as well as antibiotics. Your group has contracted conjunctivitis, and the situation has escalated. If antibiotics are not administered soon, it may impair your vision. Su Zong leisurely reminded her. You could also choose to stay. Fong Tingwan grasped the insinuation. She could either lead her team to raid the grain depot or remain with her body as collateral. However, apart from herself and Meng Ling, the others were likely to perish. Yet, raiding the grain depot was no trivial task. It represented the lifeblood of an entire city, and there was no guarantee of return. No wonder he was so composed in this discussion. Chapter 77. Reaching an agreement. Fong Tingwan was particularly troubled by the scarcity of food and medical supplies. Since she could address both issues simultaneously, she smiled and nodded. How many people will I have, and when do we depart? Tomorrow afternoon. Everything will be prepared. Tan Ming, you will accompany her. Su Zong signaled for them to take their leave. As they exited the office, Fong Tingwan cast a glance at the man beside her, finding him somewhat troublesome. Dinner arrangements have been made, please. Tan Ming, ever the gentleman, stepped aside to let her descend the staircase first. Upon reaching the second floor, Fong Tingwan immediately spotted Meng Qi in a vibrant red qipao. Tall and striking, she stood out among the group of women and approached them. Manager Tan, she greeted, her fiery red lips curling into a smile, her fox-like eyes glimmering with flattery. Are you heading out? Tan Ming regarded her with a sense of respect, nodding with a smile. Indeed. Is she coming along? Meng Qi shifted her gaze to Fong Tingwan, whose slightly tanned complexion did little to eclipse her beauty. Though not immediately stunning, she possessed a captivating charm that grew more dangerous the more one looked. Yes, Tan Ming's smile became somewhat strained. Did Su Zong mention anything else? Where will you all be staying tonight? Meng Qi inquired eagerly, entirely oblivious to Tan Ming's growing displeasure with her overstepping. Just on the third floor of this building, Tan Ming replied coolly, turning to allow Fong Tingwan to proceed. Before descending the stairs, Fong Tingwan glanced back at Meng Qi, who looked taken aback, her eyes filled with an inexpressible sorrow. It is evident that this building is exclusively inhabited by the women associated with Mr. Su. Consequently, Meng Qi naturally regards any incoming woman, namely herself and Meng Ling, as adversaries. The higher one's residence, the greater one's status. Judging by her attire and demeanor, Meng Qi appears to be the most favored, inadvertently rendering herself the most formidable rival to Meng Qi. Perhaps there is a way to leverage this to her advantage. Fong Tingwan quickened her pace, and, upon entering the cafeteria to find Jiang Yinxing and the others already dining, she exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. After we finish eating, I will take you to the medical room, Tan Ming stated, leading her through a private passage to the food line, where they received 2 dishes and a soup without having to wait. They settled beside Jiang Yinxing. Fong Tingwan gazed down at her plate filled with stewed potatoes and beef, stir-fried pork, and a bowl of soup brimming with eggs. Jiang Yinxing's meal consisted of shredded potatoes, stir-fried meat with cabbage, portioned just about the size of a fist, with rice also forming a fist-sized mound, and his soup revealed merely a hint of oil and seaweed. The quantity served to an adult man barely sufficed for a mere snack. This was the standard fare for the factory workers, with the exception of the window Tan Ming frequented. Manager Tan, my people cannot work on an empty stomach, Fong Tingwan remarked, not yet touching her chopsticks. Tan Ming responded with composure, I will take you to get more food. The group turned to Fong Tingwan, and upon her nod, they followed suit to refill their plates. Jiang Yinxing was the last to rise, concern etched in his eyes. What shall we do? Have no worries, Fong Tingwan assured, already beginning her meal. After they finished dining, they accompanied Tan Ming to the medical room, where they received antibiotic injections, and darkness enveloped the sky. The factory's bell rang, resonating with a clanging sound, signaling the impending lights out. Tan Ming explained as he led them to the office building. Lu Feng and his companions are residing in the staff dormitory. Should you also stay there, unforeseen incidents may occur. Mr. Su hopes for your peaceful coexistence. Understood, Fong Tingwan replied readily, leaving the matter of persuading Lu Feng to them. Ascending to the second floor once more, they found Meng Qi awaiting them in the corridor, clad in a striking red qipao, her hair disheveled, presenting an intimidating figure. Jiang Yinxing stepped forward, locking eyes with her. As their gazes met, realizing they might be a couple, Meng Qi discreetly exhaled. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I can have it brought to you. Fong Tingwan and the others remained silent, while Lu Ji and his companions, unable to restrain themselves, stole glances at the woman. Tan Ming merely nodded as a form of greeting before continuing upwards with them. Rooms 301 and 302 were designated for their stay. The accommodations contained 4 bunk beds, capable of sleeping 8 individuals. Fong Tingwan and her companions were assigned to room 302. The communal restroom was situated at the corner of the 2nd and 3rd floors. Upon closing the door and flicking on the light, the room illuminated with a dim glow from a 30-watt bulb, just sufficient to discern the surroundings. 2 beds were already made up with bedding, and the table held water and a few candies, seemingly prepared for duo. No wonder those women are willing to serve Su Zong. They receive preferential treatment compared to the workers, only needing to attend to one person, and not even on a daily basis. It is indeed quite appealing. Wan, what did you discuss today? Meng Ling had always been curious, but found no opportunity to inquire. Fong Tingwan opened the door to find Tan Ming had already departed, so she took Meng Ling and Wan next door. After receiving antibiotics, everyone's symptoms had alleviated somewhat, and sitting by the bedside or on chairs, they regarded her with solemn expressions upon her arrival. She was the one who could bring down a 200-pound wild boar and kill Wang Lishir without a flicker of an eye. Fang Tingwan got straight to the point and conveyed the conditions she had agreed upon with Su Zong. There will be dangers on this journey, without my permission. Do not act recklessly, understood? Lu Ji and the others nodded in unison. Xinu then asked, will he agree to any other terms from Lu Feng? Given Lu Feng's animosity towards me, the only way to temporarily appease him is to hand me over once the deed is done. Fang Tingwan chuckled softly. Xinu remarked. So you still agreed to him? There are too many people here. A tactic of overwhelming numbers could very well cost you your life. Are you not going to help me? Fang Tingwan inquired lightly, yet her seriousness was palpable. Those of you who wish to leave, I can arrange your departure at any time. We will not leave. Lu Ji and the others nodded emphatically, their eyes shining with unwavering determination as if they were on the verge of joining a cause. Xinu quickly clarified, of course, we will assist you. We just need to devise a strategy to cope. Meng Ling affirmed, I will certainly stand by your side. As for Jiang Yanqing, he need not speak. Before he could open his mouth, Fang Tingwan had already smiled and said, that has settled then. Follow my arrangements, get some rest, and remember to lock the doors at night. After saying this, she approached Jiang Yanqing. Lawyer Jiang, could you do me a favor? Certainly. He agreed without hesitation. Fang Tingwan raised her gaze to meet his deeply affectionate eyes, feeling a surge of guilt and swiftly averting her gaze. Everyone tidied up and prepared for bed. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yanqing stood at the corner, surrounded by walls, shielded from prying eyes. Facing each other, the soft yellow light cast a hazy glow around them. Standing there, with her height of about 1.7 meters and his at 1.8 meters, they looked like a picturesque scene. Meng Qi couldn't help but whisper, you two are truly a perfect match. Fang Tingwan heard this and anticipated her inquiry. Given Meng Qi's level of suspicion, she would surely seek confirmation about whether she and Jiang Yanqing were indeed a pair to dispel any doubts. Should she take the initiative and kiss him? Is it permissible? Her ordinarily tranquil heart suddenly raced with excitement, as if it yearned to burst from her chest. Chapter 78. Selfish independence. Observing her, with her red lips slightly parted, Jiang Yanqing was overtaken by impulse and suddenly leaned down to peck her lips. After the kiss, he became flustered, unsure of where to look. Feeling an overwhelming rush of suppressed affection that he could no longer contain, stammering an explanation. I didn't mean to. I understand. Fang Tingwan raised a hand to silence him, glancing down at Meng Qi, who had been watching the scene unfold. Have you seen enough? Meng Qi did not conceal her feelings, stepping forward with candor. I did not expect your bond to be so profound. Surely, Mr. Su is aware of this? Su Zong, that man, refrains from pursuing women who are already attached, such as those among the workers with boyfriends. If you care for him so deeply, how can you tolerate your neighbors? Do not take offense. I am merely curious. Do you not wish to leave? The barrage of questions left Meng Qi unable to muster anger, instead plunging her into distress. For the first time, her smile faltered, and in a lowered voice, she inquired, are you leaving tomorrow? What is it like outside? Will I survive if I venture out? I yearn to depart, yet I came here out of desperation. At least I have food and drink, and my existence is tolerable. She compared herself to the workers in the dormitory, yet she still longed for the outside world. Fang Tingwan perceived her dilemma and contemplated before responding. I can assist you in escaping. I cannot predict what the outside holds. But the cement factory is situated in an open area, exposed to the sun all day. It will become increasingly unbearable, as you must have sensed. You should ponder this and provide me with your answer by tomorrow. With that, the two turned and ascended the stairs. Meng Qi hurried back to her room, her heart racing with excitement. Suddenly, Jiang Yanqing blocked her in the corridor. Did you merely use me to gain her trust? Is there nothing else? His desperate and fervent gaze was too intense. Fang Tingwan suppressed her unwarranted emotions, pinching herself to regain composure. I would rather maintain this arrangement, driven by mutual benefit, to avoid betrayal. Very well, should you require my assistance in the future, I shall comply. Jiang Yanqing took a few steps into his room, the sound of the door locking echoing behind him. Leaning against the wall, Fang Tingwan placed a hand over her heart, which raced uncontrollably. Witnessing his sorrow after rejection stirred a twinge of empathy within her. In all her lifetimes combined, she had never experienced such emotions. feeling somewhat lost. She hastily returned to her room and lay down. Plans formed in her mind only to be dismantled until, nearing perfection, exhaustion overtook her, and she closed her eyes, surrendering to slumber. At 7:30 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the open window, bringing with it a warm breeze that banished any remnants of sleep. Meng Ling's eyes had improved significantly, with only a small amount of discharge at the corners, and the redness had diminished. Duo's eye discharge was also subsiding. What has happened? Am I to accompany you with Duo, or should I stay behind to care for her? She had intended to ask yesterday, but had not found the opportunity. The journey is perilous, and I fear we may become a burden. Meng Ling was faring well, but Duo was not. Fong Tingwan recalled Meng Qi. I will check on her later. After a brief wash-up, they left their room, and Zhang Yinqing emerged as well, casting only a fleeting glance at Fong Tingwan before returning to his customary silence. Their conversations dwindled, and as she observed his retreating figure, she sighed softly. Tan Ming personally came to escort them. Upon reaching the two, Meng Qi still lingered in the corridor, though her demeanor bore less hostility. Tan Ming halted his steps. Smiling as he arranged, Miss Fong, it is unsafe for you to accompany the child. General Manager Su has instructed that Meng Qi should take care of her. Do you agree? This was precisely what Fong Tingwan desired. Following their conversation from the previous night, she felt reassured that Meng Qi would not treat Duo poorly. Meng Qi had pondered the matter all night and had arrived at a decision. With a smile, she replied, that sounds good, but I would prefer to stay upstairs. It would be inconvenient to manage the child otherwise. No problem, Tan Ming replied, though the smile did not reach his eyes. This woman, given an opportunity, would seize it. Were it not for her striking appearance, she would have long been discarded among the workers. Meng Qi felt intimidated by the expression on Tan Ming's face, akin to a coiled serpent poised to strike. She lowered her head, sensing the undercurrents. Let's eat, Tan Ming said, breaking the tension and leading them downstairs. Duo clung to Fong Tingwan on one side and Meng Ling on the other, aware that her sisters had pressing matters to attend to. She obediently assured them, sisters, don't worry, I will patiently await your return. Fong Tingwan ruffled her hair. Good girl, Duo. Meng Ling's eyes glistened with unshed tears, having cared for Duo for so long that she regarded her as a younger sister. After dining and administering antibiotics, they returned to the dormitory. To ensure they were sufficiently refreshed for the afternoon, they needed to continue sleeping. Upon waking, Meng Qi had already moved to room 303, waiting for them at the door. This is troublesome, Fong Tingwan remarked as she brought Duo over and entrusted her to Meng Qi. Rest assured, I will await your return, Meng Qi affirmed, signifying her willingness to cooperate. Fong Tingwan chose not to elaborate further and descended with the others, making their way behind the cement factory. Tan Ming had prepared 2 pickup trucks and a large truck for transporting cement, with over 50 people gathered in the vicinity. Aside from Lu Feng and his small group, the rest were laborers, all men clad in matching blue uniforms of the cement factory, forming a dense crowd. Lu Feng's group stood on the far left, and upon seeing Fong Tingwan approach, an uncontrollable hatred flickered in his eyes, tightening his jaw and tensing his facial muscles, exuding a silent menace. This only reinforced Fong Tingwan's suspicions. This outing required vigilance not only against others, but also against Lu Feng. Is everyone ready? She cheerily inquired, ignoring Lu Feng. A man relying solely on brute force would not surpass her. In terms of strength, she held her own. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had not neglected her training and had learned much from sparring with Meng Ling. Noting the silence between the two groups, Tan Ming sighed in relief, smiling. Let us take our seats. We are about to depart. At his command, the workers began to board the vehicles. Fong Tingwan, Zhang Yinqing, Lu Feng, and Tan Ming took their places in the first pickup truck. Zhang Yinqing sat between the two, his arms crossed over his knees, his gaze fixed ahead, his physique shielding Fong Tingwan completely. Lu Feng, unable to see her, relaxed his fist only to tighten it once more, ultimately turning his gaze to the window. The vehicle roared to life. Fong Tingwan noticed Xianyu and Meng Ling seated in the middle of another pickup, and she felt no undue concern. Until they secured food, everyone would remain safe. The concrete ground ascends steeply, and she leans back, observing the height gradually increase. Upon reaching the summit, she closes her eyes. The inability to steer the wheel herself fills her with trepidation. Fortunately, she successfully navigates onto the sandy terrain. Casting a glance back, she notices a slope extending downward on the enclosing wall, uncertain of how much has been buried beneath the sand and stones. However, this secluded location is unlikely to attract attention. Approximately 5 or 6 individuals are stationed at a distance of 5 to 6 meters, armed with a rifle, daring anyone to approach, as it would likely cost them their lives. Once the large truck has completely descended onto the sand, the pickup accelerates, racing across the terrain. And in the blink of an eye, the factory walls have become mere phantoms. At this pace, they should reach the city around 10 o'clock. The vehicle is enveloped in silence, and prolonged stillness breeds weariness. Within 10 minutes of departure, Fong Tingwan has already closed her eyes to rest. Jiang Yanqing, merely turning his head, can behold her serene, sleeping visage. Without her eyes open, he cannot perceive the indifference that fills them. Friend, friend. He meticulously articulates these 2 words, leaving only a pang of sorrow, coupled with curiosity about the tribulations she has endured in this post-apocalyptic world. The vehicle jolts, and soon he too succumbs to slumber. Lu Feng has been waiting for this prime opportunity. Just as he unsheaths his dagger, a warning emanates from the passenger seat. He parts his lips. Do you wish to die? Lu Feng's expression grows grave. He yearns to live and avenge his comrades, but if he acts, the brothers in the truck behind will meet their demise. After much internal conflict, he retracts the dagger, repeatedly reminding himself to remain patient. Once the situation resolves, Fong Tingwan will handle it as she sees fit. A fleeting smile graces Fong Tingwan's lips, resembling more of an illusion. As the vehicle slows and begins to navigate through winding paths, Fong Tingwan opens her eyes to towering buildings before her. On the ground, individuals rummage through debris. The splendor of the world before the apocalypse has vanished, resembling beggars who, upon sighting food, engage in fierce competition. They continue onward. The city granary lies to the south, and as they enter from the north, Fong Tingwan consults the map, indicating the granary's location. What are your plans for the heist? This belongs to the government. Although rules have dissolved in this apocalyptic era, antagonizing the government is decidedly ill-advised. I will inform you of the plan later. Be patient. Tan Ming wears a formulaic smile, merely glancing at her through the rearview mirror before returning his focus to the map in hand. Each person possesses a copy of this map. In the large truck, Lu Ji and others are eager to disembark and return home. The place they pass is merely a street away from their residence. Yet, to leap from the truck would mean abandoning their comrades, and they exchange glances, remaining seated. After traveling approximately 20 kilometers, the vehicle halts at the eastern edge of the Daijing Garden community. This enclave features a coexistence of apartments and villas, with the apartments situated in front and the villas perched on the hillside, all surrounded by tall walls, meticulously landscaped and fortified with protective nets. This design has spared them from landslides and floods. This is indeed the most expensive house in Pinkwan City. You get what you pay for. The developer anticipated natural disasters from the outset and took precautions. Thus, from their perspective, one can still observe people playing golf or strolling about, undeterred by the circumstances. What are we doing here? Lu Feng inquired impatiently, noting that only pickup trucks had arrived, while his brothers in the larger trucks seemed to have vanished, igniting his concern. Tan Ming waved his hand dismissively. They are fine. Our mission is to ascertain where the food supplies in this villa area are concealed. What do you mean? Surely the food must be in the granaries? Fong Tingwan pondered, gradually grasping the gravity of the situation and questioning the abundance of refugees. Tan Ming, discarding any ambiguity, stated plainly, Mr. Qian resides here. Before the flood struck, he purchased all the food at exorbitant prices from temporary workers and stored it in his warehouse. His actions have resulted in numerous deaths and widespread starvation, making it only justifiable to seize from him. Do not let your conscience burden you. Individuals like him thrive on unscrupulous business practices. He sells food at inflated prices to the wealthy while watching the poor perish. If we acquire this food, we shall distribute it to those in need, thereby ridding the community of a scourge and performing a noble deed. Aside from the workers in blue uniforms, the others seemed unmoved by this rhetoric. Thus, the residents of the villa area continue their leisurely lives by hoarding food supplies. Fong Tingwan reflected deeply. During her wanderings in the apocalypse, she often observed that the more selfish individuals led the most carefree lives. Let us go. There is a back door. Tan Ming guided their group of 10 along the wall, noticing a painted exclamation mark. He brushed aside the weeds on the ground, revealing a small dog hole. Is this the back door? The expressions of several individuals soured. The security here is stringent. Everyone, proceed with caution, Tan Ming instructed, signaling for the driver to go through first. Following were Fong Tingwan, Jiang Yanqing, Xinu, and Meng Ling, with Lu Feng and his two subordinates next, and finally, Tan Ming with the two workers. Upon entering, they found themselves in a small grove, adorned with a dozen osmanthus trees, their dense foliage providing ample cover. The group split into 3 teams, each taking their respective positions. Tan Ming produced a map and handed a flashlight to both Fong Tingwan and Lu Feng. 3 flashes signal retreat. 4 flashes indicate discovery. A response is necessary to confirm receipt. If there is no reply, it is highly likely that individual is deceased, and the rest should retreat. With a smile, he continued, I, Fong Tingwan, and Jiang Yanqing will form one team. Lu Feng, Xinu, and Meng Ling will be another. The remaining 4 will form the last team. Let us proceed. Noticing the look from Meng Ling, Fong Tingwan, she suppressed her urge to protest. Chapter 79. Pushing forward to save lives, the group dispersed. Jiang Yanqing led the way, while Fong Tingwan brought up the rear, ensuring Tan Ming's safety in the middle. It was broad daylight, and the more timid one was, the easier they would be discovered. They boldly traversed beneath the 3rd building, and upon seeing security personnel approaching, they swiftly slipped inside. Be vigilant. If anyone appears suspicious, apprehend them. Understood. The low growl of voices drew nearer, and soon they entered Building 3. Fortunately, this affluent neighborhood had not experienced a power outage. The elevator was operational and had just reached the 1st floor. Otherwise, surrounded by walls, they would have faced dire consequences if security had arrived. The 3 dashed inside, with Fong Tingwan frantically pressing the close button. Just as the door, barely wide enough for a hand, was closing, security burst in. The leading guard fixed his gaze on her, his expression shifting from confusion to shock, his voice booming. They don't belong to this community. Quick, apprehend them. Security rushed to press the elevator button, but it was too late. The elevator continued its ascent. The leader stepped out of Building 3, where a manual passage awaited. 8 of them charged upwards, while the patrolling guards from other areas swiftly converged. Witnessing their movements, Lu Feng wore a smug smile. They deserved it. Are you out of your mind? What good will it do you if they get caught? Don't you want to leave alive? Xinu cursed as she led the way. Meng Ling shot him a glare, her desire to strike palpable. I'd be delighted if she were to die. Lu Feng unabashedly reveled in his emotions, grinning even more. Unable to contain herself, Meng Ling threw a punch. Just as she prepared for a second, Xinu restrained her, stepping on the struggling Lu Feng while leaning down to say, Hey, don't provoke my girlfriend. If she hits you again, I won't stop her. I'll kill you. Lu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lunged forward with a knife. Xinu quickly stepped back, hands raised in surrender. You brought this upon yourself. Meng Ling, having practiced boxing since childhood, though never competing, was no mere show-off. Her fists had become as hard as stone through recent training. Lu Feng's wild swings were effortlessly deflected by Meng Ling, and in a moment of shock, she landed a punch squarely on his chest. What was that sensation? It felt as if his heart had ceased beating, pain radiating through his bones. How could this be? He had trained relentlessly, commanding his underlings through brute strength. Why did he feel so powerless before a woman? Meng Ling shook out her fist and remarked, You're just flailing around, scaring those fools. Honestly, if I can't handle you, how could one want? I've been worrying for nothing. She smiled and took Xinu's hand, transforming into a loving couple as they continued forward joyfully. Lu Feng lay there for a few seconds, realizing that not following them might lead to his entrapment, and quickly caught up. A gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. At that moment in Building 3, the residential complex boasted 27 floors. Fong Tingwan resolutely pressed the buttons for 15, 21, and 27, aiming to confuse the security and buy time to devise a plan. The apartments were arranged 2 per floor, and as the elevator doors opened, she peered outside, hoping to find a place to hide. After knocking on 6 doors to no avail, she noticed the elevator continuing to ascend and heard hurried footsteps in the stairwell. They had no choice but to retreat to the rooftop. Gazing at the flat expanse of the roof, devoid of any hiding spots, she pondered desperately. What now? Tan Ming was in a state of panic, retreating against the wall, unable to comprehend why his mission had encountered such adversity, especially when he was certain he had made no errors. The more he pondered, the deeper his despair grew. As he gazed at the two individuals blocking his path, a sudden idea struck him. They had not seen me moments ago. If you two confess, I will hide. Should you betray me, that child shall not survive. He ceased to smile, frantically seeking a corner to curl up in, indifferent to the filth around him, using tattered raincloth to obscure his presence. Fong Tingwan observed silently, then averted her gaze towards the security personnel ascending the stairs. There were a total of 20 individuals, the weight limit of the elevator, not merely the number present. The leading security guard brandished an electric baton, scrutinizing them. What are you doing here? Looking for food, Fong Tingwan replied, lowering her head to display the fear of a young girl, tightly clutching Jiang Yinqing's sleeve, her figure shrinking. Jiang Yinqing quickly grasped the situation, swallowing hard, his words stumbling. We are from the opposite side and noticed that the people here were not lacking in food, so we snuck in. How did you get in? The tremor in the security guard's voice was palpable. Di Jinghao Yuan prided itself on being impregnable, and if the higher-ups discovered this, they would surely face dire consequences. Without this, starvation was inevitable. Take them away. Such a significant commotion could not go unnoticed, and he had no choice but to escort them to the security office. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing obediently followed. In a moment of safety, Tan Ming cautiously peeked out, exhaling deeply, too fearful to descend, and instead remaining hidden in the shadows, nibbling on biscuits while awaiting nightfall. Ding! The elevator reached the ground floor. The security guard instructed the two to lead the way, guiding them to the entrance they had used. Upon reaching the osmanthus grove and witnessing the fresh dog hole, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Have we become traitors? Quickly, seal it up. I will seek Manager Qian. He pushed Fong Tingwan and the others forward. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at room 202 of Building 2, with the words Property Management Office marked outside. The security guard knocked first, and upon hearing a response, he pushed the door open. Manager Qian, we have captured 2 intruders from the opposite community, who came out of desperation for food. I just discovered a newly dug dog hole in the osmanthus grove. I do not know whether it was meant for escape or entry. Did you dig it? Qian Hongwei, portly and with beady eyes, shifted his gaze between the two, ultimately resting on Fong Tingwan's chest. Although she wore a loose gray shirt, it failed to conceal her figure. No, it was already there when we arrived, Jiang Yinqing replied, his voice growing colder as he pulled Wanwan behind him. Qian Hongwei noted this and chuckled. Trespassing can lead to imprisonment, at least 3 years. If you do not wish to be sent to the police station, I have a way. It was pure intimidation, and Jiang Yinqing was keenly aware that at most it would mean 15 days followed by a fine. Assuming the police station remained unscathed. After all, the police were generally based on the first floor. Yet, he still had to feign curiosity. What method? Hooked. Qian Hongwei leered at Fong Tingwan with unabashed desire. If she spends the night with me, I assure you there will be plenty to eat and drink. Not to mention what she can take with her. Can I stay? Fong Tingwan timidly replied, sensing that this man likely knew where the provisions lay, perhaps even offering her what she sought. 1-1. Jiang Yinqing was perplexed by her intentions. The man's motives were exceedingly transparent. This utterance evoked profound emotions. Fong Tingwan momentarily froze. I want to survive. Was this a response that skirted the question, or perhaps an answer to Jiang Yinqing's own dilemma? Maybe both? His shoulders sagged in disappointment. All right. Chapter 80. The prime opportunity that little Wang. Qian Hongwei called out, and the door swung open immediately. Security guard Wang nodded and bowed, inquiring, What is it, manager? Take this person outside, and while you're at it, grab some rice, flour, and a bit of meat. Qian Hongwei waved generously, gesturing for him to close the door upon exiting. Wang, initially stunned, quickly comprehended the situation and nodded respectfully. All right, follow me. He gestured for the other to go ahead. Jiang Yinqing remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Wanwan, a tumult of emotions flickering across his face, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Fong Tingwan interjected, Go on, take care. She then cast a meaningful glance at Wang. From her words, it seemed Jiang Yinqing would not easily procure food. But if he could find a place, it might be beneficial. Jiang Yinqing understood her thoughts, but felt an unsettling disquiet within, reluctantly, as he turned to close the door. Urgency surged in his heart. Move quickly. Wang paused, his eyes darting. All right. As they traversed deeper into the secluded area, it was clear they were not heading toward the warehouse. Upon passing a narrow path, they emerged into a clearing, where a throng of a dozen or more awaited them. It appeared that rather than providing him provisions to leave, they intended to assault him. The more supplies they had, the harsher the beating. Jiang Yinqing clamped a hand over Wang's mouth, sending him sprawling to the ground, his forearm pinning Wang's chest while his legs entwined around him. He demanded in a hushed tone, "What does Qian Hongwei intend to do?" Wang, muffled and desperate, gestured for him to release his grip. If he could call out, his brothers would rush to his aid. At that moment, Wang ceased to struggle, but he did not foresee that as Jiang Yinqing loosened his hold, he pressed a blade against his neck. The cold, steely edge grazed his throat, sending shivers down Wang's spine as he quivered. Qian Hongwei. He enjoys women. Jiang Yinqing's gaze deepened, resembling a vortex that threatened to consume everything. Where is your grain storage? In the basement of Building 6 in the villa area. With so many people, is that amount of grain sufficient? Jiang Yinqing calculated. 3 high-rises, each with 27 floors, accommodating 2 families per unit, amounted to over 300 individuals. There were 21 villas, averaging 3 occupants each, totaling over 60 people, alongside security and cleaning staff, at least 400 in total. Wang's eyes darted, avoiding Jiang Yinqing's penetrating stare. As the blade pressed deeper, a crimson line traced his neck. Xiao Wang urgently called for a halt. I assert that there is no one living in Building 1821 of the Villa District, yet it is entirely monitored with round-the-clock security. All of our provisions are procured at exorbitant prices from Mr. Qian. Having acquired what he desired, Jiang Yinqing searched the vicinity, his gaze settling upon the tree vines. He promptly bound Xiao Wang in the shady recess of the tree trunk, muffling his mouth with Xiao Wang's own clothing. He then proceeded to the area below the 3 buildings, where he observed a dozen security personnel, leaving only the number 1821 inscribed on the tree. He stealthily made his way toward the Villa District. Meanwhile, inside the upper floor, Qian Hongwei stepped outside, dismissing the guards stationed outside before returning to lock the door behind him. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he remarked, "Sister, you must still be a virgin, right? It might hurt a little, but bear with it, and afterward, you will feel utterly euphoric." He eagerly began unbuttoning his shirt, revealing his protruding belly. Fong Tingwan, seated on the sofa, was also in the process of removing her outer garment. The sight caused Qian Hongwei to nearly suffer a nosebleed. Though he had yet to see the real deal, his instincts told him it would be substantial and tender. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, hastening to remove his trousers. In no time, he was completely undressed. Fong Tingwan glanced over, her lips twitching in disbelief. "To call you a little firecracker is an exaggeration. Where are you?" Qian Hongwei's beaming visage instantly soured, replaced with fury. "Watch how I conquer you." He lunged at her, his greasy aura making Fong Tingwan feel nauseous. Suppressing her discomfort, she countered, pinning Qian Hongwei onto the sofa, her knee pressed against his lower back, her arm constricting around his neck. "Where is the food from your community?" she inquired with a smile. Qian Hongwei, face down, felt his earlier excitement dissipate, and, with impatience, replied, "If you feed me, I'll tell you." It seemed she would need to procure something special. Fong Tingwan hoisted him up, tossing him onto a chair. After securing him with rope, she retrieved scissors from a nearby pen holder, her grin particularly chilling. "Since it's of no use to you, I might as well assist you in getting rid of it." She advanced slowly, resembling a grim reaper intent on transforming him. As the thought that he might never again engage with a woman crossed his mind, he instinctively tightened his legs, but the bindings were far too constrictive. When his member was inadvertently stimulated, his mental defenses crumbled entirely. In Building 1821, Qian Hongwei nearly shouted, but the outside world remained oblivious. The room, per his explicit instructions, was soundproofed to the highest degree. Fong Tingwan had already noted the soundproof windows and chuckled. "How does one gain entry?" "Just walk straight in," Qian Hongwei replied too quickly, as if attempting to mask his apprehension. "Why don't you accompany me?" Fong Tingwan was uncertain about the situation on the other side. It might prove difficult to navigate without a companion. Qian Hongwei felt tears welling in his eyes, but escape offered him hope. It could only be said that his thinking was naive. Fong Tingwan tied her brother up securely. Though it was cumbersome, it was undoubtedly sturdy. Should he attempt to flee or engage in any inappropriate actions, she would ensure he had ample reason to regret it. Once dressed, Qian Hongwei was compelled to drape his arm around her shoulder, devoid of any illicit thoughts. As they descended, someone immediately approached them. "Qian Hongwei." The man glanced at Fong Tingwan, his cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, clearly having just endured some humiliation. That wretched rotund manager had caused untold distress to many. He feasted while denying them even a sip of broth. His younger brother was yanked, causing Qian Hongwei's face to redden in pain. He yearned to curse, but was forcibly subdued. He shot a venomous glare at the approaching figure, coldly retorting, "Scram. Do you think you have the right to look?" He then steered Fong Tingwan towards the villa area. Observing the two as if they were conjoined twins, the man spat on the ground. "Is it merely a bit of filthy lucre? Enough of this. If you wish to perish, we still desire to live. Where's Brother Wang?" "I don't know." "Then go find him." Their conversation reached Fong Tingwan's ears, and she noted Qian Hongwei's expression. A shade of fury, as it was evidently the first time he had heard his subordinates speak of him so disdainfully, igniting his rage to its peak. From their dialogue, it appeared that Jiang Yinxing had already escaped. Fong Tingwan urged him to continue walking. Meanwhile, Xianyu, Meng Ling, and Lu Feng, realizing something was amiss, had also arrived at the woods after a convoluted journey. After evading security, Meng Ling pointed at the tree trunk. "What does this signify?" 1821. ISNT that the villa area? The food must be there, presumably left by Jiang Yinxing and his group. "Shall we proceed?" Xianyu mused, somewhat uncertain. "Let us go first." Meng Ling glanced up at the sky. They were quite close now, and darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings, the perfect moment to act. Chapter 81. Between brothers, the streetlights flickered to life in a warm glow, making it the most pleasant time of the evening, with many people out for a stroll. Upon seeing Qian Hongwei once again with a woman in his arms, some teased him. "Oh, Qian Hongwei, quite the catch, aren't you?" The men expressed their envy. Qian Hongwei gritted his teeth with a smile. "Keep running, will you?" As he quickened his pace. The scrutiny from onlookers made him acutely aware of the threat looming over him. At last, they reached the entrance of villa number 18, where he halted. "I'll offer you 100 jin of meat and 100 jin of rice, no charge. Could you please leave quickly?" This was a substantial offering, he believed. Sufficient to entice them. Fong Tingwan blinked, her fingers twitching. Know when to withdraw, do not overreach. Qian Hongwei felt as if he might shatter his molars in his eagerness to be rescued, determined to make this wretched woman grovel and beg for mercy. Yet, even before encountering her, Fong Tingwan had already surveyed the area. There were cameras in every nook and cranny and an alarm system. Any approach would surely trigger an alert. Such formidable security measures indicated that they were indeed present here. The question remained, how to gain entry. 1-1. Jiang Yinxing emerged from the shadows. Glancing around to ensure he wasn't noticed, he whispered, "I've surveyed several of these buildings. There's not only surveillance, but also personnel inside for protection. Entry is impossible. Relying solely on them makes it exceedingly difficult. Let us first find something to eat. I'm famished and have no strength left to think clearly." Fong Tingwan surveyed her surroundings, but before she could speak, Qian Hongwei interjected. I live in building 17. Are you all going there?" His smile appeared somewhat insincere. "Let us go?" Fong Tingwan readily agreed, following him onward. Jiang Yinxing fell a step behind, observing the two standing side by side. He closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the urge to eliminate Qian Hongwei. Upon reaching the entrance of building 17, Qian Hongwei pressed the doorbell. Shortly, a woman in her 40s, donned in an apron, emerged. Her hair was tied up, and her appearance exuded a simple, honest charm as she greeted them with a smile. "Manager, you're back." "Mr. Qian was just about to have dinner." "Who are they?" Qian Hongwei replied. "This is my wife and her brother. Come in, please." The woman, without hesitation, opened the iron gate and ushered them inside, leading them to the dining room. Fong Tingwan entered, taking in the lavish decor, which was nothing short of opulent, glittering with golden accents that unmistakably signified wealth. The dining table was round, set for 10, yet only 2 individuals occupied it. One was a strikingly beautiful young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, dressed in a revealing black slip dress. Her dark, wavy hair framed her delicate features, though her eyes expressed disdain towards the others. "Let us sit down to eat," she remarked, rolling her eyes. Qian Hongwei, holding Fong Tingwan's hand tightly, forced a smile and called out, "Brother, sister-in-law." Qian Hongwei, around 40 years old, dressed casually yet elegantly in loungewear, forked a piece of steak into his mouth. His gaze fell upon Fong Tingwan, momentarily brightening before he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. "Let us eat," he stated. "All right." Qian Hongwei acquiesced, taking his seat. The housekeeper had already set the table with chopsticks and bowls. As Fong Tingwan savored her meal, she contemplated the complex dynamics among them. It was clear that Qian Hongwei harbored a fear of Qian Anrui, who possessed the ownership of these 4 villas, acquired with seemingly little effort. If they sought sustenance, the keys must undoubtedly reside within this villa. She exchanged a glance with Jiang Yinqing. "Is this your new girlfriend?" Qian Anrui inquired, delicately wiping the corner of his mouth, his gaze momentarily resting on Fong Tingwan. "Yes," Qian Hongwei affirmed with a nod, his eyes darting toward his sister-in-law, only to earn another roll of the eyes from Mrs. Qian. The intricate relationships among the trio left Fong Tingwan feeling increasingly perplexed. "And you must be Qian Anrui, the so-called brother," she interjected, introducing herself. "Fong." Jiang Yinqing nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Fong, you may sleep in the guest room downstairs," Qian Anrui suggested as he stood to leave, followed closely by Mrs. Qian ascending the stairs. The remaining 3 were left with a lavish spread. Dishes included braised abalone in sauce, steamed sea fish, and a vibrant vegetable salad, freshly mixed with tender greens, accompanied by dry red wine. While others outside were deprived of meals, they indulged in a grand feast. "How would you like your meat cooked?" the housekeeper inquired, holding a pair of tongs. "Medium," Qian Hongwei replied, and the same for them. "Very well." As they waited, Fong Tingwan, unreserved, selected a piece of abalone, biting into it to reveal its sweet, tender flavor that lingered on her palate. The sea fish, simply seasoned with soy sauce and fragrant scallions, was deliciously soft and succulent, while a refreshing bite of salad or sip of red wine provided a delightful balance. Jiang Yinqing, too, was partaking in the meal, exhibiting a more restrained manner compared to Fong Tingwan's casual approach. Qian Hongwei gazed at Fong Tingwan, inexplicably filled with appetite. After savoring a piece of steak, he indulged in 2 abalones and concluded with a sip of red wine. He inquired, "Will you accompany me upstairs to sleep?" Naturally, she agreed. How else could she approach Qian and Sui and seek the key? After wiping her mouth, Fong Tingwan followed him upstairs. Jiang Yinqing understood Wan's intentions, but could not suppress his discomfort. The housekeeper remarked, "Mr. Fong, your room is here," as she opened a door to one of the rooms. "Good," Fong Tingwan said, binding Qian Hongwei outside the bathroom before closing the door, allowing her to see him secured to a chair. This arrangement granted her peace of mind to enjoy a relaxing bath. Once she finished, she nudged Qian Hongwei to the bedside, laid down, and was just about to doze off when she heard moans from the adjacent room. Startled, she sat up, noticing Qian Hongwei's nonchalant demeanor. She sighed. "You and your brother are vastly different. That's why I chose my brother," Qian Hongwei suddenly interjected, and upon seeing her still attentive, he seemed to struggle momentarily before continuing. "She was originally someone I brought in from outside. After spending the night with me, she left the room, and within half an hour, I heard the sounds from next door. She became my sister-in-law. Deliberate? Arranging to sleep next door and intentionally making such a racket." Fong Tingwan looked at him with pity. "You must have picked her up, right?" He remained silent, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Goodness, how can you speak of such sorrow? Otherwise, tell me how to get in. I'll move my things and teach your brother a lesson." Fong Tingwan blinked eagerly, as if urging him to share. Qian Hongwei stared at her as though she were foolish, then closed his eyes, merely recalling his sorrow, not losing his senses. Fong Tingwan covered her head and continued to sleep. By around midnight, she opened her eyes, feeling rejuvenated, and noticed Qian Hongwei had fallen asleep. Quietly, she opened the door and was immediately greeted by a faint scent of smoke, as if someone had just smoked moments ago. Awakened, Qian and Sui stood in the dimly lit corner, stepping into the light. Fong Tingwan first noticed his slippers, then his ankles, and the towel secured just below his waist, revealing his well-defined physique, a chiseled abdomen, and a devilish smile that seemed to beckon temptation. "You harbor such disdain for the manager. There's no need to steal his woman for amusement," she thought, feeling sorry for the man inside. "Are you willing to be with him?" Qian and Sui's voice dripped with sarcasm. Chapter 82. The ungrateful wolf Schwer told me that he felt nothing when he entered her, but I am different. Follow me, and I guarantee your pleasure. How about it? As he spoke, Qian and Sui pushed open a door to another room. Fong Tingwan stood still, smiling as she replied, "I don't think much of you either, especially your character. What skill is it to bully him?" She glanced towards the staircase, unaware that Lawyer Jiang had already taken his stand there, an inexplicable surge of safety enveloping her. It was a delightful feeling. Qian and Sui did not hesitate to reveal a smile. A hand hidden in the darkness was raised, and after taking a puff from a cigarette, he slowly exhaled smoke rings. My parents have high hopes for him, but in the end, it is only through the bones I spit out that he can wield power and influence. Without the money and authority I provide, he is nothing. Have you thought this through? It seems that after hearing such words, Schwerer decided to follow Qian and Sui. Fang Tingwan felt that things were not so simple. She glanced at Jiang Yin Chun, tilted her head to signal him, and then turned to reveal a hint of shyness. Could you, perhaps, be a little gentler? Seeing the blood rush to Qian and Sui's head, he immediately asked her to leave first. The room was a study. Yet it was more than just that. A long table cleared of clutter, chairs by the floor-to-ceiling windows, and under the dim, alluring yellow light, chaotic fingerprints were illuminated, suggesting past misdeeds. Qian and Sui walked at the back. Just as he was about to close the door, a dagger pressed against his neck, pushing him against the wall. What do you intend to do? How did you get into my granary? Jiang Yin Chen stated bluntly, kicking the door shut with his foot. Fang Tingwan listened intently as she rummaged through drawers searching for keys, turning the boxes inside out. She finally discovered a set of keys, which included a car key and a door lock, along with an access card. In a complex of 4 villas, it was improbable that there were no keys. Could it be that they relied on fingerprints instead? Fang Tingwan fixed her gaze on his hands. Jiang Yin Chun asked several questions, the blade grazing Qian and Sui's neck, yet he showed no inclination to respond. Killing someone would still lead to imprisonment, and Qian and Sui was confident that if they sought food, they would certainly spare him. What is in the safe? Fang Tingwan had already located a safe beneath the wall-to-wall bookshelf, standing 1 meter tall and 50 centimeters wide, clearly filled with numerous items. Qian and Sui closed his eyes momentarily before opening them again, his expression devoid of emotion, childhood memories. Wait a moment, Fang Tingwan said, pulling open the door and glancing around. Under Qian and Sui's deliberate arrangement, the corridor, indeed the entire villa, was eerily silent. Upon pushing open the door, she caught sight of Qian Hongwei using a small knife to cut through ropes. Their eyes met, and Qian's gaze was filled with fright as he swallowed hard, hiding the knife in his hand, weakly stating, I just wanted to go to the bathroom. If I cut it, I won't want to go anymore. She stepped forward to untie the ropes binding him to the chair and led him to the study. The 2 brothers were tied together, facing away from each other, and Qian Hongwei could barely lift his head. Qian and Sui was filled with disgust, struggling but unable to break free. Anger surged within him as he coldly reprimanded. What do you want from me? I only need food. If you provide it, I will spare your limbs. If not, I will have to resort to special measures. Fang Tingwan spoke languidly as she approached with the dagger. Qian and Sui's hand recoiled slightly, and Qian Hongwei appeared as if his soul had been extracted, remaining motionless. When his hand was stretched flat on the ground, he uttered, 321924. Qian and Sui's body trembled, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. A password? Jiang Yinqing attempted the password, and with a chime, it unlocked. Fang Tingwan walked over to discover a trove of cash amounting to 100,000, alongside a Rolex watch, a jeweled necklace, and a set of gold bracelets, rings, and necklaces. The golden necklace cascaded down like a spider's web, tapering from large to small, adorned with an abundance of diamonds, exquisitely crafted. The bracelets, a pair, were intricately engraved with the auspicious symbols of dragons and phoenixes, and the rings were also a matching set. As Fang Tingwan examined them closely, she noticed the letters inscribed. Turning her gaze towards Qian Hongwei, whose reddened eyes seemed to evoke a sorrowful reminiscence. Are these your parents' belongings? Are they from your father or his parents? Observing Qian Anshui's indifferent demeanor, the answer was apparent. He was the adopted one. If you desire the possessions of the deceased, then take them, Qian Anshui remarked nonchalantly. Naturally, Fang Tingwan did not hesitate, continuing to rummage through the contents, and soon discovered several documents at the bottom. Upon retrieving them, Qian Anshui's eyes suddenly flared with resentment as he exclaimed excitedly, "What is there to see in those things? They are all gone." Nevertheless, she proceeded to open the documents. Among them were some yellowed, aged papers and 2 family photographs. One depicted a young Qian Anshui. His parents appeared well-fed, while the frail Qian Anshui looked malnourished, with a date inscribed in the corner, March 21st. The other photograph featured Qian Hongwei alongside Qian Anshui, their parents seated closely together, cradling the infant Qian Hongwei. In stark contrast to the corner-dwelling Qian Anshui, they seemed more like a family, with the corner date reading, September 24th. Thus, Were the passwords linked to the birthdays of the two individuals? Qian Anshui pondered, uncertain if the safe belonged to his parents. She continued her inspection and found 3 sheets of paper, torn from a primary school language workbook, meticulously preserved. Mom and Dad. The uneven handwriting was encased in a frame, reminiscent of her own life, orchestrated by them. She yearned for a different existence, one in an orphanage instead. Fang Tingwan cast a glance at Qian Anshui, quickly perusing the contents, ultimately unable to suppress her clenched fists. Qian Anshui's memories were drawn back to when he was 8 years old. In the second year of his adoption, his mother became pregnant, and his father joyfully revolved around her, forgetting his parent-teacher meetings, neglecting to accompany him to soccer matches. And overlooking his birthday, he mused that if it were a sister, he would love her too. If it were a brother, a mere poke would send him into tears, earning him reprimands from his parents. There were always those who said that the younger brother resembled their parents the most, while he was merely a foundling. Such words pierced his youth like a thorn, festering in his throat, ultimately leaving an indelible scar. Is my worth eclipsed by blood relations? Qian Anshui murmured, uncertain to whom he directed the question. Suddenly, Qian Hongwei scoffed. My parents told me the company is left for you. I simply wish to enjoy life. I never intended to compete with you for it. With all questions answered, his gaze dimmed. You do not deserve the surname Qian. Had I known you were an ungrateful wolf raised by others, my parents should have left you in the orphanage. It was too late. Have you not always asked me why my parents were on the Huaihai Expressway, why they could not be saved from the accident? Qian and Sui did not intend to wait for Qian Hongwei's response, and continued, you are about to graduate and enter the company. The fruits of my 8 years of labor are easily within your grasp. On what grounds? Do not regard me with such disdainful eyes. I ordered someone to ensure a swift resolution without causing our parents any suffering. You are nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Our parents loved you dearly until the very end. Qian Hongwei felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. His body slumped, yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Chapter 83, Secrets. It no longer mattered. I have triumphed. Qian and Sui tilted his head back, the blurry figures of his parents materializing in his mind, tears streaming down his face. In Qian Hongwei's eyes, it was akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. He thought of how their parents had painstakingly built a good reputation over a lifetime, only to have it tarnished by this ungrateful wretch who had seized their resources and engaged in nefarious activities, leaving behind a stench of chaos. It would only worsen from here on out. In the end, it was all due to Qian's mischief. Had there been no company and no vast wealth, perhaps he would have had a decent brother. Qian Hongwei stated, the passwords for all the doors are his palm prints. You are utterly hopeless. Qian and Sui retorted angrily. This food is worth at least several tens of millions. You refuse to consume it yourself, but wish to give it to others? Are you mad or simply wishing for your own demise? He regarded him with the eyes reserved for fools. Jiang Yin-chun had already separated the two, leading Qian and Sui away. Fang Ting-wan hurriedly followed. Upon arriving at the entrance of Villa 18, Jiang Yin-chun pressed his hand against the door, which opened with a chime. 3 individuals emerged from within the villa. The leading man wielded an electric baton. Upon seeing Qianzong being coerced, he immediately raised the baton and shouted, someone, Qianzong in Building 18, is in danger. Received. On our way. Responses echoed from the walkie-talkie. Qian and Sui never anticipated that they would be walking into a trap, smiling as he said, as long as you accompany me, I can overlook this and allow him to leave, ensuring you will have a life of luxury. Otherwise, let us enter. Just the 2 of us, we won't take much. Or, I shall start by breaking one of your legs, and you cannot escape, making it easier for us to deal with them. Fang Ting-wan smiled innocently. Yet her words carried the weight of impending doom. Others might truly not be able to take much, but with Wan saying this, Jiang Yin-chun could only respond. It depends on how much there is. Qian and Sui remained unfazed, even signaling the security personnel to look for an opportunity to rescue him. However, before he could contemplate for 2 minutes, he was taken down to the ground. The dagger was raised high, plunging towards his thigh, an instantaneous wave of pain radiating throughout his body. His mind went blank for a few seconds before he groaned in agony. Stop! I will open it. I will open it. How much better it would have been had you done so sooner. Jiang Yin-chun hoisted him up and moved forward. The security personnel dared not approach, clearing a path as the 3 entered the hall, only to find no food in sight. In the basement and upstairs rooms, his legs ached terribly. Qian and Sui just wanted to escape them quickly. Do not rush. Open the door. The basement was equipped with a high-tech palm print lock. Without the proper print, it could not be opened. Qian and Sui placed his hand on it, and after the clicking sound of the mechanism, the iron door revealed a narrow gap. Watch him. As Fang Tingwan pulled open the iron door and stepped inside, she was momentarily taken aback. 6 pillars stood in the middle, supporting a 90 square meter space. To her left, she beheld vacuum-sealed rice, priced at 50 per bag, with approximately 30 bags stretching from the east wall to the west. Stacked 15 bags high in rows of 5, there were over 2,000 bags of rice. This amounted to more than 100 tons, sufficient to sustain over 20,000 residents of Pingquan City for several days, if rationed. This was not even accounting for the adjacent vacuum-sealed flour and noodles, primarily in large bags, totaling yet another 100 tons, which she unreservedly stored away. The moment she stepped out of the iron door, she swiftly closed it, concealing the contents from prying eyes. You go upstairs. I will keep watch over him. Jiang Yinjin instinctively positioned himself at the staircase entrance. Fang Tingwan nodded and ascended to the upper floor, where the first room was filled with instant noodles of various flavors, stacked so high that the door could barely open outward. She collected all of them. The second room overflowed with ham sausages, chocolates, and compressed biscuits, all equally brimming. Fang Tingwan began to wonder if Qianzong was also hoarding such a plethora of goods. The third room, however, was occupied and empty of supplies, prompting her to return downstairs. Continuing to number 19, she did not carry anything out, which left Qian Anshui quite pleased, as the items weighed heavily, making them laborious to transport. Instant noodles were light, but still took up space. Why don't you stay as my bodyguards? I'll pay you 100,000 a month. You can live in a villa and drive sports cars. Do you have sports cars? Fang Tingwan's eyes lit up. Of course. The more, the better, Qian Anshui boasted. I have a Rolls-Royce. You can choose any car you desire. So what do you say? Want to stay? I want to take a look. Fang Tingwan had already entered the basement, which was similarly stocked with rice and flour. These items were the most effective means of filling stomachs in a post-apocalyptic world, and she collected them all without hesitation. The upstairs rooms contained different supplies, including cooking oil, Laogan ma, Sichuan pepper, garlic, and various seasonings. In another room, a large freezer held frozen beef and seafood. As they exited number 19 to proceed to number 20, chaos erupted outside, the clamor of voices ringing particularly clear. They're all inside. Let us rush in and take what we can. He has depleted all my resources. I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. Charge. A throng of people surged out, illuminated by dim yellow light, revealing a sea of heads, at least 100 individuals. Fang Tingwan spotted cement factory workers in blue uniforms among the crowd and glanced at Jiang Yinjin. Lawyer Jiang, we should leave. We've gathered enough. The ensuing chaos will obscure the fact that I have taken so much. Qian Anshui struggled to move forward, exclaiming, No, we cannot take this. I bought it. It belongs to me. Jiang Yinjin covered his mouth and pulled him back to Villa 18. The housekeeper had awakened, just untying Qian Hongwei, when she noticed a knife lodged in Qianzong's thigh. Terrified, she stammered, You need to release Qianzong at once. I will call the police. No need. Qian and Sui waved his hand and walked over to sit on the sofa. You all went to rob again. Whatever you can seize is fine, he remarked. Are the car keys downstairs? Fang Tingwan inquired. Assuming they intended to use the car to pursue, he nodded without suspicion, saying, The password is 000321. Having acquired what she desired, Fang Tingwan proceeded downstairs with Jiang Yinchun. Take me with you, Qian Hongwei urged, hastening a few steps. Fang Tingwan looked up at him and shook her head. You are indeed pitiable, yet it is a fact that you have harmed many women. Qian Hongwei found himself at a loss for words, watching helplessly as they departed, only to hear his brother's scornful remarks behind him. Fool, did you see that? Now that the food has been snatched away, we might as well wait to starve. Mr. Qian, I sense they are approaching. We should hide upstairs quickly. The nanny remained relatively composed, having heard the commotion, immediately going to assist. Observing his brother in such a state, Qian Hongwei reached out to help as they made their way upstairs, into the study's partition. Meanwhile, in the basement, Fang Tingwan spotted 6 vehicles, her eyes sparkling with excitement. An SUV, a sedan, a sports car, a van, and 2 motorcycles. All of the finest quality. Mr. Qian certainly knew how to indulge. Lawyer Jiang, are you aware of my secret? Their gazes locked, and Jiang Yinchun candidly responded, If what you refer to is the space, then I should indeed be aware. Chapter 84. Underground and above, could you kindly turn around? Fong Tingwan asked, a hint of resignation in her voice. She understood it was inevitable. Yet if the space were indeed a jade pendant, the implications could not be generalized. Jiang Yin Chen obediently turned. Without hesitation, Fong Tingwan transported the 6 vehicles onto the grassy expanse of the space, ensuring they would remain untouched by any animals before she sighed in relief. She then ventured to the adjacent tool room, collecting an entire wall's worth of riding gear, protective equipment, and helmets. Various toolboxes of assorted sizes lay scattered on the floor, containing screwdrivers of all shapes and sizes, as well as wrenches, among other items. A barrel of 50 gasoline, a container of lubricant, and a box of windshield washer fluid, all essential for the vehicles, were also present. She gathered all the jacks, large and small, and couldn't help but exclaim, being wealthy truly has its advantages. Though the sentiment may have sounded harsh, it was the harsh truth. In a world where water and vegetables were as precious as gold, the first to perish would invariably be the impoverished. What shall we do next? The basement door was securely locked by Jiang Yanchun. Those outside assumed the food was in the other villas and overlooked this one entirely. Fong Tingwan shrugged. Of course, we should enjoy a good meal. What do you feel like eating? The items in the space had lingered for too long, and just the thought made her mouth water. Seafood? Jiang Yanchun ventured tentatively. Hey, that's exactly what I was thinking. Let us indulge in a seafood buffet, limitless servings. The delightful notion of sharing such an experience was indeed splendid. Fong Tingwan retrieved pots, bowls, and a bucket of water, then proceeded to lay out a lavish spread of lobster, shrimp, orchid crabs, hairy crabs, and king crabs, filling the table to the brim. There's still so much left, I can't fit it all. A full gout feast? Jiang Yanchun chuckled affectionately, watching her. You can't possibly finish all that. Return some. If you ever wish for it again, I will quietly prepare it for you. Without letting them know? Fong Tingwan felt a surge of emotions, both exhilarated and slightly guilty, as Meng Ling and Duo had been by her side for quite some time. Sensing her thoughts, Jiang Yanchun cautioned her, it would be best not to. Fong Tingwan nodded emphatically, allowing him to proceed, while she would later return to her plans. After all, these were dishes she longed to savor. If everything were steamed, it would soon become monotonous. Jiang Yanchun contemplated for a moment and instructed her to fetch garlic, small chili peppers, vermicelli, lemon, and the sauce he knew she possessed, allowing him to unleash his culinary skills. With his back turned, Fong Tingwan handed him the ingredients. And when space was insufficient, she brought over a table from the utility room, setting up a portable stove and a steamer. Jiang Yanchun began by steaming an orchid crab, 2 female hairy crabs, and 5 or 6 shrimp. While steaming, he chopped the small chili peppers and garlic, adding a splash of soy sauce and a sprinkle of cilantro, creating a fragrant mixture. He set this aside and commenced cleaning the king crab, carefully removing the shell before rinsing it thoroughly and drizzling oil until it turned a vibrant red. He then whisked the crab roe with 3 eggs, pouring the mixture back into the shell, watching as the heat gradually solidified the eggs before placing it in the steamer. The earlier dishes were ready, and he presented them on a plate, eagerly pushing it towards the impatient Fong Tingwan. Enjoy. The sight of a man cooking was undeniably appealing. Fong Tingwan complimented him sincerely, especially since he was also quite handsome. Every movement he made was a feast for the eyes. Wait, had she overlooked something? Aware of her gaze, Jiang Yanchun could not suppress the upward curve of his lips, his movements becoming even more deft. He split the crab legs in 2, coating them in cornstarch before frying, then removed them to saute with ginger and scallions, before tossing the crab legs back into the pan. Fong Tingwan relished the crab meat, the tender texture complemented by the spicy aroma of the small chili peppers and the savory soy sauce, a divine delicacy. The steamed egg melted in her mouth. She found herself unable to finish. There was simply too much. Let us eat together. All right. Jiang Yanchun sat down and began peeling shrimp, offering them to her. Meanwhile, above them, Meng Ling and Xian Yu were equally agitated, hardly paying attention to their hunger. The doors of the 2 villas lacked fingerprints, and unable to locate Manager Qian and his assistant, they decided to drive straight through the wall, creating a breach. Upon seeing the rice, everyone rushed in like a frenzy, eager to hoist it on their shoulders, wishing they had 8 arms. There was more than enough rice. Many struggled to carry 2 bags. But the cement factory workers were different. They could carry up to 5 bags at their peak, so 3 bags were hardly an issue. Spotted by the workers, Tan Ming, who had the authority to command, maintained a cheerful demeanor as he directed, "Lift. The one who carries the most will share the most upon returning." The workers in blue uniforms were filled with vigor. Finally, Lu Ji found Meng Ling, navigating through the throng until he stood before her. "Where's Fong Tingwan?" Meng Ling shook her head. "No need to worry about her. With Lawyer Jiang around, she will be fine. Shall we secretly stash some rice?" Lu Ji proposed, noting the lack of attention from others. After all, they were not permanent residents at the cement factory. "Yes." Xian Yu shot him a glance, directing it towards Lu Feng. This fellow's crew was busy transporting food. Loyalty was not to be expected. Lu Ji sought out the remaining 3 individuals and, after articulating his plan, one of them hoisted 2 bags and stepped outside. The scene was chaotic. As the rice dwindled, Xiao Wang pointed an accusatory finger at Tan Ming, exclaiming, "Who are you? You don't belong to our community." The thieves paused their actions, gazing at the group of unfamiliar faces who silently stood together, unwittingly forming a circle of encirclement. The security personnel numbered over 30, and without the protection of their leader, they too felt compelled to seize what they could. But what right did these strangers have? They brandished electric batons, exuding an intimidating presence. Tan Ming waved dismissively, betraying no sign of anxiety. "Indeed, I am not from your neighborhood. Since you have noticed my presence, do not blame me for showing no mercy." After a brief pause, he raised his hand. The sound of gunfire erupted, deafening and abrupt. The workers clad in blue aimed their weapons directly at Xiao Wang. "Now, drop everything you are holding. I will count to 3. Anyone who does not exit this room will regret it." 3, 2. Fear gripped them, and they all fled in panic. The security guards, being human, squeezed through the crowd in their haste to escape, but one approached Tan Ming. It was unprecedented for so many to infiltrate the Dijing Hao Yuan under their watch, a situation that had not even transpired during the recent floods. Xiao Wang fixed his gaze on one individual, murmuring, "Lao Lu, are you a traitor?" Lao Lu did not deny it and explained, "My sister and brother-in-law, my parents. They are all at the cement factory, waiting for their meals." "I'm sorry, Wang Gu. But do these people not need to eat?" Xiao Wang had a multitude of grievances to voice, to question his ethical integrity, yet before he could utter a word, a shot rang out. A numbing pain seized his chest, and 2 seconds later, a wave of agony engulfed him. Tan Ming's final word hung in the air. Xiao Wang collapsed, blood surging from his chest, acutely aware of his life ebbing away. He stared wide-eyed, filled with resentment, as his breath ceased. "Tan Ming." Lao Lu wished to say something, but upon recalling his family's hunger, he could only internally express his apologies. After witnessing this, Xian Yu reassessed Tan Ming, but quickly averted her gaze, dutifully hoisting a bag of rice. Meng Ling also passed by, carrying rice. Chapter 85. Universal Agreement Manager Tan. "What about Wan Wan and her team? They should have some leads," Meng Ling inquired. Though she knew they were formidable, a wave of concern washed over her. Tan Ming recalled his own distress and remembered Lao Lu mentioning that Manager Qian had taken Fong Tingwan away. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he could only delicately suggest, "They must be hiding. We will look for them later." "Very well." Meng Ling noticed the fleeting glance in his eyes, then turned to glance back at Xian Yu before exiting the villa. Xian Yu, burdened with 3 bags and an oil drum in hand, followed suit. Once they were out of sight, they ventured into the grove of osmanthus trees. Lu Ji and the others had already deposited the rice they carried. With Meng Ling and Xian Yu's contributions, there were a total of 13 bags. Meng Ling declared, "Let us find Wan Wan. You all should find a way to conceal this rice. Do not move at all. Tan Ming will become suspicious. Just leave one person to watch over it." Xian Yu cautioned, then quickened her pace to keep up with Meng Ling. Lu Ji and his companions ultimately left behind the brother named Su'er, who remained to manage the clinic at home, while the others continued their efforts to move. Tan Ming, sensing the absence of his comrades, realized they must have gone in search of Fong Tingwan, their leader. Indifferently rubbing his chin, he glanced around, his expression darkening. Where are the Lu Feng people? He had not even seen his more than a dozen brothers. Go find them. A sense of foreboding washed over Tan Ming as he led his group towards the southern gate, the one closest to Villa number 21. Lu followed closely behind. Meanwhile, in the basement, Fong Tingwan was indulging in a hearty meal, patting her round belly as she pondered aloud. "Isn't it time we made our exit?" She still had Meng Ling and the others on her mind. Afterward, She prepared some seafood for steaming and neatly packed it into disposable containers, complete with dipping sauce, intending to take it back to share with them. Jiang Yinqing, having finished tidying up, suggested, "Let us go. If you need to rest, you can do so upstairs. It will ease explanations later." He waved the items in his hand. Fang Tingwan nodded, following him closely. Once he opened the door to check for anyone outside, they confidently stepped out. Reminding herself not to become too dependent on him, Fang Tingwan resolved to avoid being a mere parasite. The pair did not ascend to the upper floor, but settled in the room where Jiang Yinqing had been sleeping, creating an invisible barrier with their blankets, each lying on opposite sides. When Meng Ling and Xianyu arrived for the third or fourth time, only to find the two in the room, Xianyu rolled his eyes. "Why didn't you say anything? We've been searching for you." As he complained, he noticed the seafood on the table and licked his lips. Meng Ling sighed with relief upon seeing Wanwan alive, playfully admonishing Xianyu, "Keep your voice down." They probably Haven Tea had a moment to breathe. Where did all this come from? Stop pretending. Xianyu kicked Jiang Yinqing's shoe. Jiang Yinqing, with his hands clasped behind his head, turned to look at Wanwan, who was still savoring her meal, and chuckled, "I cooked for you. It's a rare feast. Meant to replenish you." "Then I want to be polite," Xianyu declared eagerly. "Just leave some for us." Aware that their portions were calculated per person, he took 2 servings, peeling them for Meng Ling. She enjoyed the meal immensely, her spirits lifted. The sounds of her chewing were particularly pronounced as she ate. While Xianyu recounted their recent experiences, after entering, they had been evading security, only to discover that there was a mole among the guards from the cement factory. Everything fell into place from there. "As long as we have what we need, let us not linger. We should find Lu Ji and Long Long." Fang Tingwan sprang to attention, forcing herself to be alert. While Jiang Yinqing lay nearby, oblivious to the secrets unfolding, she feigned sleep, waiting until she was certain he had truly dozed off before allowing herself to rest. Tension gripped her. She woke each time Xianyu and the others entered, merely pretending to sleep when no one came in, leaving her feeling somewhat unrest. "Let us go?" Xianyu wiped his hands, packing everything up to take along. Meng Ling followed suit. The 4 individuals exited the villa, and the sky outside had begun to reveal a pale hue reminiscent of fish bellies, enveloped in silence. Was there not a single soul awaiting their return? Xianyu sensed something amiss. "Our belongings are stashed here. We must retrieve them first." "In the camphor grove? You all go find Lu Ji and the others and keep the seafood for us. The workers from the cement factory are likely there. Lawyer Jiang and I will seek refuge first and communicate via flashlight. If visibility diminishes at dawn, we will regroup at the south gate." Fang Tingwan expressed concerns about storing the items in the spatial realm, deeming it impractical. Jiang Yinqing concurred. "You go left, we will go right. It will expedite our efforts." "Agreed. Let us rendezvous at the far corner." Xianyu felt a pang of worry for Long Long, realizing he had not safeguarded the program adequately. He absolutely could not allow any further mishaps to befall Long Long. Fang Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing circled to the camphor grove, ensuring no one was watching. They concealed 10 bags of rice within the spatial realm. Observing the remaining 3 bags, Jiang Yinqing comprehended her intentions and placed the seafood atop the rice. Their unspoken understanding deepened the unease within, and after a moment of contemplation, Fang Tingwan silently proceeded towards the high-rise. Having walked for scarcely 10 minutes, they spotted flashing lights at the south gate, 3 long and 2 short signals, indicating they had been found. The duo hurried towards the source. At the south gate, Tan Ming was also present. Upon seeing the pair unscathed, his expression remained inscrutable. "Lu Feng has fled with his men, taking over 20 bags of rice with him. Let me not catch him." His threat was blatant. Fang Tingwan raised her hands in exasperation. "It wasn't me carrying them. We were all here, right? If we hid them here, it would be wiser to take them back and at least secure a share." Her reasoning held merit. Otherwise, Lu Feng would not have opted for a hasty retreat. "Let us get in the vehicle. We are heading back." Tan Ming turned to leave. "Wait, leave my people here. Their home is nearby." Fang Tingwan consented, glancing at Long Long. "You should stay too. Find an opportunity to return to Qingda." "Brother Xian," Long Long expressed trepidation. But Xianyu reassured him, "I will accompany you." That left the 3 individuals pointed out by Fang Tingwan, Lu Ji and his companions. They were not pivotal figures. Bringing them along would only add to their burdens, prompting Tan Ming to nod in agreement. "Very well." This time, Fang Tingwan, Jiang Yinqing, and Ming Ling occupied the first vehicle, while Xianyu and Long Long took the one behind. Lu Ji and his companions were left in their original spot, watching the vehicle fade into the distance. Su'er suddenly felt emotional. Though our time together has been brief, I will miss you dearly. Lu Gu, so will I? Echoed Lu Ji, who understood the gravity of their situation. We are not formidable. Accompanying us would only hinder progress. Let us return home. We must survive first. If they emerge, they will surely seek us out. They needed to return and secure the rice. Otherwise, returning home would lead to their demise. As they traversed the camphor grove, the three searched thoroughly in a corner, discovering not only the 3 bags of rice, but also cooked seafood. Sister Wanwan has indeed kept us in her thoughts, Su'er whispered, tears streaming down his face. Lu Ji remained silent, internally vowing, we shall bide our time at home, stockpiling resources for their return. Agreed, came the unanimous affirmation. Chapter 86. The robbery on the road. On the return journey, a throng of people lined both sides, their eyes fixed eagerly on the large truck passing before them. They were acutely aware that it carried food, yet most lacked the courage to act, while a select few had long set their sights on the convoy. As the pickup neared the city limits, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. In the passenger seat, Tan Ming fastened his seatbelt, lurching forward. Meanwhile, Fong Tingwan, caught off guard, felt a jarring impact to her head, only to look up and find Jiang Yinqing's palm shielding her. She collided between 2 seats with a thud, emitting a muffled groan. The chaos escalated as the vehicle rolled over an obstruction, the steering wheel slipping from control, veering wildly before crashing against a wall. In a critical moment, Jiang Yinqing bent down, pulling her into his embrace, positioning her on his lap as they hurtled towards Ming Ling. The left door crumpled entirely upon impact. Had a person been pressed against it, their bones would have shattered. Fortunately, Jiang Yinqing had yanked her back just in time. Fong Tingwan, quick to respond, used the momentum to propel herself forward while simultaneously grasping Jiang Yinqing. He lay before her, his breath warm and heavy against her face, causing an odd sensation of heat and tingling. She noted his labored breathing, the flush in his ears fading back to their usual hue. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Her gaze and tone betrayed an unrestrained worry. Jiang Yinqing allowed her to help him sit back, pressing a hand against his injured abdomen. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he shook his head, his voice strained. I'm fine. It was an obvious falsehood. Wanwan, Ming Ling, who had been staring out the window, pulled her back with urgency. Fong Tingwan turned to see a crowd encircling both the pickup and the large truck, with 3 rows of spike strips laid across the road. Without those, the vehicle would never have skidded into the wall. Tan Ming glanced at the bloody driver, who had triggered the airbag, and leapt from the vehicle, confronting the gang with a derisive smile. What do you intend to do? Food. The man, known as Brother Hu, had an imposing stature at 6 feet tall, clad in a black tank top that showcased his muscular physique, tattoos sprawling across his back. Standing there, he made a motion as if to execute, gesturing for Tan Ming to glance towards the tall buildings in the east. A figure was aiming directly at Tan Ming, and he could feel the heat of danger radiating from his brow, as if a hole could be drilled into him at any moment. The workers instinctively huddled together, ready to confront their assailants, awaiting his command. Lower your weapons and let them take it. Food could be replaced, but he had no desire to meet his end. The workers hesitated, but recalling Tan Ming's words, they realized that their families at the cement factory would suffer if they resisted. The thought left them voiceless. For most had loved ones, parents, siblings, tied to that place. There were also those who stood alone, watching the hard-earned rice and oil being carried into the narrow alley. The onlookers felt a surge of emotion, their eyes reddening as they struggled to suppress their feelings. Returning empty-handed was akin to death. A man known as Tiger stepped forward. Fully aware of the name everyone called him, he shouted loudly, unperturbed by Tan Ming's piercing gaze, and approached Tiger with his head bowed. I wish to join you. Tiger appeared taken aback, glancing at Tan Ming's displeased expression, yet he chuckled and patted the man's shoulder. Ha ha ha, no problem. Our Tiger Head gang warmly welcomes you. Come, let us carry the supplies together. Was it truly that simple to gain entry? A wave of excitement swept through the crowd as many began to step forward. Tan Ming clenched his teeth in frustration, his threatening glare becoming ineffective. Those who know the times are wise. The doors of our Tiger Head gang are wide open for you. If you wish to join, lend a hand. Tiger provocatively regarded Tan Ming, mockingly clicking his tongue. With a significant portion of the crowd already departing, Only a handful remained, those burdened with concerns. As the number dwindled to fewer than 20, Tan Ming retreated against the pickup truck. Tiger's gaze shifted towards him. You are Fong Tingwan? His attention was drawn to Meng Ling. Despite never having met, he seemed to know her name. Fong Tingwan immediately thought of Lu Feng, interrupting Meng Ling. I am. Ah, the aura is indeed different. Come down, join us. Someone wishes to meet you. Tiger opened the car door, his eyes fixated on her, unable to look away. The more domineering he became, the more satisfied he felt, and a grin spread across his face. Jiang Yinqing quickly declared, I will go as well. Meng Ling followed suit. I will go too. No problem. Welcome, Tiger replied, striding confidently towards the large truck. He spoke to someone, and the driver was forcibly pulled down, allowing Tiger's men to take their place. Tan Ming observed. His fists clenched tightly, and said to Fong Tingwan, who had just stepped out, find a way to leave a signal. I will find a way to rescue you. You mean to seize the supplies? Fong Tingwan understood without needing to voice her thoughts, realizing she indeed required external assistance. No problem. But don't go back on your word. The three of them lingered for less than 30 seconds before they seamlessly integrated into the crowd of the Tiger Head Gang. Xinu and Long Long intended to follow, but were halted by a mere glance from Fong Tingwan. After the last few bags of rice were moved and Tiger ordered the truck to depart, he walked at the rear. The alley was flanked by towering buildings. Dark and cool, devoid of any notable landmarks, it ended in a fork. It was difficult for anyone to leave a trace behind. As Meng Ling knelt to tie her shoelaces, her laces having come undone, Tiger stood beside her, looming over with narrowed eyes, ready to strike at the slightest sign of trouble. This provided an opportunity for Fong Tingwan, who discreetly retrieved a small lump of clay from her belongings, molding it into a ball less than 2 centimeters in diameter and tossing it into a corner. Just one, inconspicuous, easily overlooked. As Meng Ling awaited her turn to rise, Brother Hu surveyed the surroundings, scouring the ground for remnants and crushing a mud ball beneath his foot. After a brief smile, his demeanor shifted abruptly, and he coldly threatened, Do not attempt any tricks. I am not a benevolent man. Understood, Brother Hu, Meng Ling replied obediently, nodding. Her appearance was sweet, yet her prolonged practice of boxing lent her eyes a lethal glint. Brother Hu remained unconvinced and snapped, Hurry up. He cast a sharp glance at Fong Tingwan. The group had vanished from sight, prompting them to quicken their pace, with Brother Hu trailing behind, his gaze piercing. Exchanging glances, Fong Tingwan and the others refrained from seeking excuses to halt. Exiting the alley and entering an underground market, they navigated a labyrinthine path before arriving at a pitch-black door. Passing through, they encountered even deeper darkness. Having grown accustomed to the environment, Brother Hu turned right after a few steps, revealing a security door. He positioned himself to input a code. Following 6 beeping sounds, the door clicked open. Upon ascending to the first floor, they found an empty retail space. Its concrete floor coated in dust, devoid of any sign of passage. Yet, curious footprints marred the surface where they had walked. At a glance, there were no visible stairs. As they continued winding through the space, Fong Tingwan realized Brother Hu was intentionally leading them in circles and ceased to memorize the route. After 10 minutes, they turned a corner, discovering stairs hidden in a shadowy alcove, relying solely on touch to ascend. Suddenly, Meng Ling misstepped, her body teetering backward. In a frantic attempt to regain balance, she grasped a strong arm. Brother Hu pulled her back into his embrace, swallowing hard, and instructed, Keep up. Yes, yes, she replied. In the next moment, Fong Tingwan cautioned, Be careful. Meng Ling's heart steadied, and she slowed her pace. Upon successfully rounding the corner, light streamed down the hallway, illuminating a newly installed copper security door, its screws firmly embedded in the wall, complete with facial recognition and fingerprint access. Brother Hu advanced once more. The stringent security confirmed this was indeed their hideout. Reaching the second floor, they encountered another door, beyond which lay a construction site, marked by fresh footprints. Yet the area appeared unfinished and devoid of any human presence. The corner between the second and third floors concealed yet another door. A flicker of concern crossed Fong Tingwan's eyes as she noticed the door was ajar. Stepping inside, she sensed the presence of individuals in the hallway and halted. Having arrived at their destination, Brother Hu no longer guarded them closely. Leading the way, he peeked around the corner, and a voice called out, Brother Hu, you're back. Yes. Stay alert. Things might not be peaceful lately, Brother Hu replied, continuing forward. As Fong Tingwan and the others approached, they observed 6 individuals at the hallway's entrance, equipped with walkie-talkies and armed. Any intruder would surely face dire consequences. It appeared that Brother Hu was indeed entrenched in the underworld, capable of amassing such formidable resources. What she needed most were these means of self-defense, prompting her to cast a lingering glance before quickening her pace to catch up. The 3rd floor of this building is also occupied by commercial spaces, yet no businesses have taken residence there. With each ascending level, 6 guards are stationed, and an additional door stands in place. Even mosquitoes must seek permission to enter. Meng Ling trembled, grasping Wan Wan's hand. What should we do? She could not suppress her concern. Do not fret, Fong Tingwan reassured, casting a glance at Lawyer Jiang, who remained unfazed, his countenance unchanged. The 1st floor houses 5 units, all doors ajar, revealing men casually smoking and chatting within. Upon seeing Brother Hu, they would rise to greet him. Brother Hu merely grunted in acknowledgement and continued his ascent. Fong Tingwan noticed workers from the cement factory scattered across the floors. It was no simple task to gather them all. They climbed to the 8th floor, entering Unit 801. Units 801 and 802 were interconnected, with a breezy layout featuring a sofa, an open kitchen, and even a mahjong table on the balcony. Lu Feng reclined against the window, positioned perfectly opposite the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he furrowed his brow, concentrating on his hand. He briefly glanced at Fong Tingwan and her companions before playing a tile, 9 dots. Brother Hu approached, standing behind Lu Feng, and naturally inquired, "Who is winning?" Lu Feng replied, "It's Water Buffalo. His luck today is quite impressive." The man nicknamed Water Buffalo stood nearly 6 feet tall, his muscular arms robust, and when he smiled, his mouth and nose appeared larger. "Today, Brother Lu has allowed me to play. Let us see how it goes," he declared. Brother Hu rubbed his hands together, giving Lu Feng a gentle push. Lu Feng rose with a grin. "Then the outcome is all yours." The group engaged in light-hearted banter about their hands and strategies. After standing for about 3 minutes without anyone engaging them, Fong Tingwan chose to sit on the sofa, washed an apple from the table in the kitchen, and took a crisp bite. "It's sweet and crunchy. Not bad at all, Meng Ling," she remarked, gesturing for Meng Ling to join her. Feeling a bit hungry herself, Meng Ling took 2 apples and approached. "Fong Tingwan, you seem remarkably unafraid, bolder than I anticipated," Lu Feng chuckled, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. "I had suspected it was you. I just didn't expect you to know them." The rapport between the two was evidently strong, had it not been for Lu Feng. Brother Hu would not have taken the trouble to invite them along. From Lu Feng's restrained demeanor, it was clear he harbored additional intentions for her. Lu Feng had not anticipated encountering an old friend from middle school here, and upon recognizing each other as success, they resolved to join forces for a substantial undertaking. "How about you assist us in taking over the cement factory?" he proposed. "Taking over? Is that what I think it means?" Fong Tingwan pondered, considering the temperature outside, which still hovered above 40 degrees. With electricity available at the cement factory, it indeed seemed a more advantageous choice than playing mahjong here. "All right," she agreed. Brother Hu interjected, "If you can accomplish this, I shall let you off the hook." This time, Fong Tingwan led the charge, first addressing General Qian and his associates. Otherwise, the villa's security would have been compromised, making it far easier for those individuals to pilfer items. An industrious pawn, they would not waste their efforts by killing directly. Fong Tingwan understood the dynamics of the 2 factions at war. She could have reaped the benefits as a bystander, yet now it seemed feasible. She smiled and suggested, "Shall I first persuade General Su to depart? If he agrees, it would be splendid for all parties involved. By any means necessary, we demand everything from the cement factory, including the women." Lu Feng's grin was unsettling. Those women were essential for appeasing the Tiger Head gang and must not be taken away. "Very well, understood. When do we depart?" "We shall wait for Tan Ming to come for us. However, she must remain." Brother Hu cast a dubious glance at Meng Ling, his throat bobbing ominously. Instantly, Meng Ling was overtaken by chills and shrank behind Wan Wan, wishing fervently for Xinu's presence. Fong Tingwan extended her hand protectively and coldly warned, "No, I shall take all my people with me. You may send someone to accompany us, but if any must be left behind, I shall go with you, and we shall perish together." She revealed a grenade in her grip. When did she acquire that? Meng Ling gazed at it, apprehensive. Jiang Yinqing recognized that she had retrieved it from her space, but when exactly? Brother Hu abruptly rose, colliding with the mahjong table, unperturbed. Fine, no problem. This building is newly constructed, its facilities still inadequate, and the impact of this grenade is unpredictable. However, I cannot reveal our position. Let us proceed to dine. He walked ahead, followed by Lu Feng and Xue Niu. Upon noticing the bomb, Xue Niu exhibited a look of confusion, yet the opposing party concealed it, leaving him uncertain. Fang Tingwan and her companions trailed behind, and Ming Ling could not restrain her curiosity. How did you come by such a dangerous item? I took it from a decoration at General Qian's house. It's a replica. At that moment, Fang Tingwan believed it could serve as a bluff, not anticipating its swift application. She leaned closer to Jiang Yanqing, whispering, "We must locate their ammunition depot. I cannot afford to come here in vain. Do you possess any medication for a sudden stomach ailment?" Jiang Yanqing had already formulated a plan. Fang Tingwan retrieved 2 boxes of laxatives from her pocket. Chapter 88. Seduction. Jiang Yanqing opened the medicine box, folded the instruction manual, and emptied the capsules into the powder, completing the task before handing the instructions to Fang Tingwan. At the critical moment, Ming Ling and I will provide cover for you. To ensure absolute safety, Fang Tingwan stored it in her space. As for the medicine boxes, Jiang Yanqing proceeded to the restroom, igniting them with a lighter and waiting for them to turn to ashes before flushing everything away. "Why are you still here?" Xue Niu ascended the stairs, furious upon finding them seated and idle. Downstairs, this inexplicable rage compelled Fang Tingwan to regard him with greater scrutiny. Ming Ling smiled and explained, "We have stomach aches. We shall be down shortly." No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Yanqing emerged from the restroom, drenched in sweat, convincingly resembling someone in distress. Xue Niu had no words, motioning for them to lead the way. The dining area was located on the 5th floor. The Tiger Head Gang comprised more than 40 members, and with the cement factory's inclusion, their numbers swelled to nearly 70. Suddenly, a multitude of people arrived, creating an unbearable commotion on the 5th floor. Some, lacking bowls and chopsticks, clamored in place. "What, no bowls? Are we to eat with our hands?" "Silence. You came here to indulge, did you not?" Amidst the shouts, workers in blue uniforms and members of the Tiger Head Gang formed 2 aggressive lines, poised for confrontation. Tiger Brother observed silently, discreetly drawing his gun, instructing the workers from the cement factory, "Wait until we finish our meal before you eat." "On what grounds?" A voice of dissent arose, but before the speaker could finish, a burly figure known as Water Buffalo emerged from the crowd, towering over the man. Without uttering a word, he forcefully pinned the man against the wall and delivered a punch to his abdomen. The man gasped in pain, doubled over, and crumpled to the ground, groaning in agony. The others looked on, instantly subdued, unwilling to speak further. Seeing this, the loudest member of the Tiger Head Gang let out a derisive snort and remarked, "Know your place. What do you think you are?" While the previous comments were somewhat bearable, this one undeniably scraped at their pride. "If it weren't for the food, we wouldn't be here. Indeed, without food, we shall leave." Tiger Brother raised his weapon, scanning the most boisterous individuals. "Who among you can cook? Our chef underestimated the number of guests today and prepared less food than necessary. Do not take offense." A slap followed by a sweet treat, though still seething with anger. The group reluctantly acquiesced, exchanging glances. "I can cook. So can I." Jiang Yanqing, Fang Tingwan, and Ming Ling stepped forward. The kitchen was not spacious, and with 3 people, it already felt cramped. Tiger Brother pointed at Jiang Yanqing and Fang Tingwan. "You 2 go cook. You, come here and eat first." Ming Ling looked at Wanwan for help. "It's fine, just eat," Fang Tingwan reassured, patting her hand as she followed Jiang Yanqing into the kitchen. The kitchen was open, and on the counter sat 3 dishes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, sot ed bok choy, and mapo tofu. The enticing aroma beckoned appetites. Members of the Tiger Head Gang began to line up for their portions, quickly depleting the food, leaving the cement factory workers without any. Preparing meals for 30 people was indeed labor-intensive. Another worker, who usually cooked at home, could only express his frustration at the kitchen's inadequacies. With no time to waste, he immediately began washing rice. As for the vegetables, there were only potatoes and bok choy, along with 2 pounds of meat. The tofu had already been consumed. Jiang Yanqing started tearing the bok choy, while Fang Tingwan peeled the potatoes. After dividing their tasks and preparing, Jiang Yanqing placed a large iron pot on the gas stove, bringing water to a boil before blanching the shredded potatoes for 5 seconds. He then sauteed garlic and chili, adding the potatoes and tossing them in vinegar. releasing a delightful aroma that filled the air. The members of the Tiger Head Gang gathered around the table, their appetites waning as they surveyed the unappetizing plate of shredded potatoes before them. The meal was prepared by a middle-aged woman, whose cooking was generally acceptable. Yet the soy sauce potatoes fell far short of expectations. Anticipation mounted for the next dish. As meat sizzled in the pan, releasing its flavorful fats, it was combined with bean paste and garlic, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Chopped cabbage was then added, accompanied by light and dark soy sauce and oyster sauce. The pot was covered, allowing the ingredients to simmer for about 5 minutes. Upon lifting the lid, a rich, savory scent enveloped the room. The cabbage, tender and thoroughly coated in sauce, looked delectable. Members of the Tiger Head Gang sampled the sautéed cabbage, which was simply seasoned with oil and salt, an exemplary display of culinary skill. Tiger Brother genuinely praised the dish, being the first to rise and serve himself 2 plates, inviting others to join him. He brought the first serving to Meng Ling. Lu Feng observed with disapproval. After all, Meng Ling was not a person of good repute. However, seeing his good brother's nonchalant demeanor, he deemed it futile to voice his concerns. As the vegetables were ladled out, Jiang Yinqing poured the untouched egg drop soup into the mix, adjusting the seasoning before casting a glance at Fong Tingwan. Receiving the unspoken cue, she added some medicinal herbs, stirring them in before returning the concoction to the pot. When it was time to eat, the workers eagerly formed a line. After Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing filled their bowls, they joined Tiger Brothers' table. After a few bites, Fong Tingwan found the meal bland. Her mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of seafood, and her palate had grown accustomed to finer fare. This simply would not do, yet she persisted in eating. Once the workers had finished their meals, the Tiger Head Gang members, finding their plates empty, decided to sample the soup. Delicious, they exclaimed, prompting others to follow suit. Even Tiger Brother indulged in a bowl. Fong Tingwan and her companions joined in, relishing their fill. After satisfying their appetites, Tiger Brother arranged for Fong Tingwan and her 2 friends to share room 803, a 3-bedroom apartment. He graciously relinquished the master bedroom to the 2 girls, casting a lingering glance at Meng Ling before closing the door. Once inside, Meng Ling revealed a shy smile, but as soon as the door shut, her expression shifted dramatically, and she stifled a dry heave. "What's wrong?" Fong Tingwan inquired, concerned. Meng Ling waved her hand dismissively, collapsing onto the bed and exhaling a deep sigh. I merely threw him a couple of flirtatious glances, and he became infatuated, treating me like I was the most precious thing. How absurd. I thought he harbored some affection for me, and I might be able to leverage it, but his reaction was so intense. Meng Ling lamented her earlier actions. Had she known the repercussions of her flirtation at the dinner table, she would have refrained. She wished to be of assistance rather than a burden. Previously, she had been preoccupied with caring for Duo, but now, without that obligation, she felt powerless. Fong Tingwan, lying beside her, could sense her turmoil and felt a wave of relief. If Meng Ling could manage this situation, what could she not be trusted with? Perhaps she could glean information about their armory. Suddenly, Meng Ling, who had just been lamenting, sprang to attention. Flinging open the door and discovering Tiger Brother still waiting for her on the sofa, she gestured behind her. Fong Tingwan slightly pulled the door, leaving a narrow crack. Chapter 89, in hand. "Brother Hu, why are you still awake?" Meng Ling deliberately lowered her voice, her laughter sweet enough to warm the heart. Brother Hu stared, captivated. Despite his success, there were no women by his side, and he was consumed by thoughts of his first love, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the radiant moonlight. He blurted out, "I'm waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Meng Ling feigned surprise, moving a few steps to the water dispenser. Brother Hu nodded heavily and leaned against the wall. "Do you have a boyfriend?" She thought of Xianyu, feeling a twinge of guilt, her smile faltering slightly. "I do." Brother Hu began to grow anxious. Startled, Meng Ling realized she couldn't back down now. She quickly wiped away the tears forming at the corners of her eyes, suppressing the redness. He missing. Seeing the beautiful woman on the verge of tears, Brother Hu frantically searched his pocket for a tissue and directly asked, "Would you like to be my girlfriend?" Fong Tingwan was taken aback. Such directness was astonishing. Jiang Yinqing observed silently, feeling a fleeting envy for Brother Hu's bravery and straightforwardness. Unlike himself, who could predict the answer but kept his feelings bottled up, fearing he might never speak them aloud. Confessing to Wanwan would be akin to gambling on their ambiguous relationship. She would surely distance herself, and he dared not take that risk. I don't know you well enough. Mingling quickly offered the excuse she had prepared. But brother Hu saw a glimmer of hope. It's fine. You can get to know me slowly. Sit down, and I'll tell you about myself. Mingling took her cup of water and moved closer. Brother Hu began recounting his experience of dropping out of high school, and as he spoke, his hand reached behind Mingling suddenly. Fong Tingwan opened the door, the creaking sound causing Brother Hu to retract his hand, both of them looking at her. I need to talk to Jiang Yinqing about something. She went straight into the adjacent room. Mingling breathed a sigh of relief, discreetly creating some distance, thinking, I don't want them to think I've changed my mind so quickly. It's okay, I understand. Brother Hu refrained from any further advances. Seeing Mingling nod reassuringly, Jiang Yinqing finally closed the door. They could still hear indistinct murmurs outside, but the words eluded clarity. It should be about time. An hour had passed since dinner. The medication should be taking effect. Fong Tingwan had counted earlier, noting that at least 50 people had consumed the soup. The moment everyone grew weary would be the perfect opportunity to seek out the armory. Now, everything was in place, just waiting for the right moment. 1-1. What's wrong? You seem off, Fong Tingwan remarked, sensing something amiss since entering, reaching out to touch his forehead. You're not hot. At that moment of contact, the knot in Jiang Yinqing's heart unraveled, and he felt a profound sense of contentment. He released her hand and moved to the window. The room was dark, and outside, the night was equally shadowy, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moonlight casting indistinct shapes. Due to the lack of vision, the auditory senses became remarkably acute. Sounds of flushing began to echo from downstairs, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. I can't hold it in any longer. I must go downstairs. The clamor intensified. Mingling knocked on the door, stating that he had gone down to assess the situation. Fong Tingwan opened the door to find the living room desolate. Did you inquire? Yes, he replied. I can access any part of the building, except for 403. Mingling could not muster a smile. They were on the 8th floor. Venturing to the 3rd without a plausible excuse would easily arouse suspicion. You occupy the restroom and keep Tiger Gu steady. After exchanging a glance with Jiang Yinqing, Fong Tingwan hurried downstairs. Chaos reigned on the lower floor. Some individuals, unable to contain themselves, resolved their needs directly in the corridor. The stench was unbearable. Upon seeing a woman appear, the men hastily shielded their exposed forms and averted their gazes. Fong Tingwan rushed down, clutching her abdomen, as if in search of a restroom. Descending all the way to the 4th floor, there were over 10 people on the 4th floor, and of the 5 doors, only 403 remained closed. However, those with stomach pains lingered at the entrance. Blushing, Fong Tingwan ascended once more, while Jiang Yinqing had already devised a way to enter 503. Seizing her opportunity, she followed him inside and spotted 2 individuals sprawled on the sofa. Are they dead? She inquired, stepping into the master bedroom. No, they're merely unconscious, Jiang Yinqing replied, leaning towards the window and lowering his voice. Do you have a climbing rope? Indeed. Turning back, she produced a rope from her hand. Jiang Yinqing took it and immediately began securing it to a chair, subsequently fastening it to the bedpost. Satisfied that it was secure, he cautioned her, be careful. Fong Tingwan found herself in a position that was most conducive for descending, particularly as assistance was needed from above. She fastened the rope tightly around her waist, donned gloves, and gradually descended along the window ledge. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she confirmed the absence of anyone inside before cautiously approaching the window. Finding it locked, she shifted towards the balcony. The door to the balcony was ajar, likely due to someone smoking, allowing her to untie the rope and conceal it in a corner. Quickly entering, she retrieved her night vision goggles, an essential for climbing, which she had also purchased. Once donned, she could see that of the 3 rooms, only the master bedroom remained locked. Producing a piece of wire, she began to manipulate the lock. In this apocalyptic world, she had acquired numerous survival skills. Opening doors was merely one of them, and at times, she had to resort to clandestine measures for sustenance. With a click, the door swung open, and she swiftly slipped inside. In the next moment, the main door opened, and a man entered, surveying the area. Upon noticing the balcony door ajar, he promptly shut it and approached the master bedroom, twisting the doorknob. Discovering it was locked, he exhaled in relief, clutching his abdomen as he exited and closed the door behind him. Fong Tingwan closed her eyes, wiping the sweat from her brow as she surveyed the master bedroom, cluttered with metal boxes. Opening one at random, she found it filled with ammunition, an estimated 20 boxes stacked within. In the adjacent box, rifles and handguns awaited discovery. She refrained from moving the box, sending all the items into the space before transferring the stones from within back into the box. It took her nearly 15 minutes to complete the task. In haste, she opened the balcony door, secured the rope, and gave it a tug. Jiang Yinqing immediately pulled her up. In the next moment, the door swung open, and a man strode directly to the balcony, flinging the door wide and sitting down on a small stool to light a cigarette. Shortly after, another figure entered. Brother who said you shouldn't smoke. Are you still going to? A cigarette a day is already quite rare. The man exhaled a cloud of smoke. His companion, observing this, turned back to open the bedroom door, only to find it still locked, letting out a sigh of relief. Damn it, my stomach hurts again. It must be that man's cooking that's to blame. Of course, we've eaten ants cooking for months without a hitch, and that man poisons us in one meal. Is everything all right? Brother who pushed the door open just in time to see the sparks his subordinate had failed to extinguish. Rushing over to deliver a kick. You deaf to my words? He unleashed a flurry of kicks. Chapter 90. Indulge when you must. The medication was not potent. Approximately 2 hours later, the downstairs fell silent. When Brother who returned, the living room was already desolate. He contemplated knocking on the door, but recalled his subordinate's warning about the treachery of women, retracting his hand, and instead lying down in the master bedroom. The next morning, Fong Tingwan and 2 others rose early to wait on the 5th floor for breakfast. They had porridge with pickled vegetables. Gradually, more people arrived, their eyes filled with animosity towards Jiang Yinqing. Didn't you get diarrhea? I did, Jiang Yinqing replied without turning his head, yet observing the expressions of the others. There was no sign of weakness. Without proof, they could only suppress their anger. Brother who also came down, serving himself some porridge before sitting beside Meng Ling. You must stay. The trio had discussed this the previous night. Whether it was because Brother who had taken a liking to Meng Ling, or because one of them had to serve as a hostage, Meng Ling had to remain to face the danger alone. With Xianyu and the others yet to arrive, Fong Tingwan felt uneasy and had no better option. Jiang Yinqing was the most suitable to accompany her back to the cement factory. She needed protection. Meng Ling's eyes reddened, and she quietly asked, Can I go too? Seeing Brother who shake his head, she immediately straightened up, looking directly at him with utmost seriousness. Then you must ensure Wan and the others' safety. Lu Feng and Water Buffalo could hardly contain themselves. Had this woman forgotten her own identity? How could she still make demands? If you keep babbling, I'll rip out your tongue. Water Buffalo leaned over the table, his shadow looming ominously over Meng Ling, with an inherent sense of oppression and menace. This was no jest. Meng Ling instinctively shrank towards Brother Hu, igniting his protective instincts as he shot a glare at Water Buffalo. Enough, I have my own plans. Then, softening his tone, rest assured, as long as they remain loyal to the Tiger Head Gang, I will not let any harm befall them. Meng Ling pushed the pickles towards Brother Hu, aware that his gaze was fixed on her, nearly nauseating her with its intensity. A mere sacrifice could ensure everyone's safety. She endured. Reluctantly, Shui Niu returned to his seat, gripping his chopsticks tightly. Lu Feng observed silently, astonished that his brother had succumbed to infatuation. Since he could not rely on him, he resolved to depend on himself. This time, upon returning from the cement factory, he would ensure that Fong Tingwan experienced a fate worse than death. The beads of the abacus seemed to burst upon his face, and with a sigh, Fong Tingwan reflected on how Lu Feng had survived thus far by prioritizing his own interests. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly abandoned his brothers or allied with the cement factory, all merely for sustenance and survival. It was his nature. Fong Tingwan dismissed him entirely, rising after finishing her porridge. Is the vehicle ready? Yes, those individuals have already departed. If they return with others to seize our provisions, I would not hesitate to hang her on the wall as an offering to the heavens. Hu Gu declared with a sardonic smile as he set down his bowl and chopsticks. As he stood, Lu Feng and Shui Niu also rose. Continue eating. Hu Gu gestured to his 2 subordinates to keep an eye on Meng Ling before stepping outside. Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinqing followed him down the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Shui Niu shrouded her head with a black cloth bag. The darkness was profound, rendering everything invisible. However, it was certain that they had not descended any further. After a convoluted half-hour journey, both of them were drenched in sweat. Upon hearing the thunderous sound of the roller shutter door opening, blinding light pierced through, and the hood was removed. They found themselves on the street, with alleys behind them and towering buildings above. Fong Tingwan glanced around, confirming that none were from their own complex, truly well concealed. She wondered if Xin would be able to locate them. Go, Hu Gu instructed, revealing a pristine white SUV worth over 100,000, its protective film untouched. He tossed the keys to Jiang Yinqing, who promptly opened the driver's door and inserted the key to start the engine. Fong Tingwan took her place in the passenger seat. Turning to Hu Gu, take good care of Ah Ling. Her parents perished when the calamity began, leaving her alone and in need of protection. Hu Ji's body stiffened momentarily before he managed to squeeze out a single word of affirmation. As the vehicle sped away, Jiang Yinqing turned to her. Do you trust Hu Gu? In this apocalyptic world, there are both good and bad individuals, depending on our perspective. Besides, he exhibits a touch of machismo. If he plays the victim, he may protect Ah Ling a bit more. What is your plan? Jiang Yinqing had not yet inquired. Fong Tingwan reclined her seat, lying back and gazing out at the passing scenery, her eyes vacant, convinced Su to relinquish the cement factory. All right, that could work. Jiang Yinqing nodded in agreement, glancing at those who had fixed their gaze upon them, pressing the accelerator further. Let them not even catch a whiff of it. The fuel was ample, and the air conditioning within the vehicle was a sheer delight. Fong Tingwan retrieved cashews, pine nuts, and walnuts from her supplies, placing them in the center console, followed by spicy chicken feet and other snacks. As she gathered them, she reminisced, it has been so long since I dared to bring these out. What would you like to eat? Jiang Yinqing was taken aback, inadvertently exclaiming, if it's just the two of us, will we starve to death? Fong Tingwan nodded in agreement, without hesitation, offering him a cashew she had peeled. After he took a bite, she followed suit, savoring one herself. This is delightful. However, with only two people, it would be quite lonely. Living would lose all meaning. Was that your thought back then, Wan? Jiang Yinqing's grip on the steering wheel tightened, though his anxious emotions remained unexpressed. Fong Tingwan, chewing, responded in a muffled voice. When I saved Duo, my perspective changed. She realized she could thrive alone. Yet it seemed she had lost her motivation to live, and in moments of peril, the solitude felt utterly despairing. Knowing that no one would come to her rescue, she still held on to a flicker of hope. Jiang, if something were to happen to me, would you come to my aid? Her smile resembled that of a jest. I certainly would, Jiang Yinqing replied earnestly, a smile curving his lips, as her words affirmed her view of herself as someone significant. That was sufficient. As Fong Tingwan continued to eat, feeding him intermittently and engaging in light conversation, he responded to her every remark, never dismissive. At the peak of midday heat, the car's air conditioning felt inadequate, and with the temperature of the radiator soaring, they had no choice but to pull over in a cool spot at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the sun to wane. Along the way, she produced beef jerky and ice cream. A taste in such weather was invigorating, especially with the choice of flavors, strawberry, mango, chocolate, and matcha. She even sampled each before returning them. Enjoyment was paramount. Jiang Yinqing observed the surroundings as he ate. There were hardly any passers-by. By 3 in the afternoon, when the heat had subsided, they resumed their journey. Upon reaching the back entrance of the cement factory, they were met by 6 armed individuals pointing guns at their heads. Chapter 91. Return to the cement factory. Fong Tingwan stated, we need to see General Su. It's urgent. They had already received orders that if Fong Tingwan and her companion returned, they were to be allowed in after confirming that no one and no contraband were concealed in the vehicle. After navigating the slope, each time Fong Tingwan felt a surge of anxiety, and upon reaching level ground, a crowd of 70 to 80 people had gathered. Tan Ming rushed over from the office building, confirming their identities and noting they were just 2 in number. Suppressing his urge to inquire further, he urged, General Su is waiting for you in the office building. Follow me. The workers longed to inquire about those who had gone with them, wondering if they were now living a life of abundance. They were eager to know if they could join them. The cement factory had run out of supplies for a day, surviving solely on thin porridge and potatoes, barely filling their stomachs. Under the scorching sun, they wished to leave immediately. Had it not been for the blockade, they would have likely surged out. Their gazes fell upon the off-road vehicle. With a car, they felt they could venture anywhere. Yet, Jiang Yinqing remained in the vehicle, instructing Tan Ming to get inside before driving directly to the office building's entrance. Taking refuge in the shade, he secured the vehicle before ascending the office building with Fong Tingwan. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Fong Tingwan noticed the absence of Duo, a flicker of unease crossing her mind. Let us go, Jiang Yinxing urged, for it was highly probable that Duo had been confined, a potent weapon against them. They hurriedly ascended to the 5th floor. Su Zong had been waiting in the office for quite some time. His meticulously styled hair was slightly disheveled, and although he was still impeccably dressed, the calm demeanor he once possessed had given way to a palpable irritation. "How did you return?" he inquired eagerly. Fong Tingwan settled onto the sofa, attempting to quench her thirst, only to pour out some yellowed tea leaves, scrunching her lips in distaste. "They released us to negotiate with you." Jiang Yinxing instinctively positioned himself beside her, shielding her from Tan Ming's glare. Tan Ming fixated on Fong Tingwan with intensity. "Negotiate? What is there to negotiate? They took all our food. Do you comprehend how long we have been planning?" In a fleeting moment, his anger directed towards the two of them. Fong Tingwan regarded him coolly. "You misjudged Lu Feng. What does that have to do with us? In the end, you are merely inviting your own suffering." Tan Ming was momentarily silenced, his fists clenched tightly. Su Zong, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this noise. What negotiation? You are to relinquish the cement factory." Before Fong Tingwan could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a furious outburst. "Impossible!" Tan Ming shouted, his agitation rising. "Leaving the cement factory means certain death." At this, Fong Tingwan finally scrutinized him. He was still the same person, yet his eyes now bore the weight of insecurity and fear. Having witnessed the outside world, he was even more reluctant to venture out. Su Zong sat down, intertwining his fingers on the table, impatiently stating, "You either leave or listen." Tan Ming stepped back, opting for silence. Fong Tingwan continued, "You must have sensed it. The weather outside grows increasingly oppressive. The cement factory was indeed a viable stronghold previously, but in half a month, it will become a steam oven, and your resources are already at their limit. Departing is the wisest choice." "What have they promised us?" Su Zong questioned, hunger gnawing at him. "Otherwise, venturing outside would yield no benefits." "Indeed, a businessman, always negotiating terms. No promises. You can choose to leave with your people and seek a cooler refuge, or you can remain here. They possess a warehouse full of weapons, handguns and rifles. Taking the cement factory would be a matter of moments. Allow me to persuade you, but it is merely because those resources are scarce. Once used, they are gone. It is better to negotiate first." This was the insight Fong Tingwan had gleaned. Duo is with Meng Qi. I will provide you with answers later." Su Zong appeared to age a decade in an instant, waving his hand dismissively and turning his chair to gaze out the window, shrouded in inscrutable emotions. Fong Tingwan added, "The bottom line is 500 pounds of rice. They took thousands of pounds from us." Tan Ming's voice dwindled. "Had it not been for the theft, we would not be faced with such choices." Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinxing had already exited the office, descending directly to the 3rd floor. Monkey held on to Duo for over 10 minutes, aware that her sisters would soon return. Duo silently shed tears, refraining from crying aloud, her tiny droplets of sorrow too copious to wipe away quickly, dampening her collar. The child's chest heaved with quiet sobs, stirring Monkey's heart with pain. At last, she spotted them and struggled to run forward. Her nose and eyes were red from crying as she leaped into Fong Tingwan's embrace, holding on to her real sister, cautious not to cry too loudly. She remembered the quietness of their community. Making noise could invite peril. "Good girl, your sister is back. I'm sorry for making you wait, my little Duo." "It won't happen again," Fong Tingwan said, holding her tightly as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. When she had chosen to leave Duo behind, the sense of reluctance had been profound, yet it was nothing compared to the intensity she felt now that she had her in her arms. She had believed herself to be cold-hearted, but rationality could not triumph over human emotion. She took a piece of candy from her pocket and placed it in Duo's mouth, unable to resist kissing her forehead. "Is it sweet?" Duo's attention was piqued by the question, and after tasting it, a sweet smile spread across her face. "Strawberry flavor. Let us have it every day." Fong Tingwan, having successfully comforted the child, turned to Monkey. "Would you mind if we sat in your room for a while?" Monkey hesitated, glancing at Jiang Yinxing. Ultimately, they entered the room, while Jiang Yinxing remained in the hallway. The room featured in 1.8-meter bed adorned with pink Patrick Star sheets, surrounded by adorable rabbit plush toys. The desk was also pink, and the cups matched. One wall displayed Duo's artwork depicting Fong Tingwan, Jiang Yinxing, Meng Ling, and herself, leaving a space on the left that seemed reserved for a portrait of Monkey. In just a few days, it became evident that Monkey was not a villain. Thank you. Fong Tingwan paused before stating her purpose. The Su family is moving from the cement factory. If you wish, you can come with us. If not, I can provide you with food, including a ride downstairs. Monkey's eyes brightened momentarily before drooping again. But I don't know anything. I might hold you back. People can grow, Fong Tingwan replied, determined not to let her remain a mere ornament. In desperate circumstances, one could unlock hidden abilities. Then, I will go, Monkey affirmed, her expression resolute after wrestling with her inner conflict. Duo, enjoying her candy, suddenly laughed aloud, realizing it might be inappropriate. She blinked her big, pleading eyes. Do you like Sister Monkey? Fong Tingwan inquired. Duo nodded. All right, then you help Sister Monkey pack while I talk to Brother Jiang? Fong Tingwan handed Duo 2 pieces of candy before stepping outside. Chapter 92. The reality of human nature, standing in the third-floor corridor. One could see the cement processing factory in the distance, filled with massive pipes. At the end of the pipes lay a gray warehouse, 3 stories high, topped with blue metal roofing. As the cement factory had ceased operations, there were few people in sight in the southeast. Jiang Yinxing inquired whether they should act after nightfall. How shall we pass through the iron door on the 2nd floor? Or shall we descend using the rope as before? Fong Tingwan pondered for a moment and replied, descending by rope seems to be the safer option. What do you think? All right, let's assign them to separate rooms. One in 301 and the other in 302 on the 3rd floor. Fong Tingwan instructed Duo to sleep with Minchi first, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. She quietly opened the door, taking in the dimly lit corridor illuminated by yellow lights, the entire office building shrouded in darkness. This suggested that the cement factory had indeed reached its limit, unbeknownst to Lufeng, who were eagerly hoping to move in. She touched her nose, suppressing a hint of schadenfreude, and pushed open Jiang Yinxing's door. Are you at ease now? Mengqi and Duo had been keeping watch for quite some time. They had agreed to sleep after 10 o'clock. And just 5 minutes before the hour, they finally saw her. Duo interpreted this as her brother and sister being in love and wanting to sleep together, making her presence inconvenient, much like how her parents would only go to the same room after lulling her to sleep. On one occasion, her mother had not managed to soothe her to sleep before leaving, and since that night, she had not seen her mother again. Be good, Duo. Come here for a hug. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Mengqi hurriedly embraced her and led her into the room to comfort her. Outside, 2 silhouettes were slowly descending, and after touching the ground, Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinxing crept along the wall. The cement factory was as fortified as a stronghold, and the guards had grown lax. After a couple of hours of nighttime vigilance, they had succumbed to slumber on the steps. Their snoring, albeit soft, echoed distinctly in the stillness of the night. The pair proceeded directly to the warehouse. There were 3 large warehouses, but only one grand entrance devoid of an iron door. After all, even if a thief were to come, they would seek valuable items. A bag of cement was worth merely 100 or so, with cheaper ones going for tens. Even if one were to carry 7 or 8 bags, it would hardly amount to much. There was no one on guard. The first warehouse stood out too prominently, so Fong Tingwan and Jiang Yinxing opted for the last one, located near the southeastern corner, which felt eerily cold and slightly cooler. Shall we empty it? The base of the cement was blue adhesive, with horizontal and vertical stacks comprising 50 bags, totaling 15 stacks, roughly calculating to over 300 tons. Jiang Yinxing suddenly grew curious about the capacity of her space. Fong Tingwan bit her lip, casting a troubled glance at the cement. Emptying it is certainly feasible, but the living space for the cattle and sheep outside will undoubtedly diminish. You should guard outside first. Jiang Yinxing turned to head outside. Fong Tingwan immediately entered her space, observing that the villa did not offer sufficient room for storage, as the basement was already occupied by a vehicle, leaving her with no choice but to place items outside. She needed to expand her space, otherwise, there would be no room for bricks, tiles, and the like later on. Contemplating this, she reduced the pen for the cattle and sheep, ushering them inside, but she noted the difficulty faced by those that had recently given birth. Over the past 2 months, the chickens and ducks had hatched 2 batches of chicks, and the purchased cattle and sheep had also produced a few offspring. The cramped space had become quite congested. The urgency to enlarge the space was palpable. Just endure a little longer. She regained her consciousness in the real world, and after depositing all the cement into the space, half an hour had elapsed. Gazing at the desolate warehouse, only remnants of their previous existence were left on the base. If the workers from the cement factory were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be bewildered. After all, who could possibly have moved such a substantial quantity? They proceeded to the second warehouse, but after relocating 3 spaces, there was simply no more room. Fong Tingwan had no choice but to relent. Let's leave it at this for now and head back. Jiang Yinqing nodded in agreement. The two then ascended back to the 3rd floor via the rope, where Jiang Yinqing attended to the finishing tasks while Fong Tingwan returned to her room. She had been awakened in the morning by the loudspeaker, hearing Tan Ming's voice incessantly calling for everyone to gather at the office building. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she rose and opened the door. Duo immediately rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister." She clung tightly to Fong Tingwan's thigh.